The shield outside the statue of the gods has been opened, but the staff of the Emperor Barbarians still do not allow them to touch the statue, and they cannot take things off the statue to identify them. No one cared about Lin Shen's return. Lin Shen looked around and compared with the places that Kiki mentioned. The more he looked, the more he felt that this thing was indeed a fake. Although he couldn't believe it, the facts seemed to prove that what Coco said was the truth. Chapter 783, Follow the Decision of the Leader. Shijio brought several appraisers to study the statues of gods and gods there. Unfortunately, what they knew about the statues of gods and gods, which were also previous records and video materials. No one knows what has experienced and what changes have happened after the disappearance of the statue of the gods. After several hours of identification, no flaws were found, but the appraiser was not sure that the statue of the gods was true. Master Qingyan, what's the conclusion? The Emperor Barbarians gave them less time to identify the appraisal, and the appraisers were still unable to identify a result, so Shijio had to ask one of the old men. The old man, known as the Master of Green Eyes, said respectfully to Shijio, Master, I have used the pupil technique to check the structure, texture and year of the statue, which are more consistent with the real statue of the gods. Another appraiser also said, I checked the lines and outlines of the statue and found no problems. References, some traces on the statue are consistent with it. Several appraisers said one by one, and it seemed that they could be sure that this statue of God is a true statue of God. So that means, is this statue of the God of heaven real? Shijio asked. We can't say that. After all, we have never seen a real statue of a god. We can only be sure that this statue is very similar to the various indicators of the statue of a god. However, Master Qingyan hesitated. But what? Shijio frowned. However, there seems to be an extra damage to the left eyebrow of this statue. We have not found this damage in any documentary information, and no damage was found in the existing images of the gods and gods, said Master Qingyan. It's not strange that the statue of the gods has been lost for such a long time, and it's not strange that there is any damage in the middle. Shijio thought about it and said. The key is that the year of this injury has been very old, and it is not a new injury in modern times. We cannot determine the specific year of this injury. It is impossible to determine whether the scar comes from before or after. There are still several smaller places on the statue of the gods, and it is also impossible to determine. Master Qingyan said to Shijio in a low voice. Shijio understood what Master Qingyan meant, which means that the authenticity of this stone statue is still somewhat doubtful. No one dares to conclude that such an important thing is true, and no one can bear the cost of identification errors. After all, in order to take back the statue of the gods, the celestial race will have to pay a huge price. If you take back a fake statue of the gods, it will not only cause heavy losses, but the entire celestial race will become a laughingstock. Shijio asked Master Qingyan again some questions, and after thinking for a while, he walked towards Lin Shen. Captain Lin, the appraisal results have come out. I have to ask you to confirm again. Shijio said. I don't know how to identify it, just make a decision. Lin Shen said. Whether you are the chief or you can only decide. After all, this is related to our next negotiation with the Emperor Barbarians. If it is determined to be true, the negotiation will be carried out with the goal of taking back the statue of the gods of the gods. It is of great importance and can only be confirmed by you personally. Shijio said. What is the identification result? Lin Shen knew that he was the one who launched the Heavenly Manchu Academy to take the blame. At this time, they asked Lin Shen to make the decision, and the intention was already very obvious. If they asked for a leave of absence, Lin Shen, the head of the company, would bear the main responsibility. Shijio asked Master Qingyan and his friends to show Lin Shen the appraisal results. Lin Shen took the appraisal and read it carefully. The identification results of almost all types of projects above are consistent with the real statue of the gods. Only the last item says that there are several damages that have not been found in the resources and literature, and are marked as suspected of disappearance. Since there is a doubt, it proves that there is something wrong with the statue of God. I can only give up on this matter. Lin Shen said without hesitation. He was not so determined because Coco said that this statue was fake. If he can't take the statue back, he is not a big mistake. If he takes a fake one, it is a big mistake. Even if there is no Coco, Lin Shen is unwilling to take risks. Even if he goes back and suffers a little, it is better than making a big mistake. If you don't do it well, do more and make more mistakes. Lin Shen can also use the wisdom of his ancestors. Captain Lin should think carefully. This is the last opportunity to welcome the statue of the God of Heaven. The Emperor Barbarians have decided to sell the statue of the God of Heaven. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to welcome the statue of the God of Heaven in the future. Shi Jiao said. The Emperor Barbarians want to sell the statue of the gods. Why don't I know about this? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Do you know, this is the case, the leader should make an idea? Shi Jiao said expressionlessly. Lin Shen said in his heart, these bastards in the heavenly mansion are determined to let me take the blame. I didn't tell me such an important thing in advance. Who do they want to sell to? Apart from my celestial race, who else can buy this statue of the celestial god at such a high price? Lin Shen asked in deep thought. Tian Zhuoyou. Shi Jiao said a name. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. He really knew that Tian Zhuoyou was a man. In fact, it was difficult for him to be in the heavenly man race. Tian Zhuoyou once fought for the throne with Emperor Tian Shu. After his failure, he betrayed the Heavenly Man clan and fled abroad. He has always been an important figure on the wanted list of the Heavenly Man clan. Tian Zhuoyou also formed a Zhuoyou group outside, and has always regarded itself as the orthodox of the Heavenly Man race. If Tian Zhuoyou bought the statue of the God of Heaven and the God of Heaven, and that statue of the God of Heaven is a real person, it would be a slap in the face of Emperor Tian Shu. No wonder the heavenly humans are so embarrassed. And no wonder Emperor Tian Shu let Lin Shen come over. Originally, it was not entirely under pressure from the Heavenly Man Academy. There was a large part of the reason. Emperor Tian Shu still hoped that Lin Shen could help him welcome the real godly statue of the Heavenly Man. Otherwise, the statue of the God of Heaven and Man fell into the hands of Tian Zhuoyou, and the face of Emperor Tian Shu would not look very good. The appraisal time is coming soon. What are you discussing? Please give me a reply. We can also decide whether to stay or not for the statue of the gods in the future. The officials of the Emperor Barbarian clan looked at the show with a look. Shi Jiao and several appraisers all looked at Lin Shen, who cursed in his heart, I usually treat me as heir, but now someone needs to take the blame. They put me on the fire and roast you shameless things. Even though he cursed in his heart, Lin Shen could only bite the bullet and proceed with this matter. Can we give us time to discuss? Lin Shen asked, looking at the diplomatic official. Before noon tomorrow, the statue of the gods will be sold publicly. I hope you will give us a reply now. A lot of preparations will be needed next, said the grandfather official. Then let us discuss it again. Please. Lin Shen walked back to Shi Jiao and others, looked at Shi Jiao and asked, what do you think of Deputy Commander 9? Should we welcome this statue of the God of Heaven? The appraisal results are here, and we will obey the decision of the group leader. Shi Jiao was not willing to take the blame. Lin Shen looked at Master Qingyan and others. Master Qingyan quickly followed Shi Jiao's appearance and said, we will obey the decision of the leader of the group. Then let's welcome back to the statue. Lin Shen said lightly. Chapter 784, Death. With Lin Shen's decision, both the Emperor Barbarians and the Heavenly Man tribe were happy. After Shi Jiao and others returned, they held a meeting with other people in the mission to discuss how to negotiate with the people of the Heavenly Man race, hoping to welcome the statue of the Heavenly Man and God at the lowest cost. You guys discuss it, let me know after the discussion comes out. Lin Shen sat for a while, got up and left directly. Shi Jiao and others had no intention of keeping him, and continued to hold a meeting to study tomorrow's negotiation strategy. The banquet hall of the general's mansion of Emperor Mangxing. Sitting in the master's seat was an Emperor Barbarian man with a thin body, a long face, a hooked nose, and a gloomy eyes. He just sat there casually and had a little bit of aura of being arrogant without anger. General Sassoon, this cup of joy is celebrated by you and me. The person sitting in the guest seat turned out to be an old man from the Heavenly Man race. The old man of the Tianren tribe was a fat man. Although his feathers were almost gray, his face was red and his gray hair was combed very brightly, looking like he was very rich. General Sassoon did not raise his glass, but said lightly, "The transaction with the Tianren tribe has not been completed yet, and it is too early to celebrate now. Tian Zhuoyo, you still have to do your own business well and don't make any mistakes." Tian Zhuoyo put down the cup in his hand, and was not angry, and said with a smile, "General, please rest assured. The eyeliner I installed in the Tianren mission has already heard news. They are fully prepared to welcome the statue of the Tianren. The bottom line is to give all the 7 basic variable planets, including GS star and Shiguang star, to the nobles. During the negotiation tomorrow, the general must not show mercy." General Sassoon finally smiled when he heard this. "This is the best. General, after the matter is completed, that real statue of the god of heaven and man?" Tian Zhuoyo asked carefully. "Don't worry, you will naturally trade it to you as agreed. You just need to prepare the resources," General Sassoon said. "All resources are ready, and the general can send someone to take over at any time," Tian Zhuoyo said with a smile. "Okay." Sassoon's smile became stronger. Tian Zhuoyo picked up the wineglass again and toasted Sassoon. "The general has an incomparable plan. The old man from Tianshu paid such a great price, but he could only get a fake statue of the god of heaven. When he knew that the real statue of the god of heaven was already in my hands, he would probably die of anger." This time, General Sassoon did not refuse, picked up the wineglass and signaled to Tianzhu avoid, then drank a little and put it down. The fox of Emperor Tianshu has always been very smart, but this time he sent a human to serve as the leader of the envoy to decide on this big matter. "There will be no problem with this, right?" Tian Zhuoyo said. "The general doesn't know that the old man from Tianshu and the Tianren Academy are becoming more and more serious. He is extremely debauched and only cares about his own enjoyment. At least 30% of the tax collected by the Tianren family every year is squandered by him alone. He is not satisfied with this. He also specially asked Lin Shen to reopen the Tianchu Academy to gain more resources. Most of the people in the Tianren Academy, including an E, have long been very dissatisfied with him. The conflict between the two factions is very fierce. Although Lin Shen is a close minister of Emperor Tianshu, he is not qualified to preside over such a big thing. The reason why he can become the chief is that the Tianren Academy wants to bring him to take the blame and fight against the Tianshu Emperor. Now he has decided to welcome the statue of the Tianren Academy back. I am afraid that the people in the Tianren Academy would like to have the statue of the gods to be fake. They exchanged the 7 basic variable planets for a fake. When Lin Shen goes back, he will only have the word death. It's a pity that Lin Shen is indeed a talented person who can defeat Christine," General Sassoon said. "It's just a lucky little guy. He can achieve this. Tianshuan, the Tian family, is supported by Tianshuan behind his back. Otherwise, how could a person from a small clan achieve such a success?" Tian Zhuoyo snorted coldly. "This guy is ungrateful." After coming to Daimangsing, he mingled with the noble's imperial daughter Catherine. He wanted to hold a bigger thigh again. They also participated in the dialectical meeting held by Longyue. After coming here for so long, they had never done serious business. As far as I know, he should have a grudge with Catherine, right? Why did he get along with Catherine again? Sassoon actually knew Lin Shen's background very well. How could it be said that this person is despicable, shameless, ruthless, and treacherous? Catherine forced their sister to the point of desperate situation and even killed his sister's lover. Now he licked Catherine like a dog, trying to hold Catherine's thigh. Such a person is simply shameless and not worthy of your regret for him, General, Tian Zhuoyo said contemptuously. So, Lin Shen really deserves to die. Am I doing the way for heaven, and also helping the arrogant king to save his daughter from being deceived by shameless villains? Sassoon laughed. The general is not just practicing the law for heaven, it is simply eliminating a major disaster for the emperor and the Man tribes. Tian Zhuoyo smiled even more happily. While the two of them were chatting and laughing, Lin Shen's fate had already been decided. If Lin Shen really took a fake statue of the god of heaven and man and went back, he might have been destroyed by the gods of heaven and man. Lin Shen naturally knew his situation and was even more sober than anyone else. If he didn't invite the statue back, the Emperor Barbarians would still sell the real statue of the god to Tianjuyu. If Tianjuyu got the real statue of the god, the Tianrenyuan would still treat him as unfavorable. He failed to get the sin of the god statue of the god, and he would even lose the trust of the Emperor of Heaven. If he welcomed the statue of the god of heaven and man, he would pay such a great price for a fake statue, and the Tianrenyuan would not let him go. I am afraid that even the Emperor of Heavenly Art will find it difficult to protect him. No matter how Lin Shen chose, the result was not as good as his. So Lin Shen chose to trade with the Emperor Barbarians, but no matter whether the statue of the gods is true or false, he did not intend to welcome the statue of the gods back. Shi Jiao and others discussed it all night. When they were about to go to negotiate the next morning, they saw Lin Shen sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby for breakfast. The commander got up early today. Shi Jiao mocked. Are you going to negotiate today? As the leader of the group, I can't be late. Lin Shen put the last snack in his mouth, chewed it carefully and swallowed it slowly before standing up and saying, Leave professional things to professionals, in fact, you don't have to worry so much. Shi Jiao frowned. So, Deputy Captain Ninth, are you a professional? Then, you can decide to welcome this statue of God and God by yourself. It has nothing to do with me, an unprofessional idle person. Lin Shen said and sat back. Shi Jiao's face changed suddenly when he heard this. Captain Lin, just go there, I just don't want you to overwork. You asked me to go, don't you force me? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Don't force it. Shi Jiao said with a smile. Chapter 785 Do I agree? Shi Jiao and others had a very restrained negotiation with the representatives of the Emperor Barbarians. In Lin Shen's opinion, this should not be called negotiation, it is more correct to say that it is bargaining. The price offered by the Emperor Barbarians was 11 designated base variable planets, and Shi Jiao and the others were only willing to produce 3 base variable planets to exchange for the statues of the gods. Lin Shen sometimes feels a little dazed when he hears it. This kind of bargaining with the planet as currency can easily make people feel a bit weird. Tianjuan is still working hard to become the real Star Master, and until now, the giant ring star is not completely ruled by her in name. But just a statue of God can be exchanged for several planets. People from those planets will also have to leave their hometowns. Those who can leave their hometown are already lucky people, and those who cannot leave their hometown are actually packaged and sold together. In the eyes of big clans like Diamond and Tianrun, a planet and the creatures on it are just a number or commodity. Lin Shen looked at both sides and the fight was red, but he just sat quietly next to him and drank tea without saying a word from beginning to end. Shi Jiao sneered in his heart, I thought it would be of any use to come over, but it turned out that he was just to pretend to be mute. Shi Jiao, a top immortal, naturally doesn't think much of Lin Shen's tiny family, and even is quite hostile. The Qi family has many famous generals, most of whom are guarding foreign borders or expanding territory for the Tianren tribe, but the annual military expenditure is difficult to be distributed in time. One of the most important reasons is that a large part of the Tianren tribe's money was squandered by Emperor Tianshu alone. Lin Shen was the one who was chosen by Emperor Tianshu to help him make money. Not to mention Shi Jiao, there were not many people in the entire Tianren clan who had a good impression of Lin Shen. If it weren't for Lin Shen's fault this time, he wouldn't have looked at Lin Shen at all, let alone talk to someone like Lin Shen. Fortunately, Lin Shen was quite honest and didn't cause trouble for them, so Shi Jiao was too lazy to say anything. The negotiations went smoothly. Although it could not be said that they had achieved the desired results, they finally talked about what they could accept. Finally, it was basically finalized that the Heavenly Man tribe would welcome the Heavenly Man tribe from the Emperor Barbarian tribe back to the Heavenly Man tribe at the cost of 7 planets. The officials in charge of negotiations in the mission were full of accomplishment at this moment. The Emperor Barbarians were very persistent this time, but they broke the bottom line of the Emperor Barbarians again and again, reducing their asking price from the 11 planets to the current 7 planets, and finally talking about the target price they needed. Even Shi Jiao felt that they had finally chewed the hard bone of the Emperor Barbarians. Mr. Lin, the negotiations are almost done, you can sign the agreement. Chijiao thought that Lin Shen was coming, and he could sign the agreement directly.
What price are you talking about?
Lin Shen, who was staring blankly with a water cup, looked at Chijiao and asked. Chijiao was extremely despised Lin Shen, but he still said, after the efforts of all colleagues, we only need to pay the price of 7 planets such as Feather Star and Qi Guang Star to welcome back the statue of the gods. After all, we have sought the Emperor Barbarians, and there is no advantage in nature.
The Emperor Barbarians are very persistent.
To be able to talk about this level, all colleagues have tried their best, which is not easy. It's all the 9 masters who have the right strategy, so we have room to play. A group of officials said hurriedly. Lin Shen looked at them complimenting each other, as if he had won a battle, but he was sneering in his heart. Lin Shen got up and came to the negotiating table. The representative of the Emperor Barbarian tribe had printed out the agreement and placed it in front of Lin Shen, waiting for him to sign and stamp it, and make a contract. Lin Shen sat on the chair, picked up the agreement on the table and looked at it, and then put it back on the table. So when people thought he was going to sign, Lin Shen looked at the representative of the Emperor Barbarians and said, I probably haven't agreed to exchange the 7 basic variable planets such as you and Qiguang for the statue of the gods, right?
Captain Lin, what do you mean? Do you want to go back on your word?
The official of the Emperor Barbarian tribe immediately showed anger and slapped the table and said,
Lin Shen, what are you doing? Chijiao was angry and annoyed.
Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Shen actually jumped out to make trouble. Lin Shen ignored him at all, but just looked at the officials of the Emperor Barbarians and said, I think you have any misunderstandings about the word going back on your word.
If you agree to repent, that is called going back on your word. Have I agreed? We have already negotiated with your mission just now. Master Chijiao, what do you mean?
The official of the Emperor Barbarian tribe frowned and looked at Chijiao, obviously putting pressure on Chijiao and the others to provoke their relationship. You have agreed to them, so sign with them.
Lin Shen turned his head and looked at the officials including Chijiao and said, whoever has agreed to him? Come and sign. Lin Shen, don't go too far. You can't afford the consequences of waiting for the statue of the gods by mistake.
Chijiao said with an ugly expression.
If you don't miss the situation, then you can sign it. Lin Shen pushed the agreement in front of Chijiao.
Chijiao was not willing to sign this thing. Such a thing must be recorded in the clan history. Even if nothing happened, it would become a laughingstock of the heavenly race or even a sinner.
He could not bear the blame. You can do whatever you want. Chijiao had a gloomy face and stopped talking.
Mr. Glenn, it seems that it's not that I went back on my word, but that you have never negotiated the price with me, the head of the government. Lin Shen said with a smile at the officials of the Emperor Barbarians.
Mr. Lin, what do you mean?
Gran stared at Lin Shen and asked.
It's not interesting, I just want to talk to you about the price. Lin Shen said.
7 basic variable planets are already our bottom line, and we can't be missing any more.
Gran said persistently. Okay, I just like happy people. Since that's the case, then forget it.
Lin Shen said as he got up and prepared to leave.
Wait a minute, Lord Lin, what do you mean?
You are going to buy statues of gods, and now you have to regret it.
Is this a joke about our Emperor Barbarians? Gran said angrily.
I really want to buy statues of gods, and I am very sincere in talking to you, but didn't you just say that you can't talk? Lin Shen turned around and looked at Gran and said. Gran frowned slightly, Mr. Lin, the 7 basic variable planets are already the bottom line of my clan.
My authority is only here, and I cannot be missing any more.
Since your authority is only there, I suggest you contact the authorized person and tell them that my bottom line is the exchange of statues of gods, Haining, Qianlu and Yanba, the 3 planets, Haining, Qianlu and Yanba.
Lin Shen said.
As soon as Lin Shen said this, everyone on both sides was shocked. How is this possible? It's just that these 3 planets are exchanged for the statues of the gods? You are not only insulting our Emperor Barbarians, but also insulting the statues of the gods 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 of the gods. Are they worth only those 3 broken planets?
Gran was very excited. Chapter 786 The Blessings Sent by the Gods. Since you think it's not appropriate, the transaction can only be given up. It's not that we don't want to buy it, but that you don't sell it.
Lin Shen said lightly.
You don't buy it, some people buy it. Joyo Group is still waiting in line. It doesn't have to sell it to you Tianrun. Bland said coldly. It's so good, you can sell it to Tian Joyo.
Lin Shen said as he got up and left, without any nostalgia.
Sir, don't forget our mission.
Chi Jiu and others were stunned, not knowing what Lin Shen wanted to do.
After talking for so long, the Emperor Barbarians were only willing to give in to 7 planets.
Now Lin Shen cut 3 directly, and they were 3 planets with relatively poor resources among the 7 planets.
How could the Emperor Barbarians agree? If you want to buy it, then you can sign it. Lin Shen walked out without looking back.
Seeing this situation, Gran knew that Lin Shen really didn't want to talk, and he was immediately shocked. He is a confidant of General Sassoon and knows the background. This statue of God can be valuable if sold to the celestial race, otherwise it will be of no value at all. It was precisely because of General Sassoon's information that he knew where the bottom line of the celestial race was. He bit it to death little by little, and finally talked about the 7 planets.
Damn it, Tian Joyo's information is wrong.
Gran cursed in his heart, but had to shout Lin Shen.
Mr. Lin, please wait.
Your price is really too low and exceeds our bottom line.
We can talk about it again.
Lin Shen stopped and stood by the door and said, Sir Glenn, I can tell you that my bottom line is to exchange the statues of the gods of the 3 planets. If so, we will sign the agreement, if so, no, there is no need to talk.
Let's go back and report now. My authority is only here, and I can only help you here. Gran's face was gloomy and clear.
He wanted to see from Lin Shen's eyes whether he was acting, but he couldn't see anything. He just looked at the expressions of the officials of the Tianrun tribe, including Chi Jiu, and they were also worried. After hesitating for a moment, Gran said to Lin Shen, Mr. Lin, please wait.
Okay.
Lin Shen nodded, but had no intention of coming back. He was still standing at the door, as if he was ready to leave at any time. Gran left the conference hall and after a while, he came back.
Mr. Lin, can't we really talk about it again?
The price you offered is too low, and we can't afford such a price at all. Gran sighed, as if he was going to give up this deal.
Sorry, I really can't help you.
Lin Shen sighed, and after saying that, he was about to leave.
Mr. Lin, are you keeping your word? You won't regret it again, right?
As soon as Gran said this, the officials of Chi Jiu and the Tianrun tribe were stunned. The Emperor Barbarian tribe seemed to want to agree to Lin Shen's outrageous offer. Of course, what I say is always a word. Lin Shen said seriously. Okay, for the friendship between the Emperor Man and the Heavenly Man clans, I will follow the price you said. I hope our clans can always maintain friendship.
Please sign it. Gran took out a new agreement and placed it on the table.
Lin Shen smiled on his face, and Chi Jiu and others were stunned and hurriedly walked to the front of the table, picked up the agreement and started looking. Sure enough, the above content was changed to the 3 planets mentioned by Lin Shen. How is this possible? The officials of the Tianrun tribe were stunned. Lin Shen walked back and picked up the pen and was about to sign it.
Master Lin, no.
Chi Jiu suddenly reached out to stop Lin Shen. At this time, Chi Jiu had already realized that there might be a problem here, otherwise how could the Emperor Barbarians agree to Lin Shen's outrageous offer? Chi Jiu was very lucky now. Fortunately Lin Shen made such a life-and-death fight, otherwise they would have sent out 7 planets. Although Lin Shen took the blame for the problem, the resources that these 7 planets can produce are astronomical figures, which are enough to support the daily expenses of a legion. Even if he didn't have to take the blame, he wouldn't want the Emperor Barbarians to get such benefits, let alone be deceived by the Emperor Barbarians.
Mr. Lin, do you want to repent again? Gran said with a gloomy face. I have said it just now. As long as it is what I said, it will definitely count. Lin Shen said. Gran's face then calmed down a little, but Chijiu hurriedly leaned into Lin Shen's ear and said, "Mr. Lin, there is a problem here, so you can't sign it." "Deputy Commander Ninth, what I asked me to sign is you, what I didn't ask me to sign is you. Is it you or me who decides now?" Lin Shen said lightly. "You." Chijiu and others were so angry that he rarely thought about Lin Shen, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen had such an attitude. Lin Shen ignored him and signed, stamped and made a contract on the agreement. The two parties exchanged agreements, signed and stamped again, and signed a contract. Chijiu was so angry that he felt that Lin Shen was a pure SB. "You are really afraid that you will not die." Chijiu felt that Lin Shen would definitely not be able to survive when he returned, but it was a pity for those 3 planets. Fortunately, those 3 planets are the worst among the 7 planets, and 4 planets have been preserved. It is still possible to accept something wrong. But Lin Shen must be dead after returning. Chijiu now feels that there is a 100% problem with the statue of the god. Mr. Lin really believes in others. Gran was very happy. Although it was much less than expected, it would be a good deal to exchange for 3 basic variable planets with a fake statue of a god. When you say it, and abiding by the spirit of contract is a necessary virtue for everyone. I think the same is true for nobles, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Of course, our emperor barbarians pay the most attention to the spirit of contract. Glan nodded repeatedly, but said in his heart, what kind of pure natural SB is this? It's simply a blessing sent by the gods. He thought that the agreement today could not be signed, but he didn't expect that the other party actually signed it. It was different from what they thought before. Lin Shen did not find any clues, but was just bargaining. Then please ask the nobles to come out to complete the handover. Lin Shen said with a smile. In Gran's eyes, Lin Shen's smile was as cute as a red envelope falling from the sky. Of course, go and invite the statue. Gran looked at Lin Shen and said, Mr. Lin, the noble's planet contract. Take it. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to Chijiu. When things got to this point, they were powerless to stop them. The key was that Chijiu could not confirm whether there was any problem with the holy image, so he didn't dare to stand up by himself. Anyway, Lin Shen took the blame, so he simply gave up and took out the planet contracts of the 3 planets and threw them to Lin Shen in anger. Lin Shen took the planet contract and took it in his hand, and then took it to Gran. Gran reached out to pick it up, but Lin Shen shook his hand back and said lightly, take the money with one hand and the other hand and deliver the goods. Chapter 787 Please be careful. Of course. Gran urged people to take the statue of the gods. Soon, the statue of the gods was pushed over with the base and placed in front of Lin Shen. Lord Glan, this is the statue of the god of heaven that we have identified before, right? Lin Shen asked as he looked at the statue of the god of heaven. That's of course. Our emperor barbarians are a race that values integrity and will never do anything to replace the pillars. Lord Lin can make someone identify it. Glan said confidently. Of course, this is the statue they identified, because that is fake, so why should they change it? The holy statue is transformed from the immortal life foundation, right? Lin Shen asked Gran again. That's right, this is what is transformed from the immortal life foundation of the celestial race. Apart from the celestial race, there should be no second race in the world that can give birth to such a life foundation. Gran smiled. Chijiu thought about it and decided to ask Master Qing Yan to go up and check it out to see if he could find the problem. Although he knew it was unlikely that he would see the problem again, and it was unlikely that the Emperor Barbarians would replace the pillars at this time, but what if? Who knew that Lin Shen didn't even give him this opportunity? Lin Shen walked towards the statue of the gods and said, I believe in the integrity of the nobles. I can just take a look at it casually, and there is no need to appraise it. Shijochi's face was already distorted, but Gran was very happy and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Mr. Lin is a cheerful person. Our Emperor Barbarians like cheerful people the most. Lord Lin is always a friend of our Emperor Barbarians. I also like the Emperor Barbarians very much, and hope to maintain permanent friendship with the nobles. Lin Shen stood in front of the statue and said as he looked at the statue. Glan wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Lin Shen's face change.
he suddenly turned his head, stared at Glan with a gloomy face and said, "Sir Glan, what do you mean?"
"What does it mean?"
The granites were stunned, not knowing what Lin Shen meant.
"This is not the holy icon we have identified before."
As soon as Lin Shen said this, everyone on both sides was stunned.
"Impossible. This is the statue of the god."
Gran quickly looked at the statue carefully, but did not see any problem.
"No."
Lin Shen still had a cold face and said only 2 words. Seeing Lin Shen so sure, Gran was a little confused and quickly asked someone to come and evaluate. The identification result was soon revealed, which was the statue of the god.
"Mr. Lin, you don't want to go back on your word again, right?"
Gran's face also turned cold. The agreement has been completed now, and it's impossible to say that you will go back on your word now.
Lin Shen ignored Gran, walked to the statue, pointed at the statue and said, "Sir, Gran, the statue is transformed from the Immortal's Life Foundation, right?"
"That's right,"
Gran replied without hesitation.
"Although this statue of the god of heaven is fake, it is indeed transformed from the immortal life foundation of the heavenly race, but it is not the fate foundation of the first immortal person of the heavenly race.
The life foundation of the first immortal of my celestial race is the Angel of Light. The wings of the Angel of Light are the wings of light.
The feathers are as thin as light, but the feathers are as thick as hair. They are not the statue of the god we saw that day,"
Lin Shen said.
"The life foundation has made spirituality, after endless years of erosion, is no different from fossils, and the texture becomes rough, and it is normal,"
Gran explained. "Then how do you explain that the fingers of the Angel of Light are so slender?"
"You should know that the Angel of Light is a fighting angel, a symbol of strength, and a symbol of masculinity.
The fingers should be slender and powerful, and the fingers should obviously be thinner,"
Lin Shen continued. Gran wanted to explain, but Lin Shen did not give him a chance to speak, and directly pointed out the questions that Coco had mentioned before.
Chijiao and the others were stunned.
They had not discovered these problems before, or their understanding of the celestial statues was really limited. Such problems cannot be seen only by documents and materials, as well as those repaired images. After all, after the erosion of time, some subtle changes will occur in the statue of the gods, which is inevitable. The reason why the Emperor Barbarians can discover these problems is because the true and false statues of gods are in their hands, and they can only discover these subtle problems after comparing them. There is absolutely no problem with the statue of God.
"Lord Lin, why don't you talk about these problems before?
When you identified it before, it was this statue of God. There would be no mistake. If there is any problem, it is also that you did not clearly identify it." Gran was a little panicked. Obviously this sentence had not been carefully considered. "Master Glan, your Emperor Barbarians fool people and play the trick of stealing the wrongs and replacing pillars should also be more realistic.
Do you think of us as a fool when fooling us with such a thing?"
Lin Shen said coldly. "I can't understand Lord Lin's words. This is obviously a real statue of a god. Why do you think of you as a fool?" Gran curled his lips. He would never recognize him no matter what, let alone he didn't change it.
"This is the foundation of the immortal, right?" Lin Shen asked again. "Mr. Lin, how many times do you want me to say it?"
"This is the basis of the immortal's life, and it is the true statue of the gods."
Glan was certainly sure.
"Okay." Lin Shen reached out to grab the statue, and his fingers touched the statue. The statue was like stone wrought. He grabbed one of them and turned into a scum.
"Is this the statue of the god transformed by the foundation of the immortal life?"
Lin Shen threw the scum in his hand on the ground, and then grabbed the statue of the god. The statue of the god was really like a scum in his hand. He grabbed it casually and broke into a scum. "Is this the integrity of your imperial barbarians?" Everyone was stunned, and Gran opened his mouth wide and looked at the statue of the god being caught by Lin Shen in disbelief. Even he himself began to doubt whether the statue of the god had been replaced. Lin Shen became more and more angry as he spoke. He reached out and patted his hand, and the statue of the god suddenly shattered all over the ground.
"Master Glan, please ask your Emperor Barbarians to use snacks and treat others as fools?"
Lin Shen cursed angrily.
Gran was stupid, Chi Jio was stupid. No one expected that such a thing would happen. Lin Shen is definitely not an immortal. Even if he is an immortal, he will not be able to beat the immortal foundation like Tofu. Come, appraisal.
The Gran was already panicked, but his mind was still clear, so he quickly called someone to come an appraisal. But there is no need to identify it at all. The people from the Emperor Barbarians came over and picked up a piece of fragments with their hands, and they turned into scum with one pinch. Such a texture could never be a thing made of the immortal life foundation. The scene became extremely strange for a moment, and cold sweat kept coming out on the foreheads of Glan and others.
Mr. Glan, please give us an explanation. We used the planet to exchange for the holy images, but you have changed the pillars and used a fake to fool us. Do you really think that our celestial races are all bullied?
Lin Shen angrily scolded Glan, but his eyes glanced at Chijo. Chijo finally came back from the shock, looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and then stood in front of Gran. You are such despicable behavior, humiliating my celestial race. If the Emperor and Barbarians cannot give us an explanation, our clan will not be able to give up.
Chapter 788 Complete the transaction.
Faced with the criticism of the officials of the envoys, Gran was a little worried and could not explain clearly for a moment. Gran saw Lin Shen, who was sitting behind leisurely, as if nothing had happened, suddenly realized that he was the pure fool. Although he didn't know why the fake statues of the gods were broken, it was certain that Lin Shen had known that the statues of the gods were fake, otherwise he would not be able to describe the problem of the fake statues of the gods. Everything Lin Shen said is exactly the same as the true statue of the gods, which shows that he had planned it long ago. He clearly knew that the statue of the gods was fake, but when he was diagnosed before, he didn't say anything and waited until he signed the agreement before he suddenly attacked. Oops. Gran then realized that the reason why Lin Shen had attacked after signing the agreement was troublesome. If he stopped Lin Shen just now and did not let Lin Shen destroy the fake statue of the god of heaven, then there would be room for revolt. But now that the fake statue of the god of heaven and man is destroyed, it means there is no evidence of death. Although both parties can say whatever they want, no one will believe that such a thing like Tofu will be a real statue of the god of heaven and man. Gran regretted it very much, and blamed himself for not despising Lin Shen, and should not let Lin Shen touch the statue of the gods at will.
That guy is determined to kill me.
Glan glared at Lin Shen fiercely and said loudly, "It was you who damaged the statue of the gods.
I haven't asked you to compensate you yet. You actually want me to compensate. Why should I compensate? Okay, you want us to compensate, right? We will compensate your artwork.
You will compensate us for the real statue of the gods,"
Chi Jio said with a sneer.
The two sides were in a quarrel again. Gran knew that the situation was no longer something he could solve, so he could only leave the conference room again to report to General Sassoon. At this time, General Sassoon was waiting for news with Tianjoyo. Once the Emperor Barbarians got the planet contract from the Tianran tribe, they could trade the real statue of the Tianran god to Tianjoyo. At that time, the Heavenly Man race spent a lot of money to buy a fake statue of the Heavenly Man. The true statue of the Heavenly Man race, which represents the orthodox status of the Heavenly Man race, appears in the hands of Tianjoyo again. Emperor Tianshu lost his face and lost his money, and it will immediately become the biggest joke in the universe, enough for people of all races to talk about it for a long time after dinner. Lin Shen is indeed a cunning person. He actually bargained the price temporarily, causing the Tianran to release 4 less planets. General Sassoon was obviously a little unwilling to accept it, and he also wanted to blame Tianjoyo, implying that his information was inaccurate.
Tianjoyo said, "It's just a little cleverness. In the end, I fell into your plan by General. No matter how clever he is, he would never imagine that it would be a fake statue of a god." His words were complimenting Sassoon, but he also reminded Sassoon that the statue of the god who was a real person was taken out by him. Without him, the statue of the gods who are fake and real, and the people of the gods who are not able to identify problems, this plan would be difficult to implement. Before General Sassoon said anything, the communication suddenly rang. He took a look at it and called by Gran. Sassoon connected the conversation, thinking that Gran had already settled the deal. The General. Something happened. Gran said with an ugly face. What's going on? That human boy regrets it again? Didn't sign a contract? Sassoon frowned. No, signing. Gran said.
When they heard that they had signed the contract, Sassoon and Tianjoyo were slightly relieved. As long as they signed the contract, they were fine.
Has he discovered the problem of the statue of the gods? Sassoon said lightly.
Even if the other party finds something wrong now, it is too late. As long as they don't admit that there is something wrong, they signed the appointment by themselves, and the Heavenly Man tribe will not even have the chance to renege. Lin Shen said that the statue we took out was not the one they identified.
Gran said hurriedly. If they say no, then it's not?
You won't take out the images from their last identification and compare them directly. As long as they are the same as the statue they identified last time, even if it is fake, they will have to collect it. Sassoon said coldly.
I can't compare.
The bitterness on Gran's face was about to overflow. Lin Shen, I took the statue into a scum.
It's outrageous.
The Heavenly Man tribe dared to take action on the territory of our emperor and barbarians.
They are seeking death.
Sassoon was furious.
No action, Gran said, gritting his teeth. How could I break the statue without taking action?
Sassoon was stunned when he heard this. I just took a quick photo and the statue of God broke like a tofu.
General, could it be that our statue of God is wrong? Could it be that we took the wrong statue?
Otherwise, how could the statue of God be broken when touched, said Gran. Seisin and Tianjoyo were stunned when they heard this, and they broke with a random slap.
How could this be possible?
Although it is a fake, it is transformed from the Immortal Life Foundation. Except that it is not the Immortal Life Foundation of the first immortal person of the celestial race, it is actually not much different from the real one.
It is not made of tofu, so how can it become a tofu shit after touching it?
Not to mention that Lin Shen, a Nirvana person, cannot do it. Even an ordinary immortal person, it is difficult to achieve this level.
It's broken when you touch it. No skills? No power of Nirvana? Sassoon asked skeptically.
No, nothing is useless. It just slaps with bare hands. When we reach out and grab it, we can get a handful of scum. Our people also checked it. The materials just shattered at the touch.
It is impossible to be immortal material. Gran said. Tianjoyo, what's going on? Didn't you say that the fake statue of the God of Heaven is also transformed from an ancient immortal life foundation of the heavenly race? Why would it be broken when touched? Sassoon looked at Tianjoyo and asked.
Impossible, that is, it is transformed from the immortal's life foundation. Not to mention touching it, even if an ordinary immortal's attack with all his strength, at most it will crack it. It is impossible to turn into a tofu like he said.
It must be the one Lin Shen's trick. Tianjoyo looked ugly and didn't know what to do for a moment.
You can show me how to use skills or the power of Nirvana.
Find a Nirvana person to come over and turn an immortal life foundation into pieces.
Sassoon snorted coldly. General, don't worry, there must be a reason for this.
We have to investigate it first. Tianjoyo said. Sassoon ignored him and looked at Gran and asked, what do Lin Shen say?
They insisted that this was not the statue of the gods they identified that day. We wanted to hand over the real statue of the gods they identified, otherwise they would return the penalty for liquidated damages 3 times as agreed.
Gran had no choice but to ask, General, what do you think you are going to do now? What else can I do?
Give them the real statue of the gods and gods to complete the transaction.
Sassoon said. General, no.
We agreed that the real statue of the God of Heaven and Man is to be sold to me.
Tianjoyo was shocked when he heard this and quickly stood up to stop him.
The clues of the statue of the gods you brought are seen by people. That is because your Taoism is not good enough.
If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Sassoon said with a gloomy face, it's okay if you want the statue of the gods.
You can hand over the 3 times the liquidated damages, and then we will trade again.
Tianjoyo stopped talking at once. The threefold penalty was 9 basic variable planets. In addition, he purchased the resources of the god statues of the gods. If he could take out such a huge amount, he would not need to play such a trick. Chapter 789. The spaceship was robbed. Chi Jiao and the officials of the group of envoys felt like they were dreaming. The Emperor Barbarians actually said that they had pulled the wrong statue of the god, and then brought in a dilapidated statue of the god 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 of. After being identified by the appraiser of the Tianren tribe, this statue not only meets the standards of the Tianren statue, but also the points Lin Shen mentioned are one by one, so how they are true. But they were still not sure and all turned their attention to Lin Shen. However, the people of the Emperor Barbarians, like defending against thieves, did not let him get started. Every time Lin Shen approached the statue a little, he scared Gran and the others into a cold sweat. He hurriedly reached out to stop him, for fear that he would smash the statue again. This is a real statue of God. If it is broken, it will not be able to become the third statue of God. No one can afford this responsibility. It seems that there is no problem, so let's start handing over. Lin Shen retreated aside with a smile. Gran breathed a sigh of relief, forced a smile to complete the handover with the representatives of the Tianren tribe. Chi Jiao and others completed the handover like sleepwalking. Chi Jiao, who was supposed to be in charge of the overall situation, was like a primary apprentice who had not yet graduated. Every time he made a decision, he had to look at Lin Shen's eyes. Until the handover was completed and the statue of the gods was transported directly onto the spaceship, Chi Jiao still felt a little unreal. Is this a real statue of a god? Chi Jiao couldn't help but ask Lin Shen on the side. It should be true. Haven't you all identified it? Lin Shen said with a smile. Chi Jiao suddenly didn't know what to say, and his eyes were a little resentful. He trusted Master Qingyan and his appraisal before, but now, if Lin Shen said that this thing was fake, he really couldn't believe Master Qingyan and his friends. I think it should be true. Lin Shen felt a little uncomfortable when Chi Jiao looked at it, and then said, this time we only use 3 planets to exchange for the statue of the gods. It should be considered as completing the mission successfully, right? It's not just perfect, it should be said that it's over-completed the task. Thanks to Lord Lin, you are here, otherwise we will be deceived by those ingrimacy bastards of the Emperor Barbarians. Chi Jiao was angry after thinking about it. Although Lin Shen can take the blame, if he really exchanged the 7 planets for a fake, he would really not be able to bear the cowardly aura. At that time, the foreign race will not care who signed the word, and the entire Tianren race will become a laughingstock. It is the result of everyone's efforts. Without your arguments, the Emperor Barbarians would not easily hand over the real statue of the gods. Lin Shen said. Chi Jiao's eyes when he looked at Lin Shen became more and more strange. The human being was able to say such words at this time, obviously telling them that he would not enjoy the credit alone, nor would he expose the mistakes they made. As long as Lin Shen does not understand the matter thoroughly, the senior executives of the Tianren clan will not know the stupid things they did in the negotiations, which is equivalent to making contributions to the great changes. The result after returning can be said to be very different. For a time, many officials of the envoy's mission changed drastically,
and most of the officials felt a little grateful to Lin Shen, and their eyes were no longer as before.
Director Lin, what should I say? Chi Jio looked ashamed.
He was only thinking about letting Lin Shen take the blame, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen not only welcomed the real statue of the gods, but also paid for 3 relatively poor planets. Even Chi Jio felt like he was turning around, as if he was riding a roller coaster. He could not even think about what would happen in the next second, which was really hard to figure out. The other officials of the envoys were half respectful and half grateful to Lin Shen, and they did not dare to look down on the close ministers around Emperor Tianshu.
Lin Shen knew about his own affairs.
If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet that Coco and was taken to see the real statue of the gods, he would not be much stronger than Chi Jio.
Who is that Coco?
Lin Shen was confused. He had a vague guess, but he could not confirm it. He also checked the internet, but he did not find any information about Kiki. He also saw photos of some powerful and famous young people from the Emperor Barbarians on Tianwang. There was no such person either. At this time, in the Emperor Barbarian Star Palace, a small eunuch was having a meal with the Emperor Barbarian Emperor Sassoon XI. If Lin Shen was here, he would find that the little emperor of the Emperor and Barbarians was actually the Coco he had seen in the screening hall.
Your Majesty, are you happy about this? Seeing the emperor laughing while eating, the little eunuch couldn't help laughing out loud. He was very confused and didn't know what was so funny when he had a meal. It's nothing, I just feel happy. The little emperor said with a smile, but he couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. He was really so happy. He had been on the throne for so long and had never been as happy as he was today. After so many years, he finally won once and finally made that person suffer a secret loss. The alliance between Tian Zhuoyou and the old thief had a crack, and the Yuxing and Chiguangxing did not fall into the hands of the old thief. His plan to establish the Western Conference League may have to be delayed for a while. I still have a chance. The little emperor thought of that person and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. Interesting guy, I thought he could only make this deal bad at most. I didn't expect that he could do this, so I underestimated him. If there were more such talents around me, maybe my situation wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. Are you leaving now? You don't even say hello. Catherine was very unhappy.
Lin Shen left Di Mangxing without even notifying her. She had obviously given her message number to Lin Shen. Lin Shen naturally had no mood to contact Catherine. If he did not transport the statue of the gods back to the Zenith Star, the mission would not be over. The spacecraft was the most dangerous during this period of sailing, and everyone was excited, afraid of any accident. But whenever you are afraid, the spaceship flying at high speed suddenly became like a car that was being mounted, and was unable to move no matter how the power was activated.
Lin Shen's face looked very bad. If he had such power, he might not be an ordinary person.
The immortal guard in Chi Jio immediately burst out with terrifying immortal laws and light, and rushed out of the spaceship directly and guarded the spaceship around it. Lin Shen stood in the control room of the spacecraft and saw more than a dozen people of different races surrounding the spacecraft in the starry sky outside. The space around them was distorted and deformed, and they were obviously immortals with immortal laws. The space nearby was twisted, and the entire spacecraft was in a twisted space, making it difficult to move at all.
That's Tian Zhuoyou.
The master Qing Yan next to him saw one of the gray-haired heavenly beings, and his face changed drastically and he said in horror.
Damn it, I don't want any face anymore.
I just started to do it in the territory of the Emperor Barbarians. Lin Shen cursed in his heart, feeling that the situation was not good. Adding Chi Jio to them, there are only 6 immortals in total. Not to mention more than a dozen immortals on the opposite side, one of them is Tian Zhuoyou.
Chapter 794 Rules.
Chi Jio and others used their own immortal laws to protect the spaceship, so that the spaceship could not be disintegrated directly under the power of the other party's laws. The leader of Tian Zhuoyou looked at Chi Jio from the void and said coldly, "Young man, leave behind the statue of the gods of heaven and man.
Seeing that they are both bloodlines of heaven and man, you will be alone.
Traitor, you have been expelled from the heavenly man clan long ago.
Don't mess with blood, you are not worthy." Chi Jio snorted coldly.
Very good, very personality, Diali, go and try this ninth master of the Qi family.
How good is it? Tian Zhuoyo said to a female immortal. It's just my wish.
The immortal person directly summoned an immortal spiritual foundation in the form of a spear, and blasted towards Qizhou from afar through the void. Qizhou watched the silver spear fly over like lightning, but he just coldly pulled out a knife-shaped spiritual foundation and threw it into the void. One spear and one sword seemed to flash and impact in the void like two lightning, leaving behind flashes and explosions.
This is the first time Lin Shen has seen an immortal-level battle. He has never had any experience in fighting in the void before.
It feels very novel when he sees it for the first time.
Although ascenders in Nirvana can also rely on spiritual foundations or life foundations to fight long-range battles, the combat distance is actually not too far, and the combat distance of the immortal level is obviously much farther.
Like the distance between them now, it may take a long time to get close to the other party at Lin Shen's speed. During this period, the other party has launched many rounds of long-range strikes. The immortal level combat distance is too far, and the speed is too fast.
Oh Yang Yu said from the side.
He could only see the flowing light colliding in the void, creating waves of explosions, and he couldn't see clearly how the two immortal spiritual foundations fought. Lin Shen actually couldn't see clearly either. His speed and eyesight were only Nirvana level, and he could not keep up with the speed and rhythm of the immortal level.
This is just a temptation.
The real battle has not begun yet, said the Green Eye Master on the side.
Is this kind of battle just a test?
Lin Shen was a little surprised. In his opinion, the power generated by the collision of the spirit base may have already destroyed some asteroids, and this is actually just a test. Master Qing Yan explained, the power is only an auxiliary to the immortal level battle, and it is mainly a collision of the power of the law. If the law is restrained, no matter how strong the power is, it is difficult to win. Even if the opponent's laws cannot be restrained, at least they cannot be restrained. Only when the power and skills can play a role.
How do you know if the law will be restrained? Lin Shen asked.
Master Qing Yan said, the law of immortality is divided into 4 levels, the law of the past, the law of reality, the law of the future and the law of immortality.
The law of the past is the most common and easiest to be restrained.
It is the law created by the predecessors.
Later generations only learned this law along the path of the predecessors.
Most of these laws have been studied very thoroughly, and the degree of learning is different, and the abilities are uneven, so they are more easily restrained. Most immortals have laws of the past. The law of reality is also a law that has been created by someone in the past, but if you understand this law yourself, instead of learning the laws of your predecessors, it is a law of self-enlightenment. Although this law has existed before, it cannot be called the law of the past, but it is called the law of reality. Although the law of reality is a law that has existed in the past, because everyone has different understandings, the laws formed will also have some different changes, which is relatively difficult to restrain. The law of the future is the most difficult to restrain, because if you want to have the law of the future, you must understand a kind of law power that you have never had before. No one knows what your law power is. It is unprecedented and unheard of, and it is even more difficult to restrain it. The laws of the past, the laws of reality and the laws of the future are all verified by the laws of the universe. If someone understands a law of the future, he will be recognized by the laws of the universe and can name this law by himself. In the future, no matter how many people understand this law, whether it is the laws of the past or the laws of the reality, this law will only be called this one name. For example, the famous Heim law is because the immortal Heim is the first person to understand Heim law and name it. In the future, people will not change their names through learning or self-understanding of Heim law. Those who understand the laws of the future seem to be stronger than others in the use of the power of the law, which is difficult for future generations to surpass. It may be because of the talent, or it may be because the universe has some kind of blessing mechanism for those who understand the laws of the future. Where is the law of immortality? Lin Shen also studied what Master Qing Yan said. The laws of the past are the easiest to understand, the laws of reality are the second, and the laws of the future are the most difficult to understand. That is because in this era, all kinds of laws have been understood, and it is really difficult to understand an unprecedented law.
This is like giving a name to a game character. At the beginning, when there were fewer people on the game server, you would not repeat any name. But if billions of people enter the game, it would probably not be that easy to think of a name that does not repeat with others. Of course, understanding the rules is different from naming.
Names can be erratic, but the rules need to follow the rules and cannot be fabricated out of thin air. The law of immortality is too difficult.
It is the true invincible law.
Every law is the iron law of the universe, which cannot be violated, irreversed, or changed. Under the law of immortality, even if the law of immortality is destroyed, the law of immortality cannot be shaken.
No one can restrain the law of immortality, and it is not possible to be an immortal law. The same law of immortality is only allowed to exist in one person. As long as that person is not dead, no second person in the world can understand the law of immortality. Since ancient times, immortality has not met. If we meet each other, it is difficult for the world to meet. Now in this universe, we know clearly that the Master's immortal law is only a dozen people. And the director of the Heavenly Man Academy of our tribe, is the owner of the immortal law and is invincible to the existence of the universe. Master Qing Yan looked very proud when he talked about an What immortal law does Dinan have? Lin Shen asked curiously.
I heard it is a law of space. What is the specific law, then it is unknown.
Master Qing Yan shook his head and said.
As the few people talked, the battle outside had changed. The two spiritual foundations that were originally fighting, the silver spears in which suddenly burst out a strange force, twisting the void. Its sword-shaped spiritual foundation was suddenly as if it was in a disordered state, like a headless fly flying around, unable to continue to resist the silver spear. The silver spear directly crossed the sword-shaped spiritual foundation, slashed through the void like lightning, and arrived in front of Chijio with a 100-meter-long silver light, trying to penetrate Chijio's body.
Chapter 791 The Forbidden Zone of Heaven.
Chijio snorted coldly, punched out, directly shattering the light of the silver spear. Even the silver spear itself was blown into pieces by him and disintegrated into the void.
Chijio is worthy of being the 9th strongest man in the Qi family. The power of that punch is so strong.
Lin Shen exclaimed. Because of the previous relationship, Lin Shen had a slight illusion, and Chijio seemed to feel that he didn't feel very good. However, after seeing this punch, Lin Shen had to admit that he was a serious immortal, much better than the immortal one of the Super Burning Clan.
It's not just that it's strong power.
The immortal law that the spear spirit basically possesses should be of the spatial dislocation type, which makes the spiritual foundation of the 9 masters confused. If you can't control that law, no matter how strong the 9 masters have, it will not hit it. Therefore, it is the law power of the 9 masters that restrains its laws, and then the power bursts.
Master Qing Yan explained. That's the reason.
Lin Shen nodded repeatedly, thinking in his mind that if he was promoted to immortality, he didn't know what kind of laws he could understand. The ideal situation is naturally to understand the law of immortality, but the law of immortality itself is very rare, and the immortality law that predecessors already possessed cannot be understood, which is too difficult.
What are the rules of the 9 masters? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked again.
The law is the biggest secret of the immortals themselves.
No one will easily reveal their own laws.
The 9 masters rarely take action, and few people know what his laws are.
Master Qing Yan thought for a while and said, it may be the same space-like laws. Diali's spiritual foundation was destroyed, but she was not angry at all.
Instead, she smiled and said, so you are the law of the space system.
So what?
So what if it is not?
Chijio said coldly. Since it is the law of the space system, you should have heard of it, right? Diali said, suddenly summoning her life foundation. It was an hourglass, all over golden.
The glass funnel outside looked like gold crystals, and the particles inside looked even more like gold sand.
Golden hourglass. Her life base is actually a golden hourglass.
Then her immortal law should be that the space is still. Master Qing said in horror.
Is the law of space static very powerful?
Lin Shen said, looking at the golden hourglass curiously. Although the laws of the past are the easiest to be restrained, the abilities of the laws themselves are different. It does not mean that the laws of the past are necessarily weaker than the laws of reality and the laws of the future. Laws like spatial stillness, even the laws of the past, have extremely practical effects. Even if they have the laws of the future, it is probably difficult to be stronger than them. Master Qing Yan said with an ugly face, space stillness is the law that can play an unparalleled role no matter how many people have learned it. It just depends on the depth of her Taoist practice. I heard that a strong person with spatial stillness can make a galaxy enter a state of static for a long time. I don't know how far this Diali's spatial stillness can achieve. As if it was confirming the words of Master Qing Yan, when the golden hourglass came out, everything around seemed to be still. Even the fragments of silver spears that had disintegrated everywhere stopped in the void, looking extremely strange, as if time had stopped. Qi Jiao and the others seemed to have lost their ability to move. Standing there, Diali shot out a beam of light and directly bombarded Qi Jiao's head through the void. Seeing that the beam was about to explode Qi Jiao's head, Qi Jiao remained motionless. Bang! My head burst and exploded. But it was not Qi Jiao's head that exploded, but Diali's head that exploded. Everyone was stunned when they saw this reversal. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu didn't see why Qi Jiao was not at all, but Diali's head exploded. Ah! The law of the 9 masters is actually mirror space. Ha ha! We don't have to worry now. Master Qing Yan laughed. Can the mirror space law rebound the opponent's attack back? Lin Shen asked. It's not rebounding, but mirroring. I can't explain clearly. Anyway, it's a very strong and difficult rule to comprehend. In history, immortals who can comprehend the laws of mirror space can count with one hand. The laws of mirror space are not afraid of the genius at all. No matter how many immortals they have, it's useless. Their power will only hurt themselves. Master Qing Yan obviously doesn't know much about mirror space, and only knows that the laws of mirror space can rebound and damage. Yes, the 9th-ranked Qi family is actually the owner of the mirror space law. It seems that the Tianren clan has made some progress over the years. Tian Zhuoyo saw that Diali was killed, but he had no reaction at all. Instead, he looked at Qi Jiao with interest. Tian Zhuoyo, if you don't let go, I will get rid of you, the traitor for the Tianren. Qi Jiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the escaped golden hourglass, which was sucked into his palm, forcibly suppressing it. His mirror space law is already extremely powerful, and now he has the help of the golden hourglass space static ability, which is even more powerful. The morale of the people on the Tianren tribe is greatly boosted. Although there are more than a dozen immortals on the other side, he doesn't feel so scared. It seems that I have left the Tianren clan for too long. Even juniors like you dare to shout in front of me. Tian Zhuoyo smiled and said, well, today I will let you juniors open your eyes and see what kind of existence the real strongman who beat an E in Tianshu back then was. Tian Zhuoyo said, with a wave of his hand, a green jade umbrella life foundation broke out of the air, floating in the void, and bursting out thousands of green lights, like a green roulette, spinning in the void. The divine light burst out on Qi Jiao's body, and at the same time, the golden hourglass was sacrificed to make the jade umbrella still. But as soon as the golden hourglass took action, it was illuminated by the green light and instantly dyed green, but it lost its function, floating aimlessly in the void like space garbage. The light on Qi Jiao and others was also dyed by the green light. For a moment, the light disappeared, and the shells on their bodies were dyed green, as if they had turned into jade statues, and they lost their balance and floated around in the void. What the hell is that? Lin Shen was shocked. Such a powerful Qi Jiao was so easily dealt with by Tian Zhuoyo, and even the other immortals were finished. This was too terrifying. Master Qing Yan's body trembled, his face disappeared without a trace of blood. He said with a pale face, it's over, it's over. Tian Zhuoyo's law is actually the immortal law of Heaven Forbidden Area. We are dead. Chapter 792 Tianjuyu. What is the role of the Forbidden Zone in the Kingdom of Heaven? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. The light radiated in the jade umbrella turned everyone and things into jade, but that was just the power of nirvana and skills, not the power of laws. Lin Shen didn't see the clues at all what the law power of Tian Zhuoyo was.
The law of the forbidden area of the kingdom of heaven is the power of the forbidden law. All laws in the kingdom of heaven will be invalid unless it is an immortal law.
Master Qin Yan said with a bitter face, the forbidden area of the kingdom of heaven was previously an invincible law understood by an emperor of our heavenly man clan, but it has been lost in the heavenly man clan for countless billions of years and has long become a legend. I didn't expect that the traitor of Tianjoyo would actually have the law of the kingdom of heavenly man clan.
No, you said that the immortal law is an absolutely invincible law.
Then the forbidden area of the heavenly kingdom can prohibit all laws.
This should be an iron law. If other immortal laws can be spared, wouldn't it mean that the iron law of the immortal law will be broken?
If other immortal laws can be forbidden, the iron law of other immortal laws will be broken.
Isn't this a contradiction? Lin Shen frowned. Master Qin Yan was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is there any point in discussing this now? Of course it makes sense.
Since there is a contradictory situation, there is only one explanation. The law of Tianjoyo is not a forbidden area in the kingdom of heaven, or the forbidden area in the kingdom of heaven is not an immortal law, but just an ordinary law.
Even if Tianjoyo's is not the immortal law, is there any difference? Master Qin Yan was still a little confused. What's the use of struggling with this question now?
Of course there is a difference.
If it is an immortal law, we don't even have room for resistance. If it is just an ordinary law, maybe we can still struggle.
Lin Shen said, looking at Tianjoyo and others who were approaching the spaceship.
Struggle? How to struggle?
Master Qin Yan was stunned by Lin Shen's words. There was a dozen immortals outside, and there was another move in seconds, including Qijio and the 6 immortals.
How could they resist? Boom!
Master Qin Yan had not figured out this problem yet. When Tianjoyo came to the nearest of the spaceship, he just waved his hand and the huge spaceship instantly disintegrated and turned into countless parts and flew around.
Lin Shen and others fell out of the spaceship. Lin Shen, we finally meet.
Tianjoyo looked at Lin Shen, who had stabilized his body in the void, and said with a smile, squinted his eyes.
If you have a choice, I still hope we will never meet.
Lin Shen sighed. He didn't know if his body could withstand the power of Tianjoyo. Although the immortals of the Super Burning Clan had no choice but to deal with him before, Tianjoyo was obviously different. He was not an existence that could be compared with that immortal of Taurus.
What's more, there are more than a dozen immortals around him.
Lin Shen doesn't think that he can solve these people by relying on his own strength. But now there is no chance to escape. The power of the law has always existed, and the teleportation watch cannot be activated.
Tianjoyo laughed. If you are willing to vote for me, you will be your own family in the future. Tianshu uses you like a dog, but I will give you more rights and respect. If you are willing, I can even accept you as your adopted son. In the future, you will follow me and everything from Joyo Group will have a chance to inherit.
Lin Shen is not Xiaoyu, otherwise he would have been called his adoptive father now. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't hold back his face and suffers from it.
He is talking about people like Lin Shen. I wonder how many adopted sons you have. Lin Shen asked. Not many. If you want, you will become my 13th son. Tianjoyo was not in a hurry to take action.
Although Lin Shen ruined his good deeds, Tianjoyo felt that Lin Shen was a useful person.
If he could take him under his sect, it would be worth it.
Of course, this is not only because of Lin Shen's performance in the Emperor Barbarians, but also because of the identity of Lin Shen's Dean of the Heavenly Master Academy and a close minister of Emperor Tianshu. Being able to bring the close ministers of Emperor Tianshu to his own disciples, not only slap Emperor Tianshu in the face, but also dig out some secrets of Emperor Tianshu from Lin Shen. It is best to dig out the dirty things that Emperor Tianshu did and publish them to the public so that the heavenly race and the entire universe know what Emperor Tianshu was. Unfortunately, Lin Shen, a nominal close minister of Emperor Tianshu, doesn't even know what Emperor Tianshu looks like, let alone what the Emperor Tianshu is secret.
You have so many adopted sons. When will it be my turn to inherit the family business?
Otherwise, you will kill all the other adopted sons first, and I will consider whether to recognize you as your adopted father. Lin Shen said casually and delayed the time, while thinking about how to escape this disaster. The space was affected, and teleportation was no longer realistic. If you ran at their speed, Tianzhuo asked them to run for a few hours first, and they couldn't escape.
If he fights, Lin Shen doesn't think he can beat Tianzhuo.
The Emperor barbarians are so shameless. They took our money, but they still wanted to kill us. Lin Shen really wanted to go back and destroy the Emperor barbarians. Without the acquiescence of the Emperor barbarians, no matter how bold Tianzhuo and the others were, they would never be able to kill them in such a place. In the final analysis, the Emperor barbarians never thought about letting them bring the statues of the gods back to the gods. The enemies of the two tribes for generations would rather sell them to Tianzhuo at a low price than let the celestial being bring the statue of the celestial being back. You can know what the mentality of the Emperor and barbarians are.
Renacious. Before Tianzhuo could speak, an immortal shouted coldly with a gloomy face. I'm talking to your father hasn't spoken yet. When is it your turn to bark here?
It's neither big nor small, and there are no rules at all. Lin Shen had guessed that this immortal must be one of the adopted sons of Tianzhuo, otherwise there would be no such big reaction. The immortal man was both angry and shocked when he heard Lin Shen's words.
Then he realized that he was only concerned about being angry and did not care about Tianzhuo. Thief, how can you instigate my relationship with my adopted father? The immortal cried out Lin Shen's thoughts and looked at Tianzhuo.
Tianzhuo just smiled and said, Jiang, the relationship between you and me is not something that outsiders can understand. He just let him go if he wants to, don't care. The General of Heaven felt relieved when he heard this, and said with a cold face, the foster father is kind-hearted, otherwise I will take your life. Lin Shen remained motionless and said lightly, I don't know what the relationship between you father and son is, but your adopted son looks like a useless waste. I think other adopted sons are not much better, and they are not as good as me together.
What's the use of you want them? Who are you talking about as a waste?
The General of Heaven was furious and directly summoned the Foundation of Life.
Chapter 793, Fight Against the General of Heaven. What's that? Gatlin in blue light?
Lin Shen saw that the life base summoned by the general in the sky was a super large Gatlin in dark blue and blue light on it, with a gun barrel of at least more than 3 meters. The General of Heaven pointed Gatlin Mingji's gun at Lin Shen, as if he would knock Lin Shen into a slag with just one order.
Lin Shen, I have some talent in thinking about you. I can't bear to see you die. I am so tolerant of you. Don't mislead yourself. Tianzhuo's face also turned cold.
Birds of a feather flock together, and I am not used to getting along with people who cannot get along with them. Lin Shen said lightly.
You really don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick.
The General of the Heaven looked at Tianzhuo. Seeing that Tianzhuo had no intention of stopping, his face suddenly became ferocious. The Gatlin-like life base opened fire directly, and suddenly saw blue light balls spraying towards Lin Shen.
Back, back.
Lin Shen shouted back Ouyang Yudu, who wanted to rush forward, and drew his sword and blocked in front. The people from the mission had already fled around and did not dare to stay near the forest. The General of Heaven originally thought that it was just a small clan Nirvana, and even if he had some skills, he could not stop his life-based attack. But he was soon surprised to find that Lin Shen waved his hands, and the sword and scabbard moves were extremely fierce, and the blue light balls were blocked. What's even more strange is that Lin Shen actually split the blue light balls, which surprised the immortals such as Tianzhuo.
Although the General of Heaven did not use the law of immortality, the power of immortality and the power of nirvana cannot be blocked by a nirvana.
What's more, the General of Heaven can be accepted as his adopted son by Tianzhuo, so he must have his own extraordinary features, and is beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. Although Lin Shen was beaten backwards, he blocked all the life-based attacks like Gatlin, which was really surprising.
No wonder I am so proud, I have some real skills. Tianzhuo nodded slightly when he saw it.
Seeing this, the general looked a little unfavorable, so he immediately increased his attack. The blue light bomb suddenly burst out, and it kept hitting Lin Shen like a blue meteor shower. Lin Shen's bloodlight sword technique was unfolded, and he was airtight, blocking all the light bullets, but his body was shocked and kept retreating. His power is far less than that of the General of Heaven, and it can be felt that the power of this general is not comparable to that of the immortals of the super burning tribe. Ouyang Yudu was behind Lin Shen, and as Lin Shen kept retreating, the jade bone demon umbrella held in his hand was ready to move. "Don't worry." Lin Shen seemed to sense something and said to Ouyang Yudu without looking back. Only then did Ouyang Yudu suppress the throbbing of the jade bone demon umbrella and continue to wait for the opportunity. No wonder Lin Shen is so arrogant. Such swordsmanship does have the capital to be arrogant. Tian Buwan, the fourth adopted son of Tian Joyo, said. Old Ten's crazy wall breaker life base has extremely strong ability to break, and its attack speed and lasting ability are extraordinary. Without using the law, it is not easy for ordinary immortals to block his attacks all the time. Lin Shen, a Nirvana man, can withstand such a long time, which is indeed very rare. Tian Joyo nodded. He hasn't used the carapace yet. Tian Buwan said. This child is indeed a bit magical. Another immortal also said, it's a pity that he is too arrogant and may not be used by you. As long as you use the right method, it is not difficult to tame a fierce horse. Tian Joyo said this. Everyone seemed to want to conquer Lin Shen after hearing what he meant. The general in heaven could not fight for a long time, and no longer had the patience, so he directly used the power of the law. Lin Shen suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming on his body. At the same time, he saw the light bomb sprayed from the other party's life base, turning from a meteor shower to a galaxy torrent, which suddenly surged several times, and both the quantity, speed, and strength were greatly enhanced. In such a terrifying torrent, no matter how well Lin Shen defended his sword skills, he could not be able to avoid water. Suddenly, a lot of light bullets passed through his defense and bombarded him. Boom! For a moment, the light explosion continued to explode, leaving behind a series of explosive light explosions in the void, and I don't know where Lin Shen was bombarded. What a pity! Such talents have to be the lackey of the Tianshu dog thief. If they can abandon the darkness and turn to the light, there will definitely be great potential in the future. Tian Joyo said regretfully. There are so many talents in the universe. People like this stubborn are not to be jealous. The general of heaven stopped attacking, thinking that Lin Shen must be dead, and said lightly. Tian Budian couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the continuous explosion of light. The general of the heaven wanted to say something else, but when he heard Tian Joyo exclaim, his heart jumped violently and turned to look at the void in the distance. I saw a figure standing in the void where the light burst disappeared, wearing a piece of armor with white background and black patterns, which looked very strange. Behind him, Ouyang Yu was still holding a jade umbrella, and there was no doubt that it was Lin Shen. I didn't die. The general of heaven was a little unbelievable. Within his heavenly formation law, all effects can be enhanced 10 times, and the number, speed, power, etc. of light bombs are 10 times that of normal times. There are not many such attacks that can be carried by immortals. Lin Shen was not beaten to death, which really surprised him. Tian Joyo also looked at Lin Shen with some suspicion. He knew how powerful the heavenly formation of the heavenly general was. The reason why he accepted the heavenly general as his adopted son was mostly because the combat ability of the heavenly formation was unparalleled. He gave the heavenly general the name of the heavenly general, which also meant that he was unparalleled in courage and was an invincible general. It is a bit unbelievable that Lin Shen, a Nirvana man, was able to survive in the heavenly formation. Lin Shen merged with the destiny, put on the armor transformed by the destiny, held the knife and scabbard in both hands, and his body was filled with a strange brilliance. The skills are fully opened, and the double skills of the destiny are blessed by the destiny. In addition, the nirvana power of the destiny is reversed by the destiny. Lin Shen's combat power has been rising again and again. The reason why he merged with the destiny now was naturally not to block the attack of the general of heaven. In fact, even if he did not merge with the destiny, the attack of the general of heaven could not kill him. Is that just that? Lin Shen looked at the general coldly and said disdainfully. The general of heaven was immediately furious and reached out to grab the crazy wallbreaker, and once again burst out with terrifying power. With the blessing of the heavenly formation, red lights also spread from the general of heaven into the crazy wallbreaker, causing a strange red light to appear in the gun body where the blue light originally rose. Boom!
A huge blue beam mixed with red light directly bombarded Lin Shen.
As the sky formation strengthened, the blue beam was incredibly fast. The void between the two seemed to have lost its distance, and the blue beam directly submerged Lin Shen's figure.
Chapter 794. The winner is the father. Tianzhuo was a little hesitant just now, thinking about whether to leave Lin Shen's life behind. He wanted to try again whether he could recruit him.
Seeing this, he could only sigh, "You can't be too arrogant, otherwise it's easy to break if you are too tough." But as soon as I finished speaking, I saw that the beam of light gradually shrank, gradually transformed from a river like a river to a small river, and from a river to a stream. I could already see Lin Shen's figure. Lin Shen crossed the knife and the scabbard in his hand, blocking the blue beam of light, and a blue beam mixed with red light hit it, separated by the crossed knife and the scabbard separated in different directions.
How could this happen?
The General of Heaven was shocked. He watched as he had his full force attack, and he actually split into pieces in front of Lin Shen, disappearing into the void, and even the last ray of light disappeared.
Even after watching like this, he couldn't see why Lin Shen could block his attack? It was simply unscientific. Is your power just like this?
Lin Shen looked at the general and said expressionlessly, "Your turn is over, it's my turn now." Lin Shen said, his body moving, his body like an ink painting, emitting a strange brilliance. The scum knife in his hand slashed out with his backhand, and an invisible sword energy broke through the void and slashed towards the general with a complicated expression. Lin Shen's sword energy is already very strong in the nirvana level, but facing the immortals, such sword energy is obviously not enough.
Not fast enough, not strong enough.
At such a long distance, Lin Shen's sword energy flew in the void. He flew for several seconds, but he still couldn't reach the heavenly general. If it were normal times, the General of Heaven would not take such an attack seriously. But Lin Shen's performance just now was too weird. Although no matter how you look at it, this sword would not pose any threat to him, the General of the Heaven did not dare to be negligent. He destroyed the crazy wall breaker with all his strength, and activated a terrifying beam of light again, and blasted towards the invisible sword energy that slowly cut through the void. The sword energy collided with the terrifying beam of light, and then a scene that everyone was incredible. The sword energy actually cut off the beam of light and rushed towards the general like a bamboo shoot. The General of Heaven was inexplicably shocked and flew away in horror, retreating but not daring to take the sword energy that seemed to be not fast and not strong.
Tian Buwan was amazed. It's really strange.
The sword energy clearly seems to be far inferior to the power of the 10th brother, so why did it cut off the crazy wall breaker's power so powerful?
This child is really extraordinary.
Tianzhuo's eyes were a little complicated, and he suddenly said to the shocked and suspicious general, "Ultra, please step back." The General of Heaven wanted to say something, but opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He wanted to say that he could deal with Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's knife just now made him feel at a loss, and he couldn't say anything like that. "Entertainment father, I'll capture him and hand him over to you for disposal."
Tian Buwan asked for his order.
"No, I want to subdue him personally."
"You can go and catch the other people back." Tianzhuo was moved and determined to take Lin Shen back.
"Yes."
Everyone took the order and chased the fleeing envoy officials. Tianzhuo stood with his hands behind his back and did not attack Lin Shen immediately. After the others walked away, he smiled and said to Lin Shen, "How about you and I bet?"
"How to bet?"
Lin Shen asked.
"I'll let you cut 3 swords. If you can hurt me at all, even if you just cut the corner of my clothes, I will let you leave and will never hurt your hair."
Tianzhuo said. "What if I can't hurt you?" Lin Shen asked again.
"Then come to my school and be my 13th adopted son,"
Tianzhuo said with a smile.
Originally, Tianzhuo thought that the proposal of such a condition was a great preferential treatment for Lin Shen, and Lin Shen must have no reason to refuse. But who knew Lin Shen said, "This is unfair."
Since it is a bet, it must be absolutely fair. If I lose, I will be your adopted son. Why do you lose but you don't have to pay anything? If you lose, you should be my adopted son the same way. Tianzhuo was not angry when he heard this, but laughed, "That's fine.
If you suffer 3 blows from me, I will be your adopted son."
Tianzhuo just said this casually.
His 3 strikes would be enough to hurt Lin Shen, but he could kill him.
How could Lin Shen agree to such a condition? Okay, then just say it's a matter of determination.
Lin Shen responded, which made Tianzhuo stunned.
Have ambition.
For some reason, the more Lin Shen did, the more he liked him, and the more he wanted to get him into his subordinates.
If I lose, I will be your adoptive father. If you lose, I will be your adoptive father. A real man can't repent, right? Tianzhuo looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile. Definitely not.
Lin Shen said with a smile.
Okay. Tianzhuo looked at Lin Shen, but still didn't take action.
He stood with his hands behind his back.
He continued to say, your Nirvana attribute is indeed magical. If I read it correctly, it should be a role of reversing the strength and weakness of yin and yang, right?
Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this. Tianzhuo has such a poisonous eye. I just used the light of reversing fate twice, and he actually saw the truth. The light of reversing fate of those who deviate from fate is indeed as Tianzhuo said, and it has the effect of reversing yin and yang to reverse strength and weakness.
This light can reverse the strength and weakness.
In fact, his sword energy can cut the beam of the crazy wallbreaker with one knife. In fact, it is the result of the reverse strength and weakness by the light of fate, turning the weak into the strong and the strong into the weak.
In other words, the stronger the enemy's power, the stronger the light of reversing destiny will be.
On the contrary, the enemy's power is too weak, and the light of reversing destiny will have a reverse effect, making Lin Shen's power weaker. Reversing the light of destiny is like a double-edged sword, which may make Lin Shen super god or he may make him super ghost. But since Tianzhuo has seen through the effect of reversing the light of fate, if he uses this nirvana power to fight him, he will inevitably use it in turn, and will become Lin Shen's weakness. Even if Tianzhuo does not use the light of reversing fate, as long as his speed is faster than Lin Shen will not have time to collide with his power head-on, and the light of reversing fate will not play a role.
Tianzhuo looked at Lin Shen and smiled and said, don't worry, if you are a nirvana person, if I take advantage of you, then how can I be qualified to be your adopted father? Even if you use your nirvana power, I will not use your nirvana attribute weaknesses. You will still have a frontal blow to allow you to fully exert your abilities. You will definitely convince your loss and be my adopted son willingly. Chapter 795 3 Strikes.
Lin Shen thought to himself, Tianzhuo saw through my ability to reverse the light of fate, but he was still so confident.
Do you want to underestimate me, or do you really have the ability to crack the light of fate? It seems you don't believe me. Tianzhuo saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said to Ouyang Yudu behind Lin Shen, you are a testimony. If I use his nirvana attribute to win, I will just lose and let you leave safely. When Tianzhuo said this, Lin Shen's heart was shocked. With Tianzhuo's strength, if you want to kill them, you don't have to use such means.
Since you don't kill them, you need to do your best to subdue them. If you do not take advantage of the defects of Nirvana attribute, that is, Tianzhuo is really confident that you can break the light of reversing destiny.
Are you ready? Tianzhuo said with a smile at Lin Shen. Let's take action.
Lin Shen can only take one step at a time now, and let Ouyang Yu retreat aside first. He originally thought that as long as he delayed for a while, the reinforcements from the Tianren clan should be able to come here. The spacecraft has been missing for so long, but the people from the Tianren race have not arrived yet, and I don't know what is wrong.
Tianzhuo seemed to be really not in a hurry at all.
He raised his right hand, clenched his fingers one by one, leaving only one index finger in front of him, and then said to Lin Shen, you are good at boxing and fingering, so I will use fingering for the first strike. My name is the sound of the 36 strategies, which is a small skill I created.
Look at it.
As he said that, Tianzhuo pointed at Lin Shen, and a blue light shot out from his fingertips and flew towards Lin Shen.
Tianzhuo's finger light speed was not fast, and it was obviously deliberately controlling the speed.
Otherwise, at his speed, Lin Shen might not be able to react at all. When he was fighting with the General of Heaven before, the General of Heaven was a gun. Lin Shen had the ability to have 7-step fire, and no matter how fast his attack speed was, Lin Shen could keep up. The reason why I couldn't stop it in the end was purely because the opponent's attack range and density were too large, and it was useless to keep up with the speed.
Tianzhuo did not use guns, so his attack speed was not something Lin Shen could keep up. However, now Tianzhuo has obviously controlled the speed, and judging from his finger, the power is much stronger than Lin Shen's power, and it seems that he doesn't care about Lin Shen's light of reversing fate.
Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife and slashed directly at the flying finger light, naturally using the light to reverse fate.
The sword knife's sword aura met the finger light.
With the blessing of the light of reversing fate, he directly cut the finger light away, so easily that even Lin Shen himself couldn't believe it. Lin Shen's eyes were slightly condensed, and the scabbard in his other hand suddenly moved, slashing his backwards. With just one sound, the scabbard collided with a ray of light, and with the blessing of the light that reversed fate, it slashed the light. Lin Shen was shocked and sweated coldly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and saw that the finger light in front was simply false, otherwise this attack would have hit Tianzhuo's way. I don't know how Tianzhuo did it. He clearly only gave out one finger, but a finger light appeared behind Lin Shen.
Do you want to beat the West?
Lin Shen became more careful when he heard the name of this finger. Otherwise, he might not be able to react temporarily. Of course, the main reason why he could react was that Tianzhuo himself controlled the speed of the finger light, otherwise he would not be able to react without using such a skill. When Tianzhuo saw that his finger was blocked, he smiled on his face. Yes, you can see through my move, which shows that you are not a stupid person who practices the death. You only have a chance to hit 3 times.
Lin Shen reminded.
Tianzhuo obviously did not intend to use this finger to solve him, otherwise he would not have reported the name of the trick first. He simply did not take Lin Shen seriously.
Okay, I will use the boxing technique you are good at in this second blow. My punch is called 36 Strategies, Hiding the Sky. Tianzhuo said and punched Lin Shen.
The terrifying fist light rushed towards Lin Shen like a sun. Although the speed was not very fast, the fist light became stronger and stronger, like a sun that was rapidly expanding. When it arrived in front of Lin Shen, the fist light was several times larger than Lin Shen's body. Seeping the sky through the sea means that even the sky can deceive, so that God cannot guess his means. Could it be that this attack is also superficially false, and the real killer weapon is hidden in the dark? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind instantly. But he was already very careful, but still failed to discover the power hidden in the darkness of Tianzhuo.
This Tianzhuo is so weird in his moves.
Lin Shen thought and slashed at the sun-like fist force in front of him.
Anyway, ordinary power cannot hurt his body. Since he can't see through it, there is no need to see it.
After waiting for the power hidden in the dark, he can't bear it with his body. Who knew that Lin Shen would immediately feel that the boxing light was terrifying? If he had not had the light to reverse fate, he would not have been able to break the boxing light no matter what. The scum knife slashed the sun-like fist light in half, and then did not discover the power hidden in the darkness.
This move was so simple. You are so confident.
The more Tianzhuo looked at Lin Shen, the more he admired him. He used the first strike to make Lin Shen form a thinking mode, but the second strike did the opposite. If Lin Shen could not see through it, he was just thinking about how to find the power hidden in the dark. If he failed to fight the attack in front of him with all his strength, he would be defeated directly by him. But Lin Shen seemed to see through his thoughts and ignored the power in the darkness. This made Tianzhuo love him even more, and he was more determined to take Lin Shen as his adopted son. If he wanted to take over Lin Shen before, the main reason was to dig out the corners of Emperor Tianshu and dig out the secrets of Emperor Tianshu, then now he really wants to get Lin Shen.
The second strike is here. Lin Shen said.
Tianzhuo sighed, you are indeed among the young people I have seen, both abilities and minds are top-notch.
I really want to take you under my sect and train you well.
I am definitely much better than you and the old thief of Tianshu.
You might as well consider it. There is another blow.
Lin Shen had no need to consider it at all. It's not that he is so loyal to the Heavenly Art Emperor and the Heavenly Man clan, but because Tianshuan, eldest sister and others are in the Heavenly Man clan. If he betrays, Tianshuan may not die, and the eldest sister and the others will probably not escape. Lin Shen could not ignore the lives of relatives and friends just because he was alone. You don't know my ability, and you won't follow me convincingly.
Then prepare to take my last poem.
Tianjiao said, slowly raising his palm, and continued, my palm is called a victory plan. Lin Shen stared at Tianjiao's palm and slapped it. He immediately saw that the terrifying palm light covered the world, as if the void had collapsed and was suppressing him, with nowhere to hide or resist. This palm force has already shown the atmosphere of suppressing the starry sky. Lin Shen knew that he would definitely not be able to dodge, so he could only slash up against the palm of the sky, and the light of reversing fate was also attached. The light of reversing fate is indeed magical. Lin Shen slashed the palm of the sky in front of him with a crack. But that's all, the crack that was split instantly returned to normal. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Shen found that the palm light covering the sky appeared in all directions, oppressing him from the 8 desolations in Liuhe, leaving no space for him at all. Chapter 796 Blood Curse Demon. Lin Shen felt like a bird in a cage, played with by God in his palms, unable to escape, and unable to resist, so he could only let others play with it. The sword light slashed on the palm light. Although they could split the cracks were instantly filled and had no effect at all. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Tianjiao's palm light has reached the extreme, but just a little bit of pressure is obviously to completely suppress Lin Shen's heart. Looking at the slowly pressing down palm light, Lin Shen had no choice. His strongest power could not do anything to the slightest palm light. Moreover, the palm light had completely locked the space where he was. The big palm covering the sky surrounded it, just like a slowly closing fist, trying to pinch him to death in his palm. The top immortal is still too strong. Compared with Tianjiao, the immortal one of the Super Burning Clan is not even a big deal. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, intending to use his body to withstand this attack. He didn't know whether his body could withstand the top immortal attack. At this moment, I suddenly saw a light flying from the void. The light seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth, instantly directly piercing through the palm light that covered Lin Shen. The palm light covering the sky split into pieces at that moment and turned into a bubble all over the sky. A figure also emerged from the light and stood in front of Lin Shen and Tianjiao. Sixth brother? Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the figure. The person coming was Lu, the chief manager of the Imperial Palace. Brother, are you okay? Lu asked with a smile. It's okay now, you're here just right. Lin Shen said. Don't blame me, I've been waiting here for a long time. I just don't have the heart to disturb you, my good mood, said Lu. Lin Shen was speechless. He had long guessed that the heavenly man race could not have no backup, but he didn't expect that the person who came would be Lu. Are you the old dog Lu beside Tianshu? Tianjiao looked at Lu and said. Lu was not angry at all and said lightly, it is my blessing to be the dog of God. I heard that you have never been immortal. When will you achieve immortality? Tianjiao said again. Grace of God has kept me in the city of light for a while, said Lu. If a new immortal wants to stop me? The old thief of Tianshu underestimated me too much. Tianjiao said coldly. I am alone, so of course I can't stop you, but what if I add it? Anshin said, taking out an exquisite pet gun and firing a pet capsule. The pet instantly turned into a blood-red carapace in the air. There were 2 pairs of blood-red dragon wings behind it. There were dragon horns on the top of the head, but a human figure, and a slender and tall pet. Blood Curse Demon. Tianjiao's face changed slightly when he saw the pet. The old thief of Tianshu is willing to use him? You'd better retreat. I'm only responsible for welcoming the statues of gods and envoys and the envoys, and have no intention of fighting with you. Lu said lightly. Okay, the old thief of Tianshu is indeed very scheming. I will spare your life today. Tianjiao said, and suddenly the green umbrella in his hand shook, radiating thousands of blue clouds, and the dazzling people couldn't even open their eyes. Brother, be careful. Lu's face changed, and an oil lamp appeared in his hand. The oil lamp shone brightly, dispelling the nearby green light. But Lin Shen's body was being pulled and flew towards the green umbrella by a force. Fortunately, Lu reacted quickly, reached out to grab Lin Shen, and at the same time ordered the blood curse demon, kill. The figure of the blood curse demon dispersed in an instant, and the feeling was indescribable, just like a light and shadow being peeled off layer after layer. Every time the layer was peeled off, the light and shadow faded a little, and then it was peeled off layer by layer, and finally the light and shadow completely disappeared. In the blue light in the sky, Lin Shen heard a scream, and then he saw the blue light in the sky disappear, and there was no Tianjoyo in the void. Only the blood-cursed demon stood in the void, exuding a strong smell of blood. This is the blood-cursed demon man, one of the two major tribes in my Tianwen tribe. In order to ensure your safety, the emperor specially invited me to the temple. It shows how much the emperor values you, brother. And Lu said with a smile. Brother 6, can you stop playing so much next time? I can't stand the stimulation. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. And Lu laughed and said, don't worry, with the blood-cursed demon here, Tianjoyo can't make any splashes, just let you have more experience against the enemy. But it's really my brother, I'm wrong. After I go back, I will put a table of wine to apologize and suppress my shock. You need wine, but you have to go where I drink it. You can't leave without getting drunk. Lin Shen also laughed. Okay. And Lu agreed readily, then looked in the void, and said to Lin Shen, let's go, let's rescue Chijio and the others first. Didn't Chijio and the others die? Lin Shen said in confusion. He thought Chijio and the others were all dead. I'm not dead yet, so I can't say anything after waiting for a while. Tianjoyo's blue umbrella is really powerful. If it weren't for the blood-cursed demon, I wouldn't dare to appear in front of him. And Lu said, heading towards Chijio and the others. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu both hurriedly followed, and soon found Chijio and others who turned into jade statues. The blood-cursed demon man fired a few bloodlights and landed on the jade statue. In a moment, Chijio and others returned to their normal state. It just depends on their condition, their bodies should have been traumatized. Although they have recovered from their human body, there is not even a trace of blood on their faces. Everyone went to find Master Qingyan and others again. Everyone from other envoys found him, but only Master Qingyan disappeared. It seems that Master Qingyan was captured by them. Lin Shen said. It may also be invited. And Lu said lightly. Lin Shen was slightly stunned, there is any problem with Master Qingyan? 8 or 9 out of 10 things. And Lu said, this is not a place to speak. Let's go back to the Zenith Star to report to life. The statue of the gods and gods cannot be missed. Under and Lu's escort, everyone returned to the Zen Star safely, and there were no accidents on the way. The statue of the gods of heaven and man was also sent to the heaven and man courtyard, and an E personally sent someone to the warehouse to guard. After Lin Shen completed the handover, he had nothing to do and returned to his yard to rest. Lin Shen, I'm going to be reborn. Ouyang Yu suddenly said to Lin Shen. It's time to rebirth. I'll send you to the Golden Buddha Temple. Lin Shen said. Ouyang Yu shook his head and said, I don't plan to take the path of great nirvana. In the case of little nirvana, there are still a few divine eggs left in Tiancheng. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. I don't plan to take the path of small nirvana. Who knew that Ouyang Yu shook his head again? If you don't follow the path of nirvana, how are you going to be nirvana? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Ouyang Yu pointed to his body and said, I am in nirvana as my body. If the person who came out is not me, then kill it. Chapter 797 Fire? Ouyang Yu has long been able to reincarnate. If he wants to be promoted, with his talent and ability, his speed will be much faster than Lin Shen. But he has never had nirvana, just because he is afraid that once nirvana is not necessarily him. Originally, Ouyang Yu thought that even if he did not rebirth, he could do a lot of things as an ascensioner. However, this time when he saw Lin Shen's battle with the immortal, Ouyang Yu knew that if he did not rebirth, he could not be promoted to immortality. After all, he was just a rootless duckweed and it was difficult to truly gain a foothold in this universe. Lin Shen looked at the blood-colored light threads that overflowed from Ouyang Yu's body, forming a nirvana-like cocoon, wrapping his body inside, but he felt a little nervous. Lin Shen had known about Ouyang Yu's physical problems for a long time, but he didn't know what was inside Ouyang Yu's body. Ouyang Yu was able to use the things in his body to rebirth, which shows that the origin of that thing is absolutely extraordinary. For several days, Ouyang Yu was still in the blood-colored cocoon without any movement. The Tianren Academy has sampled and identified the statues of the gods, and the results of the identification have confirmed that the statues of the gods are true. The Heavenly Man Academy awarded Lin Shen a special Heavenly Man medal, which is the second time in the history of the Heavenly Man race that the special Heavenly Man medal was awarded to alien races. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Man race will not award the foreign tribe's special Heavenly Man medal, even if the achievements made by the foreign tribe are far beyond the line. Lin Shen's ability to obtain this medal has a lot to do with his achievements this time. He avoided the Heavenly Man race, exchanged 7 planets for fake Heavenly Man statues, and also exchanged the real Heavenly Man statues for the price of 3 planets. These combined, as well as the Emperor of Heavenly Man, were given the special Heavenly Man medal. And those of Qi Jiao and others who were with him also won the special Divine Man medal. Lin Shen Dao had no objection. He was originally an outsider and did not belong to the celestial race, and he did not feel unfair. Perhaps it is because Lin Shen has never regarded himself as a member of the Heavenly Man race, so he has such a good mentality. After a few more days, the blood-colored light cocoon was still not moving, and it was a bit abnormal. Lin Shen would rather have some movement in the light cocoon, at least so that he could know that Ouyang Yu had encountered any problems. This made Lin Shen very worried that Ouyang Yu died silently. Ouyang Yudu's nirvana process was unexpectedly smooth. On the 9th day, the light cocoon began to disappear in strides, gradually revealing Ouyang Yudu's body, who had completed nirvana. But when Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu's figure, he was stunned. The Ouyang Yudu he saw turned out to be a group of figures wrapped in mosaics. "I'll take a break, what's going on? Ouyang Yudu has a sudden change, and there is a mosaic on his body?" Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu in shock, rubbed his eyes several times, and he still saw the thick mosaic. This completely broke Lin Shen's cognition. Lin Shen had only seen the mosaics of human beings. But the fire of the anti-bone rebellion seems to only appear on the beauty. How could it appear on the man Ouyang Yudu? Could it be that Ouyang Yu is so handsome that he can't tell whether he is a man or a woman? There is another possibility, which makes Lin Shen a little worried. If it was Ouyang Yudu's body that occupied his body, if the mosaic appeared because of that thing, then Ouyang Yudu's current situation would be very bad. If that happens, Lin Shen doesn't know whether he should kill him as Ouyang Yu told him. "Ouyang?" Lin Shen asked tentatively. "It's done," Ouyang Yu said with a smile. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Shen asked again. "Don't worry, it's me, I've completely integrated it," Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen still didn't dare to be careless and asked Ouyang Yudu many questions again. He didn't want to tell whether it was the real Ouyang Yudu from the answer, because that thing was in Ouyang Yudu's body. It is very likely that it knew everything that Ouyang Yudu knew. The reason why Lin Shen asked him so many questions was that he wanted to determine whether it was true Ouyang Yudu based on his personality and way of speaking. Different thoughts, there will definitely be some differences in personality and way of speaking. Even if you pretend to be posing, it is impossible to be 100% similar. With Lin Shen's understanding of Ouyang Yudu, it is not difficult to tell the truth or the false. Fortunately, Ouyang Yudu is still Ouyang Yudu, which made Lin Shen feel relieved, and at the same time it is a little difficult to understand why there is a spark in Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen used to think that fire is fixed and should be brought by a certain creature or something that comes out of it. However, the fire on Ouyang Yudu's body broke Lin Shen's perception. Obviously, the fire may not be born with it, and may appear the day after tomorrow. Is the fire on Ouyang Yudu's body rebelling against the will of heaven? Lin Shen felt that this question was not a problem. As long as you sleep with Ouyang Yudu, you will naturally know the answer. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu and opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know how to speak. Originally, Lin Shen felt that this was not something that was difficult to speak. After all, Ouyang Yu was both a man, and everyone was so familiar with him, it should be easy to deal with. But when it was time to speak, Lin Shen found that it seemed more difficult to speak to a man and ask a woman to sleep with him than ask a woman to sleep with him. Just say anything, why are you doing hesitantly? Ouyang Yu looked at Lin Shen in confusion and asked. That, you have nothing to do tonight, right?
Lin Shen said hesitantly. Just tell me what's wrong with you. Oh Yang Yu said with a smile. Tonight, can you drink some wine with me? I want to get drunk today.
Lin Shen really couldn't speak this, so he could only save the country in a straight line.
Okay. Oh Yang Yu agreed immediately, without asking the reason.
Lin Shen asked Oh Yang Yu to wait and go out to buy wine himself. He just wanted to know what wine could make the Nirvana drunk, and it would be better to drink it unconscious. Don't say it, Lin Shen really found this kind of wine. It is not so much a preparation of wine, but rather a base liquid.
Daily Dream, 88888 yuan per bottle. I bought it.
Lin Shen gritted his teeth and bought a box. He was afraid that Oh Yang Yu would not get drunk even if he had a bottle.
I have the theory of evolution. I can develop resistance by drinking whatever I want.
If I drink more Oh Yang Yu, I will definitely be able to drink him down. Lin Shen was in a good mood and returned home with a box of daydreams.
Chapter 798 1-in-1 Double Heart.
When he got home, Oh Yang Yu had already made 4 dishes and 1 soup and placed it on the stone table in the yard.
Hey, this dish is pretty good?
Although Lin Shen hasn't started eating yet, the dish looks quite delicious.
It's just that, just eat it. Oh Yang Yu said. This level is okay. Do you eat like this?
Lin Shen rarely eats. When he goes out, he mostly drinks some Nirvana liquid to replenish energy, and rarely cooks.
Well, I'm used to it. I've eaten this way since I was a child.
If I can't get used to the food of the Tianren, I just make some of it myself. Oh Yang Yu said, when Lao Wei lived here before, he liked to eat this steamed pork the most.
You'll say that you have this skill.
Lin Shen put a piece of steamed pork into his mouth. The fragrant and glutinous taste immediately made Lin Shen feel happy as if he was about to explode in his mouth.
This is okay, this is okay. Lin Shen couldn't explain clearly what he said.
Oh Yang Yu made a cup of tea for Lin Shen. Zetting Star can't find good tea, so let's drink it just by doing this.
I haven't eaten yet, so I'm drinking tea now? Lin Shen didn't understand why he wanted to drink tea.
The body has evolved to our level.
Eating less is also beneficial to the body.
Eating too much is not good for the body.
Drink some tea before meals and taste less. Just try it and satisfy your appetite.
It is not advisable to be greedy for too much.
Oh Yang Yu said, and poured himself a cup. Don't mess with this. Today we don't talk about health preservation. Drinking big cubes of meat is all about happiness. You can taste these teas and so on your own.
Lin Shen took a big cup of water and put it in front of Oh Yang Yu, opened a bottle of Daydream, poured Oh Yang Yu all over, and gave himself a cup. Come on, celebrate our successful completion of the task.
Lin Shen raised his glass and touched Oh Yang Yu. Lin Shen took a sip on himself, and when he saw Oh Yang Yu tasted it briefly, he quickly said, "This is not okay. We are happy today. We will not return without getting drunk. Let go of it and drink it. Come on, let it go."
As he said that, Lin Shen and Oh Yang Yu both clinked their glasses again. Look, I'll give you a sample, just spin it directly. Lin Shen put the cup next to his mouth and poured it into his stomach. This big water cup is half a pound, and after drinking this cup of Daydream, I suddenly felt a little fluttering in my mind.
This wine from the top star is a bit powerful.
Lin Shen was overjoyed. He was so energetic that he would definitely be able to pour Oh Yang Yu down today.
Okay.
Oh Yang Yu also held the wine glass and slowly drank the wine in the glass. It was obviously dry in one sip, but Lin Shen thought that Oh Yang Yu was drinking more elegantly, not as vulgar as himself. Daydream bottle is 2L, 1 box of 6 bottles. Lin Shen estimated that this bottle can only pour about 6 cups at most. While pouring wine for Oh Yang Yu, Lin Shen said, "I have arranged the teleportation device in Giant Huanqing. If you want to go back to the mother star in the future, you can go back from there, which is very convenient."
"It's nothing, I don't plan to go back," Oh Yang Yu said lightly. Lin Shen didn't know what Oh Yang Yu had experienced, so he didn't know that the parent star actually had no good memories for Oh Yang Yu. "When I returned to my mother star before, would you guess who I saw?"
Lin Shen said while picking up food and eating.
Who? Ouyang Yuda picked up the teacup, took a sip of the tea before asking. Concubine by Shun, she has ascended and just teleported away from her mother star. It seems that she is going to go to some star. She said, I can't remember it. Lin Shen asked, what other ways can you break through the talent theory you practice besides dual cultivation? Ouyang Yudu pondered and said, there is only the path of dual cultivation by practicing the theory of talent, but concubine by will definitely not take the path of dual cultivation. In fact, this is an unsolvable vicious cycle. People who have the conditions for practicing the talent theory are all talented and arrogant people. They must not accept practicing with others. It is not because they cannot accept dual cultivation, nor are they dissatisfied with their partners, but because they cannot pass their own level and cannot accept the result of being unable to practice the talent theory alone. Ouyang Yu sighed and said, if I was not mistaken, concubine by should have taken a more difficult path, 1 and 2 hearts. 1 unity and 2 hearts? Lin Shen didn't understand what Ouyang Yudu meant. To put it simply, it means making yourself into a dual personality. A person cannot practice talent. I can break through because there is something in my body. Without it, in fact, I will also take the path of 1 body and 2 hearts. Lin Shen said with a strange expression, isn't it mental illness to turn yourself into a dual personality? Fortunately, you didn't go that way. I would rather go that road. Ouyang Yudu said, and directly picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in the glass, without waiting for Lin Shen to persuade him to drink. You have something to do. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu and frowned slightly. In life, I am all ordinary people, who can be fine. Ouyang Yu took the wine bottle and poured it on himself, and said to himself, do you know? I envy Lao Wei very much. Many times I think, if I was Lao Wei, if I could be born in the Wei family, even if I died in Tiancheng in battle, that would be so pleasant. What's there to envy him? A martial arts nymph has nothing but cultivation in his life. How boring. Lin Shen said. It's just that simple. Ouyang Yudu raised his cup and said, come on, don't you want to be drunk? I'll accompany you. Come on. Lin Shen touched the glass and drank it all over again. He felt that his whole body seemed to be light and could not help but say, this wine is so strong. Ouyang Yu put down his empty glass. Before Lin Shen could take action, he opened a bottle of new wine and put it on Lin Shen first, and he also put it on. But he didn't drink this glass of wine himself. He picked up the cup and poured it on the surface of the Jade Bone Demon umbrella next to him. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella is always open, and Ouyang Yu will only close it during the battle. The wine poured on the umbrella and even seeped in directly, without a drop flowing down. Can it drink? Lin Shen was a little surprised. If possible, she should want to drink blood more. Ouyang Yu said with a smile. Lin Shen looked at the umbrella where he absorbed the wine and gradually appeared, like a woman painted in ink, wearing plain clothes and white gauze, with no face, only a pair of phoenix eyes, as if she could capture the soul. But the picture gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A man should hold a sword, chat and laugh and kill 3 hearts. When he is drunk and dreaming, blood stains the beautiful knees. Lin Shen also poured his glass of wine on the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. Come on, the beautiful lady of the Ouyang family, I will also wish you a glass. Lin Shen really couldn't bear it anymore. The wine was really good. He felt that if he continued to drink it, he might fall down first. The crazy evolution theory has not yet been able to fully adapt to it. Chapter 799, Fighting Poison with Poison. Other people's wine. Ouyang Yu wanted to say something, but saw that Lin Shen had poured the wine on the umbrella. What surprised him was that the wine actually penetrated into the umbrella like before. Soon, a beautiful woman appeared on the umbrella again. The beautiful woman picture was not the previous posture, but the politeness of Ying, and then slowly disappeared. It seems that your beautiful girl is still a reasonable person. Lin Shen laughed. Ouyang Yudu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's have a drink. The two of them chatted while drinking. The evolution theory in Lin Shen's body kept moving, gradually making him adapt to daydreams, and he became more and more energetic as he drank. But Lin Shen found that Ouyang Yu had drunk so much,
and it seemed like nothing happened. Until he drank all 6 bottles of wine, Ouyang Yu was still drunk at all. Lin Shen reached out to grab the wine, but took a blank space and said with some depression, "The wine is gone."
"It's good to drink enough, it's good, it's great,"
Ouyang Yu said as he got up and was about to go back to his room.
"Why did you learn from Lao Wei's words? It's only what time is it, and it's still early. Don't leave. I'll buy some wine when I'll come back after a while."
Lin Shen was anxious. He missed this opportunity today, and I don't know when he would find another opportunity to get Ouyang Yu drunk. Before he could finish his words, he saw Ouyang Yu being blown by the wind. He looked quite energetic and fell to the ground. Lin Shen was both surprised and happy and was about to support Ouyang Yu, but before he could take action, he saw the Jade Bone Demon umbrella flying up on its own and floating above Ouyang Yu's head. Ouyang Yu's body, which was about to fall, was like being held by an invisible person, and snuggled up there out of thin air.
"Who are you?"
Lin Shen frowned and looked at the Jade Bone Demon umbrella and asked. "Young master said just now that I am the beautiful girl from the Ouyang family.
Why did you forget so quickly?"
A faint voice sounded on the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, but there was no sign of it.
"What should I call you?" Lin Shen asked again.
"Jade Bone Demon Girl,"
the faint voice said, gradually moving away.
Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yu being supported by the invisible force and felt a little depressed. The big thing that I finally accomplished was actually ruined by an umbrella.
Ouyang's life is so spiritual.
I'm afraid it's related to what's in his body.
There won't be any problem, right?
Lin Shen was a little worried.
Now that things have come, Lin Shen has no choice. With the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, he can't force himself to go over and sleep in the same bed with Ouyang Yu.
Forget it, look for opportunities in the future. Lin Shen looked at the dishes on the table, wanting to show his hard work and virtue, but he really doesn't want to do it.
"Oh, I am a lazy person, no virtue of hard work." Lin Shen pretended not to see it and went back to his room.
Lin Shen was lying on the bed, feeling a little depressed. He was thinking about some excuses to make Ouyang Yu's fire next time, but suddenly he remembered something.
"Why did I forget it?"
Lin Shen slapped his head, sat up quickly, took out the bullet-like space device, and took out a sea snake tooth from it. After getting this sea snake tooth from Instructor Mu, he put it in the space. Later, because there were too many things, he actually forgot it. If I hadn't received the fire on Ouyang Yu's body today and was a little depressed, I wouldn't have thought of it. If you can't get the fire on Ouyang, then take this fire first, it's better than that. Lin Shen hugged the snake teeth of the sea and slept beautifully. When he woke up the next morning, he finally saw clearly what the sea snake teeth looked like. This thing looks white teeth, with a very delicate texture, and a faint glow of green light. Lin Shen was not in the mood to appreciate the snake teeth of the sea, so he quickly searched for his own fire seed information in his mind, and there was indeed another fire seed. The failed Superbase Evolutionary Fire, fight poison with poison, do the opposite, can it come to great success?
What does this mean?
Lin Shen couldn't understand what this fire means for a moment. He knows how to fight poison with poison. Many novels and film and television works have such scenes. A person was infected with a huge poison without an antidote, and even the miracle doctor of the world was helpless.
In the end, he accidentally took another huge poison that was unsolvable.
As a result, the two toxins hedged each other, and the poison was eliminated in that way. There is indeed such thing as fighting poison with poison. Some toxins can indeed cure diseases, and even extremely precious medicines. But if you really want to fight poison, you don't just eat something with poison. If you really want to do this, you will most likely die, which will only make the situation worse. If he only uses poison to fight the poison, Lin Shen can understand that if he is poisoned in the future, he can use other poisons to cure it. However, the following annotations seem to have nothing to do with poison.
The so-called opposite the way and bad luck are obviously not as simple as poisoning.
It seems that this poison-attacking poison does not mean simply detoxification, but should be a general term. It means that if you encounter any problem, you need to use another problem to hedge it, and you may get a good result. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart, but he could not determine for a moment how big the scope of poison attacking poison is. Lin Shen thought he could give it a try, but how should he try it? For a moment, he couldn't think of any test method. Then let's try it literally. Lin Shen found 2 bottles of base liquid containing toxins and drank one of them himself. Although his body is almost invincible with all poisons, when he just drank it, there will still be some normal reactions. After the toxin took effect, Lin Shen quickly drank another bottle. As a result, the 2 venoms entered the body together, which immediately made various abnormal reactions in Lin Shen's body disappear, and the theory of evolution had no time to operate. This ability is very useful, and the effect is much faster than evolution theory. Lin Shen's heart moved. Since it can quickly detoxify, if I get injured, can I use another kind of injury to treat this kind of injury? Lin Shen wanted to give it a try, but he remembered that his body was very difficult to get hurt. Even if he could get hurt, the super recast could help his body recover quickly. There seemed to be no need to use this outrageous method. What's the use of poison to fight poison? Lin Shen always felt that this fire ability was of great use, but he couldn't figure out how to use it. While thinking about it, I suddenly heard that my door was gently pushed open. Lin Shen remembered that he locked the door yesterday, and there was only Ouyang Yudu at home. If he came to find him, it would be impossible for him not to knock on the door. Just when I was confused, I saw a figure walking in. You? Lin Shen saw the man clearly and was shocked and jumped up from the bed in fright. Chapter 800 It's their father. Lin Shen almost thought that he hadn't woken up yet and was dreaming here. This is the Zenith Star, the base camp of the celestial race. How could Tian Joyo, a traitor from the Tianren tribe, dare to run to the Zen Star and break into his home openly? But the person in front of you is clearly Tian Joyo, and there will be no mistakes. Come here. Tian Joyo is here. Lin Shen shouted directly as he watched Tian Joyo push the door and push in. Many of the people living in this nearby area are powerful people from the Zenith Star. When he heard this, someone nearby would inevitably come to support him. Even if there is no support, as long as someone knows that Tian Joyo is here, a master will come to take him soon, and he only needs to hold on for a while. Speak louder, otherwise no one will hear your voice. Tian Joyo took a leisurely chair and sat opposite Lin Shen, looking at him with a smile, as if he was not in a hurry to do anything. Lin Shen immediately knew that Tian Joyo must have been tampered with his thorns, otherwise even if the neighbors next to him could not hear it, Ouyang Yu should have heard it. But now it is all quiet and there is no reaction at all. It must be that people outside cannot hear his voice. What are you doing here? Lin Shen looked at Tian Joyo and asked. Of course I'm here to find you. Our bet has not been completed yet. I'll come to find you to complete the bet. Tian Joyo said with a smile. Lin Shen felt that the person in front of him was crazy. In order to complete the bet, a wanted criminal actually ran to the base camp of the Tianren tribe to arrest him. Only a madman could do such a thing. Why? I'm just a little person, you don't need to take such a big risk because of me. If I did something bad before and offended you, I apologize to you, how can we write it off? When people are under the eaves, they have to bow their heads. Lin Shen feels that face is not important at all. If he is targeted by such a madman, he may not be able to sleep or eat in the future, and perhaps he will not even be able to do anything in the future. Of course it's worth it. No one can stop me from accepting you as my adopted son. Tian Joyo said with a smile, are you going by yourself, or will you let me take you away? Can I still leave by myself? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Of course. Tian Joyo smiled. Then I'll go by myself. Lin Shen thought to himself, calling in the room, but others couldn't hear his voice. After walking out, there were people outside, so someone should be able to hear his screams. Tian Joyo didn't say anything, but just made a gesture of asking for help, but he sat there without moving. So arrogant. Even though he is a wanted criminal of the Tianren tribe, he dares to run to the Zen Star to be so arrogant. Lin Shen also had to admit that Tian Joyo has something unusual about him. Lin Shen walked to the door and was about to open the door and go out before he couldn't help but look at Tian Joyo again. Seeing that Tianjoyo was sitting there without any intention of stopping it, he pushed the door and walked out. After Lin Shen walked out of the room, he was stunned. The living room of the home should be outside the bedroom door, but when he walked out like this, he saw a vast snow-capped mountain. As far as you see, the snow is floating between the sky and the earth. Snow-capped mountains are connected, wrapped in silver and powder, as if it is a world of ice and snow in a fairy tale. Lin Shen looked back and saw no room, but saw Tianjoyo standing behind him, with ice and snow mountains behind him. What a powerful method! Lin Shen had to admire that Tianjoyo is indeed a man of great power. No wonder a big clan like the Tianren tribe wanted him for so long and could not do anything to him. He also established a large group of interracial races in the universe. But such means are not something he can imagine. It's not considered a powerful method, it's just the application of immortal laws. Tianjoyo said. Your immortal law is the forbidden zone in the kingdom of heaven? Lin Shen asked. Of course not. The forbidden zone of heaven is not an immortal law at all, it is just a law of the past. Is such a powerful law in the forbidden area of the heavenly kingdom just a law of the past? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Tianjoyo said, no matter the laws of the past, the laws of reality, or the laws of the future, they are not true immortal laws. Only those who possess truly immortal laws are worthy of being immortal. Those who have the laws of the past, the laws of reality and the laws of the future are not worthy of being called immortals, so what are their names? Lin Shen said casually, trying to activate the watch in secret, but the watch did not respond at all. I am afraid that this area has been disturbed by the power of the laws of Tianjoyo, but he just couldn't feel it. Tianjoyo saw Lin Shen's small movements, but ignored them at all. He said to himself, in the initial era of the universe, only by understanding the existence of the true immortal laws can one be promoted to immortality and become an eternal immortal existence. It is only with the changes of the times that many sages have created some simple paths, which will lead to the subsequent past laws, real laws, and future laws. In fact, they are just shortcuts that the weak cannot truly immortalize. Is there any difference between the true immortal laws and those laws? Lin Shen asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard of this statement. The true immortal laws are the only one in the universe and are absolutely unchangeable. Each immortal law will only be owned by one person, and it is impossible to be owned by two people at the same time. Tianjoyo said with a smile, of course, the immortal laws are stronger than other false laws, and they are much stronger, with greater freedom. I can understand how strong I am. What does freedom mean? Lin Shen asked. For example, the power of the law you mentioned in the forbidden area of heaven, using the power of that law can only prohibit the power of the law in the area. No matter how flexible it is used, it will be at most a matter of the size of the area. The ability itself will not change greatly. The laws of the past, the laws of reality and the laws of the future are the same. Tianjoyo paused and said, the law of immortality is different. For example, what you can know is that the power of Fenglu, the Phoenix clan, is the true immortal law. His immortal law is fire. Fire can be a burning law, a forging law, or an energy transfer law. What role he can play depends on how much he has understood the law. In contrast, the laws of the past, the laws of reality, and the laws of the future are just some branch abilities under the immortal laws, which cannot be expanded. The abilities are very limited, and the authority of the laws is not as high as that of the true immortal laws. Although they can also be called immortal laws, when they encounter true immortal laws, they will basically be restrained and even invalid. After all, the immortal laws are their father. Chapter 801 The Immortal King. In other words, the other three laws are actually just some of the abilities of the immortal law? Lin Shen finally understood the relationship between the immortal laws. Yes, it can also be said that the true immortal law is the king of other laws. Each other law can only have one king, so there will only be one master in the same immortal law. As long as the master does not die, there will be no second person who can control other immortal laws. At most, it is just to understand some of the following branch laws. Tianjoyo said. Then how can we understand the immortal law? Lin Shen is now at the level of nirvana, so he naturally wants to understand the immortal law. 2 ways to understand the laws in battle, including fighting with the immortals, or fighting with immortal creatures. The initial nirvana is to realize the power of the laws by fighting with the immortal creatures or swallowing the eggs of the immortal creatures. How many people survive in the battle with immortal creatures? Not many, but with the first one, the second one is much simpler. Especially after obtaining the immortal pet, it becomes easier to comprehend the laws. Of course, at the beginning, no one could activate the immortal pet, so after getting the eggs of the immortal creature, they would use the most primitive method to eat the eggs directly and feel the power of the laws inside. What is the second road? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. The second path is a bit difficult. Find the immortal king creatures, they are kings of various laws. Kill them and obtain their immortal crowns. With the help of the power of the immortal crown, you can almost 100% achieve the true immortal law. Tian Zhuoyou continued, but every immortal creature is an unparalleled existence. Even those immortals with true immortal laws cannot guarantee that they can survive in the immortal king creature. This road is more dangerous than the first road, unless you are lucky enough. If you can encounter an immortal king creature who has just survived the death disaster and suffered severe damage, there may be a little chance. Of course, the premise is that there is a real immortal person to help you. If I first comprehend a law, then be promoted to immortality, and then slowly comprehend the same law, can I finally achieve the true immortal law? Lin Shen asked in thought. No, of course not. When you are promoted to immortality, your upper limit has been determined. The area you can involve is only that big, and there are only so many things you can do. Tian Zhuoyou said with a smile, I know the position of some immortal king creatures. If you worship me as your adoptive father, I can help you achieve the immortal crown and achieve a true immortal body. Lin Shen ignored him. He finally figured out how to be promoted to immortality. First of all, he had to have a way first, a way that could be done. If another immortal law in the system has been occupied, no matter whether it is a human or an immortal creature, no matter how much he understands it, he will not be able to achieve the true immortal law unless he kills that person or immortal creature. It is not so easy to kill a person who can achieve immortal laws, or an immortal king creature who has immortal laws. It is too difficult to achieve true immortality. It is not that difficult to achieve immortality. As long as he understands some branching rules, plus the 100% base variability and the help of the immortal eggs of the same line, he should be able to be promoted to immortality easily. It's just that immortality is obviously much worse than the real immortality. Actually, there is another way. If you truly recognize me as your father, I can bring you by your side and let you understand and learn my immortal laws. After my great catastrophe dies, you can replace me to become the king of other laws. Tian Zhuoyou sighed and said, I have lived for so long, and the death disaster is more difficult to overcome. There is not much time left in the future. I am already in urgent need of an inheritor. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Shen stared at Tian Zhuoyou in a daze, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. But this kind of words is obviously not something that can be said casually. If he is willing to impart his immortal laws to Lin Shen, then Lin Shen is the person in the world who most hopes that he will die. Even if it is a biological father and son, I'm afraid there are few people who can teach their immortal laws with confidence. If he hadn't really died, how could Tian Zhuoyou have taught his immortal laws to others, especially strangers like Lin Shen, who could even be called enemies? Don't look at me like this. I will never die for a while. It's not that you must be. At least you have to let me see your abilities and character. It is worth entrusting the immortal laws, so that I can choose you. Tian Zhuoyou said lightly. Your adopted sons were all deceived by your words, right? Lin Shen didn't believe what Tian Zhuoyou said at all. Those who are emperors rarely willingly hand over the throne when they are not dead, and it is also common to kill children, brothers, and brothers. The inheritance of the immortal law is more precious and dangerous than the throne. Lin Shen does not believe that Tian Zhuoyou will pass it to others. With the heart of a villain and the abdomen of a gentleman, they are all immortals. If you are willing to recognize me as your adoptive father, then you will be my only adopted son of Nirvana. Tian Zhuoyou said. What is your immortal law?
Lin Shen asked replies without answering. Space. Tian Jiaoyou said it directly without hesitation. Space. Lin Kong was shocked. Space must be an extremely powerful law system, and it can even compete for the strongest immortal law.
Tian Jiaoyou, who possesses this immortal law, actually failed in the competition with Emperor Tian Shu, and was forced to go into exile, becoming a traitor to the Tianren tribe.
How did Emperor Tian Shu win Tian Jiaoyou? Could it be that the vote decided who inherited the throne, right? Lin Shen thought of the blood curse demon pet. Since Tian Jiaoyou is a space-based Dharma king, the blood curse demon can make Tian Jiaoyou get injured and escape, so what a terrifying existence is it?
There is almost no doubt that the blood curse demon must be the immortal king pet, and it is also an existence that can restrain the power of space.
How about it? Are you willing to worship me as your adoptive father now? Tian Jiaoyou said with a smile at Lin Shen. Our bet continues. If I suffer the third blow from you, it's okay. Can I change the conditions? I don't have to be my adopted son. You just need to let me go. Do you think it's okay? Lin Shen didn't dare to make such a bet with Tian Jiaoyou anymore.
He dared before, because he knew there would definitely be reinforcements, as long as he could delay until the reinforcements arrived.
Ghosts knew that Tian Jiaoyou had the ability to sneak into the Zenith Star to capture him.
Even if someone knew that he was captured by Tian Jiaoyou, he would probably not be able to find his place for a while, and there would be no reinforcements. I only got 2 chapters at noon and 3 chapters in the afternoon. Chapter 802 The Adopted Father is on. You already know that I am an immortal in space and want to win. It seems that there must be extremely powerful means. I really want to know what kind of means it is to give you so confident.
Tian Jiaoyou said with a smile, if you can win, you will be able to say anything. I have no means to do it. I just rely on you who can't kill me and want to take a gamble.
Lin Shen said with a wry smile.
Ha, you are honest. Winning will only benefit you. If you lose the worst, you will only be an adopted son. You will take advantage of all the benefits. Tian Jiaoyou laughed and said, well, I bet with you, and I am bullying the small ones, so it's okay to let you take advantage of it. However, people like you must have something to rely on. It's impossible to be targeted. It's useless to say more. Are you ready? I'm going to take action now. You can just take action.
Lin Shen stood on the snow-capped mountain, looking at Tian Jiaoyou, without summoning the foundation, nor using weapons, just looking at Tian Jiaoyou.
Tian Jiaoyou looked at Lin Shen suspiciously and said, are you just taking my last blow like this? Yes. Lin Shen nodded.
Tian Jiaoyou seemed to have figured out something, and he smiled and said, you really have a delicate mind.
You know I won't kill you.
You don't use weapons, you don't use life base or shell to protect your body.
If I don't want to kill you, I will be able to control my strength. In this way, the power to attack you will only be weaker. With your hidden means, you may be able to overcome this level. It's really a good plan and a good intention. I appreciate you more and more.
Lin Shen did have some little thoughts, but the main reason is that his body is his biggest reliance. If he can't even withstand the body, it is actually not very useful to use those things.
Seeing through but not saying it out loud is kindness. Lin Shen said. Okay, then let me do it. Tian Jiaoyou wanted to know what methods Lin Shen had. He knew Lin Shen's thoughts, but he didn't care about taking this secret loss.
Tian Jiaoyou slowly raised his hand and said, if you can block my palm, it would be okay to recognize you as your adoptive father.
After saying that, Tian Jiaoyou slapped out his palm.
This palm was not as magnificent as the previous victory plan, nor did it cover the sky. It even seemed to be just a light palm with no light on the palm. Lin Shen clearly saw Tian Jiaoyou slap him casually, but he didn't feel that his body seemed to be unable to move, so he could only watch Tian Jiaoyou slap his shoulders and arms with his palm.
Tian Jiaoyou could not kill Lin Shen, but Lin Shen could not block this attack, so he used the spatial misalignment law and the space law.
His palm could dislocate the space and directly remove Lin Shen's arm from his body, separate him from Lin Shen's body. This will not only make Lin Shen lose the bet, but it will not do anything to Lin Shen. After Lin Shen admits defeat, Tianzhuo can reset the space and return his arm to Lin Shen's body without leaving any scars. It can be said that it is an unpredictable ability of gods and ghosts. Tianzhuo knew that Lin Shen had the means, but he did not believe that he, a nirvana, could break his immortal laws. This is the true law of immortality, and ordinary immortals cannot stop his power of dislocation in this space. Bang! Lin Shen had his palm in his shoulders, and his body was immediately shot and flew backwards like a meteor, hitting a snow peak behind him, directly breaking the snow peak, and the person was buried underneath. But seeing this situation, Tianzhuo was stunned for a moment, and his face became strange. The space dislocation method he used will only cause the space to be misaligned. It should only allow Lin Shen's arms to separate from his body, and it will not knock Lin Shen out like now. This situation was obviously beyond Tianzhuo's expectations. Tianzhuo flew down and came to the collapsed snow peak. He saw the snow waves rolling below, the glaciers slipping down, and the ice and snow buried the canyons under the mountain, and Lin Shen could not see at all. Tianzhuo thought, and suddenly he saw the glaciers and snow piles below separated one by one, as if they had lost their gravity, but instead they seemed to be supported by buoyancy and floating. Huge ice and rocks rose up into the sky, and soon I saw the deep forest buried below. After seeing Lin Shen clearly, Tianzhuo was stunned. Lin Shen stood on a huge ice cube. As the ice cubes rose, the combat suit on his shoulders was broken, revealing the skin on his shoulders. There was obviously a blood-red palm print on the white and tender skin, but his arms were not separated from his body as Tianzhuo thought, and were still on his shoulders. Thank you for your mercy. What's the point of a draw? Let's give up the bet, and you and I will go their own way. Lin Shen rubbed the red handprints on his shoulders and said. Tianzhuo looked at Lin Shen, his face turned blue and white, but he never said a word. He still hasn't figured out how Lin Shen's flesh and blood body blocked his space dislocation technique. He didn't see any means Lin Shen used, and the space in that area was indeed misaligned. Theoretically, Lin Shen's arms should be dislocated with the dislocation space and separated from the body. But Lin Shen was just photographed flying out, and his arms broke free from the misaligned space and did not misalign it with the space. Although he did not use much force, he only used a little power of the law of space. The power of the law of space cannot be broken free from the flesh and blood of a nirvana person. In the immortal level of heavenly future, I am afraid that only one arm can be left to break free from the constraints of the power of the law of space. Lin Shen was nervous, looking at Tianzhuo, who looked at his face that was gloomy and calm and did not say a word, and I wonder what he meant. Tianzhuo was so angry that he turned against him directly. Lin Shen didn't think he could escape under Tianzhuo's men. The true immortal law is too strong. Lin Shen was unable to break the power of Tianzhuo's law like the law of breaking the Taorun, but he just barely broke free. This is because Tianzhuo didn't use much force at all. If Tianzhuo really did his best, he would probably be difficult to protect his arm. Even so, the palm that Tianzhuo slapped his shoulder almost cracked his bones. It seems that my physical strength cannot withstand the top immortal attack. Lin Shen felt a little regretful in his heart. Lin Shen didn't know that his physical strength had already shocked Tianzhuo, the real immortal. The flesh and blood body of the nirvana person can break free from his spatial law power, which makes Tianzhuo unable to believe, and his eyes at Lin Shen become even hotter. Lin Shen was just nervous when he suddenly saw Tianzhuo taking action, which scared Lin Shen and couldn't help but take a step back. The adoptive father is here, please accept a bow from Tianzhuo. Tianzhuo's sudden bow made Lin Shen stupid on the spot. Chapter 803 Forced to Recognize Your Father. I can't bear this. We have agreed before that I don't need you to be my adopted son, I just need to let me leave. Lin Shen hurriedly avoided it and refused to accept Tianzhuo's bow. This was a person who was able to compete with Emperor Tian Shu at that time for the position of Emperor Tian. Even if he was in exile, his ability was a top-notch existence in the universe, and he really couldn't afford to offend him. Besides, Tianzhuo, who is the same generation as Emperor Tian Shu, has become his adopted son. How will he face Emperor Tian Shu in the future? No, a bet is a bet. I, Tianzhuo, have a word and a word. Since I lose, I have to admit it.
In the future, you will be my adopted father of Tianjoyo. God will not change this fact even if God comes. Tianjoyo bowed to Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen not even have the chance to refuse. Li Chang, from now on, you will be my adopted father in Tianjoyo. Tianjoyo stood up and looked at Lin Shen with a smile, without any shame, and seemed very glorious. It really doesn't have to be like this. Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought about it and didn't expect that such a thing would happen. A real man has to do what he says. Lin Shen will be my adopted father in Tianjoyo from now on. Tianjoyo said seriously. Then can I leave now? Lin Shen asked. Yes, you are my adoptive father. Of course you are the biggest. Do whatever you say, go wherever you want, and you can't control the adoptive father's principles. Tianjoyo seemed to have really been involved in the role, and he spoke of the adoptive father, making Lin Shen a little angry. The old man, who was over 1,000 years old, called him a man in his 20s to his adoptive father and shouted one by one. Lin Shen's goosebumps were almost getting up. Then I'll leave. Lin Shen felt that he should leave this place quickly, the farther away from Tianjuyu, the better. This guy was simply a madman. Take care of yourself. From now on, Joyo Group will follow your adoptive father. After I go back, I will announce this good news to the entire universe. From now on, the boss of Joyo Group will be your adoptive father. Tianjoyo said calmly. Lin Shen almost spit out an old blood, but he didn't expect Tianjoyo to be waiting for him here. If Tianjoyo really didn't even want his face, insisted on recognizing him as his adoptive father, and spreading the news throughout the universe, then what would the Tianrun think? What would Emperor Tianshu think? Lin Shen has become the largest rebel leader of the Tianrun tribe. If he explains this, can Emperor Tianshu believe him? Even if Emperor Tianshu can believe him, can the old guys from the Tianrenyuan believe him? Take a step back, even the old guys in the Heavenly Mansion believe it, but with their mentality of wanting to get rid of Lin Shen and then get the chance, don't you seize this excuse to kill Lin Shen? If Lin Shen really returned to the Heavenly Man clan under this reputation, he could almost foresee his fate. Boss Joyo, why are you trying to make things difficult for me like an insignificant little person? It's really not worth it to ruin your reputation for this. Lin Shen said with a bitter face. Tianjoyo laughed. I have decided to make you my inheritor. Since you can't be my adopted son, then be my adopted father. It is also natural for the adoptive father to inherit the inheritance of his adopted son. In the future, you will be the boss of Joyo Group. Do you think the Heavenly Man race will believe it if you say it out loud? A mere nirvana person who is your adoptive father will not believe such an outrageous thing. Lin Shen said, gritting his teeth. It's their business whether they believe it or not, I can just believe it. Tianjoyo said with a smile. What do you want? Lin Shen sat powerlessly on the snow and asked helplessly as he looked at Tianjoyo. Go back to Joyo Group with me and inherit my mantle. Tianjoyo said. Impossible. I have been used to enjoying the rich food since I was a child, and I can't live a hard life of hiding from all over the world. Lin Shen refused immediately. Joyo Group has a large number of industries on more than 100 habitable planets, which can be regarded as the actual controller. There are more than 200 basic resource planets developed in cooperation with other races and families. As the boss of my Joyo Group, you have endless wealth and glory, so why should you hide from all over the place? It doesn't matter if you are not used to a low-key life. I can send you to the Emperor Barbarians or the Supreme Clan, and the Heavenly Clan cannot do anything to you. What did you like about me? Is it still time for me to change it now? Lin Shen sighed. What benefits can Tianshu give you, so that you can be devoted to him? I can give you whatever he can give you, and I can give you what he can't give you, so I can give you the same. You can follow me to learn the immortal laws in the future. After I die in the death disaster, you will be the king of the laws of space. Isn't this as good as being a dog by the old thief of Tianshu? Tianjoyo was already a little angry. Although Lin Shen is an optimistic school, he doesn't believe that pie will fall from the sky.
He has no relatives in Tianjoyo for no reason, and Tianjoyo is not really his son, so why are you so kind to him?
Even if Lin Shen is Tianjoyo's biological son, Lin Shen doesn't believe that Tianjoyo would feed such a big pie into his mouth.
Besides, Lin Shen himself has enough strength, but his cultivation time is too short.
As long as he is given enough time, his future achievements will not be below Tianjoyo.
Why should he risk becoming a mortal enemy with the Tianran tribe and harming Tianquan and others and choose to gamble on Tianjoyo's conscience? If you want to kill, say whatever you want.
I won't go to Joyo Group. Lin Shen took a deep breath, turned around and was about to leave. If Tianjoyo was really shameless, Lin Shen also admitted it.
After he went back, he immediately explained the situation to Emperor Tianshu.
I think he could still tolerate him with Emperor Tianshu's scheming and personality. Entertainment father, you'd better take a look first before making a decision.
I'll take you to a place first. Tianjoyo said without saying a word and directly activated the law of space. Lin Shen suddenly felt the space around him distorted. When his vision recovered, he found that he had arrived in a snow valley. There are several wooden houses in this snow valley.
This is not the point.
The point is that a huge lotus grows deep in the snow valley. The lotus is rooted in the snow, and the jade-like lotus leaves are extremely huge.
Only one lotus grows in it.
It is snow white and crystal clear, with the petals as crystals as jade, and the cold air rises. But the lotus is like a room size, and 7 or 8 of them are probably not crowded among the flowers. That is an ice lotus, which grows in billions of years, blooms in billions of years, and can produce lotus seeds after falling in billions of years, and it will take another 100 million years to mature and 400 million years to produce ice lotus seeds. The ice lotus seeds it produces have the law of ice.
Eating one can achieve ice.
Although it is not a true immortal law, it is also a top law of the past.
Tianjoyo walked to the ice lotus and said, "My wife had practiced here at the beginning."
Although she could not wait to eat ice lotus seeds, she just felt the power of the law emitted by the ice lotus, which has been of great help to her. You should practice here for a while, which should be helpful to you. There are some handwritten works by my wife in the wooden house in the middle. You can read it if you have nothing to do, and you may have unexpected gains.
Chapter 804 Immortal Ice Lotus.
Lin Shen looked at the direction of the wooden house and wanted to say something. When he looked at Tianjoyo again in a blink of an eye, he found that Tianjoyo's figure was gone.
Immortal creatures often appear in the Ice Night Star. You'd better not leave Shuegu, take care of yourself.
Lin Shen could only hear the sound of Tianjoyo echoing in the snow valley, but the figure could not be seen.
If you are not here, can you still be trapped here?
Lin Shen tried to teleport away using a mechanical watch, but he could not start it.
Is the law power of Tianjoyo still exists, or is there something wrong with the Ice Night Star itself?
Lin Shen was puzzled. He would not obey Tianjoyo's words and rush into the sky, wanting to leave the snow valley, rush out of the planet directly, and try to teleport in space.
Even if there is any problem with this planet, as long as he leaves this planet, he can go wherever he wants.
Lin Shen had just flew out of the valley and flew outside the atmosphere against the cold wind. Suddenly a ray of ice light shot out, giving him no chance to react, and directly frozen his body into a piece of ice. Lin Shen felt that his mind was frozen, unable to think or operate. He just felt that the blackness in front of him fell from the sky. After Lin Shen's consciousness gradually recovered, he found that the ageless meridian was automatically running. His body still felt very cold, as if he had just soaked in ice water. The cold air invaded his bones, and his soul was trembling with frozen. I wanted to move my body, but found that my body could not move at all. I tried to open my eyes and found that my body was frozen in ice and could not move at all. What the hell is this? After Lin Shen woke up, the theory of evolution began to operate, allowing him to gradually adapt to this extreme cold. Fortunately, Lin Shen had already had a good resistance to low temperatures before, but he still felt unbearable, which shows how cold the ice is.
Time passed minute by minute, and I don't know how long it took.
Lin Shen felt that it had been at least 10 or 20 hours before the strength in his body gradually recovered. Lin Shen burst out his power and wanted to break the ice that wrapped him, but found that with his power, he could not break the ice outside.
What's the situation? Is this ice cube a true immortal law power?
Otherwise, with my physical ability, immortal materials can be broken, how could it not be broken? Lin Shen was surprised and could only continue to operate the theory of evolution patiently.
Fortunately, he has two evolutionary techniques, evolution theory and agelessness.
In this case, there is no problem in saving his life, but it is not easy to break the ice and go out. I don't know how much time has passed, the cold feeling in Lin Shen's body slowly disappeared, and his perception has become much more keen. He gradually felt the strange power coming from the ice, which was obviously a power of law. No matter how strong his power was or how warm his body emitted, it was difficult to melt the ice outside his body, even a little bit.
The strongest law of the ice system should be absolute zero, right?
It can make all activities still and energy cannot be exchanged, so no matter what, the ice cannot melt. Lin Shen guessed in his heart. If it was as he thought, he would probably be trapped in ice all his life and would never be able to escape.
Whose law power is this? An immortal creature outside the snow valley? Or the ice lotus in the snow valley?
Lin Shen had no good idea, so he could only calm down and think about how to get out of trouble. Even if evolution theory can adapt his body to low temperatures, it is not something evolution theory can do now.
Does there be a fire ability that can cope with the current situation?
Lin Shen thought for a while, as if only the fire ability of poison to fight poison might have the potential to take effect. But now Lin Shen can't even move, so where can I find something that can fight against the power of Binghan? While thinking about it, I suddenly saw a white rope dancing outside the glass-like ice cube. The white rope wrapped around the ice cube, then slowly lifted the ice cube and moved the position of the ice cube, as if it was to bring the ice into a white thing. Lin Shen couldn't see clearly what was outside, but he had already guessed what it was.
Binglian, it should be Binglian. Lin Shen was surprised and wondered what Binglian had to do to get him into the lotus.
As far as Lin Shen knows, many basic plants have the ability to eat people. This ice lotus brought him into the lotus.
Could it be that he wanted to eat him?
It seemed to be confirming Lin Shen's idea. After the ice cubes and Lin Shen were pulled into the lotus, the ice cubes outside were melting at an extremely fast speed. The power inside the lotus can melt ice so easily.
This power will not melt me together, right?
Lin Shen was nervous. As the ice melted more and more, Lin Shen saw it more and more clearly.
Outside the ice cube is indeed the flower room of ice lotus.
Inside the flower room are white stamens.
The one he just rolled in should be one of them.
When the ice outside melted to the point where only a thin layer was left, Lin Shen finally forcibly smashed the ice and rushed out. He flew up without hesitation and wanted to escape from the flower room. But just as it flew up, a stamen tied Lin Shen's body like a rope and pulled him down. Lin Shen pulled out the scum knife with his backhand and chopped it on the stamen, trying to cut it off. He had tried to use his body to break the stamens, but it seemed that he had no effect at all. This ice lotus is not a basic body, it is like an ordinary plant. You can feel it is soft and you can even smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers. The slag knife was slashed on the stamen. The slag knife that could saw the immortal material was slashed on the flexible beef tendon rope. The force was used very hard, but it only caused the slag to cause some depression without hurting it. Lin Shen knew that it was because the stamen was too tough and his strength was not enough, so the scum knife failed to work. This thing was even tougher than the body of an ordinary immortal. The flower stamen next to him also stretched out, tied Lin Shen's hands together, and in a blink of an eye he tied him up like a rice dumpling.
It's over, are you going to die here today?
Lin Shen saw a flower stinging directly into his mouth, and his heart suddenly felt cold.
Puff! It's too ugly to die like this.
Huarue pierced into Lin Shen's mouth, causing Lin Shen's pupils to dilate and his soul flew out of the sky. I plan to change this book to 3 updates a day after 2 million words.
Chapter 5 updates every day.
I have been working continuously for several months and have never had a day off.
I rarely go out even when I go out. I really can't stand it.
I work every day, don't have any time to rest, and I can only stay at home every day, and my mentality is easy to have problems. Of course, that will happen after 2 million words. I hope you can have some rest time at that time to relax your body and mind.
Chapter 805 36 Strategies for Martial Arts. The expected pain did not come, the flower stamen did not penetrate his head, but just stayed in his mouth like a pacifier, and the sweet flower slurry flowed into his abdomen. Lin Shen suddenly felt a heat flow spreading in his body, making his body, which was already not very cold, become a little warm. The stamen slowly left, and the stamens surrounding his body also loosened, allowing Lin Shen to restore his free body. Lin Shen quickly flew out of the ice lotus, and the ice lotus had no reaction at this time. So Binglian is saving me? Lin Shen found that Binglian had no malice, but was helping him drive away the cold in his body. Where did the ice light just now come from? Lin Shen was confused, but probably figured it out. Tian Zhuoyou could keep him here with confidence, and he would definitely not have let him escape so easily. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and did not continue to rush outside the planet, but fell down and walked towards the wooden houses. It is definitely not that easy to escape, but let's take a look at what's in it first. Tian Zhuoyou trapped him here, so he must have some plans. It would not be too late to figure out Tian Zhuoyou's intentions first and then find a way. Lin Shen remembered that Tian Zhuoyou said that one of the wooden houses contained some works by his wife, so he walked towards the wooden house. There was thick white snow on the wooden roof, and there were many ice slivers on the eaves. After pushing the wooden door opened with one move. The inside and outside of the wooden house are simply two different worlds. The outside is ice and snow, but the inside is so warm that it makes people sleepy. An old-fashioned oil lamp burned a flame on the table, and the light in the wooden house came from it, as if this warm breath also came from it. Apart from the oil lamp, there are no heating equipment such as stoves in the wooden house. The wooden house is clean and tidy, with a small bed and a rocking chair covered with blankets. Next to the desk and chair is a wooden bookshelf with some books on it. There are not many, and it looks a bit scattered. There are some writing utensils located near the bookshelf, and there is a small blackboard next to it, with some words written on it. Everyone who thinks immortal is just because time is too luxurious for people. Lin Shen looked at this sentence and felt that it made some sense. The lifespan of ordinary humans is less than 100 years. Even those cosmic clans, the lifespan of ordinary people is at most more than 1,000 years. But for the universe, there is actually not much difference between 100 years and 1,000 years. Compared with the time counted in billions, it is just a flash of fingers. Lin Shen saw a book that had been opened on the table, so he picked it up and looked at the cover. The cover is clean, but there are two words tear scars written in the lower right corner. Is this the author's name? Lin Shen couldn't guess and read the book. If the universe is regarded as a living body, all planets are just cells of this living body, and cells die every moment, and new cells regenerate every moment, then what are we? Parasites? Virus? Cancer cells? The works that Tian Zhuoyou mentioned are not all, right? Lin Shen frowned. He was not a philosopher and was not interested in thinking about such a big problem. If it were some technical secrets, he was interested in taking a look. These contents were not attractive to him. After flipping back, I found that it was someone's thinking about life and the universe, so Lin Shen put down the book. Don't Tian Zhuoyou want me to read these contents and brainwash me with a soul, right? Lin Shen walked to the bookshelf, picked up a book and read it again. If it were all those contents, he would have no interest in reading it anymore. Fortunately, this book has nothing to do with the one just now, it is just a serious technique secret. 36 Strategies for Martial Arts, aren't these the techniques used by Tian Zhuoyou? Lin Shen suddenly became interested and opened and looked. Unexpectedly, there are really complete technical contents, from theoretical knowledge to practice methods and experience. They are all written in a very complete manner, and they are all handwritten. Looking at the handwriting, it should be from a woman's hand. Could it be that the 36 strategies used by Tian Zhuoyou were actually created by his wife? Lin Shen was a little surprised. After reading it, I found that the 36 martial arts strategy was named after the 36 military strategy. It includes 6 major parts: victory plans, enemy plans, offensive plans, melee plans, combined plans, and defeat plans. There are 6 techniques in each plan, and these techniques also have the effect of combining them. The palm technique used by Tian Zhuoyou before was a combination of victory strategies.
Lin Shen remembered that Tian Zhuoyo said that the strange fingering technique he used was the sound of the East and the West among the 36 strategies, so he found the sound of the East and the West and looked carefully. The move of the East and West attack was indeed a bit powerful. How could Lin Shen silently get a finger from behind? He has not figured it out until now. After reading the contents of the book, Lin Shen realized that the finger force was not created out of thin air, but used a special energy control technique to hide the finger force there in advance and detonate it like a time bomb. The finger in front and the finger behind have nothing to do with it. The finger in front is just a bluff, and the real killer move is laid out in advance. This technique of hiding the strength is really mysterious. Lin Shen studied the technique of how to hide the strength in advance, and found that this thing is very difficult and requires proficiency in several ways to use the strength in order to achieve the effect of hiding the strength. This thing can't be practiced in a short while. Lin Shen carefully read the 36 strategies one by one and found that the technique of hiding the strength is widely used. If he cannot practice the technique of hiding the strength, it is basically impossible to practice the 36 strategies of martial arts. In addition to hiding the strength, there are several very special techniques, which are widely used in the 36 martial arts strategies. After reading the whole article, the 36 strategies of martial arts are a very strategic technique. Lin Shen thinks such a troublesome technique is not suitable for him. However, Lin Shen still memorized the 36 martial arts strategies first. Although he himself did not like such techniques, he should be able to use them in the future. You can use it for Ayun to practice and teach it to yourself after she has finished it, so that you can get complex and strange skills such as Tibetan spirit. Lin Shen memorized it for most of the day before he could recite the whole book word for word. Now my memory is indeed much better than before. I'm afraid I may not be able to memorize it word for word in 2 or 3 days. Lin Shen put back the 36 martial arts strategies and took another book to read. If all of these are techniques of this level, you will make a lot of money by memorizing a few books. Chapter 806 Tianyan Lake Qi Family. The second book I took down was not a technique, but a book introducing Binglian. Ice Lotus, the foundation of the Ice Nightmare Star, an immortal creature of the Immortal King level. Lin Shen was shocked after reading the previous introduction. It turns out that thing is actually an Immortal King level thing. No wonder it is so powerful. Lin Shen continued to look down. Behind there is an ice lotus picture, which marks every part of the ice lotus, including lotus leaves, lotus flowers, lotus roots, etc. Each part also has a detailed introduction. Lin Shen saw the part of the lotus stamen. After reading the detailed introduction, Lin Shen suddenly put down the book and ran outside the door to retching, but after vomiting for a long time, he vomited nothing. After reading the introduction in the book, he remembered that he had learned it before, but because of his poor memory, he had long forgotten what he had learned before. The stamen is the organ used by flowers to reproduce. Lin Shen, who just felt that the flower slurry was very sweet, felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fortunately, that is just a psychological effect. In fact, according to the records in the book, the flower slurry secreted by the ice lotus can even increase the basic variability of the immortal, which is an excellent treasure. Lin Shen looked at the information on the watch and found that his basic variability rate had indeed increased to 5%. The effect of that mouthful of sip is still very obvious. I took the book and continued reading. There was a detailed introduction to Ice Lotus later. What surprised Lin Shen was that the law of Ice Lotus was not the law of ice. It can be said that the law of Ice Lotus should be just a small part of the law of Ice Lotus. The immortal law of Ice Lotus is stillness, and there are many branch laws below, including absolute 0 degrees. Your sister, it turned out that it was Binglian who beat me down. Lin Shen was depressed and had been having sex for a long time. It turned out that Binglian was directing and acting. After introducing the Ice Lotus in detail, the following is about how to use the Ice Lotus to understand its power of law. If you can truly understand the law of stillness, you only need to kill the Ice Lotus and you can become the immortal king of the stillness system. The author of this book also left a passage at the end, which roughly means that she originally wanted to become an immortal with the help of Binglian, but after spending time together, she became emotional and could not bear to kill Binglian, so she ended up not becoming an immortal using this method. If later generations want to use the Ice Lotus to become immortals and obtain the true immortal law, then hope that later generations can allow the Ice Lotus to form lotus seeds before killing it. This thing blooms in billions of years and bears fruit in billions of years, and can mature in billions of years. Now it is only in the flowering stage, and there are at least 200 million years before the lotus seeds mature.
Who can wait that long?
Lin Shen already understood why Tian Zhuoyou brought him here. Tian Zhuoyou should just want Lin Shen to see Bing Lian in this book, so that Lin Shen knows that he has the ability to help Lin Shen become a truly immortal. Although Lin Shen knew that there was this path, his own ability was not enough to kill Bing Lian. Without Tian Zhuoyou's help, he would not be able to walk this path.
Even if Tian Zhuoyou just takes him away, it is more difficult to find the Ice Night Star in the vast universe than to find a needle in a haystack. Tian Zhuoyou, are you painting a big cake for me?
Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that Tian Zhuoyou was hooking him.
Bing Lian was raised by Tian Zhuoyou and his wife, and she also carries his longing for his deceased wife. How could she use it for him to be promoted to immortality? How can I get out from here?
Lin Shen felt that he had to leave here as soon as possible. But with Bing Lian guarding here, it was too difficult for him to rush out. He had tried the Ice Lotus's freezing ability before. Although evolutionary theory could make him not afraid of the cold, he could not stop his body from being frozen inside.
It seems that I can only first understand the power of the law of the Ice Lotus, see if I can find a flaw and find a way to escape.
Lin Shen looked through the content of the Ice Lotus again, preparing to use the method of tears to understand the law of the Ice Lotus.
Lin Shen's disappearance has alarmed the senior management of the Tianrun tribe.
Tianxuan came to the Zen Star in person, trying to find clues about Lin Shen's disappearance, but found nothing. God, I have checked it thoroughly and no clues have been found.
And Lu was also anxious.
He had sent someone to check it several times, but there were no clues. Lin Shen seemed to have evaporated from the world.
No need to check.
Emperor Tianshu said lightly.
The Lord already knows who it is? And Lu said happily. Who else can it be?
Apart from Tian Zhuoyou, there is no other person in the world who can get people and gods away without knowing it under the noses of an E&I.
Emperor Tianshu sighed, I was careless. I didn't expect Tian Zhuoyou would take such a risk for Lin Shen.
If we hadn't expected that there would be such a move and be prepared in advance, he would not be able to leave when he came. But who would have thought that he would take this risk for such a small thing, and that guy would still be willful as always?
Do we want to go to Zhuoyou Group to ask for people? And Lu asked. Why do you want people without any evidence?
Emperor Tianshu thought for a while and said, if Tian Zhuoyou wanted to kill Lin Shen, he would not have taken such a big effort to get him away. Lin Shen's safety should be fine for the time being, but he still has to think of a way to let Tian Zhuoyou release Lin Shen himself.
Tian Zhuoyou took such a lot of effort to capture Lin Shen, how could he let him go by himself? And Lu was a little puzzled.
Under normal circumstances, of course it is impossible, so we must create some abnormal situations. Emperor Tianshu said with a smile. It turns out that the emperor has long been in his heart.
And Lu's eyes were faintly filled with admiration. Emperor Tianshu shook his head and said, it's not true, but you can try it.
Tian Zhuoyou has a perverse personality and most people can't guess what he thinks, but I know that he obeys his wife and doesn't even dare to speak loudly. He is a standard wife who is strict with her.
Didn't Tian Zhuoyou's wife die? And Lu said in confusion.
His wife has passed away, but her mother's family is still there.
Emperor Tianshu squinted his eyes and said, love the house and the woman.
Tian Zhuoyou is also extremely tolerant of his wife's family, and it can even be said that he will respond to all requests.
What the Lord means is to ask the Qi family of Tianyan Lake to help.
And Lu was a little surprised. Although the Qi family in Tianyan Lake is not among the 4 Qi family prefectures, and the owner of that family has not even obtained the Qi family's numerical ranking, when it comes to the Qi Wuxin in Tianyan Lake, everyone in the Tianrun tribe gives them 7 points of thinness. Qi Wuxin guarded the Tianyan Lake galaxy for thousands of years and kept the border safe for thousands of years. Although he had not competed for the ranking of the Qi family, everyone knew that he was qualified to compete for the name of Qi Yi.
And that Qi Wuxin is Tian Zhuoyou's brother-in-law.
Emperor Tianshu didn't comment, but just said with a smile, I heard that a stunning and talented woman from the Qi family in Tianyan was born.
Chapter 807 Strange Marriage.
Tianai, your swordsmanship has become more and more difficult to understand recently.
An old man looked at the celestial woman practicing sword under the flower tree and said with a smile.
That day, the woman had beautiful hair and gentle eyes, and she looked like a very gentle person. Her swordsmanship is like hers, with every move, like the spring breeze blowing on her face and the affection. It is obviously a murderous move, but it makes people feel that they are not sharp at all.
Uncle, why are you back?
Seeing the old man, Shishianai showed surprise on his face, and quickly withdrew his sword and walked over.
Tian Donghan smiled and said, I have said it many times. If you want to call you uncle, what uncle? I call it whatever I like. If the uncle doesn't accept it, then play a game with me. Just win me and let me call it whatever I want. Shishianai said. My little princess, just spare me, I can't beat you. Tian Donghan shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle, didn't you go to the main star? Why did you come back so soon? Shishianai asked in confusion.
I originally had to stay at the main star for a while, but something suddenly happened, so I had to rush back in advance.
Tian Donghan said. What big thing happened? Could it be that the Emperor barbarians came to invade our tribe's border again? Shishianai's eyes shone, which was a bit eager to try.
The Emperor barbarians may invade the border area, but they definitely have no courage to come to Tianyan Lake.
Tian Donghan smiled and said, This matter has something to do with you. It has something to do with me? I have nothing to do with me, what can it have to do with me? Shishianai was full of doubts. The Lord personally said to marry you. Do you think you have anything to do with you? Tian Donghan said. The Lord wants to marry my family?
So I am the one who is married.
Who does he want to marry me? Tian Buluo or Tian Yunxiao?
Tianai was just slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, not seeming to feel anything wrong. It is very normal for Emperor Tianshu to let the emperor's son marry the descendants of the clan's boss. The Qi family of Tianyan Lake has been guarding the Tianyan Lake galaxy for thousands of years, and it is no different from the princes in one area. It is normal for Emperor Tianshu to marry the Qi family of Tianyan Lake. Siqian loves such a woman and knows that her marriage will not be the same as that of ordinary people, and she does not reject such a marriage. After all, among those emperor's sons, there are many excellent men, who are better than young men in ordinary families, which is not a bad thing. Shishianai thought about it and her age matched her. Among the emperor's sons who had not yet been married, there were the two emperors, Tian Buluo and Tian Yunxiao. With the reputation of the Tianyan Qi family, Emperor Tianshu could not have given her a married emperor's son, and it was even more impossible to be a concubine.
It's not Tian Yunxiao, nor is it the sky's blunt fall. Tian Donghan shook his head and said. Who is it?
Among the emperor's sons, they are the same age as me, and they are not married yet.
Shishianai said with a smile before he realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Shen. Tian Donghan said two words. Lin Shen? Does the emperor's family have this emperor's son? Sure, Tianai couldn't react for a moment.
According to normal thinking, if Emperor Tianshu wants to marry her family, he will definitely let the emperor's son marry her. No one would have thought that the partner Emperor Tianshu wants to marry was not the emperor's son.
Can this be called marriage to someone who has no blood relationship with Emperor Tianshu? It's not the emperor's son, you should know him.
For example, the dean of the Normal Academy today, Christine, who had defeated the Emperor Barbarians during the race rankings before, this time, he went to the Emperor Barbarians to welcome back the great heroes of the God-shadowed God-shadows.
Tian Donghan said. Shishianai finally remembered it, with a look of shock. The emperor's marriage is not the emperor's son, but the Lin Shen? I also think this is a bit outrageous.
I have never heard of marriage without an emperor's son, and it is not even the heavenly man race. Tian Donghan said in a deep thought, but the old man doesn't seem to resist what he meant, he just wants to know what you mean. If you don't want to, the old man will not accept this marriage.
It's not that I'm not willing to do it.
I also know that Lin Shen has talent, not inferior to those emperors, and even has it.
But Shixianai was a little hesitant. But he is not a celestial race, nor is he the emperor's son.
Tian Donghan took her words and said, actually you don't have to think so much. The old man means that if you want, you don't have to think so much.
If you don't want, you don't have to think so much. I want to know what the old man is thinking about.
Shixianai thought for a while. Uncle, I still have to go and see the old man and listen to his opinions.
You don't have to go.
The old man has been in seclusion and is ready to survive the death disaster.
Now no one can see anyone.
Tian Donghan said, actually, the old man's meaning is very simple, just like you.
It's okay if he arrives.
Although he is not a Tianren, his talent is not bad.
It will also be helpful to our Tianyan Lake in the future.
But I heard that he has some relationship with Tianjue's sister Tianxuan.
Shixianai stopped and said in a deep thought. Then refuse, I'll reply now. Tian Donghan said. Let me think about it again.
Shixianai was a little entangled. Since the old man did not object, it means he was able to accept Lin Shen. Perhaps there were other considerations that she did not expect.
Okay, there is no rush to make this matter.
After all, you must think carefully about the big things for life.
Tian Donghan told Shixianai not to make a decision in a hurry, you can consider it again.
Seth Tianai returned home and thought a lot, but finally decided to listen to other people's advice. Taking out the communicator, Shixianai hesitated for a moment, and still dialed a number.
Shai, everything is so sad. I have all the big things. Who dares to make you embarrassed?
Tell me, I will destroy his whole family.
Tian Joyo's figure actually projected from the image and said arrogantly. Master Yu, I encountered something and was a little hesitant in my heart. I couldn't make a decision. I want you to give me some advice. Shixianai said. Say. Tian Joyo restrained his smile and said seriously.
He had no children in his life, and he never remarried after his wife passed away. When his wife was still alive, the grandfather who loved Sakiri most could be said to have grown up watching Sakiri's loved grandfather, and even Tian Joyo took great care of their family.
Tianyan Lake Qijia is also related to Tianjuyu, and only Qi Tian love is one. The emperor wants to marry our family. Tian Joyo is extremely spoiled by Qi Tian Ai, so Qi Tian Ai treats Tian Joyo as her biological grandfather.
She will not even look for her parents if she has any problems, and she is more willing to talk to Tian Joyo.
That bastard dared to hit my little family.
His courage is so fat.
Tian Joyo cursed, scolding all the 18 generations of the Emperor of Heaven's skills.
After the scolding, he said again, but that old thief has some vision and knows that my little AI is the best woman in the universe.
Which emperor's son is he going to marry you? Chapter 808 The Law of Ice. Not the emperor's son. Shixianai shook his head. What?
Tian Joyo jumped up like a lit bomb. That bastard Tianshu dares to look down on my little love. I will kill all his dogs and grandchildren, so that he can kill them.
Master Yu, don't worry.
Although the person whom the Emperor of Heaven matched me is not the Emperor's son, I think that person's talent and ability are still above those Emperor's sons.
Shixianai said hurriedly. It's better than the Emperor's son, that's okay. Tian Joyo's anger was extinguished a little. But there is a problem. That person should have already had a good woman. Shixianai said. Are you worried about this problem? Tian Joyo laughed after hearing this. Master Yu, why are you laughing at? This is a very serious question. Shixianai was unhappy. Tian Joyo said, I'll ask you a question, do you want to marry this man? This is not a question of whether he wants to think about it or not. He already has a woman. How can I share a man with other women? Shixianai said anxiously. Of course not, so I asked you if you want to marry that man. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you want, that's simple.
Wait until I go and kill his woman, so he will have no other women. You can be with you wholeheartedly in the future.
Tian Joyo said. You. Master. I'm serious to you.
Qixianai said coquettishly, if he was really the kind of person who abandoned his wife and children and cling to the powerful, how could I want such a person?
He can betray his woman now and betray me in the future. That's simple.
If I go and kill him, he will not betray anyone.
Tian Joyo said with a smile.
They have no grudges with me, nor are they going to marry me, and they have not said they want to abandon their wife and children now.
If they go to kill him now, wouldn't he be very unfair? Qi Tian was so amused and crying.
Then you say, what do you want to do?
If you have Master Yu to support you, you don't have to be afraid of anything.
Tian Joyo said with his chest patted.
Master Yu, you are so nice to me. Qixianai said with some emotion. Although Tian Joyo couldn't give her any advice, in fact, Sishan AI didn't really need other people's advice. She just wanted someone to share her current mood. Tian Joyo stood on her position without reservation.
Although her words were crazy and seemed meaningless, for Sishan AI, perhaps these meaningless words were what she needed. You just need to make a decision according to your own wishes and leave the rest to me. Tian Joyo changed his mind and said, if that boy Qi Wuxing dares to force you to marry, tell me, I'll deal with him. The old man is very nice to me, and he lets me choose it myself.
Qixianai said hurriedly. That's good. Tian Joyo nodded slightly, then remembered the previous question, and asked Qixianai, after talking for a long time, who do the old thief of Tianshu want to promise you? I won't talk about him anymore.
Anyway, I have decided that I won't be able to do this marriage.
I don't like to compete with others for men.
In fact, Sishan AI had already made a decision in her heart, but she just needed someone to help her make up her mind.
That's right. Our Xiao AI is so outstanding. Good men are queuing up and picking at will. How can we need Tianshu to meddle in other people's business? Tian Joyo said. Master Yu, why don't you pick me up for a trip outside so that the Emperor of Heaven will find someone to come over to talk to him?
It will be too painful for socializing people, said Qixianai.
Okay, where do you want to go?
Tian Joyo agreed immediately, and he had no intention of refusing Sishan AI's request. I don't know, Master Yu, you have traveled all over the universe, and you have visited many places and have many experiences.
Do you have any good places to recommend? Asked Qixianai.
Tian Joyo felt a little fluttered when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. There is an interesting place, and there is an interesting person there, maybe you will be interested.
Where is the place? Who? Qixianai was really curious. I'll know when you arrive.
Tian Joyo said and hung up the communication. He had already passed through the space and came to Qi Tian AI. Master Yu, wait a moment, I will leave a note for them first to avoid worrying. Qi Tianai said, taking the paper and pen, writing the note and put it on the table, pressing it with a teacup, and then leaving with Tian Joyo.
The space law of Tianjuyu is so easy to use. It is simply a necessary artifact for travel. In just a blink of an eye, he left the Tianyan Lake Galaxy with Septunia. When the people of the Qi family saw the note that Sakuri left, it was already evening, but the people of the Qi family were not very panicked. Although Qi Tianai did not say who she left with, Qi family actually knew it clearly, but she just didn't say it out loud. The note left by September 11th is also very clear. She does not intend to accept the marriage arranged by Emperor Tianshu. Although Lin Shen has no problem with his talent, that is not the ideal choice for Sekige, and she doesn't want to compete with other women for men. Lin Shen sat in the ice lotus, his body was flooded with white mist. At this time, he was sensing the power of the law of the ice lotus. There is a period of time every day, the ice lotus will suck the ice gas. If you want to feel the laws of the ice lotus, the ice gas is the best choice. The ice air contains the laws of ice. Although it is not the true law of stillness, the law of ice is the most important branch as a branch of the law of stillness. If the law of ice can be understood to the extreme, then you can use absolute 0 degrees. This move is one of the strongest abilities of the law of stillness. You can further understand the law of stillness through absolute 0 degrees, which is what the book leaves behind tears.
However, Lin Shen sat in the ice gas for 2 hours every day, without missing any ice gas, but he did not feel any of the laws at all. He could only feel his body was very cold, and there was nothing else other than that. It seems that my understanding is still a little bit bad. If you want to understand the law, you can only rely on eating the immortal egg. Lin Shen was a little discouraged. He could not feel the power of the law of the ice lotus, let alone find the flaws. Lin Shen also thought of another possibility, perhaps because his base variability is not enough, so he cannot sense the power of the law. However, in such a ghost place, except for the flower slurry of ice lotus, there is no other thing that can improve the base variability. The amount of mutated nirvana liquid that Lin Shen carries is relatively limited and he has finished drinking it in 2 days. If he asks him to drink flower juice, he always feels a little psychologically shady. After a few days like this, Lin Shen tried several more times and found that as long as he left the snow valley, the ice lotus would emit frozen light, which would directly freeze his body into ice, and could only fall back into the snow valley. Chapter 809 The Snow Valley Beast. Fortunately, after repeated freezing, Lin Shen's body's resistance to freezing has become extremely high. The frozen light of the ice lotus can only freeze him in the ice cube, and cannot do anything to him. Of course, it was mainly because Bing Lian didn't want to do anything to him, but just trapped him here and refused to let him leave. Every time Lin Shen was frozen, Bing Lian would pull him into the flowers, help him melt the ice, and give him a mouthful of flower slurry to repair his frozen body. In fact, Lin Shen has the ability of evolution and does not need flowerline to repair his body. Unfortunately, Bing Lian doesn't understand human words, so it's useless to say anything. Although Lin Shen was a little repulsive, the power of the flower slurry was indeed very strong. Each mouthful could basically provide him with 4 or 5 basic variability, which allowed Lin Shen's basic variability to continue to grow steadily. On this day, Lin Shen was wandering in the snow valley board, wanting to see if he could find the cracks underground or the underground river under the glacier, and quietly leave the area of the snow valley so as not to be trapped by the ice lotus again. The underground river and the big crack were not found. I saw a small black beast emerging from a snow pile and looking at him curiously. There are other creatures in this place? Lin Shen looked at the little beast curiously. He looks a bit like a mole, fat, not big, about twice as big as a normal mole. His big black eyes reveal clear stupidity, and he looks a little cute. Lin Shen looked at it, and it also looked at Lin Shen, not afraid at all. He also crawled out of the snow pile, lay on the ice cube next to him, and looked at Lin Shen from a high place. If you have a way in heaven, you don't go, but if you don't have a way in hell, you just come to surrender. You are so blatantly provoking me and not dealing with you. I am really sorry for your arrogant spirit. Lin Shen summoned the Holy Shield Dragon, and the Holy Shield Dragon went to capture the basic creature. The Holy Shield Dragon spit out a round shield and smashed it towards the mole. Lin Shen thought that such a small thing looked ordinary and should have a low level. Who knew that it directly spit out a strange base like a propeller and flew over to the round shield? The high-speed rotating life base hit the round shield, and actually cut a deep hole on the round shield, almost cutting the round shield in half. Fortunately, the Holy Shield Dragon took it back in time, otherwise the life base would have been destroyed. Lin Shen was shocked. Although the Holy Shield Dragon was only upgraded, its life-based defensibility, and ordinary nirvana level, it was difficult to break it up at once. The little thing's life base was almost broken, which was a bit too powerful. Is it flying upgrade or nirvana level? Lin Shen felt that its power should not be just flying upgrade, but he did not see it using nirvana power, so he was not sure for a moment. Lin Shen quickly took back the Holy Shield Dragon and fed it some medicine to turn it back into the capsule form and slowly cultivate it. At the same time, he summoned Xiaoyu out, pointed to the mole beast that was proudly dancing on the ice, and twisted his butt and said, "Catch it." Xiaoyu glanced at the little beast, but frowned and said, "Nirvana creature, and the level of nirvana is very high, which is difficult to deal with." Is that little beast a nirvana creature? Lin Shen was a little surprised. You don't even know what level of creature you want to hunt, but you dare to take action. Do you think you have a long life? Xiaoyu complained, fortunately this time is just a nirvana creature. If you meet an immortal creature next time, I see how you end it. Who knew that it would be a nirvana creature when it grew to that stupid and cute look? Lin Shen said stubbornly. Xiaoyu was lazy in paying attention to him, summoned the white jade fork and inserted it into the void in the direction of the mole. Suddenly, a strange light flashed on the white jade fork, as if an invisible fork was inserted into the mole beast, and then pulled its body toward this side. The mole beast seemed extremely angry and let out a harsh scream. The propeller-like life base flew over, emitting black light, flying past it like a hot wheel. It seemed that something was cut off, and the mole beast pulled towards Xiaoyu stopped. Xiaoyu also raised her arm suddenly, as if the thing she was pulling suddenly broke, and it was obviously flashed. Xiaoyu's face suddenly became gloomy, and she summoned another white jade knife in her hand and flew directly towards the mole beast. A ghost and a rat started fighting in the snow valley, and for a moment it was hard to decide the outcome. Lin Shen was very surprised to see that Xiaoyu's combat power was so strong that Lin Shen knew that not many people could fight him at the Nirvana level. Lin Shen was a little surprised that this mole beast was able to fight Xiaoyu and looked at it carefully. The mole beast is all black, like black gold, with only its tail white, just like platinum. Its body was filled with black light, moving rapidly in the air like lightning, avoiding Xiaoyu's knife-light and fork attack again and again, and its speed was quite fast, but it was still a little worse than Xiaoyu. The reason why Xiaoyu was unable to take it down was mainly because of its propeller-like life base. The life base spiraled and flew, and kept spinning around the mole beast. Once an attack came, the propeller would rush forward to block it. Xiaoyu's sword light was extremely strong, and his attack power was definitely top-notch in Nirvana level, but his sword light was immediately slashed on the propeller-like life base. Xiaoyu used a variety of techniques to attack, but none of them were of little use. He was strangled by the propeller's life base every time. Interesting, its ability of this life foundation is similar to my scum knife skills. Lin Shen felt more and more interesting as he looked at it. The reason why the mole beast's life base is so powerful is similar to the scum knife skill, and it has the sawing effect. But the effect of this life foundation is better than Lin Shen's scum knife skills. Lin Shen's scum knife skills only have one blow effect, while the mole beast's skills continue to rotate like a chainsaw, which has stronger destructive power and more lasting. Lin Shen was moved when he saw it. If my scum knife skills can also be integrated into such skills, the destructive power and durability will be greatly improved, and the power should be greatly improved. It's a pity that the slag knife is just a knife, and it cannot rotate like this, but the knife energy cutout should be able to achieve similar effects. The most important thing is how to keep the power undispersed. This is not something that ordinary skills can accomplish. Lin Shen thought about it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't the hidden power method of the 36 martial arts techniques just the solution to this problem? Chapter 810 Another Jade Order. Xiaoyu couldn't fight for a long time, but she couldn't do anything to a little beast, and her face turned very ugly. The carapace on his body lit up a red ghost face. With the appearance of the ghost face, the power of the little beast and its life base suddenly decreased greatly. Xiaoyu split the rotating life base in half with one knife. The fork suddenly thrust into the air, pricking the little beast in the air. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the light control of the fork. He could use the sword light to deal with the little beast, but Xiaoyu rushed up, and the white jade knife in his hand flashed quickly, dismembering the little beast directly. It's so cruel. Lin Shen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that Xiaoyu's body and face were covered with nirvana liquid, and there was a crazy smile on his face. The Shura ghost is too fierce, even as a pet, it will make people feel a little worried. Lin Shen went over and collected some base liquid, but saw a little light rising from the little beast's body, constantly flying out of the residual corpse, condensed together, and turned into fine sand. Embers of Nirvana. This was the first time Lin Shen saw this thing with his own eyes. After the death of Nirvana creatures, the ashes of reincarnation may appear, but more of them are Nirvana embers. This thing is not like the ashes of reincarnation that can completely retain the power of Nirvana, but it also contains the attributes of Nirvana power, which is also very useful. Binglian will not let me leave Bingyan Star, so it's okay to go outside the snow valley to hunt some creatures. Lin Shen took Xiaoyu and walked outside the snow valley. While walking, I turned my head to look at Binglian until I walked out of the snow valley, but I didn't notice any reaction from Binglian. Just when Lin Shen thought Binglian would not care about him, a ray of ice suddenly flew over, freezing Lin Shen again. When Lin Shen came out of the ice lotus again, he found that Xiaoyu was still sitting outside and resting, and nothing happened. Lin Shen thought for a while and came to the entrance of the snow valley again. He stood inside the snow valley and did not walk outside, but let Xiaoyu walk out of the snow valley. As a result, Binglian had no reaction at all and didn't care about Xiaoyu at all. You go and hunt some nirvana creatures, it is best to have mutated qualities and get some nirvana liquid back. Lin Shen said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu left Shuegu without looking back and flew up arrogantly. She flew out not long after she suddenly saw an ice bomb flying out of the glacier next to her. Xiaoyu slashed the ice bomb with one knife. Before he could say anything, he saw the ice bomb hitting like a storm. Xiaoyu pulled the jade fork in her hand, and the ice bombs all over the sky flew towards the direction guided by the jade fork, and were led aside, but failed to hurt Xiaoyu. Lin Shen couldn't see clearly what was attacking Xiaoyu. He flew higher and saw a snow-white creature on the glacier and snowy ground, which was firing out ice bombs towards Xiaoyu, and it was obvious that it was a nirvana creature. After Xiaoyu pulled away the ice bomb, she slashed over with one knife, and the sword light directly cut a bloody mouth on the creature's chest. Hey! That thing has such a high physical strength. After being hit by Xiaoyu's sword, it just broke its body and was not killed. Lin Shen was a little surprised. The white gorilla, who was cut by Xiaoyu, screamed shrilly and ran away while screaming. Xiaoyu was about to chase after him and kill it, but suddenly she saw the snowy mountain next to her shaking and the heavy snowfall slipping, causing an avalanche. With the avalanche, the snow-capped mountains revealed their true appearance, but they kept rising strangely. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the snow mountain was not a real snow mountain at all, but a huge white gorilla sitting there. When it stood up, it was taller than the snow mountain next to it. The little white gorilla rushed to the feet of the huge white gorilla, shouted and jumped at the huge white gorilla, and pointed to the wound on his chest. The huge white orangutan was already furious and stared at Xiaoyu. At almost the same time, countless ice cones appeared around the huge white orangutan. The next second, the ice cone surged towards Xiaoyu's violent impact. Xiaoyu tried desperately to protect her body, and various skills exploded like money, while she was still retreating quickly. Bang 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 bang. But Xiaoyu's knife and fork did not completely block the ice cones, and her body was hit by the ice cones and fell like a meteor. Fortunately, he was going to escape here and fell towards this side. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu's body. The terrifying force led Lin Shen's body to plow 2 deep ditches on the glacier and snow. The giant white gorilla chased after a distance, but when he arrived in front of Shuegu, he seemed to realize something. He roared at Shuegu twice, and turned around and left like that. Its size is too huge, and each step causes the surrounding snow-capped mountains to shake, causing a large number of avalanches. After reaching the previous position, the giant white orangutan sat down and let the snowflakes fall on it. There is an immortal creature outside the snow valley. This is not even a chance to escape. Lin Shen put down Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's body was strong enough, and the attack of the immortal creature could not severely damage him. But there was the immortal creature outside, and the plan to let Xiaoyu go out to hunt failed again. Lin Shen could only return to the snow valley depressedly and continue reading and studying techniques. He planned to practice the hidden power method himself and then use it to transform his scum knife skills. Now the scrap knife skills mainly rely on the characteristics of the scrap knife itself to compete with the power of the immortal level. Although the sword energy formed is also very strong, at most it can cut down the nirvana level of the same level, and it will not be of much use to the immortal level. If you can successfully study the chainsaw-like knife energy, it will definitely be able to take the practical ability of knife energy to a higher level. Lin Shen thought in his heart and practiced it, but found that the method of hiding the power seemed not as difficult as he imagined, so he quickly got started. Xiaoyu was very bored on the side. He also followed Lin Shen's appearance and took the book from the bookshelf to read it. Sure, a ghost has inherited memories, and these words are not difficult for him. He just felt bored after reading the content, and he couldn't read it one after another. What is this? Xiaoyu said in surprise as if she had discovered something interesting. Hearing a clang, Lin Shen turned his head and found that Xiaoyu was holding a book in his hand. The book was opened, and at Xiaoyu's feet, a jade token fell to the ground. I seem to have seen this jade order. Lin Shen walked over and picked up the Jade Order. After a closer look, he remembered where he had seen it. Previously, they brought out 3 things on the temple star: the sun-shooting bow, the Jade Order and the silk scarf love letter. Lin Shen took the bow of the sun by himself, and Yu Ling was with Lao Wei, and the silk scarf love letter was given to Ouyang Yudu. The Jade Order on the ground is exactly the same as the Jade Order of Lao Wei.
Chapter 811 Suwanio Temple. Where did this thing come from?
Lin Shen looked carefully. It was indeed exactly the same as the Jade Order in Lao Wei's hand, but it should not be the same. It fell out of this book. Xiao Yu handed the book in her hand to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the book and looked at the cover first. The cover had no title, and there were also 2 small characters with tears in the lower right corner. Lin Shen opened the book and found that it was blank inside, and a groove was dug in the middle of the book, which coincided with the shape of the jadeling. It is estimated that this book is specially used to place this jadeling. I remember that both the Yu Ling and the love letter were found in Suwanio Temple.
Why is there a same Jade Order here? Could it be that this tear mark has been to the temple star?
Lin Shen was a little confused.
The temple star is strange and inexplicable.
Lin Shen can't explain clearly and understand the things there, and the things brought from the temple star are also very strange. The sun-shooting bow, Jade Order, and love letter can emit divine light to drive away ghost-like creatures when they are in the temple star. But after leaving the temple star, these things seem to have become ordinary things. Apart from their tough texture and difficult to damage, there was nothing magical. Lin Shen wanted to use the sun-shooting bow to fight the enemy, but he couldn't pull the bow string at all, and he couldn't sense the power of the sun-shooting bow itself. In theory, the sun-shooting bow should be one of the 10 generals under the king of the ancient realm. The sun-shooting bow is transformed from the immortal life base of the sun-shooting general. Even if Lin Shen cannot pull it open, it will have a certain power overflow. But after leaving the temple star, the bow is really like a waste product and has no effect at all. After reading it for a while, he couldn't see any tricks. Lin Shen put Yu Ling back into the book, intending to put the book back. This is Tian Joyo's former residence. The things must be Tian Joyo or his wife. If he really takes this thing for himself, Tian Joyo will have even more reason not to let him go. And he didn't know what it was for, and it was useless if he took it. Lin Shen had just put the jade ring in the groove of the book. Just as he was about to close the book, the fat boy crawled out of his backpack and picked the jade ring out of the book.
Fatty, what are you doing?
Lin Shen looked at Fatty in confusion. The fat boy ignored him, flapped his wings, and dragged his fat body to the outside of the wooden house. The Jade Order in his mouth flew into the sky with a sudden slam. Lin Shen was suspicious. Fatty had seen the Jade Order in Lao Wei's hand. If he was interested, he should have taken it away at that time. Why did he suddenly become interested in this Jade Order? Can't this Jade Order is actually different from the Jade Order of Lao Wei? Lin Shen was thinking in his heart when he saw that the Jade Order had fallen to the ground. The originally bleak Jade Order actually emitted a shiny light at this time, and the handwriting on the Jade Order also shines. Lin Shen and Xiaoyu both widened their eyes, and as they watched the brilliance emitted by the Jade Order gradually become physical and gradually form a temple.
What's going on?
Lin Shenrun was shocked.
This was like a magical scene that was created out of thin air. Suwanio Temple.
Lin Shen looked at the temple's completion. 3 words appeared on the plaque of the temple. This is not surprising, because the previous Jade Order was obtained from Suwanio Temple, and this Jade Order is probably related to Suwanio Temple. But I didn't expect that this thing could actually create a Suwanio Temple out of thin air. The fat boy flapped his wings and flew into the Suwanio Temple. Lin Shen was curious and hurriedly followed into the temple. There is no hanging statue in it, but there is no statue on the altar.
There is only a divine card with the word Shangniao written on it.
Lin Shen discovered something familiar, and there were incense burners and incense on the divine case. No matter how you look at it, it was very similar to the scene in Chiyu Temple. While Lin Shen was thinking, he saw a fat boy sweeping his wings and a stick of incense flew over and landing in Lin Shen's hand.
Do you want me to burn incense?
Lin Shen understood what Fizi meant,
so he lit the incense and inserted it into the incense burner. There is interference from the laws of the ice lotus here, so it should be impossible to teleport away, right?
Lin Shen thought in his heart, but saw that he seemed to be a little surging in the smoke, and the temple in front of him seemed to have become dreamy and less real. When Lin Shen regained his down-to-earth feeling, he found that although the temple in front of him was still the same, the scenery outside the temple was different. Lin Shen walked out and flew into the sky to check. The snow valley disappeared. Outside was a huge hanging island. The entire island was like a huge arena, surrounded by layers of stone stairs, like sitting in a stand.
Welcome to Shangxing. Do you estimate the value of your product? A voice suddenly rang over the island. Who are you? Where is this place? Lin Shen asked.
I am the spirit of Shangxing. Here is Shangxing. You can value your products here, or you can consign and trade your products here.
The voice continued. What product?
Lin Shen had experienced the incident with Bingxing before, but he didn't think it was too incredible.
Everything can be valued. The valuation is the acquisition price of Shangxing.
If you are not satisfied with the valuation, you cannot sell it, or you can choose to trade with others.
Shangxing supports bartering, or trading with Shangxing coins. Shangxing's spirit explained. How to estimate the price of the product? Lin Shen asked. It depends on what your product is.
The voice of the Shangxing spirit echoed on the hanging island.
What about this knife? Lin Shen asked.
As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, he saw the ground in front of him vibrate and a platform rose.
Please put your products on the platform. Shangxing Ling said.
Lin Shen glanced at Fatty and saw that it had no reaction, so he reached out to put the scum knife on it. When the slag knife is placed on the platform will immediately burst out with colorful light, wrapping the slag knife in it. The slag knife was suspended in the air, as if it was being scanned over and over again. After a while, the colorful light suddenly formed a screen-like projection in front of Lin Shen, and then some text appeared on it. A knife, the estimated price of 11 yuan Shangxing coins, the ranking of knife-type products is open, the knife is currently ranked first. Please name your knife. Slag knife. Lin Shen was used to it and directly said the name of slag knife. The name is successful, the slag knife is ranked first in the knife-type product ranking. The estimated price of 11 yuan Shangxing coins, whether to sell.
Shangxing Zhiling said.
I can only update 2 times at noon today and 3 times at night.
Chapter 8:12 Estimation.
It is naturally impossible for Lin Shen to sell scum knife, let alone only sell for 11 yuan. If you don't choose to sell, you can also choose to consign, you can barter or sell it for money.
Shangxing Zhiling said.
Lin Shen had a rough idea. At Shangxing Consignment, you can choose to exchange your own products for fixed target items. Only when the other party puts fixed items can the transaction be reached. Or choose the consignment price, you can price as much as you want.
Shangxing's valuation is just a valuation.
No matter how much it estimates, in fact, you can sell 100,000 yuan, as long as someone is willing to buy it. Lin Shen did not intend to consign a scum knife.
This thing is now equivalent to Lin Shen's exclusive magic weapon.
Without scum knife in hand, Lin Shen's combat power will be significantly reduced. It may be useless for others to use it. For Lin Shen, it is a magic weapon and it will not be sold for no amount of money.
Can Shangxing estimate the value of a pet? Lin Shen asked again. Yes, anything has its value and can be estimated. Shangxing Ling said. Okay, then let's help me estimate his value.
Lin Shen pointed at Xiaoyu and said. Xiaoyu's face suddenly turned dark, but Shangxing Ling said in confusion, please put your pet on the platform. Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu jumped to the platform reluctantly. The platform once again emitted strange brilliance, and soon the brilliance turned into a screen, and Xiaoyu's information and valuation appeared on it.
Shura Ghost, Junior valuable 14 Shangxing coins, are they for sale?
The pet ranking list is open, and Shura Ghost Baby is currently ranked first in the pet ranking list.
Lin Shen naturally chose no.
When the spirit of Shangxing asked whether to enter the trading market again, Lin Shen also chose no.
Shura Ghosts, like slag knife, are all non-sale products from Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood here and waited for a long time, but the spirit of Shangxing didn't say anything anymore. Lin Shen was surprised and asked, I should be the first person to come to Shangxing, right? Is there any special reward? Shangxing transactions adhere to the principle of fairness and justice. Any transaction is open and transparent, and there is no so-called special reward, said the spirit of negotiation. Lin Shen felt a little depressed when he heard this. When he was in the Soldier Star, he was the first to enter the ranking list and got the titles of various kings. Although he was not saved later, he has even lost the titles of King of Knife and King of Fan. But at least the title of King of War can be used, and there are some benefits. Unexpectedly, Shangxing was so stingy that he, the first person to enter the rankings, did not benefit at all. I am the first person to enter the rankings, so I don't have any special benefits? Lin Shen asked unwillingly. Sorry, all transactions on Shangxing are fair and just. If you want to increase the value of the product, you must increase the valuation of the product. Shangxing Ling said. How can we improve the valuation of the product? Lin Shen asked. Shangxing's spirit said, if it is a sword or other weapon, there will be a test stone. If your sword can leave traces on the test stone, Shangxing will re-evaluate it based on the traces you left. The stronger the combat power of the weapon, the deeper the traces left, the higher the estimation. If it is a pet, Shangxing has creatures specially used to test the actual combat capabilities of the pet. The stronger your pet performs in battle, the higher the estimation will be. After listening to the detailed explanation of the spirit of Shangxing, Lin Shen decisively chose to let Xiaoyu prove his product value. Xiaoyu was so angry that she was itchy, but she had no choice but to enter the arena. A Nirvana creature appeared in the arena. Xiaoyu fought with the Nirvana creature, and after victory, the valuation increased by a Shangxing coin. Xiaoyu has 4 Nirvana creatures on the battlefield in a row, and his valuation has also changed from 14 yuan to 18 yuan. If he wants to continue to improve Xiaoyu's value, he can only challenge the immortal creatures more than he can directly challenge. Lin Shen saw that Xiaoyu had always been at ease and chose to fight against the immortal creatures without hesitation, wanting to see how high Xiaoyu's level is. Xiaoyu was so angry that his teeth were almost broken, but he had to fight against the immortal creature that appeared. Although he was scarred in the end, he finally killed the immortal creature, but he was seriously injured himself. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was covered in wounds, Lin Shen had no choice but to abstain from letting Xiaoyu continue to increase his valuation through combat. Xiaoyu's final valuation reached 21 yuan. In comparison, the slag knife, which is only worth 11 yuan, is obviously not as good as Xiaoyu's valuation. Lin Shen did not continue to increase his valuation and flew away from the hanging island. He wanted to try it out if he could use a teleportation device to leave on this planet. As a result, the transmission device cannot be used on Shangxing, and his watch transmission device is useless. I can't teleport here, so I'll go to another temple to take a look. If I can leave from another temple, I don't have to return to the Ice Knight Star. Lin Shen had the experience of the Soldier Star and knew that there should be more than one temple on these planets. Different temples will be teleported to different planets. As long as he doesn't return from the original temple, he doesn't have to return to the Ice Knight Star. Lin Shen left the floating island and went to other places, hoping to find a place where he could teleport away, or to find other Suanio temples. While Lin Shen was looking for the Suanio temple, the universe outside was already in chaos. The Chiyu temple has only appeared for a long time, and Suanio temple has appeared in various parts of the universe. Some people entered Shangxing through Suanio temple, and they encountered the same situation as Lin Shen. The difference is that when they arrived at Shangxing, there was already a product ranking on Shangxing's ranking list. Haha, what a broken thing. That knife is actually called a slag knife, which is only worth 11 yuan. Then my moonslaying god sword can be worth millions. Someone immediately chose to estimate the ranking of the slag knife. As a result, his self-deserving moon god sword only evaluated $1. Countless powerful men of various races flocked to the temple, and as a result, various items also topped the Shangxing rankings, but no product could reach a high price of 10 yuan. The 11 yuan valuation of the scrap knife is already the best in the universe,
and the 21 yuan valuation of the xiaoyu has made people have no desire to pursue it. Please ask the Shura Ghost Baby, the price will be available at will. I'm looking to buy Shura Ghost Baby, 100 million Tianqing coins. The world's #1 treasure sword is only worth 11 yuan. This Shangqing coin may not be too valuable. Some people even took immortal level items to estimate the price, but the value was not more than 10 yuan. People have speculated what value is the #1 priced Shura Ghost Pet and the second priced Scum Knife that are worth so much money. Chapter 813 The Most Expensive Universe. I don't know what the Shura Ghost Pet is, but his rating on Shangqing is so high. Bing Yale was not convinced of the Shura Ghost ranking and took his new pet to Shangqing. His new pet is the Nirvana-level mutated Red Dragon, which is also a very famous Nirvana-level pet in the universe. It has extremely excellent performance on both ends of offense and defense, and also has a full Nirvana attribute immune skill. It is recognized as one of the strongest pets at Nirvana level. Isia is full of confidence and thinks that with the mutated Red Dragon, she should be able to win the title of the most expensive pet. Who knew that the mutated Red Dragon's valuation on Shangqing was not as high as the Slag Knife? He only estimated 10 yuan of Shang coins. The value of Shura Ghost is more than twice as high as that of the mutated Red Dragon. When people saw that the mutated Red Dragon only estimated 10 yuan, more people were crazy about buying Shura Ghosts, wanting to buy Shura Ghosts with Shangqing estimated at 21 yuan at a high price. Whether it is true or false, a wave of seeking to buy Shura Ghosts has been set off in the universe. Many top Nirvana people, even immortals, are willing to pay a high price to buy Shura Ghost pets. Unfortunately, no one will sell it to them. With the immortal pets on the list, people originally thought that the ranking of Shura Ghosts would gradually decline, just like the weapon rankings. The ranking of single-digit scores at the beginning of the Soldier Star ranking is already very high, and the scores will become less valuable later. Now, there are more than 10 in the number of major weapons rankings, and Lin Shen's scores are no longer visible. Those who can score 10 on the weapon list are basically top immortals. It is difficult for ordinary immortals to even get 5 points, let alone exceed 10. Now, those who can enter the top 10 in the weapon rankings have at least 10 or above, and those who can enter the top 100 at most can enter the top 100 at most. However, when those top big guys took their pets to Shangqing to evaluate, they found it incredibly that even the top immortal creatures had a valuation of just over 10 yuan, and none of them could reach 20 yuan and could not catch up with the valuation of Shura Ghost. Some immortal pets also chose to challenge to increase their valuation. As a result, most of them not only failed to increase their valuation, but were killed in the challenge and disappeared directly from the ranking list. Although some pets have increased their valuations, their value is around 10 yuan, and no pet can reach 20 yuan. On the ranking of knife tools, the estimated price exceeds 11 yuan, and the value ranking of scrap knives has dropped to the top 20. As time goes by, more and more products are on the list, including immortal products, but currently only Shura Ghost can be estimated at more than 20 yuan. Lin Shen didn't know about these things. He had been looking for other temples on Shangqing. Before the temple was found, he was attacked by a group of birds. It was a group of Nirvana-level cranes, which exploded with the energy of the Nirvana power. It was terrifying to an unimaginable level, but Lin Shen punched their lives to pieces, causing the cranes to escape immediately and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen continued to fly, looking for other Suwanio temples, but it was tragic again. A giant bird just spitted a mouthful of Nirvana power, and an irresistible strong wind was generated. Lin Shen had tried his best to fight the strong wind, but his body was still blown away by crazily. I don't know how far it had flew out. Anyway, when I opened my eyes and looked around, I found that the surrounding landforms were very unfamiliar and I had never been here. When Qi Tianlove came to Bingyan Star, his face was full of curiosity. Master Yu, what is this place? Shishianai asked Tian Zhouyo next to him. Tian Zhouyo did not answer her, but pointed to the snow-capped mountains in the distance and said, "Did you see the highest snow-capped mountain? There is a snow valley after passing through the snow-capped mountain. There are some interesting things and an interesting person in the snow-capped valley. You will naturally like it after you see it. You don't have to give me face, and you can clean up whatever you want."
Master Yu, who is the interesting person you are talking about? Asked Cixianai.
You will naturally know at that time when you look at it.
Tianjoyo looked mysterious and did not answer Cixian Love.
Cixianai wanted to ask something, but Tianjoyo only said that she would explore it by herself. There must be something she was interested in the Snow Valley, and then she teleported it away directly. After watching Tianjoyo leave, Cixianai climbed over the snow mountain curiously and headed towards the Snow Valley that Tianjoyo said. In the Snow Valley, Cixian Love did see many things that interest her. The works of the Ice Lotus in Tears deeply attracted Cixian Love, which made her study them day and night. Tianai, like Lin Shen's choice, also recorded the 36 martial arts strategies and started to learn, but she was not that ideal. She had already remembered all the key points of the 36 martial arts strategies and had even memorized them backwards, but she still couldn't use the essence of the 36 martial arts strategies. No matter how you practice, even if you practice backwards, you cannot exert the true power of the 36 strategies of martial arts. The main reason is that you have not been able to practice the method of hiding the power. The 36 martial arts strategies are so difficult to practice. Can anyone below the immortal level really be able to practice them? Tianai felt that even if he had such a good talent, he would not be able to practice them even more. These techniques were not easy to use at all. Soon, Tianai also discovered Suanio Temple and used Suanio Temple to go to Shanxing, but there was no substantial gain. He could only continue to study techniques and transform techniques so that his abilities could be stronger. Cixianai went to Shanxing several times. After taking out the things and looking at Shanxing's pricing war, she found that although her things were valuable, none of them could break through the 20 yuan mark. There was no hope for the rankings. Tianai discovered that the most expensive thing in the product ranking list is a pet called Shura Ghost. Although I don't know what level Shura Ghost is, its name is so loud that it is hard to believe in the universe. Now it can be said that everyone knows it in the universe. Even if you have never been to Shanxing, most of you have heard of the reputation of Shura Ghost. More and more immortal level powerhouses are taking their immortal level pets to estimate the price, but none of them can reach 20 yuan. They chose to improve their pet valuation through challenges, and most of them ended in failure. Even if there were any successful people by chance, they would still fail in the second round of challenges. There was no pet that could last until the third round, and none of them could reach the 20th. Shura Ghost still occupied the most expensive position in the commodity ranking list with an overwhelming advantage. The ranking of the scrap knife is gradually surpassed by immortal weapons, and its ranking on the ranking is getting lower and lower, and it is almost falling out of the top 100. Chapter 8:14 Meeting in Shuegu. You said that there is an interesting person in the Snow Valley, why didn't you see a figure? Cixianai was puzzled. She had been to the Snow Valley for a few days, but she didn't see a figure at all. Master Yu would not lie to her, but although there are many interesting things in this Snow Valley, there are not as interesting people as Tianjoyo said. Tianai thought the things in the Binglian and Suanio Temple were very interesting, but these things were not enough to make her pay close attention. Tianai knew that Binglian was very powerful, but her background was already destined. She could easily be promoted to immortality. Even professionals have designed the law of immortality to obtain the immortal level. She does not need to use Binglian to immortality, so she is not very interested in Binglian. Although Suanio Temple and Shanxing are also very interesting, anything on Sekitan AI can give a valuation of 18 or 19 yuan. Although it does not exceed the valuation of Shura Ghost, it has already made Sekitan AI feel very boring. After reading the books on the bookshelf, Cixian AI decided to leave the Snow Valley. Just as I was about to contact Tianjoyo, I suddenly saw a man walking out of Suanio Temple. Is this the interesting person that Master Yu said? The person who was planning to walk out of Suanio Temple was full of curiosity. Originally, she thought that the interesting people in Tianjoyo must be strangers in the universe, or masters in some aspects. However, this person who came out of Suanio Temple was wearing a tattered combat suit like a cloth strip, and the helmet on his face was also bad, and he could only cover half of his face. Why does this person look like a beggar? Cixianai didn't want to judge people by his appearance, but no matter how this person looked in front of him, he didn't look like the interesting person Tianjoyo said. The man in beggar costume that Qi Tianai saw could not be someone else except Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked for other Suanio temples on Xinjiang, but the Suanio temple was not found, but was targeted by an immortal creature, chasing him to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Fortunately, his body is strong enough, otherwise it is not certain whether he can come back alive. Lin Shen also widened his eyes in surprise when he saw a girl from the Heavenly Man appearing in the Snow Valley. He didn't expect that in the Snow Valley, he could actually see the universe and human race besides him, let alone a girl from the celestial race. What is the relationship between this girl and Tian Zhuoyou? How did she come to Shuegu? Lin Shen saw that the girl from the Tianren tribe had red lips and white teeth. Although she was not as tall and beautiful as Tianxuan, nor as charming as Catherine, she had a rare kind of gentle beauty. It seemed that she would not refute anything you said, but would only agree with your opinion. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at Xixianai and asked directly. My name is Xiao Ai, who are you? Xixianai asked back. Xiao Ai? What is your relationship with Tian Zhuoyou? Lin Shen continued to ask at Qi Tianai, staring at Qi Tianai, without answering her question. The feeling of Qi Tian love gives people is too gentle, as if it is easy to bully. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but become a little stronger when he talked to her. I don't know who you are talking about. Some people say that there are many interesting things in this snow valley, so I came to this snow valley. Xixianai looked innocent. If someone else said this, Lin Shen would not believe it no matter what. But Seth Tianai seems to have a magic power in her, which makes people involuntarily want to believe her. You have been cheated. It's easy to come here, but it's not that easy to get out. Lin Shen sighed. Is this so dangerous here? Xixianai asked with wide eyes. She didn't feel that there was anything dangerous in this snow valley. Have you ever been out after you entered the snow valley? Lin Shen asked. No. Xixianai shook his head. Then you must not think about going out, nor do you walk out of the valley. Lin Shen pointed to the ice lotus in the snow valley and said, Did you see that ice lotus? If you leave the valley casually, it will freeze you with ice light. If you are lucky, you will survive. If you are not lucky, you may be frozen to death. It looks pretty, not as cruel as something. Xixianai said hesitantly. That's because you have never walked out of the valley and have never seen its power. But I don't recommend that you try it, or stay in the snow valley honestly and suffer less. Lin Shen looked at Xixianai and said, Are you caught by Tian Zhuoyou? Who is Tian Zhuoyou? Xixianai asked with his eyes blinking. It's just a vulgar old man from the Tianren with wings and hair all gray. Did he get caught by him? Lin Shen felt that Qi Tianai's love for such a kind and lovely Tianren girl must have been caught by Tian Zhuoyou. It is normal for Tian Zhuoyou to have such a great hatred between the Tianren clan and to catch some girls from the Tianren clan back. Yes, it was an old man from the Heavenly Man race who brought me here. After hearing this, Qi Tianai smiled in his heart. This was the first time she heard that Tian Zhuoyou was a vulgar old man from the Tianren tribe. This person should be the interesting person that Master Yu mentioned, right? Xixianai had guessed that the interesting person that Tian Zhuoyou mentioned should be him. That's right. That vulgar old man from the Heavenly Man tribe is Tian Zhuoyou. Lin Shen looked at Qi Tianai and said, It's such a sin. He can do such a young and cute little girl. Is he very bad? Xishan looked at Lin Shen curiously and asked. It's not just bad, it's simply shameless. Lin Shen was already angry. Tian Zhuoyou clearly lost, but he didn't let him go. He was extremely shameless. Why did he catch you here? Lin Shen turned his tone and asked at Xixianai. He also felt that this girl from the Tianren tribe was a little strange. Why did Tian Zhuoyou catch such a girl here? There was a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps Tian Zhuoyou saw that he was unmoved and was not tempted by Binglian, so he got such a beautiful girl from the Heavenly Man. If you can't tempt it, then start seducing it. Tian Zhuoyou, you underestimate me, Lin Shen, too much. After all, I have seen some beautiful women. Do you think that a mere beautiful and lovely Tianren lady can make me surrender? Lin Shen said in his heart.
He said there was an interesting person here. Sishan AI told the truth.
Lin Shen was even more sure of his thoughts after hearing this. This girl from the Heavenly Man must have been tricked by Tianjoyo to seduce him.
Tianjoyo knew that his concentration was as strong as steel and was unshakable.
The general seduction was useless, so he tricked a pure and cute girl from the Heavenly Man race to come over, giving people the feeling of first love. Even though they know it is a plan, ordinary people will still indulge in it without realizing it.
This is the real beauty plan.
The essence of the beauty plan is not beauty, but emotion.
Chapter 8:15 Mr. Enemy. Lin Shen looked at Chi Tian AI in front of her with a strange look. She obviously didn't know that she was a beauty in the beauty trap and could be considered an innocent person. There are no interesting people here, only a boring person like me. Lin Shen looked at Sishan AI and said, "What's your name? Where are your homes?"
There is naturally no secret that Sekiriya has to tell others. I said frankly, my name is Sekiriya, and my home is in the Tianyan Lake Galaxy.
Tianyan Hu Qi family? Who is you, General Qi Wuxin?
Lin Shen was shocked.
After all,
he is making a living in the Heavenly Man race, and he still has some understanding of the powerful people of the Heavenly Man race. Lin Shen thought that it would be impossible for a prince like the Tianyan Hu Qi family to know. In the past, the Tianchu Academy was the claws and eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, and monitored the 8 desolates and 6 worlds. Especially in places like the Qijia of Tianyan Lake, there were all eyeliners of the Tianchu Academy. Even now, there are still field staff from Tianchu Academy who have been lurking in Qi's home in Tianyan Lake. Lin Shen looked at Chi Tianai carefully and remembered that he had heard before that it was said that a genius woman from the Qi family in Tianyan Lake seemed to be called Chi Tianai. Bing Shue was able to learn all kinds of skills, and she was also a natural ascension. Although it is not as famous as Dai's, it is still a bit famous among the celestial race. Lin Shen heard that Chi Tian loves to be sweet and charming, and has a very gentle personality. The reason why he knew that Chi Tianai was like this was mainly because many powerful people in the Zen Star had mentioned marriage to the Qi family, hoping to marry Chi Tianai, but they were rejected by Qi Wuxin. So the Zenith stars are all circulating, saying that it is the Qi Tianying family of the Tianyan Lake. It is likely that they have been attracted by the imperial family. Sooner or later, they are the princess of a certain emperor's son. There are even rumors that the old guy named Tianshu Emperor had a crush on Sishan AI and wanted to take him as his concubine. That's our old man. Chi Tian loves Luo and did not think there was anything to hide. Lin Shen's eyes became more and more complicated, and he said to himself, that old bastard Tianjoyo actually kidnapped Chi Tianai from the Qi family in Tianyanhu.
He trapped us both here and was absolutely uneasy.
A lonely man and a widow are trapped in this snow valley where nothing is available. The woman is sweet and charming, and the man is handsome and elegant. It would be strange if there is no accident after a long time. Even if I can hold on, it would be difficult for Chi Tian AI to face such an excellent man like me all day long. If I do kill Chi Tian AI, wouldn't it be equivalent to greening the Emperor's family? How can I stay with the Heavenly Man race in the future? Poison, it's so poisonous. Lin Shen's face was a little unfair. Lin Shen felt that he had seen through Tianjoyo's vicious plan, but he had no confidence in his concentration.
What's your name? Shishianai asked looking at Lin Shen.
Humph, you don't need to know my name, you just need to know that I am enemies of Tianyan Lake, not friends, and enemies are deep like the sea. You are just a little girl, I won't kill you for the time being, but don't come to provoke me, I'm unhappy if I get you upset.
I'll kill you first and collect some interest.
Lin Shen felt that it was necessary to keep a distance from Chi Tian love to avoid a mistake and a loss of eternal hatred.
In the future, that room you live in, this is where I live. Without my permission, don't get close to you.
Lin Shen pretended to be fierce.
Shishianai looked at Lin Shen in a daze, and nodded for a while and said, I understand, do you have any other requirements?
That's all for the time being.
Don't bother me if you have nothing to do.
Lin Shen said as he was about to go back to his room.
What will I call you in the future? Sishianai asked in a low voice.
I said, don't bother me if you have nothing to do in the future, you don't need a title.
Lin Shen turned his head and said fiercely. I understand. Cixi and I asked carefully again, then do you have any grudges with our family? Can you tell me? You just need to know that my hatred with you is like a sea of people. I wish I could peel off all the people in your family to relieve my hatred. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to eat people. Seeing Cixi and I's little look as if she was a little scared, Lin Shen snorted coldly, turned around and returned to the wooden house. It seems that you have to think of a way to escape quickly. There are too many immortal creatures on Xinxing. It is probably not that easy to avoid them and find other temples. Lin Shen thought about it and had to start with Binglian. Only by solving the problem of Binglian, he can use the teleportation device to leave here first and find someone to come and save them. Qi Tian loves this little princess of the Qi family in Tianyan Lake here. I guess everyone in the Qi family in Tianyan Lake should be looking for it crazy now. As long as they can report a letter to them, even if they don't care about their life or death, they will definitely come to save Cixin Love. But it is obviously not an easy task to get rid of the Ice Lotus. Lin Shen doesn't even have the ability to hurt it at the Immortal King level. It's a pity that I can't understand the law of ice, so I can only work hard elsewhere. Lin Shen decided to practice the method of hiding the power as soon as possible. Lin Shen was practicing the method of hiding the power in the room. He heard footsteps coming from outside. It should be September Love. He heard the direction of footsteps coming from him, and he was actually heading towards his wooden house. Sure enough, after a while, Cixi and I stood outside his wooden house door, knocked on the door and said, Mr. Enemy, are you resting? Didn't I say that you don't bother me if you're okay? Are you really not afraid of death? Lin Shen opened the door with a cold face, ready to scare Qi Tian AI. But he saw Cixi and I holding a bowl of hot porridge with a salty aroma in his hand, and he could also see some green vegetables and meat froth. Mr. Enemy, this is the porridge I cook. I will give you a bowl. Cixi and I said with a smile. Where did you come from these things? Lin Shen looked at the porridge and couldn't help swallowing. Although he no longer needs to eat, how could he easily change the eating habits he developed in the past 20 years? What's more, the porridge does smell very fragrant. I brought a lot from outside, and I can't finish it alone. I can only eat it. I'll share it with you in the future. Cixi and I said. You want to find an opportunity to poison me? Lin Shen said with a cold face. How could I do that? Cixi and I shook his head and said, I just think you are pitiful, Mr. Enemy. It must be painful to live alone here, right? Qi Tian AI believed Lin Shen's words and really thought Lin Shen had a grudge against the Qi family in Tianyanu, so Tian Zhuoyo trapped him in this snow valley. Seeing that his combat uniform and helmet were already in tatters, he must have suffered a lot of sin here. Judging from his tone, it should be that the Qi family did something very offensive to him and his relatives, so Qi Tianai felt that he could resolve his hatred with the Qi family within his ability. Chitin AI is not worried about her own safety. Although she looks weak and gentle, her actual combat effectiveness is very scary. Besides, Tian Zhuoyo can let her come here, which means that her strength is enough to protect herself, so Qixianai is not worried about this issue. Chapter 8:16, The Method of Hiding Strength. Don't do such boring things again in the future. I don't need your Qi family to pretend to be kind. Lin Shen closed the door hard and tried his best to play the role of an enemy to avoid having too much contact with Qi Tianai. Mr. Enemy, I put the porridge outside the door. It's too cold outside. If you drink it, you should do it as early as possible. Qixianai put the bowl on the wooden shelf next to the door, and then turned and left. Lin Shen has never suffered much since he grew up. He smelled the fragrance in his nose and could not calm down. It's nothing big of a deal. As long as I pay attention to keeping a distance from her. Lin Shen couldn't help but push the door open and took the porridge in. A small spoon was also thoughtfully placed in the bowl. Lin Shen picked up the spoon and took a sip. He felt as if he was about to melt away. This craft is really good. I didn't expect that the little princess of Tianyan Lake actually has such craft. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her. But when I thought about it, I was even more sure that the rumor was correct. Sekiga must be a man who wanted to marry into the emperor family. Who has time to learn cooking skills in ordinary people? I don't have enough time to practice every day. I must have studied such a good cooking skill and will be used to take care of the emperor's son in the future. I don't know which emperor's son has such a blessing and will marry a sweet and gentle woman like Chixianai in the future. It's not that old man Tianshu emperor has taken a fancy to him, that would be really a waste of people. Lin Shen thought to himself. He quickly killed a bowl of porridge, and he still felt unsatisfied. Lin Shen put both the bowl and the spoon outside the door, and then began to continue practicing the method of hiding the strength. If you can practice the method of hiding the power to the extreme, you can keep your energy in a very stable and restrained state. Theoretically, after all the power of nirvana is blown out, it is a very active force. Active means that you must move, while stability requires stillness. These two seem very contradictory. It is extremely difficult to stabilize the active power in the void and burst out energy at any time. Fortunately, Lin Shen is quite good at power control. The previous practices made him have strong power control ability. It is not difficult to get started, but the difficult thing is precise control. Lin Shen tried to expel his finger force, and then used the method of hiding the strength method to let the finger force stay in the air, which would not dissipate and would not explode the power contained in it. Unfortunately, once the finger force stops, it loses its activity and strength. Or if the finger force stops, the force automatically explodes and cannot be stabilized. I practiced it over and over again, and before I knew it, it was night and I heard the knock on the door again. But this time, I didn't hear the sound of Sekigai sayings, only the sound of Sekigai leaving in the snow. Lin Shen opened the door and saw that there was an exquisite lunchbox on the shelf outside the door, but the previous bowl was gone. The lunchbox is 3-story high. When you open it, you will see that the first floor is a few side dishes, each with only a little bit, divided into different grids. The lower layer is rice, and there is a small bag of dairy products at the bottom. Lin Shen looked at the direction of the wooden house of Chi Tian Ai. The door had been closed, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect that there was such a gentle woman in the Heavenly Man clan, which is a pity. Lin Shen practices the method of hiding the power every day, and the progress is obvious. Chitanai cooked 3 meals every day, and placed a lot of them at Lin Shen's door. Every time he just knocked on the door and said nothing, as if he was a secret code. Lin Shen ate what Chi Tian loved, but still had no good expression on her. When he saw her, he always had a cold face and said nothing. Sishinai didn't say much, he just read books and cooked every day, and occasionally went to see Binglian. When it's okay, Sishinai would open the window, lie on the windowsill, and watch Lin Shen practice knife skills outside. Lin Shen's method of hiding the power has almost been practiced. He wants to integrate it into the knife energy and add a rotary cutting technique. He practices so hard, he must want to seek revenge on my house, right? Shishianai thought. But in her opinion, even if Lin Shen practiced for another 100 years, he would not be able to find her family to take revenge. There are many immortals in Tianyan Lake, and it is not something that a person's power can shake. Your master trapped him here, but did not kill him, and asked me to come to see him. He probably wanted me to resolve the hatred between our family and him, otherwise he would have been killed long ago. Shishianai lay on the windowsill, watching Lin Shen practice sword skills while thinking, your master said he is an interesting person, and he must have something that others are not as good as others, but looking at his sword skills, there is nothing special about him. What are his specialties? Shishianai looked at Lin Shen patiently practicing swords. After looking at it for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. The method of hiding the power? Is he practicing the method of hiding the power of 36 martial arts? Chi Tian Ai finally understood what Lin Shen was doing. She hadn't seen it before because the method of Tibetan power should be used in conjunction with the 36 martial arts strategies. Lin Shen used sword techniques to practice the hidden power method, which she did not expect, so she could not see before. Just now, Lin Shen slashed out with a knife, and the invisible sword force was not controlled, and it slashed on the snow pile, which made Shishianai see the clues. With this discovery, Chi Tian Ai's eyes lit up. The 36 strategies of martial arts are techniques tailored by the grandma for you.
I heard that it is difficult for others to practice. This person actually practiced the method of Tibetan strength, and used the method of Tibetan strength in his sword technique. He was indeed a bit whimsical, and I don't know if it can be successful. In the next few days, when Shi Tian loved reading, he would occasionally look at Lin Shen practicing swords. At first, he would have been reading for a long time, but Lin Shen had been reading for a short time. However, as Lin Shen practiced his sword skills more and more skilled, the time for Shi Tian loves to read books was significantly reduced, and the time for Lin Shen to practice swords was increasing. This man actually integrated the hidden power into his sword technique. He is really a genius. Shishianai secretly exclaimed in his heart. After she read the 36 martial arts strategies, she also tried to practice it herself. With her talent, she only needs to read the general techniques once and can be used directly. However, she also took some effort and time to practice these 36 strategies of martial arts to control some of them. She can also use the method of Tibetan power, but if Lin Shen strips away the method of Tibetan power, and uses it in other techniques, Shi Tianlove can't do it. Before, Sishinai thought that Mr. Enemy could do it, and she could do it too, but after trying it a few times, he found that the method of Tibetan power could only be used in the 36 martial arts strategies. If it was used in other techniques, many problems would arise and could not be solved at all. How did he do it? Shishianai looked at Lin Shen, who was practicing swords, and thought to himself. Although she had been watching Lin Shen practice swords, she could not see any tricks, as if Lin Shen had just practiced like that. Chapter 8:17, There is a physical problem. Lin Shen slashed out with a knife, and the sword energy was like a rotating chainsaw, slashing on the hard ice that had been frozen for billions of years. He strangely rotated and cut, like a chainsaw, cutting the ice bit by bit. It's done! Lin Shen was happy. Although it was a bit troublesome at the beginning, I finally practiced it. In addition to the method of hiding the strength, Lin Shen also learned some skills of the inheritance fan and finally practiced the rotating chainsaw blade energy. However, this is not the ultimate effect Lin Shen wants, it can only be regarded as a basic operation. The effect Lin Shen really wants is to stabilize the knife energy that rotates like a chainsaw in the air and let it rotate silently. If others bump into it, it is equivalent to seeking death by themselves. Thinking about Lin Shen slashing out countless sword auras, those sword auras were invisible and sank in the air like chainsaws that were invisible and heard. The enemy crashed into them and would die as much as they came. To achieve that level, you need stronger control ability, and the control requirements for force are already so high that they are abnormal. The reason why Lin Shen practiced so hard was that he came up with an idea. If he could really do that, he could place his sword energy around the ice lotus in advance and then rush out of the snow valley. As long as there is enough sword energy left in advance, Binglian will be hindered by the sword energy. A sword energy may not be able to block the ice light. What if it is 100, 1,000, or 1,000? Even if he still can't stop it, he only needs to earn a little time so that he can rush out of the control range of the law of Ice Lotus. Even if he doesn't transmit it, he can send a message. Fortunately, although Binglian is powerful, it does not have the ability to move. As long as it can escape from its law, Lin Shen feels that he should be able to escape. Lin Shen has never worked hard like he is now, and he doesn't know how many swords he has to swing every day. In addition to eating, sleeping and resting, Lin Shen kept waving his knife for the rest of the time. Before he knew it, Lin Shen had adapted to the fact that Shishianai delivered food to him every day. He had to admit that the princess was indeed very good at choosing a person, and this cooking skill was really amazing. Lin Shen suddenly understood that sentence during this period. If you want to keep a person's heart, you must first keep a person's stomach. In the past, Lin Shen thought that no matter how delicious the rice was, it could not be better than the chef's outside. How could it be possible to keep a person's heart just by relying on this thing? But Lin Shen completely understood the true meaning of this sentence. If a person cooks for you every day, the food he cooks can be completely in line with your wishes and tastes. It can only show one problem. This person has spent a lot of effort on you and is already well aware of your preferences and habits. For a person who can do things so attentively, it will be difficult for him to fail to succeed no matter what he does. The women chosen by the imperial family are indeed the best choices. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. It was time for dinner that day, but Chitin AI did not bring the meal. Lin Shen was a little uncomfortable and couldn't help looking at the wooden house where Chitin AI lived. The door of the wooden house was closed, the windows were not opened, and no sound was heard inside. What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled and hesitated whether to go and take a look. At this time, September A. should have started cooking long ago. I have been cooking for so long, so I probably don't want to cook anymore. I want to take a break. Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but after a while, he felt something was wrong again. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen walked over and knocked on the door, and said with a fierce look, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you cook today?" After a while, Lin Shen heard footsteps coming from inside, and soon the door creaked and opened. Lin Shen saw that Qi Tianai's face turned a little abnormally red, and his spirit seemed to be wrong, and he felt a little listless. "Sorry, I'll go cook now." As he said that, Chitin AI walked out and wanted to cook in the kitchen. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Shen saw that something seemed to be wrong with her body and asked with a frown. "I'm an old problem, it's okay, it'll be fine in a while." Sishan AI said indifferently, and the person had already walked into the kitchen. Lin Shen was afraid that something would happen to her, so he followed her into the kitchen. Looking at the busy Qi Tian AI in the kitchen, he covered his nose and asked, "What's your old problem? It won't be contagious, right?" He didn't want to say such vicious words, but he really didn't want to be too close to Sishan AI. Not contagious. There was a problem during Nirvana. If you fell into this problem, you would feel a little uncomfortable occasionally. It's nothing big. It will be fine in a while. Don't worry. Qi Tian AI's voice was still so gentle, but it seemed weaker than usual. Who is worried about you? Since there is a physical problem, don't cook anymore, so as not to cook too badly and ruin my mood and appetite. Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed. If I had known that he wouldn't have come to see Siki and AI. Now that I'm not feeling well, I'd have to cook for him. It doesn't matter, it won't affect it. Sishi and I said with a smile, but his hands never stopped and he was still busy. I said I wouldn't let you do it anymore. Don't you understand human words? Lin Shen grabbed Sishi and I's wrist and pulled her out directly. Sishan Love didn't struggle, and let Lin Shen pull her out of the kitchen and head towards her own wooden house. Lin Shen pulled Qi Tianai into the wooden house where she lived and found that the wooden house had been redecorated by Qi Tianai. It looked much warmer than before, and there were also some strange and inexplicably cute dolls. There was also a fat and big white cat on her bed, and she was lying on the bed and watching them. Lin Shen let go of Sishan AI's hand. He originally thought Sishan AI would be very angry, but when he looked at Sishan AI's face, he saw that her face was still smiling. Although she was not energetic, her eyes still looked so clear and gentle. "Mr. Enemy, you really don't have to worry. It's just a small problem and it will be better soon," Sishi and I said. "What's going on with this woman? Why don't you have any temper?" Lin Shen was confused. "You're thinking too much, I just don't want people to die here, it's bad luck," Lin Shen said with a cold face. Siki and AI didn't care either. He walked to his bed and sat down, picked up the white cat, blinked his eyes and said, "Mr. Enemy, although you speak fiercely, you are a gentle person." "I'm gentle? Are you blind?" Lin Shen stared at Sishi and I fiercely, as if he was about to eat her alive. Sishan AI seemed to have not seen Lin Shen's fierce appearance at all, and said to himself, "My nirvana was completed in an immortal place." "Mr. Enemy, do you know how dangerous that is, right? At that time, I overestimated myself and did not obey my family's dissuasion, but I completed nirvana there. There was only a little problem, and my body would occasionally feel uncomfortable." Chapter 8:18 Trading Platform. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked with a cold face, but he was secretly surprised in his heart. Siko Love is to use the immortal land nirvana. Then her own abilities must be very strong, but she can't see any sense of a strong man being arrogant. It's very rare. Seth Tianai said, "Actually, there is nothing. The immortal place I chose. When I had already begun nirvana, I realized that an immortal creature was raising it. Without knowing it, I also sucked the undeveloped immortal creature energy, because its body gave birth to an energy similar to a toxin. This energy disturbed my nirvana and caused my body to be affected by toxins. After completing nirvana, that toxin energy was also left in my body. Occasionally, a little pain would occur, and nothing else would have any effect. It doesn't look like a little pain, Lin Shen said to Sishian I, who had already oozing sweat on his forehead. Sishian I wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a tissue and said with a forced smile, "It is a toxin energy that stimulates the nerves. Although it basically does not damage the body, it does hurt a little when it occurs. Usually, I will drink some pain-relieving medicine, so I will be fine. This time I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any medicine. I can only endure it and it will pass in a while. Tianjoyo is really harmful. Others have such a problem. Tianjoyo tricked her here, but fortunately it was just a little painful. If I die here, I will go out in the future, even if I have a mouth." Thinking of this, Lin Shen was shocked. If Qi Tianai really died here, and let the people of the Qi family in Tianyanhe know that Qi Tianai was the only one who was beside him before Qi Tianai died, it would be really not easy to explain. If you have such a disease, don't run around casually to avoid harming others and yourself. Lin Shen said, and suddenly took action like lightning and tapped on Shishianai. Sishian Ai was not prepared for her, and was pointed at by Lin Shen's fingers, and her conditioned body shone with divine light. Lin Shen, who had already retreated to the side, was secretly surprised to see the gorgeous brilliance of Qi Tianai's body as bright as the sun. The strength of the power of Septunia loves nirvana is not much inferior to that of Wei Wufu. This woman is so dangerous. She usually looks harmless, like a little sheep, but her body contains such terrible energy. Lin Shen said in his heart. The divine light on Shishianai's body was restrained, and she had already felt something strange, and the feeling of splitting headache actually disappeared. "You can still use healing techniques?" Shishianai looked at Lin Shen in surprise. "I don't know much about treatment. It just seals your painful nerves and makes you unable to feel the pain. The effect of toxin energy is still there. It's just that you can't feel it. Even if your body is killed by toxin energy, you won't feel it, so as not to scream in pain and disturb me in practicing the knife." Lin Shen said and left Sishian Ai's room and went outside to practice the knife. Sishian Ai pinched his body, and he couldn't feel the pain anymore. He became more and more surprised. He just clicked it casually and could block my pain. What's this technique? It is not surprising that he can block the pain. What's strange is that Sishian Ai didn't feel how Lin Shen exerted force at all. He closed her pain with a slight click. Sishian Ai's body is very strong, and not many of her level can hurt her, let alone seal her pain. Lin Shen's move made Shishianai feel even more that he was indeed a bit extraordinary. No wonder Master Yu trapped him here but did not kill him. After practicing the knife for a while, Lin Shen thought of something and walked towards Suanio Temple, and soon teleported to Shangxing. Now, looking at the rankings, I found that there are so many things on the list that are uncountable, but Xiaoyu's valuation is still the highest, and there are no other things that cost more than 20 yuan. There is also a conditional search function in the ranking list, which can directly search for immortal pets or materials. Lin Shen searched and found that many immortal pets are on the list, but their estimates are lower than Xiaoyu. When searching for Nirvana-level pets, Xiaoyu is at the forefront. The commodity trading area was opened again, and there were all kinds of goods in it, and some even sold immortal pets on it. Most of the precious items are just bartered, and some goods with low value are sold by some Shangxing coins. Lin Shen browsed for a while and found that there were many people selling mutated Nirvana pets, some of which were mutated Nirvana pets. Even Lin Shen drooled when he saw it. Lin Shen searched for a while and found some medicines to calm and relieve pain and relieve neuralgia, some of which were priced at Shangxing coin. Unfortunately, Lin Shen does not have Shangxing coins, so he can only see if there is any potion that can barter. After finding a pet who used sedative pain-relieving agent to exchange for flying and upgraded pets, Lin Shen took a pet capsule of Fei and upgraded from the space and put it on the platform, and chose to exchange. The other party received Lin Shen's exchange request. After reading the valuation and information of Feishing pet capsule, he happily chose the transaction. Lin Shen only saw the glory rising on the platform, facing pet capsules disappeared, and soon a few bottles of potions appeared on the platform. After Lin Shen collected the potion, he browsed it again, wanting to see if anyone sold what he needed. After looking at it for a while, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up and he actually saw a pet egg with a mosaic. Lin Shen quickly read the information about this pet egg, which said it was the flying upgraded pet egg.
The quality is unknown and the origin is unknown.
The other party wants to exchange for a flying upgraded mount pet.
The speed basic attribute is required to be 80 and other attributes must not be less than 70 points.
Lin Shen searched in his space for a while, picked a Feishua pet capsule that could be used as a mount and put it on. Such a pet is already a top-notch for ordinary people, but in Lin Shen, I don't even look down on it. After a while, the other party confirmed the transaction and a pet egg covered by a mosaic appeared on the platform.
It's really easy to get it.
Lin Shen was happy, but he didn't expect that he could find a pet egg with a mosaic so easily. Lin Shen looked through it for a while and wanted to see if he could find other things with fire, but he had too many things to choose to trade. If you continue to watch it little by little, you may not be able to finish it for days or nights.
This is a platform that the entire universe can use for trading.
The fire may appear on any grade of pet egg, and there is no way to search in a targeted manner. After looking at it for a while, Lin Shen chose to give up.
I'll go, can I still trade like this?
Lin Shen suddenly discovered that in this commodity area, there were actually some people of different races who put themselves on the top of the transaction. Some were priced for Shangxing coins, and some wanted to exchange for something, but the number of people was actually very large. Lin Shen took a look at it and actually saw several humans.
Fuck! Why is Tu Xiaodao on it?
Lin Shen saw a familiar name while browsing, and quickly looked at the image of the product. It turned out that Tu Xiaodao was really Tu Xiaodao. Chapter 819 How to Escape from the Snow Valley. Tu Xiaodao, the human race, the Nirvana who has 10 times passed away, proficient in the 18 weapons. Lin Shen looked at the introduction of the product Tu Xiaodao and found that Tu Xiaodao's estimated price actually had 11 Shangxing coins, and what he wanted to exchange was not Shangxing coins, but an opportunity to exchange for immortality. Only then did Lin Shen realize that Tu Xiaodao was not trying to sell himself, but wanted to find someone to help him immortally and teach him to understand the laws of the past. At the cost, he could serve others for 10 years.
Why is this kid promoted so quickly? He has been reborn 10 times?
Lin Shen felt that Tu Xiaodao was a little whimsical. No immortal would be willing to teach a stranger how to understand the laws of the past, and he only served for 10 years, and there is no guarantee.
If the person who slaughtered Xiaodao ran away after teaching, wouldn't he lose a lot?
Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. Since people can sell it, can I put myself on and trade it? As long as someone buys me, I will teleport to the other party like other products, and I can leave this ghost place. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. This was the fastest and safest way to escape from the Snow Valley. No, first study the trading rules and let go of something wrong when you look back.
Lin Shen asked Shang Xingling directly, if I trade myself, will there be any restrictions on myself?
The spirit of Shangxing quickly responded to Lin Shen, any creature can be sold as a commodity. You can trade it yourself, but there will be contract constraints after the transaction.
If the contract cannot be fulfilled, the goods or Shangxing coins that others use to trade must be returned 10 times.
If it cannot be returned, the contract will erase the default creature.
Lin Shen thought to himself, it's true that there is a constraint, but there is no way.
I can set my own price cheaper, such as using 1 liter of base liquid to replace me. After I escape, I will compensate him for 10 liters of base liquid, which will perfectly solve the problem.
Wait.
Lin Shen suddenly thought of something inappropriate again.
What if the person who bought him was his enemy?
There are many enemies of the Heavenly Man race, and even Lin Shen's enemies are inside the Heavenly Man race.
Wouldn't it be worse if the Emperor Barbarians or an E bought him and then killed him directly?
No, I can't change anything casually. I have to exchange something that others don't have, and only those close to me have.
It's best to exchange me back as soon as possible, otherwise if Tian Joyo discovers it, there is no possibility of running away.
Lin Shen thought about it and thought of the silk love letter in Ouyang Yudu's hand.
But he didn't know what the name of that thing was.
If he just said he wanted to change to a silk love letter, he could make it into a love letter with just a silk, which would definitely be exploited. After thinking about it, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both didn't know the specific name of the unique things in their hands, and they couldn't specify to exchange them. Moreover, in this trading area of Shanxing, you can only see what the other party uses to trade, but you don't know who the person who trades him is, which is quite troublesome.
When trading, I can choose to agree to the transaction, right? Lin Shen asked Shanxing Spirit again. Shang Xingshailing said, the transaction is based on the voluntary principle of fairness and justice.
The items used by the other party to trade need to be confirmed by you and agreed before the transaction can be officially completed. Lin Shen probably guessed that this would be the case. When he traded before, he waited for a while before completing the transaction. It should be the other party confirming whether the transaction items were what they needed.
This is easier. It's not something Ouyang and the others have. I just don't agree with the transaction.
Lin Shen thought this way, and planned to put himself on the platform first to estimate the price. But when he was about to take office, Lin Shen hesitated again. He puts himself on the platform to estimate the price, so the whole universe will know that he has put himself on the platform for sale.
What if Joyo gets the news first? You can't act rashly. Now Tian Joyo doesn't know that there is Suanio Temple in the Snow Valley. After I am on the list, I must trade it out as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Lin Shen temporarily gave up his idea of taking the stage to estimate the price.
With the things he bought, Lin Shen left Shanxing and returned to the Snow Valley. In the Snow Valley, Tian AI is building snowmen.
There have been many snowmen.
Rows of fat snowmen stand in the Snow Valley, which adds a bit of popularity to the Snow Valley.
You are still in the mood to build a snowman. It seems that you really don't feel any pain.
Lin Shen said with a cold face. Cixi and I stood up and said to Lin Shen with a smile, I see that you practice sword skills and focus on practicing control.
It is not easy to feel when practicing out of thin air.
You can try to treat these snowmen as targets, not to split them, but to try to control the sword energy to bypass them. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this, then lowered his face and said, You don't have to worry about my business. As he said that, Lin Shen threw the exchanged potion to Cixi and I, try to see if it can be used.
Don't bother me again next time I get sick. Seth Tianai took the potion, looked at the tag on it, and said in surprise, Mr. Enemy, is this for me? If I don't give it to you, are you feeding the dog? Don't bother me again next time.
Lin Shen felt that his mouth should really go to the 18 levels of hell. Don't blame me, I'm also thinking about the future of both of us.
If you keep your innocence, I can't be fooled by others.
Thank you, I have used this medicine before, and the effect is very good. Cixi and I didn't care at all, and happily accepted the medicine, and then said to Lin Shen, the elderly at home often teach me that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring.
I should also express my feelings for the medicine you gave me. No, just don't bother me in the future.
Lin Shen said with a cold face. As if he hadn't heard it, Cixi AI pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Enemy, I see that the sword technique you practice is very strange. The sword energy is mysterious and has strong rotation and cutting characteristics.
It is a rare strange technique in the universe. But I have a little suggestion, and I don't know if I can say it? What suggestions do you have?
Lin Shen was a little curious.
This little princess from Tianyan Lake had any suggestions?
You are using the method of hiding the strength to stabilize the strength, so that it can achieve a long-term and stable effect, but I see that you have been practicing, as if you want to fix the rotating knife energy in a certain place so that it will last forever. If it is just the method of hiding the strength, it should be difficult to achieve this effect. I suggest you learn Hunyuan Jing, which may be helpful to your sword technique.
Cixi AI said seriously.
Lin Shen was a little surprised. Cixi and I could see that his sword technique had the characteristics of rotation and cutting, which was not difficult. But Sarita AI was able to guess at what kind of state he wanted to practice sword energy to, which is beyond the ordinary people.
What Hunyuan Jin? I haven't heard of it.
Lin Shen said, pretending to be cold and disdainful.
That is a technique that our Tianyan Hochi family is good at. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Qixianai said. Humph, aren't you afraid that I'll learn your technique and use it to kill your whole family?
Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with Qixianai's getting along, and forcibly pretending to be evil and stared at her.
Mr. Enemy, you are not that kind of person.
Qixianai said, taking a diary and handing it to Lin Shen. This is Hunyuan Jin, I hope it will be helpful to you.
Chapter 820. The valuation price is over. I don't need it.
Lin Shen snorted coldly and refused, turning his head and leaving. Although he also wanted it, once he took this thing, how could he pretend to be cruel in the future?
Wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Qixianai didn't say anything, but just silently put away his diary.
Lin Shen did not practice swords today and was thinking about how to use Suwanio Temple to escape from the Snow Valley.
Selling yourself is too risky. You may be discovered by Tian Joyo at the first time.
He has the ability to have the law of space and can come to Shuegu in an instant. It is difficult for others to be faster than him.
Lin Shen pondered to himself, what if you take something that only people who are familiar with me know to auction and leave handwriting on it?
Lin Shen felt that this idea might work, but ordinary things may be difficult to attract other people's attention, and Tianxuan and others may not be able to see them.
It's a particularly conspicuous thing, but I'm afraid it's taken by someone else.
Moreover, it is difficult to leave lettering on special items like slag knives. Lin Shen thought about it and could only take a cheap thing and sell it at a high price. Only in this way can Tianxuan and the others see it without being bought by others. The characters cannot be engraved in a conspicuous position, they can only be bought by the person who has been opened and can only see the content after opening it. Otherwise, just by looking at the display of the item, you can see the words he engraved, which will be risky. Lin Shen thought about it all, but couldn't think of something suitable for a moment.
What would someone familiar with him definitely buy and could engrave it in it?
Lin Shen thought about a lot of things, but in the end he felt that it was not suitable. He could not guarantee that people he was familiar with would be able to see them, and would buy them back, and leave messages where others could not see them. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something and quickly searched through the space. After a while, Lin Shen took out an exquisite little jade box, which was given to him by the third brother Lin Zhongzheng before. At that time, Lin Zhongzheng gave him the opportunity to save his life when he was desperate when he was fighting Frera. Later, this thing was not used, and Lin Shen kept it in stock, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. The things here are used to deal with Frera, and they will definitely not be able to deal with immortals like Binglian and Tian Joyo, but this is not the point. Lin Shen planned to write a note and put it into the small jade box, and then take the small jade box to Shanxing for sale at a high price. Others don't like this little jade box, but as long as the third brother sees it, the problem will be solved. With Lin Shen's understanding of the third brother, he was very careful and paid special attention to various news trends. He was extremely sensitive to various information. As long as this little jade box appeared in the commodity area and was sold at such a high price, the third brother would definitely pay attention to it. Lin Shen believed that the third brother would definitely take the little jade box back, and there would definitely be no surprises. I wonder what the third brother put in the little jade box. Lin Shen was also a little curious, not knowing what the life-saving thing the third brother gave him was. Because the third brother had told him before that he would never open it if it was not a critical moment, Lin Shen had never opened it and didn't know what was inside. At this time, there was nothing to hesitate. Lin Shen directly opened the small jade box, and then he saw that there was only one piece of paper inside the small jade box, and the paper was folded. What the hell, there is only one note. It doesn't say escape on it. Lin Shen thought with a strange expression. After taking out the note, Lin Shen opened the folded note and found it said, "This method can only be used once, and it will not work if it is used again. Be cautious." What's the matter? Lin Shen found that the note was still folded in half, so he opened the folded part again, and then looked at some of the handwriting. Reading the word at the bottom will ensure you are safe. Remember, you can only use it once, and you must not use it lightly at the critical moment of life and death. What the hell? What word is so useful? You just need to pronounce it to save your life? Lin Shen was curious and opened the last fold in half.
He immediately saw that it read, Taishan Laojun, hurry up as the law.
I'll go, third brother, you are really good.
Do you want me to invite gods at this time?
If I can really invite gods to help me, then I'll just practice.
If I can invite this great immortal, I will be invincible, okay?
Lin Shen felt that he was fooled by third brother, and he didn't have the ability. Lin Shen, who just thought that the third brother was extremely reliable, is now a little unconfident in his judgment.
Brother third, I believe you again, don't let me down.
Lin Shen found paper and pen, then wrote a note and put it in the small jade box. Lin Shen wrote on the note very simple, with only a few separate words: Tian Jodo, Ice Night Star, Snow Valley, Ice Lotus, Secret Love, and Tian Sun. If someone really photographs them, others will not think that they have anything to do with them when they see these words. If the third brother gets it, based on his IQ, he should be able to guess what this means. Lin Shen folded both notes in half, then went to Shanxing again and placed the small jade box on the platform to estimate the price.
Lin Shen has already thought about it.
No matter how much the estimated price of the small jade box is, he will always price a high price, at least 1,000 Shanxing coins. Few people will take out 1,000 Shanxing coins and buy a small jade box with unknown origin. The goods used to exchange Shanxing coins now are only priced at a few hundred Shanxing coins. Someone sold an immortal pet before, and only 1,000 Shanxing coins were marked, but no one bought them yet.
Such a small jade box only contains notes.
The estimation may not even be a Shanxing coin, but it may be just a few cents of value.
No one is willing to buy 1,000 Shanxing coin.
With the current status of the third brother, it should not be difficult to get 1,000 Shanxing coins. Lin Shen was thinking, the light was shining on the platform and the estimated price of the little jade box was already given.
When Lin Shen saw the valuation of Xiaoyu box clearly, he was stunned. 99.99, what is this going on? Is Shanxing's valuation wrong?
Lin Shen couldn't believe that the valuation of this little jade box was actually 9,999 Shanxing coins. Xiaoyu's estimated price is only 21 yuan, which is already the most valuable thing among the estimated products in the universe.
The estimated price of this Xiaoyu box is almost 10,000 yuan.
Lin Shen couldn't imagine what value the little jade box had, and it could be estimated at this price.
Lin Shen realized something was wrong.
When Shang Xingling asked him whether he would sell or trade, Lin Shen immediately chose whether to do so and took the little jade box back.
Is the Xiaoyu box really worth so much? It's definitely not the Xiaoyu box itself. Could it be that the words on the note are really useful after reading it?
Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the Jade Emperor.
Chapter 821 Unpredictable.
The Jade Emperor also said that he could summon him by just calling out his name. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had tried it before and could not call out the Jade Emperor. If the content on this note can really call out a great god like Taishan Laojun, such an estimate would be a bit reasonable.
But with just one sentence, can you really call out the Taishan Laojun?
The Jade Emperor was the guardian immortal chosen by Lin Shen himself. Lin Shen could not call him out.
Just by the few words on this note, can he really call out the Taishan Laojun?
Lin Shen was very suspicious.
But if the words on this note are useless, how could Shanxing estimate such a high price? Shanxing will definitely not be aimless.
After all, the estimated price of an immortal pet is less than 20 yuan. Unless you can call out that great god, how could it be so valuable? When Lin Shen was puzzled here, all the races in the universe were already in an uproar. In this place where immortal pets can only be estimated at more than 10 yuan, there is actually a small jade box with a completely blank introduction, with an estimated price of almost 10,000 yuan. It directly left the most expensive Shura ghost pet far behind, and it was not of the same magnitude at all. Now everyone is guessing what kind of treasure that little jade box is, and it can actually estimate such high value. Some people have even speculated that the little jade box is a treasure left by the king of the ancient realm. It is a space device containing the treasure of the king of the ancient realm. Otherwise, how could it be such a high valuation? Everyone wants to know what the little jade box is, but they don't even know where the little jade box is, and no one knows what the little jade box is. The Lion King clan, the current Lion King Ryan, came to a small house.
Sage, I have something I want to ask you to make a prediction.
Lion King Ryan said to the cottage.
Ryan, I owe you a favor. Are you sure you want me to repay you as a favor now?
An old voice came from the room.
Yes.
Lion King Ryan answered affirmatively.
Okay, tell me what you want to know, and from now on, we will be clear between you and me.
The old voice in the room said.
I want to know whose jade box is now.
Lion King Ryan played a video with a communicator, and the video was the small jade box on the rankings.
You wait.
The voice inside the room said. The Lion King Ryan waited quietly, and he believed that the sage would definitely give him an answer. The sage has the law of foresight, which is the true immortal law. As long as he wants what he predicts, he will definitely get the answer. The shabby hut suddenly emitted a strange light, which made the hut and everything around it seem to be twisted. After a moment, the strange light suddenly dissipated, and the Lion King Ryan heard a scream.
The Lion King Ryan was shocked and rushed into the hut quickly.
An old man fell to the ground, and blood was constantly oozing out of the 7 holes.
No. Unpredictable, unpredictable.
The old man kept repeating this sentence, and blood kept spilling out of his mouth. The Lion King Ryan quickly took out the potion and poured it into the old man's mouth, which made his condition slightly better.
No need to work hard. I can't die yet. I'm backfiring by the power of the law. These potions can only treat my physical injuries. The foundation of the law that can't be cured.
The old man sat on the bed with the support of the Lion King Ryan. That thing is too incredible and is an ominous thing. I advise you not to be involved with it, otherwise there will be a big disaster.
I suspect that is the space device left by the King of the Ancient Realm, which contains the treasure of the King of the Ancient Realm.
Lion King Ryan said unwillingly.
Whatever it is, don't touch it.
The old man shook his head and said. The Lion King Ryan remained silent. If it was really a treasure left by the King of the Ancient Realm, he would not refuse to fight. If he does not fight and is taken away by others, the Lion King will probably find it difficult to reach the top of the universe and may even be enslaved by other tribes.
Almost at the same time, a man wrapped in a cloak stood in front of an instrument as huge as a hill.
The instrument was running wildly, and the screen was an image of the little jade box. Suddenly, white smoke rose from all over the instrument, and the next second it caught fire. Before the staff could go to put out the fire, the instrument exploded directly. Many staff members were killed on the spot. Those who survived by chance were seriously injured, with broken limbs and broken arms everywhere, and some of them were still burning with flames, and they were about to be burned to charcoal. For a moment, screams and constant explosions were heard, and fire and thick smoke were everywhere. The cloaked man stood in the thick smoke, looking at the burning wreckage of the instrument, with a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Class leader, the host of the God creating 7 is disabled, and the origin of that thing cannot be calculated. A person with 6 black wings that looked like the celestial race, but different from the celestial race, came to the cloaked man and said expressionlessly.
Those things appeared again, we must find it.
The red light in the cloaked man's eyes was dim, and he couldn't see his face. He heard the sound of a hoarse and old man, as if he was about to die. I will notify the members of each group to find the whereabouts of Xiaoyu box, said the 6-winged heavenly man.
Awaken the God response group.
The cloaked man said slowly.
Now.
The expressionless 6-winged heavenly man finally had an expression on his face and looked at the cloaked man in surprise.
We have been preparing for so many years, and it's time.
The caped man walked towards the instrument that was still burning and exploding, and directly smashed the hill-like wreckage with one palm, walked slowly into the ruins, and picked up a transparent polygonal crystal. As my fingers pinched the crystal, the light suddenly flashed on it, and countless fluorescence flowed out from it, flowing into the body of the cloaked man. After a moment, the light on the crystal disappeared and turned into fine sand and scattered from his hands. However, in the eyes of the caped man, the light from red light turned into white light. The light emitted from the eyes was cross-focused in front of him, and finally formed 2 words suspended in the air.
Heavenly man.
The 6-winged heavenly man saw the 2 words clearly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp.
The little jade box is related to the heavenly man race? This is the closest possibility in the calculation of the God 7. The light in the cloaked man's eyes dimmed, and the light and shadow in front of him immediately disappeared. Let's start with the heavenly man. Very good, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The murderous intent in the six-winged heavenly man's eyes rose, and the corners of his mouth opened, and a strange smile appeared. The heavenly man. It's time to welcome their true heavenly emperor. Chapter 822 Lin Shen's Valuation. Lin Shen is still studying the little jade box. I don't know that because the little jade box is on the Shangxing rankings, it has caused a huge shock to the universe. Lin Shen took out the notes and looked at them, thinking about whether to try them out, whether the words on them work. The third brother said that this thing can only be used once, and it has the same effect as the guardian immortal spirit. You cannot try it casually. Lin Shen was thinking, but suddenly heard the voice of Tian Zhuoyou from outside. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly put away the notes and the small jade box. He walked out of the wooden house and saw that Tian Zhuoyou was standing in front of the Suanio temple. Is Suanio temple actually there also? Tian Zhuoyou said while looking at Suanio temple. Shishianai came over and said happily when he saw Tian Zhuoyou, Master you are finally back. I thought you left me here and ignored me. Tian Zhuoyou said, Xiao Ai, I have to send you back. So fast? Shishianai was slightly stunned. I originally wanted you to play for a few more days, but things changed a little, so you have to go back. Tian Zhuoyou sighed. Lin Shen stared at the two of them talking in a daze. He found that his previous guess might be wrong. Shishianai didn't look like he was deceived by Tian Zhuoyou. She had known Tian Zhuoyou's identity for a long time, and the two of them looked very familiar. Tian Zhuoyou said he wanted to send her back again, which was even more unlikely to be what he had guessed before. What happened? Shishianai asked in surprise. Anyway, it's a bad thing. After you go back, stay at home and don't go out casually. Tian Zhuoyou said. Master you, I understand. Shishianai nodded obediently, then walked towards Lin Shen and said, Mr. Enemy, I'm leaving. It's a meeting anyway. Can you tell me your name? What is your relationship with him? Lin Shen asked with a frown. He is Master Yu, my relative, said Shishianai. Lin Shen finally confirmed that he had really thought it was wrong before. How could he have thought that the little princess of the Qi family in Tianyan Lake was actually related to Tianjuyu, a traitor to the Tianren tribe? Tian Zhuoyou looked at the two of them in surprise, a little confused that Qi Tianai didn't even know Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen is also a relatively famous person among the younger generation. Septunia should not have known him. However, looking at Lin Shen's ragged outfit, Tian Zhuoyou knew why Shishianai couldn't recognize him. Forget the name, I hope I won't meet again in the future. Lin Shen suspected in his heart that the Tianyan Hu Qi family had rebelled. Otherwise, how could Qi Tianai get so close to the traitor Tian Zhuoyou and even recognize his relatives? He was following Emperor Tian Shu. If the Qi family in Tianyan Hu really rebelled, then he and Shishianai were in a hostile relationship. To be honest, Lin Shen does not want to be enemies with such a girl, but the reality is not to play house, anything can happen, and Lin Shen has to be careful. Shishianai was obviously a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, I hope to see you again next time. I will definitely know your name then. As he said that, Qi Tianai stuffed something into Lin Shen's hands, and without waiting for Lin Shen to react, he walked towards Tianjuyu. Boy, you dare to reject my little AI. I will settle the score with you when I come back. Tian Zhuoyou grabbed Qi Tianai's arm and disappeared directly. Lin Shen looked down and found that it was the diary of Han Yuanjin that Qi Tianai wanted to give him before. This is the last chance. Lin Shen rushed directly to Suanio Temple. If Tian Zhuoyou could not escape before he came back, he would probably never have a chance. After Lin Shen rushed into Suanio Temple, he chose to go to the platform without hesitation and estimated a price for himself. Xiao Yu can estimate 21 yuan. My valuation will definitely be much higher than him. I will directly price the lowest price. A bottle of base liquid can be exchanged. When the time comes, others will definitely rush to buy it if they see such a big advantage. The rest will be left to luck.
Lin Shen had already made up his mind, and there was no way to do so. As long as he is not bought by his dead opponent, he can directly break the contract and pay the other party 10 bottles of base liquid to break the contract and leave. Thinking of this in my mind, the platform's valuation has also come out. Lin Shen saw the numbers above clearly and immediately widened his eyes, as if he was disgusting, as if he had eaten a fly.
How is it possible? How could I only be worth 1 Shangxing coin? Are you wrong?
Lin Shen's face turned a little green.
Even if he is not as valuable as Xiaoyu Box, he should be more valuable than Xiaoyu, right?
In a one-on-one single fight, he is much better than Xiaoyu, not to mention that he still has so many good things. Originally, Lin Shen thought that his valuation might be higher than Xiaoyu Box. After all, Xiaoyu Box is also on him. Because the value cannot be estimated, the lowest price of 1 yuan can only be given.
Shang Xingling answered Lin Shen's question.
Lin Shen felt a little better, but he couldn't care so much now, so he had to sell himself immediately. Previously, he thought that his valuation was high and others would definitely rush to buy it. Unexpectedly, he only estimated the price of a Shangxing coin, so it would be difficult for others to see him, and it would be hard to say whether he could buy him as soon as possible. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment and put himself in the trading area, and priced a coin. Tianrun is the currency of the Tianrun race, and other races do not need Tianrun transactions. The possibility of having Tianrun in hand is relatively small, so the possibility of Tianrun race buying him is relatively high. As long as it has not fallen into the hands of the Emperor Barbarians or his enemies and is bought by the Heavenly Man tribe, he will have the least danger. Lin Shen didn't know if he could sell himself in time. A coin was already very cheap, so someone should be moved. He was still a little nervous, fearing that he would not be able to sell himself before Tian Zhouyo came back. But as soon as he entered the trading area, someone paid for him and the transaction request appeared in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen could only see that the other party's trading product was a heavenly coin, and he didn't know who the trader was. At this time, he didn't care about so much and directly chose to agree. After agreeing to the transaction, Lin Shen only felt the light and shadow in front of him change and was teleported away from the platform.
Tian Zhouyo sent Qixianai back to her home.
He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Qixianai. Master Yu, I want him to tell me his name in person. Tian Zhouyo was slightly stunned, and then laughed. You young people are really good at playing.
Qixianai smiled and said, I just haven't fallen into the point where I need to ask for other people's names.
I'll wait for him to tell me by myself.
Master Yu, don't force him, that's meaningless.
Okay. Tian Zhouyo turned around and was about to leave, but stopped again, and said with his back to Qixianai, Xiao Ai, the universe may not be peaceful in the future.
We must protect ourselves and find you if you have something to do. Master Yu. Qixianai wanted to say something, but Tian Zhouyo had disappeared. Chapter 823 Star Lord Rebellion. Tian Buchui kept searching in Shangxing's trading area in various ways.
He had no fixed demand, but was just looking at whether he could find products with actual value lower than the price. Since Shangxing appeared, Tian Buhui and Tian Bufubu made a fuss. The two brothers have keenly smelled business opportunities. The two brothers have turned to Shangxing to search for products. Although there are many people who discovered business opportunities like them, because they entered early, coupled with their extraordinary judgment and previous knowledge, they have successfully picked up a lot of products. Buy low and sell high, in just a few days, the two brothers' wealth has increased dozens of times. But as more and more people like them enter, it becomes more and more difficult to get a bargain. The two brothers had to cheer up, rotate day and night, staring at the trading area, in order not to let go of any goods that could gain benefits, and rush ahead to others and issue a transaction request to the goods owner as soon as possible. Tian Buck cried for more than 10 hours, his eyes almost blinked, and he kept repeating mechanically searching for various products in the trading area.
Now Tian Buck's eyes are full of blood.
If Tian Buck's fault does not come to pick up his shift, he feels that he will be about to die. Tian Buhui, who was searching, suddenly saw a Nirvana-level product, which was priced at 1 celestial coin. Almost without thinking, Tian Buhui directly chose to apply for a transaction and put a coin on it. His hand speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage.
There was no need to look at what the product was. As long as it was a Nirvana-level product, even if it was just a piece of nails of Nirvana creature, it would definitely be worth more than 1 Tian coin. After Tian Buhue completed the transaction application, he carefully looked at what the product was, and he was stunned when he saw it. The Nirvana is the race human, exchange 1 Tian coin. Tian Buhue only read the product introduction, but he didn't even see it, so he jumped up. Damn, are human Nirvana so worthless now? He actually sold a Tian coin? Tian Buhue didn't even have time to see the image of the product, but the other party had already agreed to the transaction, and then he only saw the light flashing on the stone platform in front of him, and a human appeared on the stone platform in front of him. Tian Buhue looked at the people on the stone platform for a while, but his eyes gradually widened and he shouted in disbelief, "Little junior brother." "Senior brother Tian?" Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, the person who photographed him was Tian Buhue, who had trained with instructor Mu. "Junior brother, what difficulties are you facing? Why did you sell yourself a Tian coin? Contact your senior brother if you have any difficulties. There is no more. It's okay to get you a small amount of money like Tian coin," Tian Buhue said. "Senior brother Tian, my situation is a bit special. I can't explain it clearly in one sentence or two. I'll tell you in detail later." "What is this place?" Lin Shen asked. "This is Shangxing, junior brother. You have really had a big problem. Did someone ruin your brain? Do you still remember how you were sold?" Tian Buhue said worriedly. Lin Shen was a little amused and laughed. "I know this is Shangxing. What I mean is, where did you teleport Shangxing from? Which planet did we go on after we go out?" "Baijixing, a subordinate of the Tianren clan, our Tian family has been developing." Tian Buhue only remembered something when he said this. He immediately smiled happily and held Lin Shen's hand and said, "Little junior brother, the news that you are now in the Tianren clan is full of popularity and is deeply favored by the Emperor of Heaven. You have to win the help of your senior brother in the future." "This is no problem, I will terminate the contract first." Lin Shen directly took out 10 coins and gave Tian Bucheng. After paying the penalty for liquidated damages, the transaction contract between them was terminated. "Our brothers, why are you still here? Who do you look down on me?" Tian Buhue didn't take the Tian coin and directly terminated the transaction contract with Lin Shen. "Senior brother, I have recorded this love." Lin Shen looked around and found that this place was like the place where he was before, a huge hanging island trading market. The difference is that there is only Lin Shen himself there, but here it looks like a supermarket, with trading platforms and people from all ethnic groups everywhere. Lin Shen was not impressed by Baijixing. After asking senior brother Tian Buhue, he realized that Baijixing is an older planet under the Tianren tribe. Because it is overdeveloped, Baijixing's basic biological resources are relatively poor now, and it has long been no longer ranked among the Tianren tribe. Most of the celestial races who developed BG Star have left, but now only the Star Master Anqing Mountain is still here to guard BG Star. The rest are some families from small races who struggle to survive on BG Star. The Tian family is one of them. Baijixing's resources are no longer very rich, because Anqing Mountain is too heavily exploited, and the Tian family's life is not good either. Otherwise, Tian would not cry and Tian would not be so thrilling. Let's teleport back first. Lin Shen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he knew that he was in the territory of the Heavenly Man. As long as an E is not bought back, his identity as the Dean of the Tianqi Academy is still worth a little money. The Star Master of the planet below should give him some face. Tian Buhue looked at the time, frowned and said, "It's time long ago. Buzhou hasn't come to take over yet. I don't know if he has overslept, so I just went back to call him." As soon as the two of them were teleported out of Suanio Temple, they saw Tian Buneo running over panting and almost collided with the two of them. "Don't make a fuss, what's wrong with you? Have you overslept?" Tian Bu asked with a smile. No, Tian Buneo said, and when he saw Lin Shen beside Tian Buhue, he was stunned for a moment. "Little junior brother. Why are you here?
After reacting, Tian Buneo suddenly became surprised and pulled Lin Shen and said, "Young junior brother, it's great that you are here.
Our family will be saved this time. What happened?"
Tian Buhue heard that something was wrong, and it might have something to do with the Tian family, so he asked quickly.
Star-Lord. Star-Lord has rebelled. Tian Buneo said. What's the matter? Tian Buhue thought he had heard it wrong, and asked again, what do you mean is that someone betrayed the Star-Lord? No. No. It's the Star-Lord rebel against the Heavenly Man. Now he is recruiting people to attack Derek Fuxing. Tian Buneo quickly explained. Lin Shen and Tian were shocked when they didn't cry. And Qingshan actually betrayed and wanted to attack their superior planet Derek Fortune.
Lin Shen felt a bit ridiculous when he heard this. How dare he be an AI Xing and in Qingshan, who doesn't even have a number ranking in Anja? Anqingshan himself is just a Nirvana person. At most, the people under his command are Nirvana people. It is like a dream that a group of Nirvana people want to create a rebellion from the heavenly race.
Chapter 824 Is there anyone who can talk? Tian Buchue was very anxious. And Qingshan was now recruiting people as cannon fodder and was going to attack Derek Fuxing. Derek Fort is the upper planet of BG, where dozens of teleportation devices can be used to travel to other planets. BG Star only has one teleportation device, and the only one they can go to is Derek Fortune. So if Anqingshan rebels, the first person to attack is Derek Fortune. However, Derek Fort is in charge of the immortals, and it is not just an immortal. To attack Derek Fort, these people are tantamount to hitting the stone with eggs. They will be dead cannon fodder if they go. But if they don't go, the people in Anqingshan will now destroy them. Now many families have been forced to send people to join the cannon fodder army in Anqingshan.
The Tian family was originally just a small family and dared not disobey in Qingshan's orders, but the Tian family was not well off, and there were only 7 or 8 young people in this generation. If they were all taken to be cannon fodder, the Tian family would probably be ruined in the future.
My junior brother, we can only ask you for help.
If you can help, I will take our family and make a cow and horse in the future and give you this life.
Tian Buchuang and Tian Buchua spoke in unison. They spoke like they were alone.
Lin Shen had been used to their behavior patterns before, and he didn't think it was anything. Don't worry, 2 senior brothers.
I am the dean of the Tianxia Academy now.
There are people below who betrayal, and I have no choice but to go to your house first and don't let your family suffer any damage.
Lin Shen said. He couldn't beat a strong man like Tian Joyo. He dared to be so arrogant and wanted to be a traitor.
Lin Shen was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. If Qingshan was going to hit the gun himself, then no wonder Lin Shen wanted to vent his anger.
It is also a contribution to deal with this traitor. Maybe you can get some benefits when you go back.
The brothers of the Tian family were overjoyed when they heard this, and they didn't bother to say anything polite, so they took Lin Shen to the Tian family. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at Tian's house and saw that there were many soldiers from the planet guarding outside the Tian's house.
Who are you?
Seeing Lin Shen and the other 2 walking inside, the soldiers of the escort stopped them.
People from the Tian family. Tian Buneo said.
He sneaked out to find Tian Buck, so he was not blocked at home. The soldier was amused when he heard this. Now there is still a fool who ran back. It's really rare, go in. The Tian brothers did not argue with them, and took Lin Shen and walked inside. In the Tian family yard, the old and young people of the Tian family were gathered together. Tian Jihao, the current head of the Tian family, was talking to a god with anger on his face, as if he was so angry that his body was trembling.
Master Tian, you are part of BG Star. You should make due contributions to BG Star. You should contribute money and make strong efforts. Either you can use resources or let the Ascensioners of the Tian family fight for BG Star. After the Master of the Star achieves great achievements, you will be glorious. It is just around the corner. And Xinghe, the Nirvana of the heavenly beings, sat on the chair, looked at Tian Jihao with a smile and said, Captain N, you want too many resources. Even if we sell our products, we can't get so many resources. Tian Jihao said. You can pay if you have money, but you can contribute if you don't have money. Most of your children and grandchildren have ascended to the sky and changed the world with the Star Master. You may have the chance to become a hero. And Xinghe opened his mouth. Captain, and our children are not that outstanding and not that great blessing. Please be kind. We will try our best to make up resources. If you sell the pot, you can only get half of them. You can do it. Tian Jihao was trembling with anger, but he did not dare to have an attack. He was under the roof and had to bow his head. No point can be lost. If you pay someone or pay money, choose one of them. It's okay to pay half of it, so let your children leave one for you to support you. In terms of your sensible relationship before, I'll let you choose which child you want to keep, which one you want to keep, it's great. And Xinghe said with a smile. As soon as this statement was made, everyone in the Yin family was filled with righteous indignation. Isn't this equivalent to asking Tian Jihao to choose by himself and push which child to the fire pit? And he could only keep one, but he had to search all the resources of the Tian family. It was simply not something that people did. Dad! Tian Buchui and Tian Bucha rushed back and ran to Tian Jihao. Tian Jihao and his wife saw that Tian Buhui and Tian Bufa came back, and their faces changed drastically. You are confused. If they don't come back, there will be a glimmer of hope. When they come back now, it means they will inevitably be destined to be cannon fodder. Dad, don't be afraid, someone will decide for us. Tian Buck and Tian Buck said quickly. Tian Jihao was slightly stunned. At this time, who could help their Tian family? The other families who are good at Hotan are probably too busy to take care of themselves now, so who can still help them? Tian Jihao thought this in his heart, and couldn't help but look at it in a blink of an eye. He was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. And Xinghe also saw Lin Shen, but he did not recognize Lin Shen. Because in the eyes of heaven and man, humans actually look similar, and there is no big difference. If they look at it alone, they might be able to recognize some differences. But together with so many humans, they can't tell who is who, let alone Lin Shen's ragged combat suit and helmet, which is even harder to see. I'm here to see. Who else can be more capable than me on this lucky star? And Xinghe looked at everyone and snorted coldly. As soon as this side came out, the squadron leaders and squadron leaders of the planet guards who followed Anqing River laughed. Anqing River is the younger brother of the Star Master Anqingshan. The order to go to various families to search for it was also the order of the Star Master Anqingshan himself. On this auspicious star, no one is bigger than them. Lin Shen looked at Xinghe, walked to him, looked at him and asked, who is Qingshan? You can call the name of Star Lord. And Xinghe was furious. A human dared to be so arrogant. I just called, so what can I do? Lin Shen asked lightly. You are looking for death. And Xinghe didn't finish his words, and a head flew into the sky with splattering blood, and the boss was staring at him. Everyone was shocked, and the yard was silent for a moment. No one expected that Lin Shen would take action with a disagreement and chopped Xinghe's head off. Everyone in the Tian family knew Lin Shen's identity, and they were both surprised and happy. The people from the planet guard were shocked. Although Anqing River was not as strong as Anqing Mountain, it was still a nirvana. Why was the human in front of him cut off his head with one knife? Lin Shen held the bloody scum knife and looked at the squadron leader of the guard team and said lightly, is there anyone who can talk? Chapter 825 Fanlights. Are you the dean of the Tianchi Academy? A squadron leader asked carefully. When the others heard this, they were shocked. Lin Shen's reputation still has some reputation among the Tianran tribe. It seems that there are still people who can talk. Lin Shen looked at the squadron leader. The squadron leader hurried forward and bowed and said, Dean Tian, I am the squadron leader of the 7th Detachment of the Baijixing Planet Guard. We really don't want to attack Derek Fuxing, nor do we want to rebel. But the Star Lord has to obey. Please ask Dean Tian to take a clear understanding. After hearing this, the other squadron leaders and squad leaders quickly agreed and said that they were forced by their superiors. Senior brother Tian, take them to ask questions separately. Lin Shen said to Tian Buck and Tian Buck.
The two of them immediately understood and took Tianyuan and others to different rooms to ask questions, mainly asking how many people there are in the Legion on Anqing Mountain and how many Nirvana people there are. Lin Shen sat in the yard, waiting for them to ask questions.
Uncle Tian, you go and rest first. Lin Shen asked Tian Jihao to take the people from the Tian family back first.
As soon as this moved, a detachment captain suddenly rose up, grabbed a boy from the Tian family, put his life knife on the boy's neck, and shouted loudly, "Let me retreat." The captain held the boy hostage and was about to fly up and flee the Tian family.
You are stubborn, and are you going to follow the traitor to the end?
Lin Shen said lightly as he looked at the captain. Lin Shen, I advise you to avoid being bothered. This is a problem within our celestial race and it has nothing to do with you.
We are not something you can shake.
You should leave quickly while the Star Master has not arrived, otherwise your life will be gone.
The captain said coldly. Whether I have life or not is something that will happen in the future. If you don't let go of that child, you will die now.
Lin Shen saw that the other captains were also a little confused. It seemed that someone was ready to move, so he said to the captain, "If you want to kill me, he will be buried with me." The knife that the captain put on the boy's neck tightened again.
Bang!
There was a blood hole on the head of the detachment leader. He had no chance to use his life base at all, so he was directly shot and died, and his body fell from the air. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and the boy was sucked into Lin Shen's arms and placed him on the ground. The other captains felt cold in their hearts. Lin Shen's attack speed was too fast. They didn't even see how the captain was killed. They only saw Lin Shen slowly lowering his pistol-shaped fingers. At this time, no one dared to act rashly anymore. Lin Shen wanted to kill them, and they didn't even have a chance to react, and hostages were useless. Tian Jihao quickly asked his family to hide first, and then took the people from the Tian family to interrogate the captains separately. After a while, the general situation was clear. There are now 3 legions in Baijixing, one of which is mainly a passionate legion composed of people from these small races. The main members are the basic transformers and assassinators of the small races, and are managed by a few people from the Tianrun. The other 2 legions are the direct part of Anqing Mountain. One of them is mainly the assassinators of the alien race, and the other is the assassinators of the heavenly man race, with a total of about 20,000 people. There are more than 100 Nirvana people on the other side of Anqing Mountain, and they are still very strong.
Junior brother, that evil thief has many subordinates. Should we avoid it first? Tian Buchue and Tian Buchua said.
You can avoid it first, I'll go to the Star Lord's mansion. Lin Shen was sure that there was no immortal in Bijiaxing, so there was nothing to worry about.
If you want to go, we will help you, said the Tian brothers. You protect your family and leave the rest to me.
Lin Shen smiled and said, it's just a Star Master who is better than a lucky star.
It's no big deal.
You don't need senior brothers. Let the people from the Tian family go to take refuge first, while Lin Shen himself took the people from the Planet Guard team and headed towards the Star Lord's mansion. There were army investigations everywhere in Baijixing, but they didn't dare to take care of the people of the Planet Guards, and everyone came to the Star Lord's mansion.
Why didn't Commander N come back with you?
The gods from the Star Lord's mansion saw that they were back, and there was a human in front of them, and frowned.
This is the Dean of the Tianxia Academy. I want to meet Lord Star Lord. A captain said.
When the people from Xingzhu's mansion heard this, their faces changed and they immediately pressed the communicator in their hands.
Lin Shen didn't do anything and let him report the news.
After a while, he saw dozens of Nirvana rushing out of the Star Lord's mansion. Lin Shen took a look and didn't care. This was much worse than the Jixing star's strength. The leader of the celestial being Nirvana looked at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, if you don't be your dean on the Zen Star, why are you going to me to be a lucky star?
I heard that you want to betray you, come and have a look.
Lin Shen naturally couldn't say that he had no choice but to sell himself.
You are the only one? And Qingshan looked at Lin Shen and said, isn't it enough for me to be alone? Lin Shen asked back. Ha, you are very confident.
And Qingshan smiled and suddenly turned cold, you are here just right. The old thief of Tianshu is debauchery and greedy, which makes me lose my life and the heavenly people, and the people can't live a life. Who else can I resist if I don't resist him? You, the lackey of Tianshu, came at the right time. Take the flag of you to sacrifice me and take him down. At the command of Anqing Mountain, the escorts of the city lord's mansion sacrificed their lives, thousands of Ascension life bases and dozens of Nirvana life bases, like meteors in the sky, storming towards Lin Shen.
Anqing Shan is not afraid of Lin Shen at all.
In his perception, Lin Shen is still an ascendant. Although he is very strong, the ascendant is only an ascendant after all. No matter how powerful it is, how powerful can it be? Not to mention that he is just an ascensioner, even a Nirvana person will find it difficult to survive under such a legion. The Tian family members had already arranged the Tian family. The Tian brothers who sneaked over secretly saw the Tian Shurji rushing towards Lin Shen from afar. They were shocked and summoned the Tian Shurji to try their best, wanting to do their best. If Lin Shen died, their Tian family would definitely not be able to survive. Anqing was killed by Lin Shen in their Tian family. Although it was not their Tian family's move, Anqing Shan's cruelty would definitely not let them go. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and swung the inheritance fan in his hand. He threw it away directly. The fan bone suddenly dissipated and turned into streams of light, quickly passing through Lin Shen's body, as if thousands of flashes were flowing outside his body. The fateful foundations were actually blocked by the inheritance fan, and most of the fateful foundations were destroyed by the flowing light. The explosion was indifferent for a moment. Many Ascensioners in Nirvana were spraying blood on their mouths, looking at Lin Shen, who was standing there like a sword immortal in horror. Chapter 826 The Power of the Creation of the Gods. I'll go, the younger brother is too fierce. The Tian brothers were surprised and happy. They had known that Lin Shen was very strong for a long time, but they did not expect that they were so strong. He actually defeated the attacks of so many Ascensioners in Nirvana with his own strength. The glory of the Destiny Base and the power of Nirvana was shattered under the flowing lights around him like glass. For a moment, everyone was shocked and quickly took back their lives and did not dare to attack Lin Shen again. They stopped attacking, but Lin Shen did not intend to let them go. The fan bones like lightswords flashed like flying swords, and screams were heard endlessly. The Nirvana ascended people could not react at all, and their bodies were penetrated by the fan light. A Nirvana who wants to block the fan light with the power of Nirvana or the life base will be penetrated by the fan light and the life base. For a moment, blood splattered all over the sky, and the Ascenators and Nirvana who had been beaten to fall from the sky like dumplings. The Tian brothers who originally wanted to see if they could help, stopped and stared blankly at the Ascensioners and Nirvana who fell in the sky. We humans have also produced extremely terrifying existence. Seeing his own legion being strangled, and Xingshan stood there motionless, not even raising his eyes, but just looked at Lin Shen opposite him quietly. Those who could escape had already escaped, and those who could not escape had all turned into corpses on the ground. The dog chosen by the old thief of Tianshu is indeed quite capable and can bite people. And Xingshan looked at the fan light flying back to Lin Shen's hand, and said lightly, as if those dead people were not his subordinates, but just some chickens and dogs. And Xingshan, are you planning to go back to the Zen Star with me and confess your guilt, or ask me to take your body back? Lin Shen asked. And Xingshan's lips curled up and a strange smile appeared. It seems that I have looked up to you. It turns out that you don't know anything and want to go back to the Zenith Star. I'm afraid you can't go back. What does it mean? Lin Shen frowned. And Xingshan grinned and said, the current Tianren clan is no longer the world of the old thief of Tianshu. Maybe even the old thief of Tianshu is dead. Since you are so loyal, then go down and serve your master. While speaking, and Xingshan's body was covered with grey carapace, and a bow-shaped life foundation appeared in his hands. Anqing Mountain's shell is thick and heavy, making him look like a mecha warrior. The bow in his hand is snake-shaped, but the bow strings are shining with a strange white light. And Xingshan drew out a spiritual foundation arrow with his backhand, put it on the bow and arrow, and slowly pulled the snake bow away. The light on the spiritual foundation arrow became stronger and stronger, like a green ghost arrow. Buzz! The bowstring fell, and the arrow turned into a green lightning, which instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved the inherited fan in his hand, and the fan light slashed on the green lightning like a sword, directly slashing the green lightning into two pieces. The spiritual base arrow that had been broken into 2 years suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of green light, covering dozens of meters in a radius. My venomous snake power can add snake venom power. If you touch it, you will die. You are still too young. And Xingshan snorted coldly at the green light. Suddenly, fan lights rushed out of the green light and turned into streaming lights and shot towards Anqing Mountain. And Xingshan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately waved the snake bow in his hand and smashed them at the fan lights. After a few fan lights flew away, the other fan lights pierced on him. Fans of lights pierced on his body, causing his body to retreat step by step, and in a blink of an eye it was pierced into a hedgehog. Lin Shen walked out of the green light, and the green on his body faded quickly, without being affected by the power of the poisonous snake. It can actually withstand the power of my poisonous snake. It is worthy of being the person chosen by the old thief of Tianshu. Anqing Mountain, like a hedgehog, supported the ground with a bow and said to Lin Shen, "I'm afraid it's too late to regret it now." Lin Shen said, "Repent? I'm afraid you will be the one who regrets it." And Xingshan laughed, "You are very strong, but you don't know what the real power is." "That's right, how can ordinary people know the real power?" And Xingshan's eyes narrowed like a poisonous snake, reached out and took out a syringe, and suddenly pierced it on his own neck. "Human, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the power that only gods can possess." And Xingshan said, and his body trembled violently. Suddenly, and Xingshan's limbs widened, and all the fan bone light swords that were pierced on him bounced out. Anqing Mountain, which rose into the air, had a strange change on its body. Lin Shen looked at Xingshan's body and quickly expanded and changed. The carapace turned into snake scales, and his body quickly turned into the appearance of a giant python. In just a moment, Anqing Mountain became a giant python that was 100 meters long, covered with gray scales, and a body thicker than a bucket. The wings of the heavenly beings behind it have also become extremely huge, as if they are winged giant pythons. What's even more terrifying is that the space around him was distorted with his body, and he obviously had the power of the law. Is the promotion immortal? No, this is not a normal immortal. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Xingshan, who turned into a giant python to swallow the sky. The fan bones had returned to his hands and returned to the folding state. "Lin Shen, did you see it? This is the power that can be comparable to the gods." The giant python held its head in the sky, looked down at Lin Shen, making a strange sound. "Are you a member of the creator of the gods?" Lin Shen said coldly. "Such a strange thing may only be able to produce. You actually know the creation of gods. You still have some knowledge." And Xingshan said with a weird smile, "It's a pity that you know too late. I'll accept your life." As he said that, the giant python opened its mouth wide, and the green light suddenly rose up on his body, dyeing the nearby areas green. Lin Shen's body also turned green under the green light. The surrounding buildings and the corpses were all exposed to green light, as if corroded by strong sulfuric acid, and began to melt and bubble. The Tian brothers were shocked and retreated. They only saw that within the green light range, it turned into a green swamp in a blink of an eye, and even the body of the Nirvana had been corroded into liquid. The power of the law. Anqing Mountain is actually an immortal. The brothers of the Tian family were frightened. Although Lin Shen was very strong, the level gap was invincible. No matter how strong the Nirvana person was, how could he defeat the immortal? Lin Shen's tattered combat suit, under the influence of the power of the law, was corroded into green liquid and dripped from his body. The air conditioner was broken and I couldn't live. The master was practicing, so I wasted a little time and I could only update 2 times at noon. Chapter 827, Becoming Stronger and Weaker. Are you not dead yet? The giant python transformed from Anqing Mountain saw that although Lin Shen was dripping with green liquid, it was still not dead yet. In the open snake mouth, green light condensed, gushing towards Lin Shen like a volcano eruption. The torrent-like green light flooded Lin Shen's body, corroding the earth into a huge gully, like a large rift valley full of green liquid on the earth. I have to hurry up my time. And Qingshan turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as he turned his head, he heard a gurgling sound coming from the gully covered with green liquid. When I turned around, I saw waves exploding from the green liquid, and a body rushed out of the green liquid and sank in the sky. Following the impact of the body, green liquid flew out from him, revealing the true body of the figure. I saw that the man was wearing a white background and black pattern, which looked like an armor made of ink and water landscape paintings. He looked mysterious and weird.
Lin Shen? And Qingshan looked at the man in surprise. Ankingshan, if there are any other means, just use it. Lin Shen said calmly at the giant python.
The Tian brothers in the distance were overjoyed. They originally thought that Lin Shen had died under the terrifying blow, but they didn't expect that there was no damage at all.
Okay, you really deserve to die.
And Qingshan roared, and the power of the law continued to condense into his mouth. The green light in the shuko became stronger and stronger, as if it condensed into a green sun, and the dazzling light was no longer visible. Lin Shen glanced at the giant python and the green light in its mouth, and suddenly moved, rushing directly towards the giant python. The giant python had a terrifying murderous intent flashing in its eyes, and the green light gushed out in an instant, like a green galaxy that penetrated the sky, reflecting the sky of half of the planet into green. However, the green galaxy discharged the air waves formed by the air, so the Tian brothers in the distance were pressed down on the ground and stood up. The Asinators and Nirvana who escaped were also pressed down from the air by the terrifying air waves, hitting the earth, and rolling around by waves of air waves. The green light continued to explode, and the entire sky turned green, shining the entire beautiful star like the netherworld ghost realm. In the green light like a galaxy, a figure broke out, jumped onto the snake's head, and stepped between the eyes of the giant python.
The giant python's eyes were full of horror and insincere. He looked at the figure who wanted to do something, but it was still too late. He could only watch the figure stepping on his face and punched him at the head. Boom! With one punch, the giant python's huge body was directly bombarded by Lin Shen and flew all over the sky with the turbulent air current. The Nirvana and Ascensioners who had just stabilized their bodies in the airflow saw this incredible scene and their pupils were extremely enlarged, full of incredible expressions. The immortal giant python transformed from Anqing Mountain was actually knocked into ashes by Lin Shen's punch. It is impossible to imagine what amazing power it was. Is Lin Shen an immortal? The Tian brothers were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. The scene was really too shocking. This slag is weaker than the immortals of the Super Burning Clan. Lin Shen looked at Qingshan who had turned into ashes and left nothing behind. He felt a little depressed, thinking that such a guy could leave something useful after his death. Unexpectedly, he was knocked to ashes. After thinking about it, Lin Shen knew what was going on. The immortals of the Super Burning Clan were still true immortals. This guy used some kind of technological product to directly turn himself into an immortal creature. Lin Shen's body is only average in lethality to the flesh and blood body, but it is extremely destructive to immortal matter. The technology products turned Anqing Mountain into a pure immortal creature, losing its flesh and blood body, which was weaker for Lin Shen. Lin Shen went directly to the teleportation station, controlled the only teleportation device, turned off the teleportation device, prevented others from teleporting over, and did not let others teleport out, and controlled Bijixing in his own hands first. Lin Shen's huge shock to kill the immortal giant python made most of the Legion members in Nirvana who were originally loyal to Anqing Mountain surrender without any resistance. In fact, there are indeed many people in the Legion who are unwilling to rebel within Qingshan. They are forced to rebel within Qingshan. Now that Anqing Mountain is killed, those Nirvana who are close to Anqing Mountain have almost been killed by Lin Shen, and few people are willing to fight Lin Shen. Lin Shen asked the Tian family for help, and soon controlled the entire Bijixing, and the Legion was also controlled by him. Lin Shen knew from Ankingshan that things were not that simple. It was definitely not just Bijixing rebelled, but immediately contacted Tianquan and others. Many people did not reply to the information, Tianquan did not reply to the information, and Ouyang Yu even replied to the information. It's chaos, the celestial race is in chaos, many planets have rebelled. The celestial courtyard is now a little uncontrollable. Ouyang Yudu's voice was a little confused, and it seemed that the situation there was not optimistic.
This cast a shadow on Lin Shen's heart. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Tianquan to not reply to his message. Something must have happened to Giant Ring Star.
How is your situation? Is it okay? Lin Shen asked.
However, the communication was cut off, and Lin Shen's message was not sent out, which made Lin Shen realize the seriousness of the problem. Even the Zenith Star has problems.
It seems that Qinshan did not lie. There is really a big problem with the heavenly man race. I don't know if Emperor Tianshu and an E can withstand it. Lin Shen suddenly had a thought in his heart. It's not that an E has rebelled, right? Otherwise, who would have the ability to rebel so many planets of the heavenly man race at the same time?
Lin Shen was eager to go back to Giant Huanqing, but he was afraid that something would happen to Tianquan.
Lin Shen went to Tianwan to check it. It was a good thing that the signal of the lucky star was quite stable.
As expected, Tianwan has been blown up by news of internal rebellion among the Tianran tribe today.
The entire universe is discussing the rebellion within the celestial race.
Such a big thing cannot be hidden from others.
Lin Shen saw a very bad news. The information about Derek Fortune had been cut off.
A few hours ago, someone from Derek Fortune sent a message saying that there was a rebellion on the planet, but then there was no news. There is no doubt that there must be an immortal who appears there, and the use of the power of the law has affected the communication of Derek Ford Star.
If you want to go to the Giant Ring Star, you can only go to the Derek Fortune Star.
Besides, the Heavenly Man tribe is full of rebellions everywhere. Even if you go to other planets, it may be difficult to go to the Giant Ring Star through transit. Lin Shen knew that he could not wait any longer, so he arranged things like the Good Star, so that the Tian family could firmly control the teleportation device, and then use the teleportation device to go to the Derek Fortune Star.
Chapter 828 Derek Fortune Falls.
Lin Shen had just teleported out and saw a terrifying scene. Above the sky, terrifying immortal creatures were entrenched, with too many imaginative numbers. All kinds of immortal creatures like monsters almost covered the entire sky of Derek Fort. Among the few gaps in the sky that were only vacant, there were several immortals of the celestial race fighting, but their situation seemed very bad. Surrounded by so many immortal creatures, they burst out shocking divine lights in the sky, and the power of the law was constantly erupting, but they could not kill the siege of those immortal creatures at all. They were trapped in the void and could only continue to fight with those immortal creatures.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
The guard guarding the teleportation station was obviously no longer the soldiers of Derek Fort, because next to the guard, an immortal creature stared at them who were teleporting from different planets.
I am the messenger of Lord Ankingshan, Baijixing.
I came to report that Baijixing encountered stubborn anti-agents and was actively eliminating them.
It needs to be later before I can come and meet.
Lin Shen saw the black immortal creatures in the sky, and did not dare to reveal his identity at all. He is very strong, but after all, he is not immortal.
There are thousands of immortal creatures in the sky.
Lin Shen is not arrogant yet and thinks that he can settle the tens of thousands of immortal creatures. Those immortal creatures are probably transformed by Nirvana.
What technology did the gods use? How could they turn Nirvana into immortal creatures so easily?
And they can also retain consciousness. Lin Shen looked at the encircled immortals of the celestial race and felt that they could not help. He has to rush to Giant Huanqing as soon as possible and not waste time here. That idiot in Anqing Mountain can't even handle a small BG star.
He's such a waste. When he comes, the battle here will be over long ago.
The immortal creature guarding the gate made a sound, and it can be heard that he must have been transformed by the Nirvana. Lin Shen was about to say something, but he heard a violent sound from the sky. A burst of light rose in the void, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the sky, and saw that the celestial beings surrounded by immortal creatures in the sky gathered together, facing the immortal creatures like demons and monsters. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, Lin Shen was about to sneak away to find the teleportation array that teleported to the giant ring star, but suddenly he heard a sound coming from the void.
N24, give up.
As long as you surrender, you will still be the nobles of the heavenly race in the future.
Your status will not change at all, and you may even get more benefits. With a higher status, why should you be buried with that foolish tyrant?
Lin Shen looked at the void and saw that the immortal creatures in the void were just surrounding the immortals who were the celestial beings, and did not launch another attack. A man from the head of a dragon horn, wearing an iron warsuit, an unknown race, was standing in front of the immortal creatures, shouting to the immortals of the celestial race. Several immortals of the celestial race looked at the celestial beings led, that is, the 24th strongest man in An's family. You trash, you also want to make our noble celestial warriors surrender. You will not be able to have this dream in the next life. You are not worthy of getting Derek fortune. And 24 suddenly burst into light and flew towards the direction of the planet, wanting to break through the siege of immortal creatures, rush to the inside of the planet, and destroy the planet's teleportation station, so as not to invade other planets from Derek fortune. The other immortals of heaven and man, as if they knew N24's intention, also desperately exploded the power of the law to help N24 rush into the inside of the planet. Several immortal creatures blocking their faces were killed, but no one could stop them for a moment, and they were about to rush into the atmosphere. Because I had never thought that they would rush back to the inside of the planet, there were not a large number of immortal creatures around here, and it seemed that N24 and the others took advantage of the loophole. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, and the space around them was distorted. After N24 and others rushed down, their bodies disappeared strangely. When they appeared again, they had already returned to the encirclement of immortal creatures.
Tian Joyo.
N24 and others changed their faces when they saw the people who blocked their way just now. Lin Shen also saw Tian Joyo and quickly shrank backwards, standing in the teleportation station, for fear that Tian Joyo would find him.
Tian Joyo is actually a person who created the gods?
Lin Shen was surprised. Since you recognize me, then follow me from now on, Derek Ford Star, you will be the one who decides in the future.
Tian Joyo looked at N24 and said lightly.
The iron-armored man with dragon horns came to Tian Joyo, looked at N24 and said, "This is the most noble of your heavenly race.
You won't be wronged by following him, right?"
Just a traitor, Tian Joyo, if you want to block me, then come, I want to see if your space law is as powerful as the legendary one. N24 raised his life-based staff high, an infinite holy light bloomed on the staff. However, the light did not go straight, refracted from various strange angles, forming light mirrors on each side. The light mirror reflected the immortal creatures in the void, and also reflected the figures of Tianjuyu and the iron-armored man of Longjiao. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to have become a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless Tianjuyu and immortal creatures, but N24 and others disappeared.
Is this your law of the mirror?
It is worthy of being the future law in the space system.
If you meet someone else, you may really let you run away, but unfortunately the person you meet is me. Tian Joyo waved his sleeves.
The kaleidoscope-like sky shattered like glass in an instant, and N24 and others also appeared.
Puff!
N24 opened his mouth and squirted blood, staring at Tian Joyo with his eyes tightly. The law of immortal space is indeed powerful.
If I give it to me for 20 years, I will definitely be able to kill you and seize the position of the King of Space Dharma. So, you have to live, follow me, and give you 20 years. Tian Joyo said lightly. It's a pity that my family is not good at walking with dogs.
N24 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of contempt.
Ha, are you the same as him? Tian Joyo didn't care and looked at the other immortals with a smile. We are willing to follow Lord Joyo.
Several celestial beings looked at each other, but did not dare to look at N24's eyes, and flew to Tian Joyo and saluted.
Okay, you will be my brothers from Tian Joyo in the future.
Tian Joyo looked at N24, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Since you want to be loyal to the old thief of Tianshu so much, then go to hell with him. Tian Joyo said, his figure flashed, and when it appeared again, he had already hit N24's chest with a palm, directly knocking his body backwards, falling into the cracks in the void, and strangled by the void turbulence.
Who else would like to taste the empty space like him?
Tian Joyo glanced at him, but no one dared to look at him.
Chapter 829 All Iron.
Lin Shen was frightened when he saw it. If Tian Joyo used this move when he was fighting with him before, he would have died 800 times long ago.
The true immortal is not easy to mess with. Lin Shen's body shrank even further back and quietly walked towards another teleportation device. Why are you running around? Why don't you teleport back quickly and call Lin Shen here? The immortal creature guarding the door of the teleportation station shouted at Lin Shen. Go now. Lin Shen said and walked towards the teleportation device. Are you dizzy? This teleportation device here is for bijixing. What are you doing there? Said the immortal creature. I understand. Lin Shen agreed, but the person continued to walk into the teleportation device. Who are you? The immortal creature discovered the problem and directly burst out with terrifying power. He opened his mouth and sprayed a cold light at Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved his knife to slash Lang Wang, slashing Lang Wang in half, and his body also retreated with force and crashed into the teleportation device. The teleportation device was activated, and Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He was betting that the immortal creature dared not destroy the teleportation device. The reason why Derek Fort is so critical is that it is a teleportation transit station for many planets. It can be said to be one of the important interstellar transportation hubs of the heavenly man race. If these teleportation devices are destroyed, the value of Derek Fort's star will not be that high. Sure enough, Lin Shen bet right, and the immortal creature did not dare to destroy the teleportation device, allowing him to successfully teleport out of Derek Fortune's star. The giant ring star also rebelled, but the battle was not as tragic as Derek Fort's star, and there was no large-scale low-level creature battle. And 117, what do you mean? Tianquan looked at N117 and the dozens of Nirvana people behind him and asked with a cold face. Tianquan, it is very rare that you can reach this point today as a mixed-race person. I admire you very much. And 117 looked at Tianquan, his eyes full of admiration. If you have anything to say, Tianquan said lightly without being moved. The Emperor of Heavenly Art is injustice, we are going to make things right. I hope you can join. And 117 said with a smile. Who are you waiting for? N.E.? Tianquan said with a frown. Although Lord Ni devoted all his work to our tribe, he is too old and has no courage to fight for the future of our tribe. Then who are you talking about? I am a member of the Creation Clan. And 117 said calmly, if you want to join, I can be your recommender. Your position in the Creation Clan will not be inferior to me in the future. You are not good at the Tianren tribe, but you want to be a dog for others? Tianqin cursed behind Tianquan. And 117 ignored Tianqin and just thought that he had not heard. Tianquan, what are you thinking? Why do I believe you can succeed? Tianquan continued to ask without any expression. It seems that you just want to delay time, but unfortunately it's useless. The Tianren tribe is about to end, and the Tianjue family is already out of their way. There will be no reinforcements coming. And 117 saw through Tianquan's thoughts and said with a cold face, don't you want to know why we can succeed? Then let you experience it yourself. And 117 waved his hand to the Nirvana person behind him. A Nirvana person took out a potion and pierced it directly on his own neck. Tianquan looked at the Nirvana man and turned into a giant beast in front of her, emitting the power of the law, and his eyes became solemn. Tianquan, I will give you another last chance. You only need to answer yes or no. And 117 stared at Tianquan's eyes and said, are you willing to join the creation of gods? I don't want to. Tianquan replied calmly. Then let's destroy it. And 117 waved his hand, and the terrifying immortal beast burst out with its power of law like flames, and the entire Paradise Island was about to turn into a sea of fire. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared behind the head of the immortal beast. Half of the man's face was flesh and blood, half of the face was steel, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and one hand pressed on the head of the immortal beast. The next second, the giant beast's head exploded like a huge watermelon, which scared everyone. Arson, damn it. Lao Tai said calmly as he watched the immortal beast's body fall to the ground. Okay, it turns out that I have a support. No wonder I dared to reject my kindness. Unfortunately, you made the wrong idea. An immortal cannot save your life.
And 117 said, and with a wave of his hand, all the Nirvana people behind took out syringes and pierced them on their necks. And 117 himself was the same. In a moment, and 117 and the Nirvana people all turned into immortal giant beasts, with murderous intent in their eyes and staring fiercely at Lao Tai and Tianxuan. Tianxuan, you are seeking death by yourself.
No wonder I am. Kill them all.
And 117 gave the order, and he burst into flames first, and fire suddenly burst into flames around him.
Bang!
As soon as 117 finished speaking, he found that Lao Tai was standing in front of him, grabbing his head that had turned into a giant beast with one hand, and then 117 felt his head hurt and he knew nothing. Seeing 117's head being caught, the other Nirvana people who turned into immortal giant beasts were all shocked.
But Lao Tai didn't give them time to hesitate at all.
He rushed in like a ghost, and then saw the heads of immortal giant beasts explode, causing Lao Tai to be covered with all his body. Dozens of immortal-level giant beasts, in just a blink of an eye, were all killed by headshots and fell to the ground.
Isn't Lao Tai a Nirvana? How could he be so strong? Tianxuan looked at Lao Tai and said in his heart. Second brother, you are so cool.
Tianxuan laughed, his eyes full of envy.
Regardless of whether Lin Shen recognizes it or not, he has decided on this second brother. But Lao Tai had no reaction at all.
He stood there motionless, looking at his raised right hand, covered with red and white objects.
Tianxuan, don't go there, his situation is a little wrong.
Tianxuan grabbed Tianxuan, who wanted to run to Lao Tai, and stared at Lao Tai and said,
What's wrong? What's wrong with the second brother? Tianxuan looked at Lao Tai in confusion.
Lao Tai looked at the red and white color on his hands, but his eyes were really not right. His eyes were filled with a strange red light. Especially the eye of steel, it was flashing like a red light at this time.
Roar!
Lao Tai suddenly roared up to the sky, and half of his flesh and blood body had undergone a strange change, transforming from flesh and blood to steel. In a moment, the whole person turned into a steel body, like an iron robot, with red light in his eyes staring at Tianxuan and the others.
Chapter 830 The Law of Words. Second brother, are you okay? Tianxuan shouted at Lao Tai in shock and suspicion.
Lao Tai, who had stopped roaring, slowly turned his head to look at Tianxuan. The red light in his eyes flashed, and the heart that made people look at him also jumped, and he felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, the red light in Lao Tai's eyes slapped, and at the same time, Lao Tai's man also came to Tianxuan like a ghost, and grabbed Tianxuan's head with his iron hand.
Second brother.
Tianxuan wanted to avoid it, but his body could not keep up with the reaction of his brain. He could only watch as the steel hand grabbed his head.
Lao Tai seemed to hear Tianxuan scream, and his palm paused.
After just a moment of pause, a sword next to him reached out and blocked Lao Tai's palm.
Lao Tai's palm grabbed the sword body of the sword. Tianxuan took this opportunity and his body finally followed the reaction of his brain, bounced away suddenly, and retreated for dozens of meters. Lao Tai grabbed the sword body and used a little force.
The Nirvana-level spiritual sword weapon turned into powder in his palm. Tianxuan held the broken handle in his hand, and while his body quickly retreated, the pious seraphic mission base appeared and merged with Tianxuan into one, turning Tianxuan into an image of an angel with a full body wrapped in a holy carapace and 8 snow-white wings behind it.
Second brother, wake up.
Seeing Lao Tai's eyes staring at him, Tianxuan made a sound like a Sanskrit sound from his mouth.
Lao Tai stopped clearly when he heard Tianxuan's voice, but the next second, Lao Tai disappeared again.
When he arrived in front of Tianxuan, he grabbed her head with one hand.
Old Tai, wake up, that's my sister-in-law. Tianxuan shouted and rushed towards Lao Tai. He knew that if he couldn't stop Lao Tai, Tianxuan would be dead. He was so anxious that he even forgot to call his second brother. Even the immortal creatures could not stop Lao Tai's grasp and had no ability to resist at all. No matter how strong Tianxuan is, it would be difficult to compete with Lao Tai. He could only end up being caught in the head.
Tianxuan's scream obviously made Lao Tai pause.
Tianxuan's 8 wings moved together, and the people floated back and avoided Lao Tai's attack. Bang!
Tianxuan threw herself on Lao Tai's body, hugged his body with both hands, and kept shouting, Lao Tai, second brother.
Be more awake. Lao Tai stood there, his eyes flashed red, his rhythm obviously fluctuated, and his body stood there motionless. Tianquan looked at Lao Tai and reached out to signal everyone to retreat. If Lao Tai really got out of control, he had to leave his sight, otherwise everyone would probably die. Suddenly, Lao Tai, who had been embraced by Tianquan and did not move, grabbed Tianquan's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and looked at him with red eyes. Tianquan was grabbed by Lao Tai's big hand and felt like he was being clamped by iron clamps. His neck was about to be cut off, and he couldn't struggle no matter how hard he struggled. Old Tai. Let go of Tianquan. Tianquan's holy light was like a volcano erupting, and his voice rippled strange ripples. Tianquan's power of spiritual words seemed to have no effect on Lao Tai. Lao Tai stood in the rippling sound, without any reaction, just staring at Tianquan. That's all. Tianquan stared at Lao Tai, and the holy light on his body became more and more intense. Her spiritual power cannot affect Lao Tai at all, but Lao Tai has not yet killed Tianquan, so it must have been touched, otherwise 1,000 Tianxins would have been dead long ago. But Tianquan didn't know when Lao Tai would lose even that little touch, and Tianquan would die soon, and they would all die. So she only has one way to go, that is, promotion is immortal. Only when promotion is immortal can she stop or awaken Lao Tai. The way she wants to take is the law of words, but the law of words has already had the immortal Dharma King. Tianquan has been waiting for the opportunity, but now he can't wait any longer. He can only promote immortality with his own understanding. Although he cannot achieve the true immortal law and can only complete the branch law, he can't care about so much now. As the holy light burst out on his body, Tianquan stared at Lao Tai, his red lips slightly opened, and he emitted a divine voice like an angel warning the world. I said, there is rain in the sky, falling to the mortal world. With Tianquan's voice, raindrops actually fell in the sky, and Sky Island fell into heavy rain. I said, everything revives, and all flowers bloom. The flowers and plants on Paradise Island grow wildly, and countless flowers bloom, even if they are not in the flowering season, they will bloom together. Lao Tai looked at Tianquan and threw the grasping Tianquan out like garbage. Bang! Tianquan's body hit a building, crashing the building and buried it underneath. I said, there is snow on earth, and the wind roars in the cold winter. The raindrops falling from the sky turned into snow and the sound of Tianquan, and the accumulated water on the ground also turned into white snow. The biting cold wind whistled by, rolling up snowflakes in the sky. I said, there are sentient beings in the world, and there is God in heaven. Tianquan's voice became more and more firm. In the voice, everyone's eyes seemed to be gentle all of a sudden. Angels' light and shadow appeared in the sky, as if the gods in the sky were about to descend. I said, all the laws in the world are as my words. The holy light on Tianquan's body burst out completely, and the light twisted the space, as if the whole world had become bizarre under that law. The shell on Tianquan's body also became more holy in the twisted space. A series of light chains were born from the void, entangled around her, causing her entire body to undergo magical changes in the light chain. Her carapace became crystal clear, and she looked like flawless crystals. Even the 8 angel wings behind her were transparent like glass. Countless chains of light condensed towards her red lips, causing Tianquan's lips to gradually emit light, and gradually condensed strange light patterns on her lips. Second brother, wake up. The moment the light pattern was forming on her lips, Tianquan watched Lao Tai speak again. With Tianquan's voice, Lao Tai's face showed a look of pain. He held his head with his hands and lowered his head, and his steel body actually twisted. The part of the body that was originally of flesh and blood, but now it has turned into a steel body, constantly twisting and changing strangely. Roar! Lao Tai roared up to the sky, and half of the steel body kept struggling and changing, and he actually looked like a flesh and blood body again. But the flesh and blood body flashed away, and it turned into a steel body, and then into a flesh and blood body, and the two continued to change alternately. Second brother, wake up quickly. Tianquan spoke again, causing Lao Tai's body to change even more violently. Bang! Lao Tai held his head with his hands, as if he was in extreme pain. Suddenly he leaned over and punched the earth. The terrifying power instantly blasted a crack in Paradise Island, and Paradise Island turned into 2 halves and separated to the sides. Chapter 831 You are very important. Tianqing crawled out of the ruins of the building, looking at the separated Paradise Island. His face was extremely hard to see. His wings vibrated, and he flew into the air, looking at his other half Paradise Island. Let's go. Seeing Tianqing flying over, Tianxuan just spit out a word lightly, and Tianqing's body flew away uncontrollably to the distance with all his strength, completely uncontrolled. My sister-in-law. Tianqing screamed wildly, but she could not control her body at all, and she flew into the void in an instant. Everyone on Paradise Island also went involuntarily after Tianxuan left. Only Lao Tai leaned over and half kneeled on the ground, without moving, and half of his body was still changing. Second brother. Tianxun wanted to use her spiritual law against Lao Tai, but was interrupted by a strange laugh. Ha ha, ha. Lao Tai pressed the ground with one hand and the other with the other, laughing strangely. His laughter became more and more powerful, and he gradually stood up. His constantly changing half of his body gradually stopped changing. The body of steel had already gained the upper hand, and the body of flesh and blood almost no longer appeared. Second brother, wake up. Tianxun spoke again, but amid Lao Tai's almost crazy laughter, Tianxun's voice seemed a little pale and powerless. Ha ha, ha. Lao Tai laughed even more and more crazy, letting go of his hand covering his face, and laughing loudly. Tianxuan's face suddenly turned pale, the light on his lips suddenly became much dimmed, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Lao Tai, who was crazy, could no longer hear his laughter. He opened his arms and raised his head, but his face still maintained that crazy smile, as if he was laughing silently. His body no longer changed in any way, and it completely turned into cold steel. After a long time, Lao Tai gradually lowered his hand and slowly looked down at Tianxuan. His red eyes stared at Tianxuan. Bang! Just being stared at by the eyes, Tianxuan felt like he was hit hard. The holy light on his body was broken, and his body drew a distance in the air. Only then did he gradually stabilize his body and looked at Lao Tai floating in the air in horror. You all deserve to die. Lao Tai's voice seemed to have no human emotions at all, like a mechanical sound synthesized by electrons. As he said that, Lao Tai moved his body and walked towards Tianxuan step by step in the void, just like an invisible bridge in the void. His movements didn't seem to be fast at all, but he had already reached Tianxuan in just a few steps. The God of Heaven is a shield, nothing can be broken. Tianxun said, and the angel lights and shadows appeared all over the sky, and angel lights and shadows came to her, forming a sacred angel light shield, blocking her. Boom! Lao Tai pressed one hand on the light shield made by the angel light and shadow. In just a moment, the light shield broke and turned into shattered light in the sky. Tianxuan's eyes were firm, and the 8 wings behind him moved in unison, drawing a series of light rhymes in the void. His body quickly retreated along the light rhymes, and his speed was incredibly fast. But no matter how fast she was, Lao Tai's steel palm seemed to be a devil's hand, right in front of Tianxuan, approaching Tianxuan at its own rhythm, and was about to grab Tianxuan's head. A decisive look appeared in Tianxuan's eyes, the holy light burst out on his body, and the light on his lips vibrated. I said, this world will eventually be with me. When? A knife flew in the sky and hit Lao Tai's palm. The explosion caused a break from what Tianxun wanted to say and shocked Tianxun's body to fly backwards. A figure appeared behind Tianxuan and hugged her. Are you back? Tianxun turned to see the familiar face and said with a complicated expression. I'm back. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the scum knife that was bounced like a meteor, changed direction, and flew back to his hand. I'm afraid I'll die when I come back at this time. Tianxun sighed. It's interesting that the two of them hold a funeral together. Lin Shen smiled, looked at Lao Tai and said, what's wrong with him? And 117 is a person from the creation of gods. He and his men used an injection that was unknown, and directly turned from nirvana to an immortal beast. Lao Tai killed them, and then became like this. Maybe it was because they were contaminated with their blood and were affected by the injection in the blood. Tianxun briefly explained the situation. Sister, are they okay? Lin Shen said with a release from Tianxuan. I had sent my elder sister away before, and she has now returned to your mother planet. Tianxuan said. That's good, You go first, leave it here for me. Lin Shen said to Lao Tai. I also think it's more interesting for two people to hold a funeral together. Tian Sun said with a smile. Then let's go together. Lin Shen held the scum knife tightly and flew towards Lao Tai. Lao Tai, what's wrong with you? The red light flashed in Lao Tai's eyes, and he kept staring at Lin Shen, but after a while, he suddenly said, Are you Lin Shen? Do you still recognize me? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Of course, you are very important. Lao Tai nodded. Lin Shen sighed in his heart that Lao Tai has become like this, even Tianquan wants to kill him, and it is really rare that he can recognize him. This made Lin Shen feel a little moved. He didn't expect that he would be so important in Lao Tai's heart. I don't even want to shout my second brother. Isn't it too much? Lin Shen reflected on himself. Who knew that? Lao Tai continued, so, you must die. Your sister. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and after reacting, he only wanted to curse. I took back my previous thoughts. This guy could not be his second brother at all. Since I am very important, why do I have to die? Lin Shen asked patiently. Obviously, Lao Tai should have recovered some memories, and he should have known that he is not Lin Shen's second brother. Lin Shen wanted to know who this old Tai is. Because it will be quiet only if you die. The old monster stretched out his finger and pointed at his head. I'm not a tumor in your brain, why does your brain become quiet only after I die? Lin Shen continued to ask. I don't know, I only know that it can be quiet if you die. Lao Tai continued, you are very important, leave you with a complete body. Then I thank you. Lin Shen couldn't help laughing and crying. No need to thank you, you are very important. You should be different from those people. As he said that, Lao Tai reached out and grabbed Lin Shen. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to slow down. He clearly saw Lao Tai's hand grabbing his neck, but he felt that his body could not move and could not keep up with the reaction of his brain. Lin Shen is so familiar with this feeling. Chapter 832 Fighting Lao Tai Again. In the past, when Lin Shen was not in the air, he would have such a feeling when fighting with Lao Tai. That was because his body could not keep up with the brain's reaction, which caused an illusion. Now he is in nirvana, and he still feels like fighting with Lao Tai. Lao Tai's speed is still much faster than him. I said, you will be faster than me. A voice sounded behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt a strange force injecting into his body, making his body keep up with the reaction of his brain, and drew his sword to meet Lao Tai's palm. The sword energy that rotated like a chainsaw slashed on Lao Tai's palm. The sword energy that far surpassed the power of nirvana collapsed directly after touching Lao Tai's steel palm. The slag knife also slashed heavily on Lao Tai's palm, but the force of the tug-of-war was not able to see Lao Tai's steel palm. Instead, it was caught by Lao Tai and twisted it casually. Lin Shen suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from his hand holding the hilt, and he had to let go of his hand holding the hilt. The scum knife fell into Lao Tai's hands. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised. His grasping power was not able to break the scum knife. Lao Tai grabbed the tip of the knife with one hand and the hilt of the knife with the other. He folded it hard. The slag knife, which was so hard that it would hardly deform, was easily bent by Lao Tai and was about to be folded into a circle. Lin Shen was frightened to see that no one could deform the scum knife in all the battles he had experienced before. But judging from the current appearance, the scum knife will be broken at any time. The slag knife was not broken in the end, and the slag knife that was folded into a circle was still broken. Lao Tai let go of the hand that pinched the tip of the knife, and the slag knife immediately bounced back and returned to its original straight look. Good knife. Lao Tai held the scum knife and slashed at Lin Shen with one knife. With the blessing of Tianquan's word spirit law, Lin Shen barely kept up with Lao Tai's speed, raised his scabbard with both hands to block the scabbard that Lao Tai slashed. The power of his hands still could not stop the terrifying power, and directly slashed Lin Shen from the sky, hitting a suspended island, breaking the suspended island into pieces. Lao Tai reached out and grabbed the scabbard that was being shaken away, and inserted the scabbard in his hand back into the scabbard. Your body is back to the beginning. Tianquan's voice came, and Lin Shen's injured body immediately recovered as before,
and the tiger's mouth with his hands was cracked instantly healed. Lin Shen flew up into the sky and summoned the destiny to merge with him. The ink and wash shell wrapped around his body, emitting a strange halo. Just need to give me the speed of blessing, Lin Shen said to Tianxuan. Tianxuan didn't ask the reason, and stopped other blessings, only giving Lin Shen a speed of blessing. Lao Tai didn't look at Lin Shen, who flew back, but was just looking at the knife in his hand. What a good knife, thank you. I never said I would give it to you. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai coldly and said. In fact, it is mine. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen with red eyes flashing. I said that I will leave you with a whole body, so you should die by yourself. Who are you? Lin Shen asked, looking at Lao Tai. I can't remember it, I just remember that I should be a very strong person. Lao Tai seemed to have a little emotional color in his voice. But then Lao Tai continued, maybe, as long as I kill you, I will be able to remember who I am. As he said that, Lao Tai walked towards Lin Shen. Since you don't have the courage to commit suicide, then let me help you. You are no longer him, are you? The Lao Tai I know is a person who abides by the rules and principles, and will not kill people at will. Lin Shen continued to stare at Lao Tai, who was walking over. It's right to say that, he is him, I am me, you can think of us as two people. Lao Tai said. Dual personality? Lin Shen frowned slightly. You have too many questions and too long-winded. You don't need to know so much. Lao Tai said, slapped Lin Shen with a palm, and did not pull out the scum knife. This time, Lin Shen still chose to face the front, and slapped out with a palm, facing Lao Tai's palm. When the two palms met, Tianxuan was surprised to find that it was not Lin Shen who was repelled, but Lao Tai's body retreated for a distance. The reversal technique is very powerful attribute. Lao Tai saw through the ability to reverse the light of fate at a glance. It's a pity, the person who uses it can't do it. As he said that, Lao Tai walked towards Lin Shen again and slapped him with a palm. Lin Shen also met with his palm again, but this time, Lin Shen was patted backwards. Fortunately, one Tianxuan caught his body behind him and helped him remove the strength from his body. Even so, the shell on Lin Shen's palm was already broken. Two people were sliding in the air, and Tianxuan collided on a suspended island, and used the suspended island to transmit the power out. The suspended island suddenly exploded and turned into pieces. I said that my ability is good, but the person I use is too poor. Do you think I will restrain my strength? Unfortunately, you guessed it wrong. Lao Tai came to Lin Shen again and slapped Lin Shen with a palm. Lin Shen glanced at Tianxuan behind him, and then went up to meet him with a palm. You guessed wrong again. Lao Tai said coldly when he had no power in his palm, and the light of reversing fate in Lin Shen's palm burst out with all his strength. If such a reversal of strength and weakness, Lao Tai's strength will become stronger, and Lin Shen will become weaker. The law will be reversed, and the cart will be reversed. But Tianxuan's voice sounded again. Bang! With his palms hit, Lao Tai was knocked out again, his body slid in the air, and his eyes were flashing red. You can judge my intentions, but you can't judge the intentions of both of us. You alone can't beat us. Lin Shen rushed up and punched Lao Tai in the face. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the conflict was endless. Lin Shen fought with Lao Tai, and the light of reversing fate continued to change, with the help of Tianxuan's word spirit. Lao Tai could not tell whether Lin Shen would use the light of reversing fate, and was repelled by Lin Shen again and again. It's you. It's interesting to kill like this. Lao Tai looked straight at Lin Shen, but ignored Tianxuan behind Lin Shen at all. Only by combining Tianxuan and Lin Shen can he fight with him. If he kills Tianxuan first, he will immediately break this balance, but Lao Tai has no such plan. Do you know that there is a power in this universe called lawlessness? Lao Tai said as if he had no feelings. I don't know. Lin Shen waved his fist again. It's okay, you'll know soon. Lao Tai stretched out one hand. The palm that seemed to be just a casual stretch was broken, but it seemed to have broken the void, and everything was broken and collapsed between his fingers. That hand seemed to be the hand of God from God. Chapter 833, Nothing Without Heaven. The steel finger touched the light that reversed the fate, but the light that reversed the fate did not work. Instead, it spread out like sand under the steel finger. The steel hand rushed straight in and fought with Lin Shen's palm. The palm shell that had just been recast and repaired by the Super Foundation was broken under the iron hand, and the flesh and blood palms and the iron hand collided together again without any interval. Bang! Lin Shen's body was repelled again. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen, who was repelled, but the red light in his eyes was flashing rapidly. No. Wrong. Lao Tai did not pursue and muttered to himself as he looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu and mutant Zhu Linglong, and shouted to Tianxuan at the same time, "Give me all my strength to bless me." The super magnetic skills are activated at the same time, and the shell transformed by the destiny gradually turns into a transparent color, and it seems that there is light flowing inside. Lin Shen stretched out his hand, and the inheritance fan was also held by him, and he shouted loudly, "The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life." Tianxun also sang. But her singing voice was completely different from Lin Shen, like a magical song of Sanskrit, and the power of the law poured into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen felt the infinite power pouring into his body, and the battle song brought him an immeasurable blessing effect. The battle song with the power of the spirit of words is comparable to thousands of troops. A ghost face pattern appeared on Xiaoyu, emitting a strange light, but the man was hiding behind Tianxuan. The mutated Zhu Linglong's mountain shaving skill was activated, and a mountain shaving imprint fell on Lao Tai. Lin Shen even fanned the inheritance fan unscrupulously. Various negative skills were blessed on Lao Tai, which actually caused Lao Tai's body to fall from the air, and steel feet stepped on the earth. Lao Tai's various imprints and brilliance flashed, but he seemed to be conscious of nothing. His eyes were staring at Lin Shen tightly, and he was still muttering to himself, "Wrong, wrong." Lin Shen saw that the inheritance fan played a role and directly threw out the inheritance fan in his hand. The inheritance fan, which rotates like a light wheel, constantly erupts from the rotating blade energy, strangling towards Lao Tai like a flywheel. Lao Tai was still standing there without moving, and the rotating blade air was cut on his body, and the knife air was shattered, like a serrated toothed that was not hard enough, and the serrated toothed was broken. So much rotating knife energy was unable to leave any trace on Lao Tai's steel body. Lao Tai's physical strength was beyond imagination. Even with so much blessing and weakness, Lin Shen's full-strength attack still could not hurt him. "You are a mistake." Lao Tai moved again, and as his body rushed up, the mountain and river imprints and inheritance fan skills formed a mysterious light text, which broke in an instant, splashing like water droplets. Lao Tai rushed to Lin Shen like a war machine, and his fists rushed towards Lin Shen like a storm. Lin Shen sang a battle song with his skill blessing and fists to meet him. The sound of fists and fists was heard endlessly, and the shell on Lin Shen's fist was broken at the first time. The fist of the flesh and blood in Lao Tai's steel fist was fighting, causing the land to collapse and the earth to break, and the energy of the surrounding air directly rushes to the east and west. Lin Shen's body could break immortal things, but Lao Tai's steel body was not inferior. His fists were getting faster and faster, and his power became more and more explosive. No one took a step back. Tianxuan constantly blesses Lin Shen with the power of the spirit. If it were not for the support of the spirit, Lin Shen's own power alone would not be able to compete with Lao Tai head-on. "Wrong, wrong, all are wrong." Lao Tai kept muttering to himself while fisting wildly with Lin Shen, his voice getting louder and louder, and later it almost seemed like he was roaring. The red light in his eyes was flickering faster and faster, and it seemed that it was always glowing red, and the red light became brighter and brighter. "That's lawless, the power of God-killing." Xiaoyu was shocked and hid behind Tianxuan again. "Do you know him?" Tianxun's voice sounded in Xiaoyu's mind, but Tianxun's mouth was still singing a war song, and it did not stop. "I don't know. I just know that kind of power. But that kind of power only exists in theory. It should not be possible," Xiaoyu said with a complicated expression. "Speak out everything you know." Tianxuan's voice appeared in Xiaoyu's mind again. Xiaoyu was a little hesitant, and Tianxuan said again, "If you keep it, we will all die here today." Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "I have inherited memories.
In fact, there were no basic creatures like Shura Ghost in this universe. Are you artificially created? Tian Sun was so smart that he immediately understood what Xiao Yu meant. I was created by the creation gods, but not all of them. To be precise, my previous generation, Shura Ghost King and Shura Ghost Queen, were created by the creation gods, and I was the result of their natural combination, and at the same time, they also inherited their abilities and memories. Xiao Yu paused and said, in the process of their creation, their maker is still studying a force that can break the rules of the universe. The maker calls it lawless, which is a force that can destroy all existing cosmic order, rules, and matter. As long as it is matter in this universe, it is impossible to stop lawless. But that kind of power is only a theoretical possibility. In the memory of Shura Ghost King and Shura Ghost Queen, his experiment was not successful, or it was impossible to succeed, because the rules of the universe are mutually generated and restrained. Without absolute invincibility, it is naturally impossible to be lawless. The more Xiao Yu said, her face became more strange, but I see that person's power is very similar to the test results calculated by the maker using instruments in the memory I passed down. I think maybe I read it wrong, or my memory is actually not comprehensive. That is not a lawless power. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen stop it? No, your memory should be correct. It should be the power of lawlessness. He had already said the name of lawlessness by himself. Tiansun said, in your memory, is there a way to restrain the power of lawlessness? No, that is the ultimate power of the universe. In theory, it is a power that can break everything and destroy everything. How could there be any way to restrain it? Xiao Yu shook her head. Perhaps, lawlessness is not perfect. As you said, that only exists in theory. If it is really successful, how can Lin Shen stop it? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, if it succeeds, there should be no power to stop the genius. His lawlessness is definitely incomplete, and there will definitely be defects. But what are the defects? Chapter 834. You are a mistake. You are just a mistake. Lao Tai roared, broke through the limit of strength with one punch, directly cracked Lin Shen's fist bones and knocked him out. Lin Shen's arms were unnaturally twisted, and his body flew backwards like a projectile. The earth is like cotton, the stone is like clouds, and everything is soft. The power of the spiritual spirit on Tian Sun's body rippled out. Lin Shen collided on the suspended island, but his body seemed to have crashed into a sponge, and his body's strength was constantly removed. After crashing through more than a dozen hanging islands in a row, Lin Shen finally stabilized his body, rushed back, and met Lao Tai, who was walking over like a monster. But his strength was much worse than Lao Tai. Lao Tai was like an invincible war machine, constantly attacking Lin Shen, twisting Lin Shen's body, and the armor on his body was constantly shattered, and his body was beaten wildly while flying back. The flesh and bones made a crackling sound, and I don't know how many broken ones were. Tianxuan has tried his best to use the power of the spirit to assist Lin Shen, but Lao Tai's power is too strong. No matter how he blesses, Lin Shen cannot reach a level that can match him. Lin Shen and Tianxuan had already used all their strength, but Lao Tai seemed to have just begun to exert his strength. Wrong, all are all wrong. Lao Tai grabbed the beaten blood and squirted wildly. Lin Shen, whose face was twisted and swollen like a pig's head, locked his neck and lifted his body up. The error will be corrected. Lao Tai's eyes were red, he raised his fist, and his arm was pushed to the limit, and he wanted to punch Lin Shen's head with one punch. Didn't you say that you want to keep my entire body? Lin Shen said while coughing up blood. Lao Tai's body suddenly stiffened and his fist had not been smashed down for a long time. Then, leave a whole body. Lao Tai turned his fist into a finger and pointed at Lin Shen's heart. The gods of heaven and earth are all protecting my body. God descended. The holy light on Tianxuan's body rushed up at night, with 8 wings wide open, and his hair was flying hard, and his 7 orifices and pores all over his body were bleeding. A series of light chains condensed into a 6-winged angel's light and shadow in front of Lin Shen, and reached out to block Lao Tai's fingers. Bang! The light and shadow of the 6-winged angel were penetrated by Lao Tai's finger, and his body turned into countless bubbles of light. Tianxuan's mouth was gushing blood, and his body was shaking. Lao Tai lifted his finger again and still pierced Lin Shen's heart. It's over. Xiao Yu's face was pale, and she didn't know whether to go up or escape for a moment. In front of such a terrifying monster, Xiao Yu would die if she got on it. If she didn't, his pet key would still be on Lin Shen and she wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, a galaxy suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth, and countless petals emitting bright light were flooded like torrents, submerging Lin Shen and Lao Tai's bodies. After the petals tied, Lao Tai still floated in the air without any damage, but Lin Shen in his hand disappeared. The petal torrent turned a corner in the void and came to Tianquan. The torrent continued to dissipate. At the end, a handsome man in white clothes appeared with a smirk on his face. He supported Lin Shen with one hand, looked at Tianquan with a smile and said, "My brother and sister, right? You have to work harder and take care of this kid. You are the fourth brother." Tianquan recognized the man in white. "With your voice, the fourth brother, it's not in vain for 4 days and 4 nights. It seems that I'm still a little late." Lin Xiangdong handed the injured Lin Shen to Tianquan and looked at Lao Tai. "The fourth brother is here just right. You have to be careful. His power can destroy all material and order rules." Tianquan supported Lin Shen, feeling a little surprised. She has also seen Lin Xiangdong perform on the race rankings. Although he is very powerful, he seems not to be so strong that he can snatch Lin Shen back in Lao Tai's hands. "Don't worry, brother and sister, I have no other advantage in your fourth brother, I just have to bear the beating." Lin Xiangdong said to Lao Tai, "What kind of gods are you? Why are you in a divine situation with my younger brothers and sisters? The error must be corrected." Lao Tai ignored Lin Xiangdong, his eyes flashing red light were still staring at Lin Shen, and walked towards Lin Shen step by step. "I'm talking to you, haven't you heard it?" Lin Xiangdong stretched out his hand and pointed, and the petals appeared out of thin air. Lao Tai surged wildly from all directions. The endless petals turned into an ancient city in an instant, suppressing Lao Tai. But the next second, Lin Xiangdong changed color, and the ancient city formed by endless petals could not stop Lao Tai's footsteps. Lao Tai walked step by step, and the ancient city building blocking his face was broken into sand, but Lao Tai didn't even move his hand, and the ancient city had been broken into pieces. "Xiao Wu, you provoked a terrible guy. You are really not worried at all." Lin Xiangdong's eyes became solemn and he murmured to himself. "Fourth brother, you have to be careful, his strength is too strong." Lin Shen swallowed the blood that surged into his mouth and nose, and shouted loudly to Lin Xiangdong. "Stop talking nonsense. With your fourth brother here, you don't need you here. Brother and sister, take that kid first, you have your fourth brother here." Lin Xiangdong said, staring at Lao Tai who broke out of the city and was about to walk to him. "We will help you." Tianquan said. "Fighting is a man's business. You only need to be responsible for the beautiful and loveful boy." Lin Xiangdong said and walked towards Lao Tai. Petals all over the sky fell from the starry sky, condensed towards Lin Xiangdong. Petals condensed into a flower sword. The sword became bigger and bigger, and the light became more and more prosperous, like an aurora that penetrated the world. "Slay!" Lin Xiangdong waved his hand, and the aurora-like petal sword slashed at Lao Tai. Lao Tai's body was as small as an ant under the giant sword. Bang! Lao Tai punched out at the giant sword, and the shocking giant sword was directly knocked into a deserted flower in the sky. The terrifying fist came to Lin Xiangdong and punched through Lin Xiangdong's body with one punch. "Fourth brother!" Lin Shen spoke in horror. However, Lin Xiangdong's body was penetrated, but its petals scattered everywhere, and it condensed into Lin Xiangdong's body again in the void. "This guy is a bit outrageously strong." Lin Xiangdong's white clothes were damaged. The broken clothes were missing a piece of flesh and blood. Blood gushed out, and his white clothes were dyed blood in a moment. "It seems that you have to be more serious." Lin Xiangdong stared at Lao Tai with a burning gaze. Little flowers grew from the wound, repairing his body. At the same time, a strange force fluctuated on his body, distorting the space around him. The flowers fall. All things fall. Heaven and earth are sad, burying themselves and burying their bones,
falling. Lin Shangdong pointed to the sky and the earth, and suddenly all colors were lost, leaving only one color.
White. Chapter 835 Battle in the Painting. Everyone saw an incredible scene.
The world seemed to have become a piece of white paper. The hanging island on the star belt and Lao Tai turned into black lines on the white paper, like a cartoon-style ink painting. No, it was not only Lao Tai and those hanging islands, but also the fourth brother Lin Shangdong who became characters in ink paintings together.
Unlike real ink paintings, the things in ink paintings are still alive and can still move.
It's just that they move in ink paintings, unlike the outside world, and seem to be able to move in a flat manner in the painting. Lao Tai punched Lin Shangdong, and his man rushed straight to the fourth brother Lin Shangdong on the ink painting scroll, while Lin Shangdong just jumped lightly and jumped over Lao Tai's head. The battle between the two people is like two shadow puppets moving on the cloth. Except for front, back, left and right, there is no other space option. Their attacks have also become flat. Lin Shen was stunned. He had never seen such a thing before. It was like watching an ancient card-plugging game console playing fighting games on a black and white TV, with only moving back and forth up and down.
Black petals fell on the ink painting.
Lao Tai, who could only move back and forth, had no room to dodge at all, could only let the petals fall on him and stain his body. But the next second, I saw the petals falling on Lao Tai's body spread out like black smoke and eventually disappeared.
Lao Tai punched the petals and hit the fourth brother Lin Shangdong.
Lin Shangdong didn't dare to take his fist, so he got up and jumped up, trying to jump over Lao Tai's head, but Lao Tai's speed was faster than him, and he came first, jumped up and still punched the fourth brother Lin Shangdong. Lin Shen's heart was about to jump out of his mind. The fourth brother was already at a loss, but if he collided with Lao Tai head-on, he would probably suffer a great loss. Several people felt that there was no solution, and only the front was fighting a road, but they saw the fourth brother drawing casually, and several lines appeared on the ink painting scroll, and actually drew a road leading to the distance, giving the picture a depth. His body was obviously not moving, but it broke the space with Lao Tai and avoided Lao Tai's fist. The lines were erased, causing Lao Tai to move back and forth. Instead, the fourth brother attacked Lao Tai from another sideways, who could only move back and forth. Not to mention Lin Shen, even Tianquan, who is knowledgeable and Xiaoyu, who has inherited memories, were shocked by such a battle. The fourth brother's power was able to use lines to draw various spaces and light and dark relationships on the scroll, which also changed the positional relationship between him and Lao Tai, and even could draw mountains and seas at will to block Lao Tai's attack. In the last moment, I saw him and Lao Tai still approaching me, and the next moment, the two were already separated by mountains and seas, but Lao Tai could only move in the plane.
What's the rule? Why do you feel like you are playing 2D and 3D? Xiaoyu was stunned.
The fourth brother's law seems to be somewhat similar to the immortal law of a realm king in ancient times. The realm king has a nickname called the man in the painting, who can turn the world into a picture and directly seal the enemy in the painting, but he has never heard of this situation that he enters the painting to fight.
Tianquan said in contemplation.
Lin Shen's body has improved a lot, and the super basic recast has almost repaired his body. Most of the armor transformed by the destiny has been repaired and has become harder. However, Lin Shen couldn't help with such a battle, so he could only watch the fourth brother and Lao Tai fighting in the picture outside.
Such a battle is simply unimaginable.
Lin Shangdong is like a god in the painting. He turns his hands into clouds and turns into rain. The stars and seas are just lines under his command. The strange and bizarre perspective changes make Lin Shangdong's battle look weird, bizarre and calm. Even Lao Tai, who has the power to break everything, seems a little passive in the scroll. But Lin Shen was a little worried. Lin Shangdong was so strong that Lin Shen felt that he seemed to be able to do anything. But he and Lin Shen encountered the same dilemma, and Lin Shangdong's strength has not yet been able to hurt Lao Tai. Lao Tai's lawless power shattered everything, and even the scene in the painting was broken and ink could not pollute his body.
If I am immortal, what kind of laws do I need to gain a foothold?
Among the laws he has seen, Tianjoyo, Tianquan and fourth brother are the most mysterious.
Tianquan, can you tell which law of my fourth brother is? Lin Shen looked at Tianquan and asked.
Tianquan shook his head and said, I force myself to be immortal, but I only achieve immortality with the laws of the future.
I am still a distance from true immortality. I have never seen a law like the fourth brother, and I cannot see through its essence. However, his laws should be above me. Even if it is not an immortal law, they should be close to the true immortal future laws. While talking, I suddenly saw Lao Tai, who could only move on the plane. Suddenly, he held his hands in a low voice and pulled hard to both sides, as if opening a pair of invisible sliding doors. But the next second, Lin Shen and others were shocked to find that the black and white scroll was like a piece of paper, torn in half by Lao Tai. Lao Tai is like a character rushing out of a comic, and his body is transformed from flat to original state. The torn scroll also turned into white petals all over the sky, and Lin Xiangdong's body also returned to reality from the painting. Lin Xiangdong's face was slightly pale, and he looked at Lao Tai and said, "What a powerful method. Among the opponents I have met in my life, you should be the strongest. Your world laws are also very strong. Unfortunately, you have just entered the school and have not yet entered the hall. The three realms of immortal laws, human laws, earth laws, and heaven laws, you have just touched the threshold of human laws." Lao Tai also looked at Lin Xiangdong and said, "You go, I won't kill you. When you enter the realm of heaven, I will take your life. I'll leave, they'll leave too." Lin Xiangdong said lightly. "They can all leave, Lin Shen must die." Lao Tai said expressionlessly. "It seems that you can only decide between you and me today." Lin Xiangdong said with a smile without hesitation. "It seems that I can't see the world laws of the heavenly realm." The red light flashed in Lao Tai's eyes. It seemed that he was determined to kill Lin Shen. "That's not necessarily." Lin Xiangdong still smiled and raised his right hand. A petal floated in his hand. "No, not. Lawless." Lao Tai suddenly moved and walked towards Lin Xiangdong step by step. His speed seemed not fast, but he had already reached Lin Xiangdong in one step. The petals in Lin Xiangdong's hand floated out, and a petal turned into a scroll, trapping Lao Tai into the scroll again. But this time, the scroll was directly knocked through by Lao Tai. Petals surged towards Lao Tai, like pictures. Since Lao Tai walked through the pictures, his body changed repeatedly from the pictures to the reality, but could not stop him. "Xiao Wu, what are you still watching there? Why don't you take out the life-saving thing? If you really want to see me being beaten to death." Lin Xiangdong shouted as he flew back. Chapter 836, Nothing Without a Heaven. What life-saving thing? Lin Shen was stunned at first, then reacted, and immediately took out the small jade box and took out the paper. Lin Shen knew that the note given by the third brother should be really useful, but because he was unable to call the Jade Emperor over last time, he did not dare to rely too much on such things. "Now I don't care about so much, even the fourth brother can't stop me, so I can only rely on this thing." Lin Shen held the note and shouted to the sky, "The Supreme Lord is as urgent as the law." After Lin Shen finished shouting, he looked at the sky, but there was no reaction in the sky. I knew that such a strange thing is not reliable at all. When Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly felt a burning feeling coming from his fingers. He subconsciously shrank his hand and the note pinched in his hand fell out. Lin Shen saw the note burning, and the flames instantly turned into a bonfire. The bonfire was extinguished in a blink of an eye, and a ball of light appeared in the place where the paper was ashes. There seemed to be a figure sitting in the light and shadow, but because the light was too strong, it was hard to see it in detail. The light seemed like a black hole, and it was difficult for even the eyes to escape when they arrived there. Like a dream, like a truth, like an illusion, it seems like it is not something that really exists in the world. The moment the light and shadow appeared, Lin Xiangdong had already flew back to the light and shadow, and Lao Tai also came to the light and shadow. The red eyes flashing red light looked at the light and shadow, as if he was a little confused. "You summoned me, what's the matter?" Although I didn't hear the sound, there was a voice echoing in everyone's minds. "Please help me subdue this person." Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw that the life-saving thing given by the third brother was really useful, and he was many times stronger than his unreliable guardian spirit. He said with great joy and pointed at Lao Tai. The figure in the light ball looked at Lao Tai, and the soundless sound rang again, only this time. As soon as he finished speaking, an aperture flew out of the light ball, covering Lao Tai's head like an angel ring.
At this moment, the whole world stopped, as if the space was locked. Lin Shen could clearly see everything happening, but he couldn't move, and could not speak. Lao Tai should have stood there like him, unable to move, and was dropped on top of his head by the halo. As his body changed, the halo was drawn from the top of his head and landed on his waist, tying Lao Tai's arms inside. So? The voice inside the light ball was about to say something, but suddenly stopped again. Lao Tai, who could not move, had a red light flashing in his eyes at this time, and his body was moving. His whole body was exerting force, his hands were clenched, and extremely terrifying power fluctuations burst out from his body, as if he was trying his best to break free from the halo. The laws of heaven, can't you break free from it? Go with me. The sound in the light ball sounded again, and the halo suddenly shrank, as if it was about to break Lao Tai's body. As the halo became tighter and tighter, it cracked Lao Tai's steel arm, and it was about to break Lao Tai's body. Lin Shen and others breathed a sigh of relief and said to themselves, the Supreme Lao Jun is indeed reliable. He is too strong. I don't know what kind of existence he is. But the next second, the halo suddenly stopped shrinking, and a terrifying wave of power surged into Lao Tai's body, and the space around him began to collapse with him as the center. The law collapsed, the space shattered, forming an absolute dark area. There was nothing in the darkness, only Tai Lo Juan's aura emitted a fluorescent white light in the darkness. Fuck me. I won't even be able to deal with Taishan Lao Jun. Lin Shen was frightened and looked at the others. The others were as shocked as Lin Shen. Xiao Yu was already quietly retreating. Lin Shen and Lin Xiangdong looked at each other, and the two of them almost said in unison, God fights, we should stay away from each other. Several people were about to stay away from the battlefield, but it was already a little late. The darkness suddenly expanded, as if swallowing the world. Lin Shen and others were all involved in the darkness, and it felt as if all laws such as space and time had lost their effectiveness. No matter how they flew, they seemed to be still in place. Fortunately, the light ball of Taishan Lao Jun was blocking in front, and the light emitted by his body would not allow Lin Shen and the others to be really swallowed by the darkness. Damn, who is that guy? It's so fucking fierce. Lin Xiangdong was so shocked that he even sweared. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai in the darkness. In the darkness, they could see Lao Tai's current situation clearly. I saw Lao Tai leaning his head, his body leaning back, his arms were being bound up, and the halo had been pulled into his steel arm. But Lao Tai ignored it and still burst out with force crazy. The body of steel seemed to be burning. The red light burst into his eyes, and white mist appeared in his whole body. Give up, the laws of heaven are not something you can compete with. The voice of the Supreme Lao Jun sounded again. Lin Shen and others felt a little relieved after hearing his voice so calm. The halo was about to break Lao Tai's arms, so strong that it was unimaginable. The law of heaven, so what? No law, no. Heaven. Lao Tai's voice was low and violent. The moment his voice fell, the white air on his body sprayed out like a steam engine cracked. The terrifying power swelled the halo, and it didn't wait for Lin Shen and the others to react, and the halo exploded directly. Lao Tai raised his arms high, and the white energy on his body rushed towards the surroundings violently. The light and shadow blocking Lin Shen and the others were actually under the impact of white air, and the mysterious light on their bodies was constantly and quickly lost like a color washed away by the water flow. In a blink of an eye, the mysterious brilliance was almost gone by the impact, revealing the true appearance of the Supreme Lao Jun inside. It turned out to be a clay sculpture. Although it looked like a god, it was just a clay sculpture after all. Under the impact of the white air, the clay sculpture also began to crack, and finally it shattered into mud blocks all over the sky with a thud. Several people resisted with all their strength. Lin Xiangdong transformed into scrolls with petals all over the sky. Tiansun also recited the truth loudly, transforming into angel light and shadows to form an angel wall. Xiao Yu held a fork in one hand and the knife in the other, and the ghost face pattern on her body was also flashing. But under the white air, these were directly dispersed, and Lin Shen and others were directly washed out by the white air. Fortunately, the mud embryo of Taishan Lao Jun had blocked most of the impact. Lin Shen and his men's bodies flew around in the air, broke through the darkness and fell out, and were injured to varying degrees. Fortunately, their lives were saved. The darkness was broken. Lin Shen supported himself, stood up from a large pit on a suspended island, and saw the old iron in the sky floating there like a god, with white smoke rising from his body.
Chapter 837 The Game of Reluctance to Leave. Tianquan and Lin Shen were also injured to varying degrees.
After stabilizing their bodies, they both looked at Lao Tai, who was of steel in the sky, with his eyes full of horror.
Although the Taishan Laojun is just a clay sculpture, the terrifying power of the law is real.
I am afraid that creatures of the immortal king level are just like this, and they are even worse than that. However, such a power was forcibly broken by Lao Tai, and the lawless power had become so powerful that it was unimaginable. Lin Shen even had some doubts about whether there was anyone in the universe today who could beat him. Lao Tai, who was covered in white smoke, stood in the void, slowly lowered his head, and the white smoke rose above his head, and the red light in his eyes flashed. The flashing speed was very slow and the rhythm was very chaotic. Seeing Lao Tai staring at him, Lin Shen felt a little distressed. He didn't know where he offended Lao Tai, so Lao Tai had to kill him.
I can only use that move, I hope it will be useful.
Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai, gritted his teeth and shouted, "The Supreme of Haotian Golden Palace is naturally wonderful and wonderful.
The Jade Emperor of Mira. Come and help me quickly."
Since the notes given by the third brother can summon the clay sculptures of Taishan Laojun, he should be able to call the Jade Emperor. That's his guardian fairy spirit, it's better than a note. Lin Shen shouted out the name of the Jade Emperor, but looking at the sky and around him, he had no reaction at all.
The world was so quiet that it was unreasonable.
The Supreme God of Haotian Golden Palace is naturally wonderful and wonderful.
The Jade Emperor of Mira. Come out for me.
Lin Shen even screamed several times, but he had no reaction at all, and he had no use at all.
I'm going to your sister. The note is not even a Zun name, it's just abbreviation. It can be called to Laojun, the name I finally remembered has nothing to do. It's such a big deal.
Lin Shen cursed hatred. But Lao Tai from there had already walked towards him, stepping into the void step by step, staring at Lin Shen with his eyes tightly.
Lin Shen and Tianquan both flew over and stood beside Lin Shen, but their injuries are already very serious.
I am afraid that their actual combat power is worse than Lin Shen. Even if they were not injured, the three of them would probably not be Lao Tai's opponents when they joined forces. Seeing that Lao Tai had already walked to the hanging island, he was very slow this time, and his body was trembling slightly. He ignored Tiansun and Lin Shen on both sides, his eyes flashing with chaotic red light were just staring at Lin Shen, and he pulled out the scum knife while walking and slowly lifted it up. Lin Shen and the other two were all ready to fight to the death, but they had no idea at all.
Such an old man was almost an invincible existence.
Xiaoyu hid in the star belt, her eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. He really didn't want to die, but the key was on Lin Shen, and it would be difficult for him to die. When he is sick and kills him, he must have been seriously injured.
We still have a chance.
Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and rushed out, piercing the Shura fork in her hand into the void. Lao Tai paused for a moment, but he only paused for a moment, and then continued to walk towards Lin Shen. Tianquan and Lin Shen also used their strength to attack Lao Tai, and Xiaoyu's sword light also slashed over. Lao Tai just raised the scabbard in his hand and waved it casually, directly shattering their power. Lin Shen punched Lao Tai, and the scum knife in Lao Tai's hand fell directly, and the speed was still incredibly fast. Suddenly, a white snowball flew out and fell on Lao Tai's head. Lao Tai seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, his legs fell into the rock, and the knife in his hand was slapped slowly.
Fatty!
Lin Shen was surprised and happy, and moved his body horizontally, avoiding the knife, and at the same time punched Lao Tai in the chest.
Bang!
Lin Shen punched Lao Tai's steel chest, but he was shocked and took several steps back, and his hand bones were shattered. Lao Tai, who was stunned by the fat boy, actually raised his hand, threw away the scabbard, and grabbed the fat boy above his head.
Tianquan had already seen the clues and rushed over desperately.
His power broke out wildly and grabbed Lao Tai's arm. I don't know if it was Fatty's suppression, or if Lao Tai was too seriously injured when he fought with Taishan Laojun clay sculpture before, and he was unable to get rid of Tianquan. Lin Shen's reaction was fast enough, he flashed to the other side of Lao Tai, and reached out to control his other arm holding the knife. Xiao Yu passed by and hugged his legs with both hands, making Lao Tai unable to get rid of it for a while. Lin Shen jumped from the ground, burst out with all his strength, rushed towards Lao Tai, and pointed at his eyebrows. Before, Lin Shen had never seen the red dots on Lao Tai's body. Until just now, he finally saw the red dots on Lao Tai's body, and there was only one, right at the center of his eyebrows. Lin Shen hit hard with all his strength and hit Lao Tai, who was controlled by several people and fat boys. His fingers hit the red dot, and his finger bones suddenly broke inch by inch. Lao Tai's body, which was still exerting force, immediately stopped. Success! Lin Shen was overjoyed, but the smile on his face frozen in an instant. Lao Tai's body suddenly moved again, raised his arms suddenly, and directly swung Tianquan and Lin Shangdong to the ground, smashing 2 big holes on the ground. Tianquan and Lin Shangdong suddenly had bleeding from their 7 orifices, and blood in their mouths squirted wildly. Lao Tai raised one leg and broke free from Xiao Yu's hand and kicked him away. Lin Shen wanted to go out and click the acupoints between his eyebrows, but it was too late and he was kicked away by Lao Tai's other leg. Bang! Lin Shen slammed heavily on the crater in the middle of the island. His body rebounded and fell down. He felt that his internal organs were broken and his bones were almost broken. Lao Tai stepped out and arrived in front of Lin Shen. He raised his hand and raised the scum knife. His eyes flashed red, and he muttered to himself, "Error, clear, error, clear." Lin Shen struggled a few times, but the injury was too serious, and even the super recast could not repair his body. Tianquan and Lin Shangdong could also stand up, and could only watch Lao Tai raise his butcher knife to Lin Shen. Did you just die like this? Is the game of life over like this? Lin Shen was surprised to have no fear in his heart, but he felt that he had not played enough in this game of life and was still a little reluctant to leave. Stop! Suddenly a voice came from the sky. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Shen's body suddenly froze. He tried hard to look up and saw a woman with golden wings flying towards him. "Sister, don't come here." Lin Shen was bleeding and wanted to shout out loud, but the blood in his mouth kept spewing out, making his words vague. "Sister! Let's go!" Lin Shangdong was also roaring, but it was useless. Lin Miao flew over and blocked Lin Shen's face. His body was so angry that he was trembling. He walked over to Lao Tai holding the scum knife. "Sister, don't." Lin Shen pressed his shoulder against the ground, wanting to stand up, but he couldn't stand up. Lin Shangdong also tried his best to rush over, but after walking 2 steps, he fell to the ground again. Bang! Lin Miao, who was so angry that he trembled, slapped Lao Tai on the face. "Lin, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? Kneel down for me." Thump! Lin Shen was stupid, Lin Shangdong was stupid, Tiansun was stupid, too. Lao Tai, who was slapped by Lin Miao, actually knelt on the ground and stared at Lin Miao in a daze. Half of the body that had turned into a body of steel, the steel gradually retreated, slowly revealing the flesh and blood body. Chapter 838 This is the truth. Lin Shen and others stared at Lao Tai in a daze. Half of Lao Tai's body had basically recovered from flesh and blood. The red light in his eyes gradually faded away. The eyes that belonged to the flesh and blood looked at Lin Miao, who was still scolding him there. "Sister!" After a long time, Lao Tai shouted. "Lin, what are you doing? Why do you treat your younger brothers like this? Do you still remember how we siblings came through? We have survived such a difficult day, but why did we become like this now? If the 4th and 5th brothers do something wrong, tell me, I will definitely give you an explanation, and you will do whatever you want. My elder sister will never favor anyone. If you suffer grievances, you have to tell me, my elder sister will make the decision, but at least give them a chance to explain." Lin Miao was anxious. She never expected that she would see her younger brothers killing each other. Tiansun found a reason to send her back to the human mother planet. She felt something was wrong at that time, but she was fooled by Tiansun at that time. After she returned, she became more and more wrong. In the end, she teleported back. After teleporting to Giant Ringstar, she immediately found that something was wrong here. She hurriedly followed the sound of the battle, and then saw a scene that made her heart cut. Lin Miao was extremely scared. She was really afraid that there would be an irreconcilable hatred between these younger brothers.
Sister! I was wrong. Lao Tai looked at Lin Miao without explanation or defense and lowered his head and said. Lin Miao burst into tears in an instant.
He walked to Lao Tai, hammered his chest with his hands, and smiled with tears in his eyes. Lin, you scared me to death.
Sister, it's okay, it's okay. Lao Tai's voice was surprisingly gentle, not like the same person as before. No, what's wrong with you? Why is this happening? Lin Miao broke free and glanced at him. Sister, you're wrong.
The rebellion broke out in the Heavenly Man race.
The rebels attacked here.
We and our second brother defeated the rebels. Just now, the second brother returned the knife to Xiaowu. Lin Xiangdong said with a smile.
Yes, you've read it wrong. Lin Shen also echoed. Lin Shen had already understood Lin Xiangdong's thoughts in an instant. They are not Lao Tai's opponents.
For some reason, they were slapped by the elder sister to restore their previous appearance. But if they stimulated him now, they would know if he would become the terrifying look he had just now. They don't have the ability to fight Lao Tai again, and the note for saving his life given by the third brother is gone.
Who can hurt Lao Tai again?
Lin Shen speculated that the reason why Lao Tai recovered was not entirely because of his elder sister. He broke free from the shackles of Taishan Laojun, and probably suffered heavy damage or excessive consumption.
Later, Lin Shen hit the acupoint. Perhaps the terrifying Lao Tai's personality had been severely damaged, so he gave the half-man Lao Tai the opportunity to recontrol his body. The arrival of my elder sister should be the last straw that broke the camel's back.
But Lin Shen was not sure whether half-man Old Iron could be stable in this state.
If he became a full iron again, it would be bad. Is that true?
Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai and asked in disbelief.
Yes, sister, that's it. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it.
There are still many rebel corpses over there.
Tian Sun also said.
I want to listen to him, he won't lie.
Lin Miao looked at Lao Tai. Sister, that's how it is. Lao Tai, who has never lied, actually lied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
They were unwilling to let Lin Miao participate in this kind of thing. Lao Tai's performance also proved that he cared about his elder sister very much. At least there should be no problem for the time being.
What the hell is going on? You scared me to death.
Lin Miao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at Lin Xiangdong and asked, Fourth, what's going on?
Why are you here too?
The heavenly human race is in chaos, and it may not be the heavenly human race, but it will be even more chaotic in the future. Lin Xiangdong roughly explained the current situation of the heavenly human race. Lin Xiangdong received news from Lin Zongjing that he knew that the heavenly man clan was in chaos, so he rushed to Zhouwangsing without stopping. In fact, Lin Xiangdong himself was also a little surprised. The news he had received before was that Lin Shen was obviously missing, so why did Lin Zongjing let him come to Zhouwangsing? But even if Lin Shen was not here, he thought that his elder sister Lin Miao would still come here. The situation of the Tianran tribe is very bad now. Most of the planets under the Tianran tribe have rebelled and are fighting everywhere. Among the rebels, there are many immortal creatures transformed by nirvana, and they are as powerful as the heavenly race, and they can no longer withstand it.
In addition, many planets have fallen into the traitors within the clan.
Lin Xiangdong rushed over and redirected among many planets, and he had a lot of effort, otherwise he wouldn't have arrived so late.
Several people coaxed Lin Miao and went to a non-destroyed Qingdao to rest.
Taking advantage of Lin Miao and Tianxuan's opportunity to pack up their things, Lin Xiangdong gave Lin Shen a wink, and the two of them went aside and spoke.
Xiao Wu, what's going on? Why would the eldest sister say that Guy is the second brother?
Lin Xiangdong asked in a low voice.
I don't know what's going on. Lin Shen told Lin Xiangdong in detail about Lao Tai's affairs.
So, he is really probably the second brother. Lin Xiangdong pondered after hearing this.
I have no memory of my second brother anymore. You should remember my second brother. This old Tai and my second brother should not look like each other at all, right? Lin Shen said.
It's true, but appearance is not a problem. Maybe some change in his body will become what he is now. Lin Xiangdong glanced at Lao Tai sitting on the sofa and whispered, if he was not the second brother, we would have died just now. Everything would be lying, but the facts would not be lying. I think he could be the second brother, at least he had the memory of the second brother in his mind. I'm afraid that he will go crazy again if he doesn't know when. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. You didn't say just now that he would change the blood of immortal creatures created by the creation of gods.
That's because there is a reason. There shouldn't be such a problem in normal times.
Lin Xiangdong said in a pondering mood, but you must be careful, you have to think of a solution.
Second Lao, what are you going to do?
Lao Tai walked to them at some point, which scared them. They were unable to discover it in advance. Seeing the two of them frightened, Lao Tai said in a deep voice, you don't have to be afraid.
After this time, I remembered some things again.
I am even more sure that I am Lin Yin, but there is a guy in my body. Under normal circumstances, I can suppress him, but if such an accident happened before, I don't know if I can suppress him.
If you have any solutions, I will cooperate with you. Chapter 839 Adopted Son comes out. What is the one in your body? Lin Shen asked, staring at Lao Tai.
Lao Tai shook his head and said, I don't know what he is, but there are some pictures in my mind that I have never experienced before. I think those memory pictures should not belong to me, but to him. Judging from those pictures, he is very strange. Before today, I could only see those fragments of the pictures and did not really feel his existence.
What are those pictures? Lin Xiangdong asked. Many, it's trivial and inconsistent.
Some are murderous scenes, and some are research scenes. I originally thought that those were things I experienced before, but now I can tell that it is not my memory scene, but his.
Lao Tai said. Study? What to study? Lin Shen asked. Study himself. Lao Tai said. Study yourself? How to study?
Lin Shen and Lin Xiangdong looked at each other. There are many pictures of injecting various drugs and changing the body, but they are not very coherent.
I don't know what they are doing.
I originally thought this body was transformed in this way, but it seems something is wrong.
Lao Tai couldn't even think clearly, and looked at Lin Xiangdong and asked, you just said there is any way to control it, which can be used on me, and I will cooperate with you.
Lin Xiangdong smiled bitterly and said, don't worry, I just said I had to think of a solution.
Didn't this happen yet? I'm not good at this.
Please wait for me to go back and ask my third brother, maybe he has a solution.
Lao Tai was a little disappointed and looked at Lin Shen and said, your body has something wrong.
I saw something from his memory fragments.
Maybe your body has to some extent transcends the law of order in this world. Is this good or bad? Lin Shen asked.
Lao Tai shook his head, I don't know whether it's good or bad. I only saw a part of the memory screen, not all.
But maybe you can try to practice lawlessness. If you can practice lawlessness, maybe the next time I have an accident, you can stop me.
Lao Tai made up some kind of determination, so, from now on, you have to practice lawlessness with me, and hope to get started as soon as possible. Be careful, there should be no more surprises.
Lin Shen said. Lao Tai shook his head and said, if you can predict it, it will not be an accident. The best way now is to find someone who can control me.
I really don't know if you can be awakened again next time, at least you have to practice to the point where you can awaken me.
How can it be considered to be able to awaken you? Lin Shen asked.
Lao Tai said, practice lawless to the point of breaking through the law of heaven. Lin Shen probably also knows that whether it is the law of the past, the law of reality, the law of the future or the law of immortality, they are divided into three realms, human law, earth law, and heaven law. The law of immortality only means the upper limit, but it does not mean that it is absolutely invincible. If you practice the three laws of the past, reality, and the future to the extreme and reach the state of heaven, you may also fight against the will of heaven and defeat the immortal laws.
The advantage of the immortal law lies in its comprehensiveness. As long as it is this other law, there is a chance to understand and use it. However, the other rules only focus on the branches, but if the branches are strong, they may not be inferior. There are also future laws in history that defeat the immortal laws, seize the immortal crown, and become an example of a series of Dharma kings. Of course, there are very few examples of that kind. Generally speaking, even if you practice the laws of the future to the extreme, it is difficult to defeat the immortal laws of the same realm. Most people with immortal laws kill the immortal king creatures and seize the immortal crown. This is the easiest way. There is a man in the history of the universe who, with his own understanding, directly achieved immortal laws and became a king of other corporations, and directly became the realm of heavenly law. But such people seem to exist only in legends. The person Lin Shen knew was the legendary king of the ancient realm. Even in this legend, the realm of heavenly law is already at its limit. Lao Tai actually said that it would be too difficult to break through the realm of heavenly law by practicing lawlessness. Lin Shen has not even touched the threshold of the law now, and it is even more distant to practice the state of heavenly law, let alone break through the state of heavenly law. Lao Tai obviously doesn't think this is a problem. He is going to start teaching Lin Shen lawless now. It seems that as long as he teaches, Lin Shen will be able to learn the same thing quickly. Lin Shen couldn't think of any other way to restrict Lao Tai, which seemed to be a better idea. Moreover, Lin Shen is indeed a little jealous of lawlessness, and he really wants to learn it himself. The two of them hit it off, and Lin Shen followed Lao Tai to learn lawlessness. Be sure that Lao Tai has no problem for the time being. Lin Xiangdong left Zhuangxing. He must explain Lao Tai's affairs clearly to Lin Zongjing, and then see what Lin Zongjing said. Lin Zongjing's knowledge is not comparable to those of Lin Xiangdong and Lin Shen, two ignorant guys. If Lao Tai is really the second brother Lin, maybe he has a way to completely restore Lao Tai. As an important transportation hub and teleportation transit station for the Tianren race, Midexing has actually fallen. On the top floor of the iconic Maidu building, a black six-winged man stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass and looks down at the city below. Sir, the plan is going very smoothly. More than half of the planets have fallen into our control. The man with the first dragon horn came behind the black six-winged celestial being and bowed and said, "Where is Tian Zhuoyo?" "Why didn't you come back with you?" asked the black six-winged Tianren without looking back. "I went to Lei Yingxing. I encountered the stubborn resistance from the Qi family." He could no longer wait. He wanted to solve the celestial beings of the Qi family with his own hands. His hatred for the celestial beings of the celestial beings was almost impossible to suppress, said the dragon gang monster. The black six-winged celestial man looked into the distance and said, Tian Zhuoyo was known as the #1 genius of the heavenly man race back then. His talent were above Tianshu and Ani. He also comprehended the extremely rare spatial laws and achieved the immortal Dharma King. However, he was suppressed by Tianshu and Ani. Not only did he lose the throne of the heavenly man race, he was forced to wander outside. He was wanted by the heavenly man race for so many years. If it weren't for the protection of the gods, he would have no place to stand. His hatred for the heavenly man race was second only to me. Now he is sure that he has to repay grudges and revenge. After a pause, the black six-winged celestial being asked again, "Have you found traces of the little jade box?" "No one has discovered it yet. On the planet we control, no one knows the little jade box." The dragon-horned monster replied, "I think the most likely thing about Xiaoyu box is the Zen star." The black six-winged celestial being paused and suddenly asked again, "What's the situation with the giant ring star?" The dragon-horned monster was slightly stunned. "Giant ring star?" It seems that the news has not been heard back yet. Something might have happened. There is not even an immortal in such a planet. Do you need to pay attention to it? The black six-winged heavenly man did not comment, but said lightly, "Is Tian Zhuoyo's adopted son back?" "Two have come back." The dragon horse monster replied, "It's also idle, let them go to giant ring star." The black six-winged celestial being said casually. Chapter 840 Lin Shen, who seriously understands the law. Lin Shen followed Lao Tai to learn lawlessness. According to Lao Tai, you must be able to feel the existence of the law of order before you can break it. Having rules, breaking rules is called lawlessness. If you can't even feel the rules and act recklessly, it is not called lawlessness, it can only be the ignorant fearlessness. Therefore, the first thing Lin Shen learned was to feel the law of order. Nirvana could sense the power of the law. As long as he did not try to control the power of the law, he would not be promoted to immortality. At the nirvana level, the more laws you understand, the clearer they become, or you feel some laws that others cannot feel, then the stronger they may be when they are immortal. Feeling other people's laws generally can only achieve the laws of the past, but this is a process that everyone has to go through. If you can't even sense other people's laws, it will be even more difficult to sense those undiscovered laws. Lao Tai's request for Lin Shen was that the more laws he sensed, the better. But Lao Tai himself has no power of law, so he can only ask Tianquan to help and let Lin Shen first sense Tianquan's words. Only by sensing the existence of the first law power can we go further. So Lin Shen sat in the practice room, and Tianquan repeatedly used the rules of words to allow Lin Shen to study immersively. I said, the wind is moving, I said, the water is condensed, I said, to the right. Tianquan kept using the power of the law of words. Lin Shen felt that a wind was blowing in the closed practice room, and the wind was blowing his body in the air. Drops of water condensed in the air, hitting him like rain. It seemed that an inexplicable force emerged out of thin air, pulling Lin Shen's body to move to the right. In terms of words, the law is extremely mysterious. If we only look at it from the surface, it seems to overlap with many other laws and powers, but in fact it is still different and has essential differences. The key is that Lin Shen cannot sense this essential difference at all. Not to mention the difference, Lin Shen has sensed it here for a long time and has not sensed the chain of order rules they mentioned. The essence of the law is law, just like water flowing to a low place, floating at a low level, sinking at a heavy level, etc. You can try to feel this most common natural phenomenon, try to understand and feel the changes in power. Tianquan saw that this was not a solution, and tried to let Lin Shen understand it from other perspectives. I have learned some physics knowledge, but I can't sense the change in power behind it at all. Lin Shen was supported by the wind and hung in the air, with his hands on his cheeks, looking helpless. My sister-in-law, he is too stupid. Why don't you teach me? I've already sensed some of your rules when I look around. Tianquan, who was standing beside me, looked at Lao Tai and laughed, second brother, otherwise, if you teach me lawlessness, I will definitely learn faster than him. Lao Tai pondered for a moment and said, being able to comprehend the law is only the first step, but if there is no second step, no matter how good the first step is, it is useless. You can take the first step, but you can't take the second step. Xiao Wu has already taken the second step, but he can't take the first step. I haven't left yet. How do you know that I can't take the second step? Tianquan said unconvincedly. Well, this metaphor is not very appropriate. In a common saying, the dragon gives birth to the dragon, and the phoenix gives birth to the phoenix. Your own talent is already destined to do what you can and cannot do. This is something you cannot force. Lao Tai said. I don't think he has anything more than me. Instead, I have a pair of wings than him. What is there that he can do but I can't do? Tianquan still didn't give up. It's very simple. Just try it and you will know. I use lawlessness. I can break your body with one palm, but I can't break his body. If you can do it, you can practice lawlessness. Ahem, I don't think you have to learn that lawlessness. It's great now. Tianquan said with a light cough. Tianquan has tried his best to teach, but Lin Shen really can't sense it. He feels that he has worked very hard, but he just can't sense it. Lin Shen had already discovered this situation before when he was in Shuegu. Theoretically, the ice lotus itself is a true immortal law, which is stronger than the future law of Tianquan, but Lin Shen could not sense the existence of the power of the law at that time. I have been practicing for a day, so let's rest. Let's go back and let Tianquan accompany me to practice more. Lin Shen suggested. Lao Tai also knew that it would be useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. Lin Shen could not sense the power of the law, and no matter how hard an outsider forced him, it would be useless. Lao Tai nodded and asked Lin Shen to practice by himself.
He must first sense the existence of the power of the law before he can continue to the next step.
After dinner, it was almost dark. Lin Shen pulled Tianxuan and walked towards the bedroom. "Don't you practice anymore?" Tianxuan asked.
"Practice, of course you have to practice," Lin Shen said seriously.
"Then don't you go to the practice room? I think you want to be lazy." Tianxuan is quite familiar with Lin Shen, knowing that Lin Shen is most afraid of this boring practice. "Who said I want to be lazy? Who said I must go to the practice room to practice Qigong? Can't practice Qigong in the bedroom?"
Lin Shen asked a series of rebellious questions, looking very confident.
"Okay, you can do whatever you say," Tianxuan said with a smile.
"Then why don't you hurry up and practice with me?"
Lin Shen said. Then he picked up Tianxuan Hung, kicked open the bedroom door and walked in. "Didn't you say you want to practice? What are you doing?" Tianxuan said coquettishly.
"Of course it is the power of the law of induction of words in practice," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Come on. Tianxuan baby, cast your law of words as much as possible."
"I think we can start with software hardening."
For a moment, some strange words and even stranger sounds came from the bedroom. Lin Shen realized the laws of words that he had said all night. Although he did not sense the laws of order, the power of the laws was very real.
Powerful.
It's really too strong. Lin Shen felt that it would be a good way to be promoted to immortality in the future by the rules of words. Unfortunately, he could not sense the existence of the law of words. The originally boring exercises seemed to have become interesting things. Lin Shen has practiced very hard recently, but he has not made any progress. Lin Shen was lying on the beach to bask in the sun. Because he practiced too hard recently, his dark circles came out.
Through the sunglasses, Lin Shen suddenly saw many black shadows appearing in the sky.
The black shadows were getting closer and closer. In a short while, it was clear that there were about 100 people of different races flying towards the island. Because the race is too complicated, Lin Shen didn't see which race team it was for a while, but from their flight speed recommendation, most of them should be Nirvana. Chapter 841 The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Tianxuan came out with Yi Xing and others, and looked at the more than 100 Nirvana people outside. They landed on the island, and then they realized that there were two people in the leader, and they stood at the front of the team.
"Tianxuan, this is your last chance to join the creation clan. Giant Ringstar still regards you as your respect. From now on, you will be the real Star Master of Giant Ringstar," Tian Jingyun said to Tianxuan, who was led by him. Tian Jingyun is the third adopted son of Tian Jiuyo, an immortal-level strong man.
Although he is not the true immortal law, he is also the owner of the future law. Lin Shen looked at Tian Jingyun and others and looked at him. It seemed that no one knew him.
"You are leaving now, I can think that you have never been here," Tianxuan said lightly. "It seems that you really don't cry until you see the coffin. Don't blame us for being ruthless."
Tian Jingyun waved his hand, and the Nirvana people behind him took out syringes and were about to pierce their necks.
"The light is like an arrow, piercing the heart."
Tianxuan's body rose, his red lips opened lightly, and the light ripples rippled. The light in the air turned into sharp arrows, and before the Nirvana were injected, they pierced their bodies into hedgehogs. Nearly 100 Nirvana people were completely wiped out in an instant, and the syringes in their hands fell down. Only Tian Jingyun and another Tianxuan were inseparable, because they were immortals, and the power of the law blocked Tianxuan's attack on the law. But they were all stunned for a moment.
Unexpectedly, this would be the case.
The Nirvana they brought had not become an immortal creature, so they were killed.
"Tianxuan, you are actually immortal, no wonder in 117 has lost information, it should be dead in your hands, right?" Tian Shanking said coldly at Tianxuan. "So what?" Tianxuan said with a smile. "Don't think that if you stop them from becoming immortal creatures, you can survive. They are just some cannon fodder garbage. It has nothing to do with whether they have it or not. With our brothers here, you still have a way out." A blue light burst out from Tian Shanking's body, and the space around him twisted.
it doesn't matter whether you are immortal or not.
Remember, the person who killed you is Tianjoyo's seventh adopted son Tianshanking. Wait, are you Tianjoyo's adopted son? Lin Shen was shocked when he heard Tianjoyo's name and stood up from the chair. Now I know it's too late to be afraid. Tianshanking was very satisfied with Lin Shen's performance, and did not take action immediately, and said coldly.
Lin Shen really didn't want to offend Tianjoyo, because Tianjoyo was really in trouble. He was the Dharma king of space law, and all kinds of gods were elusive and were free from coming and going. Maybe Tianjoyo is not the most capable of fighting, but he is definitely the most difficult to deal with. If you offend him, you may not even sleep well. Who knows whether he will suddenly appear beside his bed when he is sleeping.
So if possible, Lin Shen really doesn't want to be enemies with Tianjoyo. It's neither too late nor too late.
Fortunately, you mentioned it, otherwise the flood would rush the Dragon King temple and it would be bad for your own family to beat your own family.
Lin Shen said. Who is your family with you? Who are you? Tianshanking frowned. Although Lin Shen is quite famous in the universe, an immortal boss like Tianshanking doesn't pay much attention to the people below.
Although he has occasionally heard Lin Shen's name, he has never paid attention to what Lin Shen looks like.
You are Tianjoyo's adopted son, right? Lin Shen asked Tian's sadness. Not bad. Tianshanking nodded, as if it was Tianjoyo's adopted son. What a thing, he was worthy of pride. That's right. You are Tianjoyo's adopted son.
Tianjoyo and I are also the relationship between our adopted father and our adopted son. In this way, we are a family.
Lin Shen said. Why haven't I heard that my adoptive father has accepted a new adopted son? Who are you? Tianshanking looked at Tian Dingyun and shook his head when he saw Tian Dingyun. Obviously he didn't know that's the case, so he said coldly. In Xialinshan, do you want to ask Tianjuyu so that our own family will not kill each other? Lin Shen said.
Although Tianshanking and Tian Jingyun have never paid attention to Lin Shen, they have heard of the name and are not an unknown person. Seeing Lin Shen's words so confident, the two of them were also a little confused. Fourth brother, why don't you contact your adoptive father and ask?
Tianshanking looked at Tian Jingyun and asked. Okay. Tian Jingyun took out the communicator, let Tianshua restrain his law power and dialed Tianjoyo's number.
The communicator rang for a long time before it was connected.
Tianjoyo's voice came from there. Good son, why are you in touch with me at this time? Is there anything wrong? Enjoyed father, have you accepted a new adopted son recently? Tian Jingyun asked directly. No, what's wrong? Tianjoyo seemed to have a little anxious tone, and he didn't know what he was doing. It's good if there isn't. We are on the mission.
There is a kid who pretends to be your adopted son.
We just confirm it. Tian Jingyun said. It's nothing, just do it. Tianjoyo hung up the communication directly.
Lin Shen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but it was too late. Tian Dingyun put away the communicator, looked at Lin Shen coldly and said, I didn't expect you to be a treacherous person.
Now you're useless to say anything. What can I say?
Lin Shen sighed helplessly. Lin Shen directly said that he was Tianjoyo's adoptive father.
Can Tian Jingyun and the others believe it? I guess they just think Lin Shen is cursing. Since there is nothing to say, then die. Tian Jingyun also burst into terrifying law power, and Tianshanking also exploded without hesitation.
The giant ring star is only immortal, Tianshuan, and it should have been immortal for a while, so it is estimated that the realm will not be too high.
2-on-1, they have absolute chances of winning. I said, give my power to you, give my speed to you, give my thoughts to you. As Tianshuan's spiritual laws were activated, laws of order poured into Lin Shen's body.
Lin Shen suddenly felt full of strength, his brain became extremely clear, and his eyesight increased accordingly, as if the whole world had become much clearer in his eyes. I haven't realized the power of the law these days, and the cooperation between the two has become more tacit. With the blessing of Tianshuan, Lin Shen's combat power instantly exploded. Even without the blessing of the battle song, his combat power has reached the level of immortality.
You want to fight with us?
Seeing that Lin Shen actually pulled his sword and walked up alone, a trace of anger flashed in Tianshanking and Tian Jingyun's eyes. Even with the blessing of the immortal, Lin Shen is not an immortal after all, and his understanding of power and vision are still inferior to that of the immortal, not to mention that he is fighting against two.
Don't worry, for Tian Joyo's sake, I won't kill you, Lin Shen said.
The two of them were immediately furious, and each burst out with terrifying power and rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen also drew his sword and soon, Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking lie on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, and the shells on their bodies were already ragged.
Lin Shen sat on Tianshan's back, stepped on Tian Jinjian with one foot, and dialed Tian Juyu's number with Tian Jinjian's communicator.
Only 2 chapters at noon, 3 chapters at night.
Chapter 842 Master Lin. Tianshan was angry. Lin Shen, what's the point of defeating us with a woman? If you have the ability, we will fight one-on-one.
Lin Shen was lazy to pay attention to him and had already called Tian Joyo for communication.
Good son, what's wrong?
The image of the communicator appeared on the communicator. He obviously saw the image here, and he stopped before he finished speaking.
Entertainment father, I'm embarrassing you. Don't worry about us and kill this little thief. Tian Jingyun shouted loudly. Entertainment father, don't worry about us, kill this dog thief.
Tianshanking also agreed, gritting his teeth, wishing he could eat Lin Shen's flesh and blood.
Shut up.
Tian Joyo suddenly shouted loudly, making Tian Shuqing and Tian Jingyun dare not speak anymore, thinking that Tian Joyo was angry. They were all thinking in their hearts, when the adoptive father was so angry, he would definitely come here to solve Lin Shen in person.
Lin Shen is dead. Tian Joyo was indeed angry, but unfortunately they misunderstood that Tian Joyo was angry.
The communicator was broken, and almost at the same time, the people from Tian Joyo appeared in front of them.
Entertainment father. Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking shouted in unison, but unfortunately they were pressed by Lin Shen and could not stand up and salute to Tian Joyo. Shut up. Tian Joyo stopped them and walked towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at Tian Joyo and didn't do anything. Tian Sun and Lao Tai were here, so it was not that easy for Tian Joyo to plunder him again.
Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking thought that Tian Joyo was about to take action, but when Tian Joyo walked to Lin Shen, an action made them stunned.
Tian Joyo met his adopted father. Tian Joyo bowed to Lin Shen. Tian Jingyun and Tianshu's lover were both stunned.
For a moment, they felt like their brains were hit and they didn't react for a long time.
Not to mention them, even Tianshuan and others were surprised.
The 4 girls Yixing were even more surprised and their chin was about to fall to the ground.
What a person Tian Joyo is. How could he call Lin Shen's adoptive father? Did you make something wrong? Tianshin's eyes were almost glaring out, as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you 2 bastards coming here? You can't get up and apologize to Master Lin. Tian Joyo shouted to Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking who were still in a daze.
Lin Shen stood up, allowing Tian Jingyun and Tianshu to recover their freedom, and they quickly got up. The 2 looked at Tian Joyo and Lin Shen again. They still couldn't accept it for a while, and they stood there and didn't know whether they should speak.
Why are you still standing there? Call me? Tian Joyo said with a look. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Tian Jingyun and Tian were sad, bowed to Lin Shen with complicated expressions, and said, the master's cry was reluctant. Don't blame the adoptive father. Children are ignorant. Don't be as knowledgeable as them. Tian Joyo said with a smile. The word adoptive father is very silky, without any forced feeling, and there is still a bit of intimacy. You are joking, just a joke, you can't call me that. Lin Shen said.
A man stands tall and straight, and his words and actions are like the iron law of the Great Way.
How can he play?
Since I lost, then you are my adopted father of Tian Joyo.
No matter where you are, I will admit this account. After Tian Joyo said that, he looked at Tian Jingyun and Tianshan. Didn't you go to Grumstar? Why did you come to your master Lin again? Mr. Zhao conveys Mr. Blackwing's order, let's attack the giant ring star. Tian Jingyun said. Naneo, you are my children of Tianjoyo. Why should they dispatch you? Tianjoyo snorted coldly, you are so worthless, please send someone to you at will? The child knew he was wrong. Tian Jingyun and Tian Shu quickly admitted their mistakes. It's good to know that you are wrong, but if you don't teach you some lessons, I'm afraid you won't remember it. You two don't have to go back, so stay here to serve you Master Lin in the future. Remember, Master Lin asked you to go east, you must not go west. If you ask you to go west, then you must not go east. You must be more respectful to him than to me, do you understand? Children obey the order. Although Tian Jingyun and Tianshan felt awkward, they did not dare to disobey Tianjoyo's orders. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they dared not refute them, so they could only respond. Master Yu, I am young and I don't need to serve others. Lin Shen said. If a young man makes a mistake, he has to teach them a lesson. If you have any questions, just use them. Don't be polite to the younger generation. If I have something to do, I will take a step first. Tianjoyo said that, and turned around and disappeared, leaving everyone looking at each other. You don't have to take this matter seriously. You can go wherever you should. Lin Shen actually didn't want to keep Tian Jingyun and Tianchua's romance. Who knows if Tianjoyo kept them as spies? My father's order is like a mountain. If Master Lin doesn't want us to stay, then cut off our heads. The two of them said, gritting their teeth. Lin Shen looked at Tianchuan, and Tianchuan nodded slightly. Since that's the case, you can stay here first, but you must obey my orders and everything. Lin Shen didn't know what Tianjoyo meant, so he arranged the two of them to live in giant Huanqing first. Of course, living in vain cannot be in vain. These two people are immortals with the power of laws, and Lin Shen is just using them to practice the law of induction. The law of Tianjinjian is the law of formless heavenly secrets, the future law of the human realm, the law of heavenly injury is the law of ruthless calamity, and the reality law of the human realm. The laws of the future are laws that no one has understood, and the laws of the reality are laws that have been understood by someone, but he himself does not know that they have realized by himself, rather than learning and understanding with others. Whether it is the law of the future or the law of reality, you need to have extremely high talent and understanding. Lin Shen used them as a practice machine. Tian Jingyun and Tianshuking naturally understood what Lin Shen was doing, but it was difficult for him to understand. He was obviously just a nirvana who had not even understood the laws. How did his adoptive father Tianjoyo lose to him? What did the two bet on him? They felt that it must be Lin Shen who deceived Tianjoyo. He was dissatisfied with all kinds of dissatisfaction, but there was no way. They respect Tianshuan more. In their opinion, the reason why Lin Shen could easily break their law power was purely because Tianshuan's words were too strong. They guessed that Tianshuan's laws had at least reached the realm of earthly law, so that they could bless a nirvana at will, so that nirvana could have such terrifying abilities. Lin Shen didn't care what they thought, but just treated them as tools. Unfortunately, after practicing for another 2 days, he still couldn't sense the power of the law. Chapter 843 The Emperor of Heaven abandoned his son. Sir, Tian Dingyun and Tianshanking lost contact. It may be a mistake. The giant ring star is indeed as you expected. It's not simple. Mr. Jiao reported to Black Wings. The black six-winged celestial being was not surprised, but said lightly, Tianshuan is a mixed race between the celestial being and the spiritual race. It can occupy a place in the celestial being. In addition to the support of the Tenjue family, her talent is also extraordinary. She has never been immortal before, just to plan the immortal laws. Unfortunately, the spiritual line she is good at has long had the existence of the immortal Dharma King, which has led to her not being immortal for a long time. It seems that this time it should be forcibly immortal. The immortal law of the Yanling series is a very strange and rare law power. I remember that this series of immortal Dharma Kings should be the great sage of the Lion King clan, right? Mr. Jiao said in a deep thought, I heard that the great sage was severely injured in the last death disaster and has not fully recovered so far. I am afraid that it will be difficult for us to survive the next death disaster.
Fortunately, the great man is wise and forced the heaven to find immortality. Otherwise, there would be another Dharma king in the heavenly man clan.
It is still a rare distinction of Yanling, which is very unfavorable to us.
Sir, do you want me to go there in person to solve the problem of Tianshuan?
To avoid recurrence? Mr. Zhao said.
I'd better go there myself.
Some things should be over.
Hai said lightly. Mr. Zhao was surprised when he heard this. Does Sir have any grudges with that day? Although Tianshuan is extremely talented, he failed to ascend to the position of Dharma King after all, which is far from the one in front of him. Unexpectedly, Hai actually wanted to solve Tianshuan himself. Black Wing's eyes were deep and he said slowly, I almost married Tianshuan back then and took over the Tianjue family.
Ah. We are in marriage with Tianshuan, and we are in the Tianjue family, you are.
Mr. Jiao seemed to think of something and looked at Black Wings in horror.
The identities of many core members of the cultivation clan are kept confidential, and even many core members of the cultivation clan are not aware of each other.
Mr. Jiao only felt that Black Wing was a very strong person, and he might have the blood of the celestial race, but he didn't expect that Black Wing would be that person.
Yes, I am the abandoned son of Tian Ruodu, Emperor Tianshu.
Hai said calmly. Mr. Jiao was still a little surprised when Tian Ruodu admitted his identity in person. If the name Tian Ruodu is a person who has a deep understanding of the heavenly man race, he will have heard of it more or less.
Emperor Tianshu's first son is considered the best candidate to succeed Emperor Tianshu.
He has been the crown prince for hundreds of years. In the end, because of his rebellion and failure to force the palace, he was deposed by Emperor Tianshu and imprisoned in the demon abyss. It is said that as early as decades ago, Tian Ruodu had already died in the demon abyss. Unexpectedly, Tian Ruodu was still alive and became the leader of the Shenyang group among the 13 God Creation Group. The so-called God Anti-God Group is an undercover organization that was installed by the Creator Clan among the major races. The current team leader is Tian Ruodu. Mr. Jiao was surprised not because Tian Ruodu was the son of Emperor Tianshu, but because he had never heard of someone who could come out of the demon abyss. The laws in the demon abyss are chaotic, and at the level of immortality, you cannot survive in the demon abyss. Even if it is an immortal, it will be a life-threatening life in the demon abyss. It is the place used by the heavenly man race to imprison the highest level of prisoners. What is imprisoned there is either the mortal enemy of the celestial race or the extremely vicious wanted criminal in the universe. I have never heard of anyone who can come out alive. Tian Ruodu was able to come out alive from there, which was no different from the difficulty of the dead climbing out of hell. Sir, great things are the most important thing. It is not worth your visit in person.
You can go to Giant Star and catch your front that day and let you do it. Mr. Jiao asked for a fight again.
The time to attack the Zenith Star is not yet here, it's enough for me to go to the Giant Ring Star. It's better for me to solve this problem myself.
Tian Ruodu stood up and walked out.
I will give you an order now, letting them prepare to go to Giant Ring Star with you, Lord.
Mr. Jiao hurriedly followed.
Lin Shen has been paying attention to the situation of the Zen Star, but for some reason, the communication of the Zen Star has not been restored and he cannot contact the people on the Zen Star at all. The information seen on Tianwang seemed to be that someone blocked the connection between the Zen Star and the outside world, causing the Zen Star to be unable to command the legions of other planets of the Heavenly Man race, which made the Heavenly Man race very passive. More than half of the planets had fallen, and only some planets stationed by wealthy families and legions were still fighting against the immortal biological legion of the God-making clan, sticking to the final bottom line of the Heavenly Man race. The Giant Ring Star is not a transportation hub, nor is it an important resource planet for the Heavenly Man race, nor is there a legion stationed. In this interstellar war, it can be said to be an inconspicuous place. Tianshuan studied it for a long time and felt that the creation of gods should not focus on places like Giant Ring Star. Even if it is defeated, it will not be of any benefit to the creation of gods. On the contrary, as long as you take down the Heavenly Man race, the Giant Ring Star is equivalent to something in your pocket and you can't escape it, so why waste manpower and material resources? Lin Shen thinks it makes sense, but there are some things in the world that have no reason to say at all. Lin Shen is practicing hard every day now, but he has not even been able to comprehend a power of law. He had thought he had no talent for the rules of words before, but he had changed to Tian Jingyun and Tianshuking as a training partner, but it still had no effect, which means he did not have the talent for the two rules either. Fortunately, Lin Shen is not a stubborn person. If you can't understand it, you will slowly understand it, and you don't need to rush for a moment. One day Sun is by his side, and his combat power is not inferior to that of the immortal. Tianxin practiced with Lin Shen, and his grades were much better, and he had already understood the laws of Tianxuan, Tianjingyun and Tianshan. It's just that Tianjue's road has been paved for him, and he will not be promoted to immortality with these laws. Tianxin, who was taking care of the divine beast, chatted with Lao Tai while feeding. Second brother, when will I wake up?
How long have I been fed?
Nothing has changed at all, and at least I should be upgraded or something. Why is it still steel level and has not made any progress at all?
If you want to be the best, you must first endure the hardships. Lao Tai said.
What I said is right. A divine object like this must be an extraordinary existence, and it is not so easy to awaken. Tianxin felt that what Lao Tai said made a lot of sense and continued to feed him happily. Tianxin wanted to say something else, but suddenly saw Lao Tai standing up and looking in one direction. Tianxin stood up and looked at Lao Tai's gaze, and his face suddenly changed. I saw a dense crowd of strange creatures coming here like dark clouds on the star rings in the distance, and even the light of the star ring seemed to be a little dimmed.
Chapter 844 The Old Man in Yunming Mountain. Tianxuan also felt something strange.
When he walked to the balcony, he saw the dense terrifying creatures, like clouds covering the sky, and soon the shadows enveloped the entire island. Everyone on the island saw this extremely terrifying scene, but the terrifying pressure was already unbearable for them. Many people were so pressured by the breath that they were almost breathless.
Damn!
Why did the Creation Clan send so many immortal creature legions to attack places like Giant Ring Star?
Tian Xian's face was extremely difficult to see.
The immortal creatures that cover the sky are all immortal-level beings. Although most of them should be transformed by nirvana injected with potions, the number is so large that it is uncountable, and I am afraid it is not as large as tens of thousands. Such a number of immortal creatures may only require one round of attacks, and the entire giant ring star may be destroyed.
This is because the giant ring is a huge planet.
If it were replaced by those asteroids, any few immortal creatures could destroy it. Everyone gathered together and looked at the terrifying creatures arranged neatly in the sky. They were floating on the star rings like they were lined up.
When did the giant ring star become so important?
Lin Shen was also shocked. No one could have thought that the Creation Clan would send such an immortal creature legion to attack the giant ring star. Suddenly, the terrifying creatures in the sky retreated to both sides, leaving a road to heaven, as if welcoming the gods.
The immortal creatures were half kneeling in the void.
Lin Shen and the others saw a holy light coming from the end of the road to heaven. More than a dozen holy unicorns pulled a gorgeous carriage made of jade statues and ran along the star belt from the void. The unicorn in the lead seemed transparent, with no trace of variegated color on its body. Under the light of the star belt, it shone with colorful dreamy brilliance.
That's the nightmare of immortal creatures, holy beasts. It actually pulled a cart for people. Those more than a dozen horses are all holy beasts, right? Tian Xian saw the holy unicorns pulling the cart and his face turned even more ugly.
Not all, the one in the lead should be the king of nightmare and the immortal king-level existence.
Tian Sun said with a frown.
This situation was beyond her imagination and I couldn't understand why such a person came to attack Giant Ring Star.
Tianxuan was a little suspicious. Could it be that someone had discovered Lao Tai's true identity if he could alarm such a person?
Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and stared at the car. He had actually seen the man who drove the car, the dragon horn armored man standing side by side with Tian Joyo on the Derek Fort Star. At that time, Lin Shen felt that the status of the dragon horn armored man should not be lower than that of Tian Joyo, and should be an important figure in the Creation Clan. But now he is driving with someone. What is the identity of the person sitting in the car? The terrifying immortal creature legion has surrounded the islands. Even if there is no siege, with their strength, it is probably not easy to escape from here.
Where is the Lord of Tianquan? My master wants to talk to you.
Mr. Jiao drove the nightmare sane car, hovered in the sky, and did not enter the range of the island.
I am Tianquan. You are here with so many immortal creatures. You really respect me, Tianquan.
Tianquan walked out of Lin Shen, stood in the square on the edge of the hanging island, and looked at the nightmare cart. Don't misunderstand the Lord of Tianquan Star.
My master is your old acquaintance.
I came here just to reminisce about the past. Mr. Jiao said with a smile. I, Tianquan, are just an ordinary celestial race, and are not as noble as the old acquaintance as the creation of the gods.
Tianquan said lightly.
Mr. Jiao wanted to say something, but seemed to be hinted at something, and closed his mouth and didn't say anything again. A sound full of magnetic properties came from the nightmare holy car, Tianquan, but I still remember the old people in Yunmeng Mountain. When Tianquan heard this voice and then heard the words old man in Yunmeng Mountain, his face suddenly changed slightly.
Impossible, he was not dead. Tian Xan, who was standing beside Lin Shen, also turned extremely ugly. What is the old man in Yunmeng Mountain?
Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tianqin. He also saw that this old man with great pomp seemed to have a different relationship with Tianquan.
Don't think too much. That person is Tian Ruodu.
He once wanted to marry my sister-in-law, but my sister-in-law refused.
Tianqin lowered his voice and continued, that person is extremely dangerous.
He originally thought he had died long ago, but he didn't expect that he was still alive, and he seemed to have become a big figure in the creation of gods.
Who is Tian Ruodu?
Lin Shen thought for a while, but he did not remember that there was such a big figure in the Tianren clan. This person is a taboo in the heavenly man race.
Generally no one dares to mention this person's name. He is the eldest son of Emperor Tian Shu.
He has been the crown prince for hundreds of years, but he was deposed and imprisoned in the demon abyss.
He did not die in this way. It's so evil. Tianqin said.
Although Lin Shen didn't know what kind of person the Prince Tian Ruodu was, he heard that he was imprisoned in the demon abyss without death, so he knew that this person must be extremely terrifying. When he was in the Tianshi Academy, Lin Shen also read some information. The Tianshi Academy used to carry out the arrest tasks, especially those who needed the dean to take action personally, would most likely be imprisoned in the demon abyss in the end. It is a planet with chaotic laws. Whenever any creature enters the demon abyss star, the energy in the body will be affected by the chaotic laws in that planet. The energy in the body will continue to overflow, and no matter how much it is replenished, it will not keep up with the consumption of the body. In the end, if the energy consumption of the body is too serious, the level will continue to fall. Even if you are an immortal level strong man, if you stay in the demon abyss for a few years, you may fall into an ordinary base changer. The horror of the demon abyss star is not only that. The gravity there is very strange. The farther away from the planet's ground, the greater the gravity of the planet will be, and it is surprisingly large. Even the immortals can't fly thousands of meters away, making it difficult to escape from the demon abyss star. What's even more terrifying is that meteorites or even asteroids often hit the demon abyss star, causing a terrifying explosion. In addition, there are some extremely vicious people on the demon abyss star, and killing people there is no difference between killing chickens there. It is difficult to survive on the demon abyss star for a while. It is almost impossible to survive forever, let alone expect to escape.
Entering the demon abyss star is almost equivalent to entering a death row.
There is only one way to die, the difference is to die early or late.
Tian Ruodu? Tianxin looked at the nightmare holy vehicle and slowly spit out 3 words. After so many years, I didn't expect you to remember me.
The voice in the car said self-deprecatingly, I thought only those who were rejected would never forget it.
Before Tianquan could say anything, Tian Ruodu's voice came out again, at this moment, do you regret rejecting me back then? Chapter 845 Book of Soul. Tianquan looked at the nightmare car and said, there are countless choices in life.
I chose the path I want to take.
Why do I regret it? Some choices require the price of life. Tian Ruodu said.
When Lin Shen heard this, he knew that even if he did it 10,000 times again, Tianquan would never choose Tianruodu. He knew Tianquan so much, don't fight with her, she would just die.
Sure enough, Tianquan said lightly, I go my way, even if I die, I will never regret it. It's right. Tianruodu was not angry at all, but continued, so before you die, can you tell me why you rejected me?
You should understand that with my talent and ability, coupled with your family's support, you can almost certainly ascend to the throne. Over the years, I haven't figured out what kind of reason you have to reject me. In terms of talent, you are born with 10-turn ascension, and you are also the first in my celestial race. The talent of the base is top-notch, and the life base is even a bright angel that is hard to see in the ages. In terms of talent, you are born with intelligence, 10 times better than me, all things are seen and heard, and the worldly laws are for you to understand. In terms of knowledge, you will never forget everything, and you can see the subtlety, and the intelligent brain is just like this.
Since that's the case, what exactly can I do as you want? You are good at everything, but it's a pity that you were born too early. Tianquan said. I was born too early. Do you dislike me for being too old? Tianruodu said. Tianquan said lightly, age is not hindered by you.
With your status and ability, although you have been born hundreds of years ago, it is not difficult to live a few hundred years.
So I am too old and no longer young. Can't you get into the eyes of heaven? Tianruodu said.
I am indeed a good-looking person, but you, the Emperor of Light, who is known as the Heavenly Man clan, had a handsome appearance.
Even the sun in the sky could not cover your light. Tianquan shook his head again. What's the solution? Tianruodu asked with interest.
You were born too early, and God is too capable of living.
Even if my family chose you, you will not have any chance. You will only drag my family into the abyss and exile to the demon abyss with you. If it were you, what would you choose? Tianquan said calmly. After all, you still underestimate me.
Tianruodu said with a chuckling, I was evenly matched with that old thief back then, just a little bit away.
If your family was willing to help me, I would have won. I would have been the new emperor of the Heavenly Man clan long ago.
A slight difference is 1,000 miles apart.
A little bit of what you think will never be realized. Tianquan said. Okay, just by your words, I won't kill you today. I want you to see with your own eyes how I take back the throne that belongs to me and kill the old thief of Tianshu. Tianruodu said, and the door of the nightmare holy car automatically opened, revealing a handsome and cold face inside. Do you let me do it, or get in the car by yourself? Lin Shen saw this, how could he bear it?
He walked to Tianquan's side, reached out to pull Tianquan's arm, and pulled her behind him. Tianquan was slightly stunned, but did not persist, allowing Lin Shen to pull her behind.
Sorry, you're late. This flower already has a master. Lin Shen said to Tianruodu sitting in the car. Tianruodu looked at Lin Shen and said with some contempt, is this the one you choose? Where can he match me?
He obviously didn't say this to Lin Shen, or he didn't have Lin Shen in his eyes at all.
You are all good, but not as good as him. Tianquan said calmly.
Tianruodu's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Lin Shen coldly and said, very good. Originally, such a lowly person was not worthy of letting me take a look, and even more worthy of letting me take action in person. But since you said that, I will send him on the road with you to see if he is tens of thousands of times better than me as you said. As he said that, Tianruodu walked out of the nightmare holy car.
Tianruodu has outstanding charm, even compared with Ouyangyu, and has an evil temperament, as if he can't help but be attracted by it just by taking a look.
It seems that he is the natural protagonist, and just standing there, all his eyes will involuntarily focus on him.
However, his eyes were not on Lin Shen, but instead looked at the people behind Lin Shen, Tian Jingyun and Tianquan. Do you really want to be traitors? Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking looked at each other. Tian Jingyun looked at the immortal creatures all over the sky and said, what kind of traitors?
We are not your subordinates, nor are we from the gods. How can we say traitors? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that at this time, Tian Jingyun and Tianshanking would say such words. Originally, I wanted to give you a way out for Tian Joyo's sake. Since you insist on seeking death, that's how it is. Tian Ruodu stopped looking at them after saying that, but just made a random move and a black book appeared out of thin air in his hands. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do, but Tian Ruodu opened the page of the book and wrote what his fingers were writing on it. Thump! Thump! Tian Jingyun and Tianxua suddenly fell to the ground without any warning, without any breath, as if they were dead. Lin Shen and others were all shocked. Although Tian Jingyun and Tianxun were not considered top immortals, they were immortals after all, and they died inexplicably. The Book of Soul. Isn't your life base a seraph of light? How could it be? Tian Sun's pupils contracted and he looked at Tian Ruodu incredibly. Tian Ruodu's mouth outlined an arc and said lightly, I said it long ago, you look down on me too much. I not only have the mission base of the Sakura of Light, but also the dual life base. The Book of Soul is my second life base. The Book of Souls can capture the soul. If he calls your name, he must not respond, and it is best not to talk to him. Tianxuan said, and the law of words was activated, his body was united with the pious seraphim, his lips were shining with light lines, where I am, all spirits are invincible. A holy halo emitted from Tianxuan, covering the entire island. Tian Ruodu just looked at Tian Sun Shui quietly. Until Tian Sun stopped, he stretched out his finger and wrote a few words on the Book of Soul. In addition to the halo emitted by Tianxuan, it seemed that an invisible demon rushed down. Wherever the demon passed, the halo disappeared. The invisible demon was so fast that it fell on Tianxin in an instant. Tianxuan wanted to stop it but it was too late. Thump! The demon passed through Tianxin's body, and then Tianxin instantly lost consciousness and breathing and fell to the ground. Be careful! A trace of blood spilled out of the corner of Tianxuan's mouth, and it was obvious that her word spirit law was also severely damaged. Resisting the grief in his heart, Tianxuan reached out to pull Lin Shen away. You go first, I'm here. Don't worry, I won't kill him with the Book of Soul. I haven't seen how good he is, how he is tens of thousands of times better than me. Tian Ruodu closed the Book of Soul and said with a smile. Chapter 846 The King of the Law of Darkness. But the moment he closed the book, his hand suddenly lightened and the Book of Soul was grabbed by one hand. Tian Ruodu's pupils contracted, and his eyes looked at the master of the hand like a knife. A weird man in a sweatshirt, half human and half iron, stood in front of him, holding the Book of Soul with his steel-like palms. If the Book of Soul flickered and struggled, he would not be able to get out of the control of the hand of steel. Who is your lord? Tian Ruodu asked, staring at Lao Tai. Lao Tai ignored him and reached out, tore off the black skin of the Book of Soul, and then tore off the shining Book of Soul, page by page in front of Tian Ruodu. As the pages of the Book of Soul were torn apart, Tianxin, Tianjinjian and Tianxun fell to the ground, suddenly sat up as if they were dead. What's going on? Tian Jingyun and Tianxuan looked around in confusion, not knowing what happened. Tian Ruodu stared at Lao Tai with a strange look. He could steal the soul book from him and tear the immortal soul book. There are not many people with this ability in the universe, but not many. He had never seen or heard of this weird person in front of him, but he had such ability, which was really surprising. Suddenly, Lao Tai threw back the Book of Soul that had been torn a few pages to Tian Ruodu, without saying nonsense, and slapped Tian Ruodu in the face. A sneer appeared on the corner of Tian Ruodu's mouth, his 6 wings opened, and a black light burst out from his body, forming a black halo, blocking Lao Tai's palm. Bang! The black halo was instantly broken under Lao Tai's palm. Lao Tai directly slapped Tian Ruodu's cheek, twisting Tian Ruodu's face to the side. Tian Ruodu's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. Mr. Kair and the Immortal Biological Legion both looked at the half-human and half-iron monster in horror. It was hard to imagine that Lord Blackwing was beaten up. You! Tian Ruodu suddenly turned around and wanted to say something, but the hand slapped his other side of the face, twisting his face to the other side. Boom! The black light on Tian Ruodu's body erupted like a volcano erupting, but the next moment, the black light on his body was slapped directly. Papa! Papa! Lao Tai thrust his hands forward and backward, and Tian Ruodu's face swayed left and right, and even the summoned protective shell was directly ripped and cracked. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, and Mr. Jiao was even more shocked, Tianruodu is the leader of the Shenyang group, and he is already in the realm of heavenly law.
He is probably an immortal law. There are not many people in the universe who can be stronger than him. That weird person can actually hit him like a humiliation. Who is he?
How could he have such a terrifying power? Lao Tai slapped wildly, and with the last slap, he flew out to the side, hitting the Nightmare Holy Car, almost knocking the Nightmare Holy Car over.
Is it enough? Lao Tai looked at Tianxin and asked. Tianxin's face turned red with excitement.
He understood that it was Lao Tai who avenged him, and couldn't help but shout, "Second brother NB."
Lin Shen was a little worried. He knew that Lao Tai was very strong, outrageously strong. But Lao Tai himself has a major problem. Now there are immortal creatures everywhere in the sky. If it really starts to fight, Lao Tai will be contaminated with the blood of those immortal creatures. Will it become the terrifying state of all iron like before?
The personality under the iron state is to kill Lin Shen and then quickly, and the situation may be even worse at that time. But in this situation, no one can live in a place except Lao Tai.
Tianruodu stood up and stared at Lao Tai, but was surprisingly not angry, and even a smile appeared on his face. Very good. It's really good. I haven't been injured for many years. You reminded me of my days in the demon abyss.
Tianruodu stood up straight, and his black crystal-like carapace slowly wrapped around his body in wings. At this time, Tianruodu looked like a six-winged seraphim engraved with black crystals, with a strange black halo on his body. "Leave your name, you are qualified to die in my hands,"
Tianruodu said to Lao Tai like a demon. "You don't need to know," Lao Tai said expressionlessly. "That's a pity. A strong man like you can't even keep a name in this world."
Tianruodu said. The black light on his body became stronger and stronger, and his body and his open six wings seemed to have turned into a black sun.
Boom!
The black beam of light hit Lao Tai, as if it could devour everything in the world. Lao Tai punched the black light column, but he failed to break the black light column. Instead, he himself was submerged in the black light column. The black light column condensed together, like a black hole, suspended in the sky, and everything around it was sucked into it. The immortal creature close to him was actually sucked in. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of it. He was sucked alive into the black hole and disappeared. Mr. Jiao was rushing the Nightmare Holy vehicle in horror. More than a dozen Nightmare Holy birds, led by the Nightmare King, ran out desperately, barely being sucked in by the black hole, but they could not escape the gravitational range of the black hole. The immortal biological legion was scared and retreated, but there were still immortal creatures with relatively close distances sucked in. It was not until the black hole quickly contracted, collapsed into a point, and finally disappeared, and the terrifying suction force disappeared. Second brother. Tianxin was shocked, and his face was no longer covered with blood. Lin Shen was also worried about Lao Tai. Maybe that Lao Tai could be his second brother. The immortal law of darkness, how could you? Tianxin also looked shocked, but more of them were shocked and suspicious. Tianruodu has the mission base of the Snake of Light. The laws he has understood are also the laws of light, and he is not the Dharma King, because the Dharma King of Light is still in the world. The law used by Tianruodu just now was obviously the law of darkness, which was completely opposite to the law of light, and it looked very much like the true immortal law. Tianruodu solved Lao Tai and looked down at Tianxuan and said, "The old thief in Tianshu will not die. Even if I understand the law of light to the perfect state, I will never become the king of light. So I am only a little short of being able to defeat the old thief in Tianshu. Fortunately, I was imprisoned in the demon abyss. It brought me endless pain. But physical pain only makes me stronger. It makes me want to survive. It wants to kill the old thief of Tianji. These have become my motivation. It makes me turn the impossible into possibility. Reversal of the light and embrace the darkness. Finally, I became the king of the law of darkness." Tianruodu's voice was full of hatred. It was hard to imagine what kind of hatred it could support him to not retreat but advance in such an environment and become the king of the law of darkness. Chapter 847, Being 10,000 Punches from You.
Lin Shen said in his heart, "What's wrong with this recently? There are no good days at all, so please come to him one by one." In fact, he knew very well that when troubled times came, everyone would have a lot of trouble, but he was more unlucky and had more trouble. Lin Shen's brain was running fast, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't think of any way to get out. With tens of thousands of immortal creatures surrounded by the Legion of Immortals, and with top immortals like Tian Ruida holding on, Lin Shen really felt desperate. But at this point, Lin Shen cannot retreat. Even if there is a solid wall in front of him, he still has to try whether he can make a way out. As long as the person is not dead, as a man, you cannot fall down first. Lin Shen has often heard this from his third and fourth brothers since he was a child. Looking for treasure in heaven, you should step back, let the man solve the problem of men by himself. Lin Shen took a step forward, the man had already flew up, and the ink armor transformed by the desperate person also wrapped his body. He said it was relaxed, but in fact he knew very well that once the melee began, the people on their side would definitely die miserably. It is too easy to destroy tens of thousands of immortal creatures. Since he knew it was death, he might as well face the sky alone, and there might be a glimmer of hope. Lin Shen thought about it was of course not that he defeated Tian Ruidu himself, but that Lao Tai might be able to come back. Before, Lao Tai was trapped in the law by his fourth brother, so he could break the picture. Although Tian Ruidu should be stronger than the fourth brother, Lin Shen didn't really believe that Lao Tai was killed by him. The clay sculptures of Taishan Lao Jun were killed by Lao Tai. How could such a strong Lao Tai be killed so simply? So Lin Shen guessed whether Lao Tai was trapped. He just needed to give him some time to get out of the trap, and he would still be able to beat Tian Ruidu at that time. Lin Shen wants to delay time now until Lao Tai gets out of trouble. When Tian Ruidu saw Lin Shen flying over, he nodded slightly and said, "He is a responsible person." "Tian Ruidu, how do you fight?" "I will take a walk to the end," Lin Shen said shamelessly when he came up. He spoke like this, giving people the feeling that he had the upper hand and gave Tianrua a chance. Mr. Jiao looked strange when he heard this. "Why do you feel like this army of tens of thousands of immortal creatures are his?" Tian Ruidu said lightly, "I don't even need to kill you, so why do you need anyway? Just do your best. I never like to take advantage of others, not to mention that Tianxuan baby said I was 10,000 times better than you. Naturally, I can't let her down. Naturally, I have to win you by a way that is 10,000 times better than you." Lin Shen said nonsense, and the four girls of Yixing and Tianxin widened their eyes when they heard this. Tianxin thought to himself, "Is this thing crazy? Is this a thing crazy? What's going on? Are you still bragging here?" Tian Ruidu's eyes were gloomy, as if he was extremely angry, and laughed. "Then I really want to listen. What way do you want to beat me by 10,000 times stronger? If I crush you with one hand, I can only show my strength, but it's hard to say whether I can be 10,000 times stronger than you. After all, there is not much difference between crushing a chicken and an ant, and others can't see how powerful I am." Lin Shen's slander made Tianxin and the others shocked. Does he know what he is talking about? Tianxinren was stunned when he heard this. Mr. Jiao was a little surprised and looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, and said in his heart, "In this case, if you can still say such words, is it possible that Lin Shen really has that ability? The weird man before was not famous, but he had such terrifying strength. Could it be that Lin Shen actually has hidden strength, which is stronger than the half-human and half-iron monster? Many people have the same idea as Mr. Jiao. No normal person should have such a strong mentality and brag so much at this time." Tian Ruidu frowned slightly, stared at Lin Shen and said indifferently, "Crush me with one hand." Even if the old thief of Tianshu was here, he would not dare to say such things. He is him, I am me, so naturally I can't compare. Lin Shen seemed to have a distressed look on his face. Killing people is just a slight head. If I kill you directly, I really can't show my methods. I can't say that I am 10,000 times better than you in any case. Let's do this. I stand here and let you punch 10,000 times more. If you can't hurt me, can it prove that I am 10,000 times more powerful than you? As soon as these words were spoken, Tianxin and others felt that Lin Shen must have been crazy. He is just a nirvana person. Even Lao Tai was sent away by Tian Ruidu's punch.
He actually wanted to stand there and receive Tian Ruodu's punch for 10,000.
Isn't this crazy or what? It is estimated that Tian Ruodu can only punch him and dismember him. Tian Jingyun and Tianshu's expressions were quite complicated after hearing this.
They had seen Lin Shen's strength and seemed to be a little stronger. They had thought that it was the effect of Tianshuan's blessing to him. But now it seems that Lin Shen, facing a strong man like Tian Ruodu and the siege of tens of thousands of immortal creatures, dared to say such big words, and he must have some support.
Is Lin Shen really an outrageously strong man? Did his adoptive father really lose to him? Otherwise, with his adoptive father's character, how could he recognize others as his adoptive father? Tian Jingyun and Tianshu's relationship became more and more likely.
If Lin Shen proposes only one punch or 2 or 3 punches, then there is still a possibility of taking advantage of the situation. But Lin Shen directly said that if he wanted to be defeated by Tianruo, there would be no possibility of taking advantage of the situation, and he had absolute strength. Even the people on Lin Shen think so, and the Immortal Biological Legion feels that Lin Shen is probably not simple. Even Tian Ruodu couldn't help but look at Lin Shen carefully, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't tell that Lin Shen would be such a strong man. Until now, Tian Ruodu has not seen the shadow of the power of the law in Lin Shen. From his perspective, Lin Shen is a nirvana.
But how dare a nirvana say such big words in front of him?
No matter how good the disguise is, as long as he punches, it will still leak the bottom. It is meaningless to say such big words. What tricks do you have? Even if you use them, if you can hurt a piece of hair, I will lose. Lin Shen was floating opposite Tian Ruodu, with a faint fluorescence emitted on his armor, as if he said casually,
"Do you think you can scare me away with a tongue that is not bad?
You are so deceitful, but you used the wrong place." Tian Ruodu's face turned cold, his body was shining with black light, his 6 wings were wide open, and his terrifying power condensed on his fist, like a black sun, directly hitting Lin Shen's body.
Chapter 848 A Godlike Man.
Everyone watched such a terrifying force hit Lin Shen, but Lin Shen stood there without moving, not even making a move to reach out to block it, as if they wanted to use their bodies to block Tian Ruodu's terrible punch. In fact, Lin Shen Ben did not intend to block, and even if he wanted to block, he would not have time to react. Without Tianshuan's blessing, his physical reaction could not keep up with the immortal level speed, and it was even more impossible for him to keep up with the speed of Tian Ruodu.
The black sun directly hit Lin Shen. But the next second, an incredible speed occurred.
The black sun that hit Lin Shen's body could not even break the fluorescence on Lin Shen's body, and it could not even cause any waves. The black sun shattered silently. Even if an egg hits a stone, it is stronger than Tian Ruodu's blow, and at least it can hear a sound, without even a sound.
For a moment, everyone was stunned. Master Lin is too strong. Tian Jingyun and Tianshu shouted out excitedly.
This time, Master Lin shouted extremely naturally, without any forced feeling at all.
It's really so strong.
Mr. Zhao seemed to have expected it, and now there is no doubt. Lin Shen is a terrifying strong man with hidden strength, even stronger than the half-human and half-iron monster before.
Tian Ruodu's punch with such a strong force could not even break his body-protecting nirvana.
Unless the power gap between the two sides was too large, this would not happen.
Tian Ruodu's face also darkened.
Although his punch did not use the law of darkness, it was not something that ordinary immortals could easily block. Only Tianshuan knew Lin Shen's background very well and knew that he had reversed the power of both with the light of reversing fate. He did not exert force himself. The stronger Tian Ruodu's power, the easier it would be for Lin Shen. Tian Ruodu naturally could not accept such a result, so he directly used the power of the law of darkness and punched Lin Shen again. Lin Shen was a little nervous, wondering if he could reverse the light of fate and reverse the power of the immortal law of Tian Ruodu. The extremely dark light dyed the space black, and everything inside the black was erased. Such a blow hit Lin Shen, and Lin Shen still did not hide, allowing the black power to hit him. But after the black force touched the fluorescence on Lin Shen's body, it immediately shattered and dissipated like ash. Tian Ruodu's face changed slightly, and the blackness on his body became even more terrifying, and shocking dark laws hit Lin Shen. Everyone stared at the world, as if they were about to crack the dark force that broke the void on Lin Shen again and again. Lin Shen just stood there casually. No matter how terrifying the dark power of Tian Ruodu was, he turned into ashes when he came to him. At this time, Lin Shen was like a god in the sky in the eyes of the immortal biological legion. He was sacred and inviolable. There was no power in the world that could hurt him at all, and no dirt could contaminate his sacred body. Tian Ruodus, the stunning dark power, in front of Lin Shen, he was as powerless as a baby. Strong, too strong, no wonder my adoptive father lost to Master Lin. This is simply invincible. Tianshang was excited to see. Tian Ruodu is already a powerful man in the universe, but in front of Lin Shen, he looks like a clown jumping. Tian Ruodu was shocked and suspicious. He had some doubts before, thinking that Lin Shen might be cheating him, or had some means to break him 1 in 2 punches. But now he found that it was not the case at all. Lin Shen was actually standing there and being attacked again and again. He blocked all his attacks without even moving his fingers. The immortal creatures were also shocked to see. What kind of monster is that? Even they who have become monsters couldn't tell for a moment. Who is more like a monster or Lin Shen? Lin Shen was ecstatic. The effect of reversing the light of destiny was stronger than he had imagined. He could actually transform the power of the immortal Dharma King's law into strength. This was too outrageous. Tian Ruodu knew that he could not continue like this, otherwise it would be useless for him to punch another 10,000 punches. Very good. You are worthy of being the one who was favored by Tianshuan and the Tian family. You are indeed a little different. Tian Ruodu stopped playing the law of darkness and said coldly at Lin Shen. Is this the only power of yours? Lin Shen looked at Tian Ruodu and said lightly. It's just that? Then try my punch again. A black light rose from Tian Ruodu's body again, and the black light gradually turned into a black hole. Seeing Tian Ruodu use this move, both the Immortal Biological Legion and Mr. Kair immediately stayed away from this area. This is the move that Tian Ruodu sent Lao Tai away. He used it again at this time, which made both the enemy and us panic. Tianxin and the others are retreating, and the Immortal Biological Legion is retreating. No one wants to become cannon fodder under such a terrifying move by Tian Ruodu. Boom! The terrifying black hole was advancing towards Lin Shen, and everyone was watching from a distance, wanting to know if Lin Shen would be swallowed like Lao Tai. Seeing that the black hole had arrived in front of Lin Shen and the moment he was about to swallow him, everyone saw that the black hole actually collapsed like a ball of black gas in front of Lin Shen, and in a blink of an eye there was nothing left, as if he was farting. Everyone widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Tian Ruodu's full-strength attack still failed to hurt Lin Shen's corner of his clothes. Not to mention that he hurt Lin Shen, he couldn't even force Lin Shen to take action. Tian Ruodu's eyes also showed a look of shock. He had already agreed with the fact that Lin Shen was very strong, but he could not believe that the strongest attack of the Law of Darkness could not even force Lin Shen to take action. Is this your strongest power? Why is it so weak? Lin Shen said lightly at Tian Ruodu. When Lin Shen said this before, everyone felt that he was a lunatic. But now they looked at Lin Shen's eyes as if they were looking at the omnipotent god. As powerful as the sky, it looked so vulnerable in front of Lin Shen. Your law power is immune to the attacks of dark laws or certain law powers, right? Tian Ruodu suddenly laughed. A very strong law power. You do have the capital to make women proud of you, and it is indeed very strong. If your opponent is someone else today, you have already won, but unfortunately the person you meet is me. An invisible force gradually rose from Tian Ruodu's body, but he could feel that the momentum in his body was increasing. Another kind of law power appeared on Tian Ruodu. That kind of law power seemed to have a power that shocked the soul, which made those immortal creatures have the urge to bow down and bow down. Chapter 849. What is your name? I am not only a double life base, but also a dual system law power. In addition to the dark law, I also have the power of the soul law. Even if your law is immune to the attack of the material law, it cannot withstand the attack from the soul. Tian Ruodu's aura became stronger and stronger. Although his figure had not changed at all, it made people feel that his body became more and more majestic. In front of him, everything seemed to become small. Can a person have the law of two systems?
Lin Shen looked at Tian Ruodu in surprise. This was the first time he heard that a person could have two powers of law at the same time. Even a race like the Supreme Clan has never heard of anyone who can have two different laws. Even the legendary king of the ancient realm has only heard that it is a law. Others can't do it, it doesn't mean I can't. A strange look appeared in Tian Ruodu's eyes and said slowly, I was born with a dual life base. I was born with a dual nirvana attribute at nirvana. When choosing the path of immortality, although I was deceived by the old thief of heaven and chose the law of light, he thought that as long as he did not die, I would never be able to become the Dharma king. Unfortunately, he could never imagine that my body could be compatible with the coexistence of two laws, and I still have a second law, that is the law of soul. It is with the law of soul that I can survive in the demon abyss and become stronger. As he said that, Tian Ruodu looked at Tianquan and said, Now do you know how stupid your decision was for you and your family? At that time, my soul law had not yet been able to understand the level of the immortal law, so I have not been immortal for the second time. Even so, I only use the future laws of the light system, and I only lose to the old thief of the heavenly sword. Unfortunately, your vision is too short-sighted. I would rather believe that the foolish thief of the heavenly sword than believe me. I was trapped in the demon abyss and had to turn light into darkness. The road to recultivation is difficult. Although the dark law becomes a king, the soul law is one step away and is taken first by others to become the king of the soul law. If your family is willing to defeat the old thief of the heavenly sword, the current emperor of the heavenly sword is even a dual-type Dharma king, and it is not difficult to become the first race in the universe. Tian Sun was silent. Tian Ruodu was able to be compatible with the dual system laws, and there was another law that was the immortal law, and another one that was also an extremely rare future law. Such talent and ability was indeed the first in the history of the heavenly man race. However, Tianquan did not regret her choice. She and Tianjui believed that Tian Ruodu was definitely not a match for Emperor Tianshu, and that Tian Ruodu had some flaws in his personality. If he had made him the emperor of the heavenly man, I was afraid that the situation of the heavenly man clan would be more difficult than when Emperor Tianshu was in power. Rejecting Tian Ruodu as her Tianquan's choice and the Tian family's choice. What nonsense are you talking about there? So what about the double law? Tianquan's man is still 10,000 times better than you. Lin Shen interrupted Tian Ruodu. Tian Ruodu is indeed very strong, and his talent is not comparable to ordinary people, but so what? At least in Lin Shen's opinion, he is not as good as Lao Tai. Lao Tai can see through the trick of reversing the light of fate at a glance, but Tian Ruodu cannot see through it. With just this move, he can already tell the difference. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then die. Tian Ruodu no longer had any patience with Lin Shen. He came here in person to see Tianquan to let Tianquan and the people of the Tian family know how wrong their original choice was. He didn't care who Tianquan liked to marry whom. Even back then, he just wanted to get the help of Tianquan's family to help him ascend to the throne. He did so much, and he was not the one who came to see Lin Shen perform here. He was the protagonist of this performance. He was about to defeat Emperor Tianshu and become the new emperor of the Heavenly Man clan. Tian Ruodu stretched out his hand and the Book of Soul emerged again. The fluorescent light surged out from his palm and condensed towards the Book of Soul. The Book of Soul, torn by Lao Tai, was quickly repaired, and in a blink of an eye, it returned to its original state and turned back to its black book. Lin Shen, isn't this your name wrong? Tian Ruodu looked down on Lin Shen like the god of death who controls life and death, stretched out his finger and wanted to write Lin Shen's name on the Book of Soul. Don't answer. Tianquan immediately spoke to remind him. Tian Sun is uncertain, Lin Shen's light of reversal of fate can block the ability of the Book of Soul. After all, the power of the soul law is very different from the power of the general law. Even if the power of the immortal law can be reversed, it may not be able to reverse the soul power of the future law. Lin Shen seemed to be indifferent, and looked at Tian Ruodu and smiled. Yes, my name is Lin Shen. Born is this name, given by his parents, and he will never change it in his life. Okay, it's a character. After I harvest your soul, I will preserve your body and hang it in my study. I will look at your remains day and night, and my heart will be happy.
Tian Ruodu said, his fingers flying, and the power of the soul moved with his fingertips. On the page of the open book of soul, Lin Shen, the name of the dragon, phoenix, and the light of the soul, was written down. Everyone felt as if a cold wind was blowing by, and they couldn't help but shivered. Tian Sun was anxious and stared at Lin Shen tightly, afraid that he would fall down just now. In fact, it was not just him, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Shen, waiting for the moment when his soul fell down.
What the hell is thinking in that guy's mind? Tell him not to answer.
Tianxin was also anxious, staring at Lin Shen with a tight look. But Lin Shen stood there, but he didn't move at all, showing no sign of falling down. Tian Ruodu's eyes gradually changed from firmness to less firmness, from confidence to less confident, and finally a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. His soul law, combined with the Book of Soul, was still unable to affect Lin Shen, which made it difficult for Tian Ruodu to understand what kind of law it was, which could exempt the power of darkness and soul at the same time.
Is there really such an invincible power of law in the universe? You have asked my name. I'll ask you, do you dare to answer me? What's your name?
Lin Shen suddenly looked at Tian Ruodu and said, reaching out and summoning something out. It was a black stone tablet, simple and dilapidated, like a dilapidated tombstone dug out of a mass grave.
Why don't you dare? If heaven has a divine position, I will be the king. My name is Tian Ruodu. Tian Ruodu said coldly at Lin Shen.
Although he couldn't do anything to Lin Shen, he didn't believe that Lin Shen could do anything to him. In terms of the soul law, I'm afraid that only the Dharma king of the soul law can beat him halfway. Lin Shen actually wanted to use this ability to deal with him in reverse.
In Tian Ruodu's opinion, it was undoubtedly a sect to show off.
What's more, on the black stone tablet, Tian Ruodu did not sense the strong fluctuations in the power of the soul law. Lin Shen said okay, and wrote the 3 words Tian Ruodu on the Tiandia monument on the Tiandia medal.
Chapter 850 Destiny Killing.
When Tian Ruodu saw Lin Shen actually wrote his name on the stone tablet, he sneered in his heart, if you can kill me with this law, then my soul law will be considered in vain for so many years. At this time, Lin Shen had already written the 3 words Tian Ruodu on the stone tablet, and then wrote a line of small words below. Before Tian Ruodu could see clearly what was written in those small characters, he saw that blood began to ooze from the words he had just finished writing. As blood continued to emerge, the blood on the 3 words Tian Ruodu was squirming strangely, and the blood was about to flow down from it. Tian Ruodu, who was originally sarcastic, suddenly turned extremely ugly. The blood on his face disappeared instantly, becoming pale as snow. The flesh quickly shriveled, and the plump body became thin in an instant, and the skin was dry and cracked and dust fell off, and it became more and more. Tian Ruodu was shocked and instantly moved the laws of darkness and soul laws to the extreme, turning them into a black hole to wrap his body, trying to resist the power of the destiny killing card. But just a moment later, the black hole shattered, revealing Tian Ruodu, who was already like a mummy inside. With the force blowing, Tian Ruodu's body scattered like incense ash. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Tian Ruodu was killed just like that. Tian Ruodu, who is good at the law of souls and can kill people by writing a name, was actually killed by someone else's name. However, Tian Ruodu wrote Lin Shen's name for so long, but Lin Shen was still standing there smoothly, with no hair damaged. This person is unfathomable and unmatched. Mr. Jiao drove back in a carriage, as if he was afraid that Lin Shen would write his name on the stone tablet. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's spare your life for the time being, and the entire army will retreat." As soon as Mr. Jiao finished speaking, he suddenly heard a voice shouting loudly, "I haven't said retreat, who dares to retreat?" A black hole opened in the void, and the black and white light and shadow passed through the black hole and appeared at the location where Tian Ruodu was just now. However, Tian Ruodu at this time was a little different from before. His body no longer had flesh and blood, but turned into a 6-winged angel creature with white light, holding the black-skinned soul book in his hand. Lin Shen could see at a glance that the current Tian Ruodu is no longer the real Tian Ruodu. The body of the 6-winged angel should be the seeker of light of Tian Ruodu's life base. But he didn't know what method he used. After the physical body disappeared, his soul actually attached to the seeker of light. Mr. Hokage and the immortal biological legion, who were about to retreat, stopped after a commotion. Since Tian Ruodu is not dead, they dare not retreat without Tian Ruodu's order, but they dare not come forward again. Tian Ruodu can be resurrected from the dead, but they do not have the ability to do so and dare not try to take risks with themselves. The power shown by Lin Shen is too powerful. Lin Shen, you dare to destroy my body. I will kill you today. The light on Tian Ruodu's body rose, and the laws of light spread out, which meant half of the darkness. The power of light on his body was incredibly fast, and it was impossible for people to think of dodging, and it shone on Lin Shen. In fact, no matter how fast he is, it has nothing to do with Lin Shen. When his speed was slow before, Lin Shen could not avoid it. The light shone on Lin Shen's body, but the light of reversal of fate that could pass through Lin Shen's body was broken and disappeared directly. Lin Shen did not use the destiny-killing monument anymore. He has been getting this thing for a long time, but he has not used it much. The reason is that the destiny-killing card itself has too many restrictions and is too easy to backfire. This thing can only kill people whose power is weaker than themselves. If you force yourself to defeat them and kill those higher-level people, the destiny-killing monument will even backfire. If you can't kill others, you may be killed by the destiny-killing monument. However, Lin Shen has two large and small monuments of the heavenly destiny-killing monument. The small monument itself has the ability to restrain the heavenly destiny-killing monument, so under normal circumstances, Lin Shen will not be backfired. However, the small monument itself does not have the ability to kill people, and at most it can only be used to check people's names or birth dates in 8 characters. Lin Shen has also tried before that if the name is written on the big steel and the birth date is added, the effect of the great destiny-killing monument will be stronger, and it can defeat the strong to a certain extent, but the difference in strength is not enough. With Lin Shen's current hard power and cooperating with the great destiny-killing monument, killing a super-weak immortal, there may be a little possibility. It is impossible for an immortal of the level of killing Tian Ruodu. If there is no small monument, it will be 100% retaliated by the great destiny-killing monument. But that day, Ruodu made himself die, and actually used the power of the Book of Soul to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen has a small monument to protect his body. It is not that easy to kill him with this type of ability, not to mention the power to reverse the light of fate, which also allows Lin Shen to transform the power of the Book of Souls used by Tian Ruodu into his own powerful power. Lin Shen borrowed this power, plus his own power, so he wrote Tian Ruodu's name on the Tian Destiny-killing monument and directly killed Tian Ruodu's body. The power of the Destiny-killing monument is still somewhat different from the Book of Soul. The Book of Soul is to harvest people's souls, while the Destiny-killing monument kills human bodies. Generally speaking, the immortal should also die. Only when Tian Ruodu is good at the soul law can he transfer his soul to the life base and survive with the life base as a carrier. But he is no longer a human being, so the effect of the heavenly destiny-killing monument is much smaller, and there is no power of Tian Ruodu to borrow. If he uses the heavenly destiny-killing monument below and above, he is easily retaliated. Lin Shen dare not use it lightly. Lin Shen looked at Tian Ruodu, who died in his body, and burst into light like crazy, showing signs of losing control. Where the light on his body shines, there is no distinction between enemies and us. Immortal creatures close to each other were directly killed by his light. The light was so fast that even the accidental creatures reacted. Lin Shen suddenly realized that Tian Ruodu kept saying that he reversed the light, transformed into darkness, and became the king of the laws of darkness. It turned out that he was just a fake Dharma king. Now it can be seen that his law is still the law of light, and the law of darkness is just a branch of the law of light. Although he practiced the law of darkness to the extreme, the branch is only a branch after all. No matter how powerful this branch is, it is only a part of the law of light, and he is still a little short of the true Dharma king. Tian Ruodu, whose body was destroyed, was about to go crazy. Seeing that his law of light and soul were useless to Lin Shen, he immediately gave an order to the immortal biological legion, kill them all for me. Chapter 851 The Legion Escape. However, the immortal biological legion was just a commotion, and no one dared to attack Lin Shen. Lin Shen was already an invincible existence in their eyes at this time. People stood there and let Tian Ruodu beat him casually, and Tian Ruodu couldn't hurt a single hair. When the soul rule is used to write down someone's name, there is nothing to do.
When the person writes the name of Tian Ruodu's body will be killed.
Such a terrifying strongman has scared them all, and no one dares to go up and die. Tian Ruodu was furious and shouted coldly, "Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy." As soon as Tian Ruodu said this, the immortal biological legion was in a dilemma for a moment. The methods of creating gods are beyond the reach of ordinary races. If they do not obey Tian Ruodu's orders, even if Tian Ruodu does not kill them, there will be no hope for them to become human. What's more, Tian Ruodu has the means to control them, so it's easy to take his life. The immortal creatures all cursed Tian Ruodu in their hearts to be shameless. He was afraid of Lin Shen and did not dare to go up and fight to the death, but wanted them to go up and die. Although the immortal biological legion did not dare to disobey Tian Ruodu's orders, it moved very slowly. It was obviously an immortal existence, but it moved forward little by little, as if an old lady was walking. Lin Shen secretly cried in his heart, Tian Ruodu is too shameless, and he actually wanted to fight a group of people regardless of the agreement. Lin Shen just relied on the light of reversing fate to support the scene. If it was a close battle, it would be impossible to stop the attack of the immortal biological legion. Tian Ruodu saw those immortal creatures erratic and disobedient, and his body burst out with light, like the sun, killing many immortal creatures that were dragging forward. In this way, the immortal creatures did not dare to delay any longer, so they could only roar at Lin Shen and the others and roared. Tian Ruodu roared again, and the Nightmare King who was pulling the cart and more than a dozen nightmare holy beasts rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen cursed in his heart, preparing to fight against Tian Ruodu. If they could kill Tian Ruodu directly and scare away the immortal biological legion, they would still have a glimmer of hope. Just as I was about to fight, I suddenly saw a crack in the void, and a hand stretched out from it, tearing the void, and a majestic figure walked out from it. The immortal biological legion, which was originally willing to come up to fight desperately, stopped immediately. After seeing the figure clearly, they were even more shocked. Lao Tai, who was shot into the black hole by Tian Ruodu, actually tore the space and came back, and it seemed that his body was not damaged. Tian Ruodu was even more shocked when he saw Lao Tai. He had never heard of anyone who could escape from a black hole, which was a place where even light could not escape. What's going on with these guys? Tian Ruodu was shocked and angry. The immortal biological legion stopped. The Nightmare Holy Beasts and the Nightmare King did not stop without Tian Ruodu's orders, but they still rushed over with the terrifying power of law, like a starry sky combat chariot. Lao Tai had no expression on his face and slapped the Nightmare Holy car that was rushing towards him with one hand. The terrifying power directly rolled out the Nightmare Holy Beast and the Nightmare Holy car together. Even the Nightmare King could not control its own body, and rolled out along the Nightmare Holy car before stopping. Everyone was stunned. It was a nightmare at the level of the Immortal King. It was actually slapped and flew away. What a terrifying power it was. Everyone was retreating, including Tian Ruodu, and Mr. Zhao had already run away without a trace. He had already run away when Tian Ruodu ordered the Nightmare Holy Vehicle to rush towards Lin Shen. Lao Tai looked at Tian Ruodu, and Tian Ruodu suddenly flashed away. The fast speed was really like light and lightning. When Tian Ruodu ran, the immortal biological legion was in chaos and turned around and ran away. There are 2 monster-level strong men here, so only fools will go up and die, not to mention that even Tian Ruodu runs away. Damn, what's going on with those 2 bastards, how could they be so strong? Tian Ruodu was so angry, but he no longer had the courage to turn around and fight for Lin Shen and Lao Tai. His body was destroyed, and he could only survive in the body of the Seraph of Light, and could no longer be considered a living person. Lin Shen and others watched the immortal biological legion escape, but did not chase them. He wanted to keep Tian Ruodu, but Tian Ruodu was too fast to catch up with him, and he could not even see the shadow. No one dares to come here to cause trouble anymore. Lin Shen secretly felt glad in his heart. Fortunately, although Tian Ruodu had strong abilities that day, he had poor eyesight and could not see through the reality of reversing the light of fate, otherwise he would not have the capital to fight. Tian Gingyun and Tian Shanking looked at Lin Shen at this moment, and they were almost full of worship. Tian Ruodu was one of the leaders of the 13 god-making groups. All of those leaders are extremely terrifying existences in the universe, but Tian Ruida seems as powerless as a child in front of Lin Shen.
What a powerful existence this is. The adoptive father asked us to follow Master Lin. It turned out that we were thinking about us. Following this powerful man, if he could give him a few tips, he might be able to comprehend the realm of Earth Dharma soon. Both of them had the same thoughts in their hearts, and their eyes looked at Lin Shen became even more eager. The immortal biological legion ran away, but the immortal creatures killed by Tian Ruida himself left behind a lot of good things. The corpses of immortal creatures are extremely precious materials themselves, and some immortal creatures have embers of reincarnation. And their life base, which is also a good thing at the immortal level. Although it is the weakest level in the immortal level due to some problems, it is still considered an immortal spiritual base, which is stronger than the ordinary nirvana spiritual base. Strangely, no immortal magic core was found on the corpses of these immortal creatures. Theoretically, after immortal creatures die, their law power has a certain chance of condensed into an immortal magic core. The stronger the law power and the higher the realm, the higher the chance of condensed immortal magic core. These immortal creatures are naturally not of high level, but it is still a bit too strange that there is so many immortal creatures that have died, and there is not even an immortal magic core. It seems that the immortal creatures transformed by these nirvana people cannot be compared with the true immortal creatures. Lin Shen said in his heart. All of these gains are huge, but the immortal creatures that Tian Ruida killed brought Lin Shen and the others a huge fortune. Tianxuan intends to use the materials of these immortal creatures to create a castle so that the family will be destroyed once every time an enemy attacks. Chapter 852 Pet Price War. Tianxuan gave Lin Shen a task, that is, spending money. She also knew that Lin Shen would not make money, so she only handed over the task of spending money to Lin Shen, and the eldest sister Lin Miao was responsible for the matter of selling resources to make money. Suanio Temple was also found on the giant ring star. Both the sales and purchase of resources can be completed through Shang Star. It is now very popular in the universe. Lin Shen's task is to buy it in Shangxing's trading area, as long as there are the materials they need and the price is lower than the price they had planned in advance. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat in front of the stone platform. Xiaoyu was hammering his legs next to him, while he kept looking through the trading area. There are too many things in the trading area. Fortunately, Tianxuan and his elder sister have already sorted out the list for him, so he just needs to search and compare the prices according to the list. Lin Shen himself strongly asked to come to this job. If he didn't come here, Lao Tai would stare at him and understand the rules. Lin Shen is not working hard, he really cannot understand the law. Let's talk about it first. Lin Shen looked at the trading area while drinking the base liquid. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth while watching. Lin Shen drank the immortal base liquid himself. He wanted to drink it, but was asked to serve for a paid service. He wished he could jump up and slap Lin Shen's mouth. However, after repeated measurements, I knew that I could not beat Lin Shen, so I could only press this idea into my mind and lowered my head helplessly to hammer Lin Shen's leg. The price set by my elder sister is too low and I can't buy it at all. Lin Shen has been looking at it for several hours, and there is no price of a material that can reach the price set by my elder sister and Tianxuan. Due to the rebellion of the Tianren tribe, the prices of various materials are soaring, which can be easily reflected in Shangxing's trading area. Pet price war, what is this? Lin Shen looked around carelessly and suddenly saw a somewhat special pet trading area. Lin Shen looked at it with interest for a while and found that this trading area is different from the ordinary trading area. In this area, there are various pet battles, and you can display your pets through pet battles to gain a higher value. The pet price war is divided into several different levels. Pets of the basic transformation, ascension, nirvana and immortal level can all be selected to improve the valuation of the pet itself in different areas. The higher the valuation, the higher the ranking. But if you value this thing, it's okay to look at it. What really determines the value of a pet is market demand. Lin Shen studied for a while and found that this pet price war has another benefit. Every time he wins, he can get a different number of Shangxing coins rewards. These Shangxing coins are not issued by Shangxing platform,
but those who want to participate in the pet price war must pay some Shangxing coins in order to allow their pets to participate in the price war. If the pet wins, they can get a portion of Shangxing coins paid by the other party. The higher the pet's level, the more Shangxing coins you need to pay.
Lin Shen roughly took a look and found that the basic changing pet price war is actually free.
The price war of flying and upgrading pets requires 1 cent of Shangxing coins, the Nirvana level requires 1 cent of Shangxing coins, and the Immortal level requires $1 of Shangxing coins.
Shangxing platform is also bad enough.
The winning pet can only get half of the money, but the money you paid by yourself will be returned. What Lin Shen values is not this little money, but that he can choose to add bets in the price war. Lin Shen saw that some pets participated in the price war, and they actually marked the bets that required 10 yuan Shangxing coins. If you can win that pet, you can get an additional 10 yuan Shangxing coins paid by the other party. Of course, if you want to challenge that pet, you also need to pay 10 yuan Shangxing coins first. If you win, you will be refunded, and if you lose, you will be someone else's. Fortunately, the Shangxing platform does not take a commission on these bets, which is considered a conscience. This discovery made Lin Shen overjoyed. This money was really easy to make, and Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed, and he had already seen shamelessness and greed in Lin Shen's eyes. Ahem, Xiaoyu, you should know how difficult it is to keep a family now. Especially for men like me who have old and young people, who open their eyes every day, they have to think about how the family can eat and wear warm clothes. Lin Shen sighed and continued, look at the people in our family, they are all good at spending money and are particularly good at eating.
Fatty boy is just a lazy guy, he can't do anything except eating and drinking.
Dead noodles are also a foodie, they only eat and sleep.
Do you think I can count on them?
Alas, it's so difficult for me, and we can save snacks in our family.
Xiaoyu thought to herself, this is my fault. It's not my thing. I'm not eating yours. I want to drink immortal liquid, and I need to change it for you to hammer your legs. Do you tell me this? Xiaoyu didn't dare to say anything, so she could only hold back and stop talking. Xiaoyu, why don't you do this? You go up and fight a price war. We can make some money to improve our lives. Let's get some good things for you to replenish.
Lin Shen said as he saw that Xiaoyu was unmoved, his eyes turned and continued, I remember that Tianxuan collected a lot of reincarnation astronomers. I had long wanted to give it to you, but Tianxuan said he wanted to build a house, but our family had no money, so he could only use reincarnation astronomers to exchange materials. No matter how I said, she refused to give it to me. Fortunately, I was tough and stopped her and didn't ask her to sell it. I plan to make money and exchange it for you for food. Speaking of this, Lin Shen looked ashamed, you also know that I am a man who was born stupid and doesn't make money.
Alas, what should you do if you think I am? Why do you say so much nonsense? Don't you just want me to go to a price war to make money for you?
Xiaoyu said with a lip.
It's right to say that. If you don't have money, how can we change the eclipse of reincarnation for you to eat? Lin Shen said. Just tell me how much money you have to make before you are willing to give me the ember of reincarnation? Xiaoyu said coldly without being moved at all.
Tianxuan said that 1,000 Shangxing coins can be exchanged for a reincarnation ashes.
Take one for 100 yuan. Xiaoyu said with a finger. 800, I really can't be missing anymore.
I have to be shameless and ask Tianxuan for help.
100. 700, I'll give up this old face, and I have to ask you for help no matter what. 100. Xiaoyu, you have to understand my difficulties. This family of young and old all want to eat with their mouths open. If you do it, just do it, if you don't, go by yourself. Xiaoyu said with a cold face. Okay, I'll fight for you. You can make money first. I'll take the money to talk to Tianxuan. Seeing Xiaoyu so determined, Lin Shen had to agree. After Xiaoyu's consent, Lin Shen gave it to the price war.
After paying the money, he chose to challenge a Nirvana-level pet Dawei Tianlong with a bet of 100 yuan.
Chapter 853 Dragon Vein.
As Shangxing platform becomes more and more familiar with, the valuation of various items is constantly increasing. Xiaoyu's valuation of 21 yuan has been surpassed by many items during this period. Now, the most expensive thing on the most expensive ranking list has reached 56 yuan. Most items are actually not expensive in the original valuation, and most of them are rushing forward using rules such as pet price wars. There are only a few things on the list, which are originally priced higher than Xiaoyu. The valuation on the rankings is actually becoming increasingly inaccurate, and there are also people who use the rules to tamper with the goal of making profits. Catherine is one of the beneficiaries and she is in a pretty good mood recently. Taking advantage of the undervaluation of Dawei Tianlong, Catherine has recently won tens of thousands of Shangxing coins in the pet price war. When Catherine took the Great Viagra to estimate the price, it was still a juvenile body, and the estimate had reached the high price of the 10 Shangxing coin. Only after the estimation of the price, Catherine trained the Great Viagra, which made the Great Viagra itself soar. Then go fishing at a low price on pet prices. Some people see that the valuation of Dawei Tianlong is low and want to get a bargain. They will eventually be harvested by Dawei Tianlong. In order to keep Dawei Tianlong's valuation low, after winning a few times, Catherine will launch a pet price war with a relatively low bet, and then let his own pet win and let Dawei Tianlong lose. It will only lose a little handling fee for participating in the price war, which can reduce Dawei Tianlong's valuation. The universe is too big and there are too many leaks. Just one simple move has made Catherine earn a lot of Shangxing coins. Seeing that someone was going to challenge the Great Viagra, Catherine took a look at the name and valuation of the pet that was sent to the challenge request. Shura Ghost, estimated at 21 yuan, isn't this the pet that was ranked first before? Catherine naturally recognized the Shura Ghost and directly refused the challenge request. She couldn't guarantee that the great powerful Tianlong would definitely beat the Shura Ghost. After all, the Shura Ghost was once the number 1 Nirvana-level pet with the highest valuation, and she didn't want to take such a risk. Lin Shen originally thought that he could get money by launching a challenge, but found that he would be rejected. In desperation, Lin Shen challenged other pets with bets, but they were rejected without exception. Although Xiaoyu's ranking is not high now, his fame is too great. Everyone knows that Shura Ghost was initially evaluated and did not take him to play. How can it be so difficult to make money? Lin Shen was depressed. He thought he was here to pick up money, but it was really not easy to pick up money. Lin Shen felt a little moved, knowing that he would definitely not make money by doing this, so he took out the Dragon Hunter Keeves and placed it on the platform to estimate the price. The Dragon Hunter estimated the price of 11 yuan, which does not mean that the Dragon Hunter is not as valuable as the Shura Ghost. In fact, the general valuation of basic pets is below 5 yuan, and there is no initial valuation of more than 10 yuan. The Dragon Hunter estimates a high price of 11 yuan based on the base change level, which shows that its value is already extremely high. After estimating the price, Lin Shen took an Ascension Egg to the Dragon Hunter, allowing him to complete the evolution from base to Ascension. In fact, Lin Shen has been thinking about what kind of evolutionary route is suitable for Kiwis. The reason why Kivis has never been able to evolve is just because he has not thought about what kind of Ascension Egg to use to make Kivis evolve. Although Kivis and Deadfan are both Superbase pets, their attributes and characteristics are different. Dead Powder has the ability to swallow and evolve, and you can eat whatever you want. But Kives is different. His attributes and talent abilities are very targeted. If he makes a bad choice, his evolution will easily become distorted. That's why Lin Shen is so cautious and wants to find the best evolutionary route for Kivis. But because Kivis is so unique, he has never found a suitable Ascension Egg. There was a time when Lin Shen thought about using the creation of a divine egg to make him evolve, but later he gave up. This time, the Ascension Egg that Lin Shen chose was the one he bought in the Shangxing trading area and owned the mosaic. The reason I chose to use this Ascending Egg is because the Ascending Egg with mosaics is that the hatched pet is at least a mutant pet. This is not the main reason. What really made Lin Shen decide is that the fire seed that Lin Shen got from this Ascending Egg is called Dragon Vein. Failed super basic evolutionary fire, Dragon Vein, finding the dragon and exploring the vein, intercepting the Dragon Vein's chi fortune, which can enhance one's own chi fortune. Although Lin Shen has not yet figured out how to use the Dragon Vein, it can be judged based on the rules of the previous fire eggs that this Ascending Egg should have something to do with the dragon system. However, Lin Shen was not sure how deep this relationship was. He was a little hesitant before, but now he thought about it, there seems to be no better choice, so let Kivis use this ascension egg to evolve. Kivis's own energy had long been accumulated enough. With this ascending egg, Kivis immediately entered the ascending state. Lin Shen saw a strange scene, and countless blood gushed out of Kivis's body, turning into blood threads, wrapping his body up, forming a huge blood cocoon. The shape of this blood cocoon is a bit strange. It is not a normal oval, it is asymmetrical left and right, so it looks like a heart. Lin Shen is waiting for Kivis to evolve and intends to use Kivis to make a big profit in the pet price war. I originally thought it would take several days to hatch, but who knew that Kivis' evolution speed was much faster than I thought. Just 3 or 4 hours passed, Kivis had evolved, and the blood cocoon was gradually absorbed, revealing Kivis' true appearance. Kivis has changed a lot compared to before. He was wearing a blood-colored combat suit with a red bottom and black edges, but his hair was snow-white, and he was wearing a blood-colored crystal mask with a giant dragon spreading his wings on his face. He could only see the black eyes under the mask. This is so handsome. Lin Shen looked at Kivis's appearance and looked like a noble warrior from a science fiction movie. I quickly went to see Kivis's attributes. The top 81 surrounds were only one reincarnation number, and the talent skills were still the same. There was no big change, but the effect became stronger. The most important thing is the foundation of life. Lin Shen took a closer look and suddenly a beat of his heart was leaking. He saw that there were 2 fates of Kivis, which were 2 fates. What's going on? How could Kivis evolve into a double life base? Lin Shen was surprised and happy, but couldn't think of how Kivis evolved into a double life base. He clearly only gave Kivis an ascension egg. Chapter 854 Kivis' First Battle. Dragon Hunting Spear, Superbase, 1 turn. Talent of Life, Dragon Hunter, Gun Dance. Dragon Slaying Sword, Superbase, 1 turn. Talent of Life, Dragon Killer, Sword Dance Music. Kiwis's life foundation is an exaggerated blood-colored dragon pattern pistol and a blood-colored dragon pattern straight knife. Both life bases have dual talents. Dragon Hunter and Dragon Slayer both have restraint effects on dragon creatures. In addition, Kivis himself has the talent for dragon killers. Kivis's ability to restrain the dragon system is simply unparalleled. The dance of the gun and the dance of the knife are both enhanced by the other enhancement effects of their respective weapons, which doubled the destructive power of the Dragon Hunting Spear and Dragon Slaying Sword. Kivis's own combat power is already a top-notch existence in the flying upgrade. If he faces dragon creatures, Lin Shen wonders if Kivis can challenge him higher than the level. Lin Shen's heart moved and summoned the Holy Shield Dragon. Think about letting the 3 Life Foundation's Holy Shield Dragon fight Kivis to see how strong Kivis' restraint is on the dragon system and whether he can break the 3 shield protection of the Holy Shield Dragon. What surprised Lin Shen was that, just like Kivis' level, the number of reincarnations was much higher than Kivis, and all kinds of attributes were much stronger than Kivis. But in front of Kivis, the Holy Shield Dragon actually shivered and crawled directly on the ground. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even dare to look up. No matter how Lin Shen urged him, the Holy Shield Dragon just lay there trembling, not daring to fight with Kivis at all, and did not even dare to summon the lifeblood. I'm afraid even if Kivis killed it, it wouldn't dare to move. This ability to restrain one is too strong. Lin Shen knew that Kivis had strong restraint against the dragon system, but he did not expect that he would be so strong. The Holy Shield Dragon of the 3 realms has no courage to fight with it. Lin Shen had to summon a few ordinary ascension pets to test Kivis's combat ability, but Kivis's hand and pistol were crossed with crazy firepower, and they either had bullets pierced through their heads or were cut off by their heads by their swords. Kivis's figure was moving casually between the ascending pets, not like fighting, but like dancing at gorgeous dance music. Strong. Lin Shen loved Kivis very much. This pet was simply a representative word of handsomeness and strength. Can this be called strong? Xiaoyu curled her lips disdainfully. Lin Shen ignored him and quickly took Kivis to fight a pet price war. Kivis himself is just flying upgrades, so Lin Shen can only choose opponents in the flying upgrade area, so it is difficult to challenge the Nirvana level Great Power Dragon. Lin Shen looked for a while and found that there was a pet in the Ascension area, with an estimated price of only 13, but he actually gave a bet of 1,000 Shinshin coins.
Lin Shen quickly chose to challenge the other party.
Under Lin Shen's nervous gaze, the other party chose to agree, and Kiwi's figure disappeared from the glory of the platform.
We can finally make money.
Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, and his mouth was almost overwhelmed. 1,000 Shinshin coins were not a small amount, and now he was going to make a lot of money. Lin Shen was happy here, and the people who were challenged by Lin Shen were also happy at this time, and the corners of their mouths were raised.
There are actually fools who dare to challenge me. There are really many waterfish. Charles's mouth is harder to press than AK.
Since being fucked by Lin Shen at the last time at the dialectical meeting, Charles has learned from his mistakes and decided to improve his level first, and then find a way to deal with Lin Shen. It is not easy to be immortal, so Charles chose to make money first. He has made a lot of money using pet price wars recently. He and Catherine used similar methods, but because they won too much, the Crack Demon King is now too famous in the flying upgrade. No matter how much the estimated price or the bet, no one will challenge the Crack Demon King anymore, let alone accept the challenge of the Crack Demon King. Charles knew that the Breaking Demon King was abolished and it would be difficult to use him to make money in the future, so he casually ate 1,000 Shinshin coins to see if there were any waterfish taking the bait by themselves. Unexpectedly, someone actually challenged the Breaking Demon King, which made Charles's mouth tilt. The Breaking Demon King had played dozens of games, but there was no defeat, all of which were crushing victory. If Charles hadn't done it too much, the Breaking Demon wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. But it's no wonder Charles. The Breaking Demon King is a mutated ascension of 10 turns, and has a rare 4 talent, and is also the best talent.
The life-based talent is also the best among the best. With just a talent that doubles its attributes, the Sprout Demon King has 2.
Fighting with pets of the same level, few pets can last for 10 seconds in front of the Sprout Demon King. Through the projection on the platform, Lin Shen saw that Kiwi's appeared in an arena. A pet that was over 3 meters tall, covered with black crystal armor, and had 2 horns on his helmet, like a mecha warrior. Humanoid pets are rare, no wonder they can get a rating of 13. Before Lin Shen issued an attack order to Kiwi's, the opponent's explosive Demon King directly launched an attack. The Breaking Demon King raised his arm, and an arm cannon appeared on his arm, and he shot Kiwi's. Lin Shen saw a small shell shooting out from the barrel of the arm cannon and rushed towards Kiwi's at an extremely fast speed. With Lin Shen's thoughts, Kiwi's had already accepted his order, summoned the dragon-slaying sword, and slashed at the shell. When Charles saw that the other party actually used a knife to slash the rupture bomb of the Rupture Devil, he immediately laughed. The explosion bomb has an explosive effect and can blow up everything within a radius of more than 10 meters. The pets that fly up and upgraded are almost unable to withstand that kind of explosive power. Many pets fighting the Explosion King are directly killed by the explosion bomb, and they do not even have the chance to surrender. It was too late for others to hide. This pet actually used a knife to chop it, and he held it, instead of controlling the life base from the air. In Charles's view, Kiwi's was dead. But the next second, Charles widened his eyes. He actually saw Kiwi's knife, slashing the slit bomb in half from the middle, and the slit bomb did not explode. What skill is this? Why didn't the explosion bomb explode? Charles was slightly stunned, but he didn't take it seriously. He directly ordered the Explosion Demon King to activate the skill, and demon patterns appeared on his body, and his attributes continued to soar. He wanted to use the skills of the Breaking Demon King to directly crush the opponent to death. Without Lin Shen's command, Kiwi's rushed up with the knife, and the blood dragon pattern on the blade was flashing with a strange light. Good come! Charles let the Explosive Demon King, who had activated the double attribute double skill, rush towards Kiwi's, and punched him out at the same time. Kiwi's and the Crack King intertwined, and with a click, the Crack King's body actually cracked from the middle and was split in half. Your sister! Charles was shocked and angry, smashing everything in his hand. The Breaking Demon King is a top-quality pet that he can't buy even if he has money. He was killed just like that, and he lost 1,000 Shinshin coins. Charles's heart was bleeding. Sorry, it's a little late tonight. Chapter 855 Sacred Heart Night. Charles had the desire to kill someone. If you win, and you even killed the Breaking Demon King.
It's so disgusting.
Charles himself just didn't realize that he hadn't done much before. If you know who the Dragon Hunter's owner is, Charles really wants to kill the Dragon Hunter's owner directly. Unfortunately, Shangxing platform will not announce who the owner of the product is, and Charles has no choice but to think about it, and the more he thinks about it, the more angry he becomes.
No, I can't forget it.
Kill me, the Demon King of Breaking, and you must kill your pet. Charles refused to let it go, but he couldn't get a stronger flying upgrade pet.
Find a Nirvana-level pet to fight the other party.
Although the Shangxing platform supports higher-level challenges, the other party is not a fool and definitely cannot agree. We have to find a flying pet that can kill the Dragon Hunter, but where can we find such a pet? Charles's eyes turned, and suddenly had an idea, turned around and left Shangxing, returning to Lion Star. Charles quickly walked into the back garden of the Lion King Palace, and there was a big iron cage among the strange flowers and plants. The big iron cage is like a cage used in a zoo to trap beasts, but what is trapped in this cage is not a beast, but a man from the Lion Royal family.
This is a standard Lion Royal man with blonde curly hair and a golden beard on his face.
The whole person looked very majestic, as if he was really like a lion lying there.
Goria!
Charles stood in front of the cage and shouted carefully. He just shouted, and saw that the man in the cage had not woken up, so he didn't dare to scream anymore, so he stood there and looked at the man inside. After a while, the man sleeping in the cage stretched and finally woke up from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes and looked at Charles with his eyes as blue as the sky and asked, "Charles, what are you doing here?" "Goria, I discovered a very powerful flying upgrade, you will definitely be interested."
Charles said quickly. "Not interested."
Goria sat up and looked at Charles like that, and said lazily. Charles quickly took out the photo of the Dragon Hunter he took to show Goria. After Goria looked at the Dragon Hunter, his eyes could no longer be removed from him.
"Is this a human or an ascension creature?"
Goria reached out to grab the photo and said, looking at the Dragon Hunter in the photo.
"The Ascension pet is on Shangxing's platform.
You only need to find a powerful Ascension pet to challenge and kill him," Charles said.
"You want to borrow my Sacred Heart Knight?"
Goria saw through Charles's thoughts. Charles nodded quickly and said, "My sprouting Demon King died in his hands. His sword was too fast. He cut the sprouting Demon King in half with one knife.
Only your Sacred Heart Knight can restrain him."
Goria said lightly, "The Sacred Heart Knight can restrain him, but why should I lend it to you?
Don't you want to kill this guy?"
"He looks cooler and more stylish than you," Charles said.
"What did you say?"
Goria suddenly stood up, grabbed the steel bars of the cage with both hands, staring at Charles tightly, and the veins on his hands burst out.
The next second, Goria pulled his hands violently.
The cage cast with a special secret method was directly bent by Goria, and a space that was enough for Goria to walk out. Goria jumped out of the cage and came to Charles, grabbed Charles's neck and lifted him up. Charles was already very tall, but in front of Goria, he looked as short as a dwarf. "Brother, don't worry, I just want to help you kill him."
Charles seemed to be about to suffocate.
Goria stared at Charles for a while, and suddenly let his hand hold his neck loosens, allowing Charles to fall to the ground, then reached out and took out two things and threw them in front of Charles. "In this world, no matter whether it is a human or any other creature, there is no more stylish existence than me, kill him."
"Okay brother, wrap it on me."
Charles picked up the pet capsule and pet key on the ground, and said as he quit the garden. After leaving the garden, Charles breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Goria is his brother, he really doesn't want to meet that weird guy. If he didn't really want to swallow this, he wouldn't have come to find Goria. With the Sacred Heart Knight, you will definitely be able to kill the Dragon Hunter. Charles was full of confidence and wished he could fly to Shangxing to find the Dragon Hunter to take revenge. The Sacred Heart Knight is already the top among the top in the flying upgrade class. The key is that the Sacred Heart Knight is very restrained and has strong power and fast pets. Although the name of Sacred Heart Knight is a knight, he does not have a mount. He is wearing heavy armor all over his body. With the blessing of Sacred Armor talent, there is no attack in the flying upgrade class that can break the defense of Sacred Heart Knight. Coupled with the skill effect of the divine impact of the life base, the Sacred Heart Knight's speed can be increased to a level that is difficult to reach than flying upgrades, which is enough to perfectly restrain the Dragon Hunter with fast speed and strong destructive power. Of course, the innate ability of the Holy Impact needs to be used in conjunction with the Sacred Heart Knight's life-based heavy armor paladin. The first time he got the Sacred Heart Knight, Charles rushed towards Shangxing impatiently, but after arriving Shangxing, he found that the Dragon Hunter was fighting and had no way to challenge it. After the Dragon Hunter defeated the Breaking Demon King, Lin Shen instantly received 1,000 Shangxing coins, which was quite a lot of money. After all, there are many immortal pets, and the price is only a few hundred Shangxing coins. If you have to make up one, you can buy 2 low-priced immortal pets with 1,000 Shangxing coins.
Sure enough, it's good to make money like this. Lin Shen was in a happy mood and immediately asked the Dragon Hunter to continue challenging other Ascension pets with bets. But the bets for ordinary Ascension pets are too low.
Not to mention thousands of Shangxing coins, even fewer than 100 are. Those who can bet on dozens of Shangxing coins are already considered to be a big family. Lin Shen is a big eater, which makes Dragon Hunters challenge the big ones with the highest bets. Because the Dragon Hunter is a raw face, and the valuation is neither low nor high, it makes people unable to understand his reality. After hesitating for a moment, the man still agreed to the Dragon Hunter's challenge.
There are very few Superbase pets in the universe. Among the same level, Superbase pets have overwhelming advantages.
The Dragon Hunter easily solved the battle with only the dragon-slaying sword and won a bet of 78 yuan.
Chapter 856 The King of Secret Realm.
Lin Shen, who has won more than 1,000 yuan, looks down on this little money, but when Fei upgrades to other pets, he is the only bet at most. Lin Shen doesn't have a chance to fight a more profitable price war. Like the Breaking Demon King, it is the only one in Fei upgrade.
Continue to challenge, some agree, and some refuse.
Lin Shen is still not as scheming and slim enough. After winning several games in a row, the Dragon Hunter has been targeted by many people. Although other than the challenged pet owner, others cannot see the battle of the Dragon Hunter, and they do not know which pet the Dragon Hunter is challenging. However, seeing that the valuation of the Dragon Hunter has been increasing, the valuation of the pets that had made high bets was actually lower. Moreover, this situation was not as accidental as once or twice. Many people have guessed what was going on. Those who rely on pet prices to make a living without a fuel-efficient lamp, and no one will accept the challenge of Dragon Hunters soon. Lin Shen realized this problem, but it was too late to solve this problem at this time. If he had realized this problem early, he should have won 1 or 2 games, and then look for those with low bets to lose a few games, so that he can develop for a long time.
It is too late to say this now.
The Dragon Hunter has been targeted.
Even if he continues to estimate the Dragon Hunter, it will be useless.
Lin Shen had to put a bet of 1,000 yuan in the pet price war zone to see if there were any waterfish to come to the door to deliver the money. At this time, Charles was still borrowing the Sacred Heart Knight from Goria, otherwise this $1,000 would probably fall on Charles's head. Lin Shen originally thought that no one would challenge Kivis, and continued to look at the price of the materials there, but suddenly received a challenge application.
The King of Fei Upgrade Pet Secret Realm challenges the Dragon Hunter, do you agree?
Lin Shen took a look and after confirming that the other party was upgraded, he directly chose to accept it, not even looking at the other party's valuation. When the Dragon Hunter entered the arena, Lin Shen saw the pet named the King of the Secret Realm. It turned out to be a pet with a gray bandage wrapped around him, as if he was a mummy.
Lin Shen directly ordered the Dragon Hunter to launch an attack.
The Dragon Hunter summoned the dragon-slaying sword, rushed over quickly, and slashed with a sword.
Lin Shen originally thought that the mummy-like pet should not be very capable of moving and would be slower.
Who knew that its movement speed was unexpectedly fast? With the speed and swordsmanship of the Dragon Hunter, he could not touch the King of the Secret Realm for several consecutive stabs. The body movement of the King of the Secret Realm is extremely strange and looks very mysterious.
Even Lin Shen can't see through what kind of movement the other party will move next, and where it will move.
The key is that it is so fast and so weird, but it doesn't look smooth at all. The King of Secret Realms' every move is very stiff, and every movement of his body moves straight, like a robot. It is this body technique that makes the Dragon Hunter's dragon-slaying sword constantly fail, and he cannot cut the body of the king of the secret realm.
This pet is interesting.
Lin Shen looked at the king of the secret realm curiously, a little surprised that the pet's speed and body skills were so powerful. But then I thought about it, I must have some skills to make such a bet of 1,000 yuan, and it is not surprising that I have such combat power. Lin Shen was surprised, and the master of the king of the secret realm was also very surprised.
Long Yue looked at the secret realm king and dragon hunter in the battle, with a slightly surprised face. She looks down on ordinary ascension pets. She can take out the king of the secret realm, so she naturally wants to cultivate this pet. The pet who can be favored by the immortal level Long Yu must be extremely strong. The origin of the king of secret realm is extraordinary.
It is not only a top quality pet, but also has strong learning and evolution ability. He can learn and grow in battle, and his experience and combat ability will increase accordingly.
Long Yue asked the king of secret realm to participate in the price war. Winning money is second, and increasing the king of secret realm's combat experience is the main purpose.
Unexpectedly, I encountered such a powerful pet in the first game.
No wonder I dared to make 1,000 bets. This dragon hunter is indeed a bit powerful and looks handsome.
Long Yue looked for a while and found that the king of the secret realm could only dodge and had no power to fight back under the dragon hunter's knife.
Long Yue is not surprised but happy.
The king of the secret realm has strong learning ability.
The stronger the opponent, the faster he will grow.
It is a good thing for the king of the secret realm. Just as he thought that if he continued to fight like this, the king of the secret realm should be able to gain a lot of combat experience, he suddenly heard a bang of gunshot. The king of the secret realm, who was originally dodging, had a hole as thick as a finger on his head inexplicably, and then he lay down straight.
To life-based pet, so sinister.
Long Yue was slightly surprised when she saw the gun in the other hand of the dragon hunter. I suddenly felt that the owner of the dragon hunter was a bit too sinister. He was obviously a too life-based pet who could fight head-on, but chose to attack him and wanted the life of the king of the secret realm with just one shot.
This was too cruel.
If it weren't for the fact that the king of the secret realm was very special, if it were other pets, he would have really been killed.
This person is bad. Long Yue chose to admit defeat.
If she refused to admit defeat now, the opponent found that the king of the secret realm was not dead. If she continued to attack now, the king of the secret realm would be really dangerous. He admitted his losses and lost 1,000 Shanshin coins. Although this money was not a big deal for Long Yue, he lost a little unwillingly. When I train the king of the secret realm and challenge the dragon hunter, I will definitely let him return it twice. Long Yue seemed to have a good idea and looked at the king of the secret realm lying straight on the ground. The next second, the body of the king of secret realm bounced straight up, and the hole in his forehead slowly bulged up, returning to his original appearance.
Let's go to train, and I'll give you some more food.
After you 10 turns, you will have strong combat experience and then win back the money. Long Yue made up her mind to train the king of the secret realm himself to enhance his combat experience. Then get some resources back and let the king of secret realm turn 10 times as soon as possible. When the king of the secret realm challenges the dragon hunter as a loser, the other party will definitely think that the king of the secret realm is here to give money. Long Yue really wants to see the owner of the dragon hunter, and see the strength of the secret realm king, defeating the dragon hunter and winning his money away. What kind of expression will be like after he wins his money? Unfortunately, the owner of the product cannot be seen on the Shangxing platform, so Long Yue can only imagine it. Lin Shen won another 1,000 yuan and was in a good mood. He gave a bag of immortal liquid to Xiaoyu, who was standing by the saddle and horse, and gave the dragon hunter some mutant ascension liquid, hoping to increase his reincarnation. The dragon hunter is still changing now and there is still a lot of room for improvement.
Chapter 857 Give yourself a little reward.
Charles scratched his ears and heads, waiting to kill the dragon hunter wildly. Finally, the dragon hunter's battle ended, but found that there was still no way to challenge the dragon hunter. The opponent ended the challenge and came down from the list of acceptance of the pet price war. This almost made Charles very angry, but he had no choice but to force the other party to accept the challenge. Lin Shen removed the conditions for the dragon hunter to accept the challenge. He did not want to accept the challenge, but thought that someone would dare to pay for 1,000 yuan.
Is it more targets or is there someone dare to challenge it? It's a matter of winning once, but who knows how many more times can you win? With the performance of the Dragon Hunter, I'm afraid not many people dare to challenge him. We should cherish the opportunity.
So after Lin Shen withdrew the Dragon Hunter, he rebet, with 3,000 Shangxing coins. Lin Shen is planning to make a good time at once, and after doing this, he can stop directly. With 5 or 6,000 Shangxing coins, he could buy the materials for Tianquan to build a new home directly, and he didn't need to worry about the price. The only thing that made Lin Shen unconfident was whether anyone would spend 3,000 yuan to challenge the Dragon Hunter. Although opportunities and risks coexist, there are only not many people who dare to take this risk. For most Ascensioners, the 3,000 Shangxing coins may be money that they will never make even if they don't eat, drink, spend money, and they will never make it hard. When Charles saw the Dragon Hunter appearing on the list again and began to accept the challenge again, he was overjoyed and immediately launched the challenge. The balance of Shangxing coins is insufficient, I can't challenge the Dragon Hunter. Charles was excitedly waiting for the battle to begin, wanting to see the Sacred Heart Knight beat the Dragon Hunter crazy. But suddenly I saw a prompt popping up on the screen and was stunned. No, I still have more than 1,000 balances on Shangxing. How could I have insufficient balances? Charles quickly looked at the bets that the challenger needed to pay. After seeing this, his original frustration was swept away and he almost laughed out loud. It's great that I actually set a bet of 3,000. Charles felt that he was about to win back his losses with his capital and interests. 3,000 Shangxing coins, 1,000 make up for the lost part before, and 2,000 Shangxing coins, it is more than enough to buy a spoiled Demon King pet. But Charles himself doesn't have that much money. He usually spends money and has no spare food. Recently, I just won some money by the Breaking Demon King, but I was won by the Dragon Hunter almost half of it. Now there are only more than 1,000 Shangxing coins left. Charles gritted his teeth and contacted his friends to borrow it. Fortunately, his name as the Prince of the Lion Royal clan is still useful. He pieced it together and finally got 3,000 Shangxing coins and chose to challenge the Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen read the information of the Sacred Heart Knight and then chose to agree. Unexpectedly, someone would actually accept the battle of 3,000 bets. It was not until the moment the Sacred Heart Knight entered the field that Charles finally felt relieved and felt that the 3,000 Shangxing coins had been obtained. The Sacred Heart Knight was covered with heavy armor emitting a breath of light, holding a holy shield in one hand and holding a sacred cross sword in the other. The whole person exuded a sacred aura, and the shield also had a holy cross pattern. The cross sword in the Sacred Heart Knight's hand hit the shield, and the cross pattern on the shield suddenly lit up, making the Sacred Heart Knight's entire body coated with a layer of holy glory. Lin Shen ordered the Dragon Hunter to launch an attack, and the dragon-slashing sword slashed at the Sacred Heart Knight with a strong sound of breaking through the air. Although the Sacred Heart Knight had swords and shields in his hand, he had no intention of blocking it and allowed the dragon-slaying sword to slash him. It seemed like there was a layer of holy light armor outside him, blocking the slash of the dragon-slaying sword. The power of the dragon-slaying sword failed to cut through the holy light armor. The Sacred Heart Knight stabbed the Dragon Hunter with a sword, and the speed was fast and fierce, so the Dragon Hunter could only retreat. The Dragon Hunter had just retreated for a while, but suddenly found that the Sacred Heart Knight's speed of rushing forward had actually accelerated. A mount covered in heavy armor appeared when he sat down. The heavy armored mount rushed forward with the Sacred Heart Knight, and its speed became faster and faster. The Dragon Hunter can only dodge left and right, and dodge the Sacred Heart Knight's attacks again and again. When Charles saw that the Dragon Hunter was not able to fight back at all under the attack of the Sacred Heart Knight, he was so excited that he was about to jump up. 3,000 yuan. I'm about to get it. Charles was already fantasizing about how to spend crazily after he got 3,000 yuan. Bang! A gunshot broke Charles's fantasy. Charles was distracted just now and didn't see anything happened. When I looked over, I saw that the Sacred Heart Knight with a blood hole appeared on his waist was falling off his mount. The Dragon Hunter rushed up with a knife, stabbing the fallen Sacred Heart Knight, and the swords were all inserted in the same position, and the Sacred Heart Knight Ascension liquid rushed wildly. The Charlesian was still confused and had not yet reacted. Why did the Sacred Heart Knight be fucked after walking through the divine Kung Fu?
He had obviously gained the advantage just now. When Charles reacted, he saw that the Sacred Heart Knight had no power to resist. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only admit defeat and wanted to rescue the Sacred Heart Knight. This was borrowed from the alien that Goria. If he killed him, he would not imagine what the result would be. But his hesitation hurt him. He just now was reluctant to bet on the 3,000 Shangxing coins. Seeing that the Sacred Heart Knight was injured, he still hoped that the Sacred Heart Knight could turn defeat into victory. As a result, when it was impossible to admit defeat, it was too late. The Sacred Heart Knight who came back had turned into a corpse. Charles stared at the Sacred Heart Knight's body blankly, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet and rushed directly into his mind, making him feel cold. After losing 3,000 Shangxing coins at once and killing Goria's Sacred Heart Knight, Charles felt that he was going to be finished. The Sacred Heart Knight's defense is obviously not something that can be broken by flying upgrades, so how could it be killed? Charles couldn't understand, but he no longer had the mental resentment and his heart was filled with fear. How could he know that Lin Shen could see the weaknesses of the acupoints? The Sacred Heart Knight is indeed very strong, and the Dragon Hunter's attack cannot break his defense. But Lin Shen saw the only 2 acupoints on his body, which were also the weakness of the Sacred Heart Knight. The Dragon Hunter successfully attacked with a Dragon Hunting Spear, directly breaking the Sacred Heart Knight's defense, which would lead to such a reversal. Lin Shen, who received 3,000 yuan, was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. Consumption, must consume, I have made so much money, and if I don't spend some money, I really deserve to hit myself. Lin Shen did not let the Dragon Hunter accept the challenge anymore, and excitedly opened the trading area, intending to buy some small gifts for myself to reward me who worked hard to make money. Chapter 858 Moon Rabbit Statue. Lin Shen browsed the trading area and bought a lot of weird gadgets. He couldn't say what it was for, he just thought it was fun. Fortunately, Lin Shen is not expensive. They are all small things that are a few cents and can't cost much. But Lin Shen is more fun-loving. He bought more novel things he had never seen before, and unknowingly spent 200 or 300 yuan. There are so many things Lin Shen has never seen before in the universe, which makes Lin Shen feel unsatisfied. These insignificant things do not even have an estimated price, and the price of the sale depends entirely on the owner's wishes, and the buyer has nothing to compare with the price. Lin Shen gave Xiaoyu the things he bought, but Xiaoyu curled her lips. You are childish, don't think that others are the same as you. If you want to play, just play by yourself. I have no interest. Lin Shen didn't care, so he picked up the things and studied them on his own. Some of these things were handmade from primitive planets, some were industrial products of some small races, and some were products with relatively high technological content, just like using some instrument to print the finished product directly using base-changing materials. Printing does not mean copying. It directly uses holographic images as data to print the base material out of the same thing as in the holographic images. A mini statue made of purple crystal material that Lin Shen bought was printed with Nirvana material. The printed blueprint should be the 1-month rabbit clan, but the printed statue should have been reduced in proportion, only as big as a palm, and it looks very beautiful. The statue is a moon rabbit woman wearing armor holding a bizarre sword in her hand. Her delicate appearance forms a strong contrast with the bizarre sword. The reason why Lin Shen took a fancy to this printed statue is because the statue of the moon rabbit tribe reminded Lin Shen of Ayun. Ayun also experienced several storms in giant Huanqing. Fortunately, she was lucky and she was not hurt. The main reason is that the box of techniques Lin Shen gave her was hardworking and she has practiced many techniques. Her combat power is very strong at the same level, which is also one of the reasons why she can save her life. Lin Shen bought the statue of the month rabbit tribe and planned to go back to teach her techniques, and he could use it as a gift for her. After all, there are so many techniques to teach, and Ayun will work very hard at that time. Every time Valkyrie's protection is activated, the consumption will be very serious. Moreover, Lin Shen also has a plan to help Ayun advance to Nirvana level, let her understand the power of the law, and then use the protection of the Valkyrie to impart all the laws she comprehended to herself. Wouldn't that mean that she also comprehended various laws and could learn from Lao Tai's lawlessness? Lin Shen was not sure if this could be done, so he planned to turn around and ask Ayun.
If he could do it, he would find a place of nirvana to help her complete nirvana. Lin Shen played with the Moon Rabbit clan statue in his hand, and suddenly felt something was wrong. This thing is printed, and there should be no gaps or dead corners on the body. However, Lin Shen found that there seemed to be an invisible gap at the connection between the tail and body of the Moon Rabbit statue. Because it was the connection, the tail was round and blocked the gap. If it were not seen from a special angle, the connection would not be visible at all, and it would be even more impossible to see the gap that was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Why are the whole body of the Moon Rabbit clan statue printed, but the tail is not one with the body? It was the seller who lied that this thing was not printed in holographically at all, or is there another reason? Lin Shen was curious and held it in his hand for a long time, but found no problems. If it were someone else, maybe that would be fine. After all, it was not a big deal. Moreover, the statue was so beautiful, and the material was indeed nirvana material, so I would not have any thoughts anymore. However, Lin Shen is very exploratory about these gadgets and has a lot of things when he was a child. At this time, seeing that 1, 2 or 3 cannot be studied, I felt unwilling to end like this, and suddenly summoned the inheritance fan, turned it into a lightsaber, and slashed directly into the middle of the Moon Rabbit statue. He wanted to divide the statue into 2 and see what the structure inside looked like. When the lightsaber slashed to the butt of the Moon Rabbit statue, he heard a sound of the lightsaber, and the lightsaber was blocked. Is there something inside? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Although the lightsaber transformed by the inheritance fan is not a magic weapon, the general nirvana material is not much different from what under the lightsaber. The Moon Rabbit statue itself is easily cut open, which also proves the sharpness of the lightsaber, but the lightsaber is blocked by something. Obviously, there is something in it that is different from the Moon Rabbit statue. Lin Shen became more and more curious. He took the lightsaber and cut the Moon Rabbit statue open. The parts that could be cut were cut off by Lin Shen, and soon something inside the buttocks of the Moon Rabbit statue were exposed. What is this? Lin Shen picked out a bead embedded in it and took it in front of him. When he saw this thing just now, he thought it was something like the ashes of reincarnation, and thought he wanted to make another small fortune. But after a closer look, I found that this thing was not the ashes of reincarnation. There are many people who see the deep forest of the age of reincarnation. This thing is as dark as a coal core, and there is no fluctuation that nirvana power or the age of reincarnation should have. What is this thing? Is it used to put it in it as a counterweight? Lin Shen pinched it and found that this coal core-like thing was not ordinary hard. He kept adding more force, and the thing was not damaged at all. He could crush the immortal material. Lin Shen used another force without believing in evil. Who knew that with this violent force, he actually crushed something like a coal core? Something smaller than a fingernail fell out of the broken black residue. Damn, what kind of chip is this? It's not about eavesdropping and sneak shots, right? It's too sinister to install it in the Moon Rabbit statue. Lin Shen pushed the black scum away and found that it was a small chip that didn't know what it was for, which reminded him of things like secretly shooting AVI. This forced Lin Shen to wake up and quickly checked all the things he bought, so he should not be equipped with monitoring and monitoring equipment. After the inspection, Lin Shen was still worried. After returning to Giant Ring Star, he asked someone to use an instrument to scan and detect it. If there is a monitoring device, it will not be difficult to monitor it. Xiao Wu, I think your chip is not like a monitoring and listening device, it looks like a storage chip, but it is a little different from an ordinary chip. It is a technology that I have never seen before, and the interface is also different. The staff in charge of the inspection looked at the chip in Lin Shen's hand and said. Chapter 859 The Monitored Room. Storage chips? Are you sure? Lin Shen was slightly stunned and asked at the staff member. I'm just guessing that because the interfaces are different, I can only try it in a more primitive way, for fear of damaging the chip, said the staff. It doesn't matter, you try it as much as possible. It's best to be sure that it is the storage chip. It doesn't matter if it's not sure if it's destroyed. Lin Shen felt that it didn't matter. After hearing Lin Shen say this, the staff took the chip and started fiddling with various instruments. Lin Shen saw that the instruments printed some structures on the chips. After a while, a holographic image was actually projected from one instrument.
Mr. Xiao Wu, I'm not wrong. It's just that I'm storing the chip and there are holographic images inside.
The staff member said excitedly.
Good job.
Lin Shen took out a pet capsule and threw it to him. Thank you for your hard work.
Xiao Wu Master, how can I be so embarrassed? With your relationship with our Star Master, how can I accept your things?
The staff member was holding the pet capsule, looking hesitant but not daring to accept it.
I'll accept what you give me. First, go and see if you like it or not. If you don't understand anything in terms of control, then come to me. Lin Shen said.
Haole, Xiaowo Master, this instrument can be directly controlled by the intelligent brain.
Just ask it directly for whatever you want to see.
The staff member was also a person with a good mind and quickly took out the pet capsule. Lin Shen ordered the smart brain to open the storage space of the chip, and indeed saw a few video materials inside, but the format was relatively old and a little different from the more popular formats now. Fortunately, the smart brain player is relatively advanced and can be compatible with this relatively old format, so it is easy to open.
The holographic projection immediately projected an image. Lin Shen originally thought, would the content of the image be related to the Moon Rabbit clan? Otherwise, why would the statue of the Moon Rabbit clan be created?
He had seen images of the Moon Rabbit clan before, and he also knew that the entire Moon Rabbit clan and their planet had disappeared, and only some Moon Rabbit clan members who were wandering outside were still struggling to survive in the universe. Maybe the content in this chip is related to the Moon Rabbit clan, and it may even be related to the mystery of the Moon Rabbit clan's disappearance. However, the projected image is not the Moon Rabbit clan, but an empty room.
The room is not big and looks a bit messy. There are all kinds of things inside. The most conspicuous one is the TV on the wall in the middle of the picture. It was an old-fashioned big-headed TV, and even on the human mother planet, it was rare to see that kind of TV. When human technology was most developed, although it could not reach the level of holographic projection, general projection, and LCD TVs were still very advanced. There are sofas and coffee tables in the room, with a lot of things on it, including books, clothes, etc. This is the picture, and Lin Shen thought the image was not played. After looking at it, I found that the image is playing.
Because the picture has always been this picture and has not changed much, it looks like it is still. Just as Lin Shen was a little impatient and wanted to get the smart brain to speed up the image, he suddenly saw a figure entering the picture.
Mosaic?
Lin Shen stared at the figure appearing in the picture in a daze.
He could see a ball of mosaics, and he could not tell for a moment whether this mosaic was built on the image or a fire-type mosaic.
Lin Shen couldn't tell it for a while, so he could only continue to look patiently, and only saw the human-shaped mosaic walking around the room, eating and lying on the sofa. He was listening with a head-mounted ear for a while, and then turned on the TV and started watching the show. After waiting for a while, the man actually took an ancient game console from the TV cabinet, connected it to the data-color TV, and started playing ancient games. Lin Shen looked at the game he played, which seemed to be a relatively ancient game.
Kill some monsters.
After the monster died, a text message would pop up, saying that he had obtained something or something. Lin Shen watched for a while and he kept playing there, sitting and playing, lying down and playing, and even putting the control on the ground and playing with his feet. As he watched, Lin Shen felt something was wrong.
How long has it been? Why has the video not ended yet? Fast forward. Lin Shen asked the smart brain to fast forward the image, wanting to see if there is anything valuable behind the image.
It is not what Lin Shen wants to watch a mosaic playing such an ancient game here.
The image is damaged and cannot be accelerated. Jiwang answered Lin Shen.
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. It should have nothing to do with whether the image is damaged or not to be accelerated, right? Even if it is a damaged image, it should be able to accelerate the playback.
Intelligent Brain answered, the image has underlying logical control and cannot be accelerated. How long has this image been? Lin Shen thought about it and asked again. 3 hours. Ziwang replied.
Lin Shen frowned slightly. He couldn't fast forward for 3 hours. It was really boring to just watch such a person playing games inside. After thinking about it, Lin Shen asked Jiju to turn off the video and plan to watch other videos first. When I opened the new video, I found that it was still a room. This room was obviously much more luxurious, with all kinds of luxurious furniture and decorations, just like the lobby of a 5-star hotel. If it weren't for the fact that there was a big floor-to-ceiling bed in this room, it wouldn't be obvious that this was just a room, it would be too big. Lin Shen watched it for a long time, but the picture did not change at all. He thought that someone would be in the camera like the previous video, but it didn't work. After watching it for more than 10 minutes, it was still a still picture. Lin Shen asked the smart brain to fast forward again, but the answer he got was still not fast forward, which was still the answer to the underlying logic incorrectly. Lin Shen had to change to other images to see. What surprised him was that these videos were shot in different rooms. This made Lin Shen feel like he was watching surveillance, as if someone was monitoring these rooms and recording these images. But except for the rooms in the first video, there are no other rooms, and there are no personal images and no one. What are the people who took these videos monitoring? Can't it be that the video was filmed during the day, and most people went out, not at home, only the owner of the first room was at home, so he was only photographed? Lin Shen thought for a while, called Tianqin over, and called him. "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" "I'm very busy." Tianqin walked over reluctantly, muttering inside. "If you have something, please help me see." Lin Shen opened the first video, wanting Tianqin to help him see if the person in the video has mosaics. But when Lin Shen opened the video, he was stunned. Chapter 860 Strange Video. After the video is opened, it should be played from the beginning, or from the previous closed time point. But the content of this video is something Lin Shen has never watched before. In other words, the content played now is what Lin Shen has closed the video. The person in the video is still playing games, but the game he is playing now is no longer the one Lin Shen watched before, and it is obviously a game he is playing. "Jiju, has this video been played in the background?" Lin Shen asked Jiju. The video was not played in the background and it was closed just now. Ziwang answered clearly. "That's a big deal. It's not played in the background. How could it be the content behind when it is opened?" Lin Shen tried to turn it on and off a few more times, but it turned it on again. The content was all content that he had never seen before, which was completely different from the previous one. It's like after Lin Shen turned off the video content was still playing continuously. This feeling is not like watching a video, or watching a live broadcast or a TV program. But the chip is obviously a storage device, which contains some recorded videos. How could it be a live broadcast, and it is even less likely to be a TV station program? "What did you ask me to come for?" "Show me this?" Tianqin asked suspiciously at the holographic image. "Can you see the people in the image?" Lin Shen could only suppress the doubts in his heart first and point to the people in the image. "When Tianqin? Nonsense, my eyes are not blind, of course I can see someone in the image." Tianqin curled his lips and said. Lin Shen was happy when he heard this. Since Tianqin could see the person in the image, wouldn't he say that he had found another person who might have a fire of rebellious spirit? What does this person look like if he is a man or a woman? Because there is no sound in the video, Lin Shen has not even distinguished whether the person in the image is a man or a woman. How do I know whether he is a man or a woman? What does he look like? My eyes will not remove the mosaic. Tianqin's words made Lin Shen stunned. Can you see the mosaic? Lin Shen asked at Tianqin. Nonsense, the mosaic covers everyone. Who can't see such a big mosaic? What's wrong with you? Why do you always say something strange today? What's going on with this image? Who is the person with the mosaic inside? Tianqin asked. I just want to know who he is. Lin Shen said. Tianqin said disdainfully, Homemaker, you really have no knowledge at all. It's just a mosaic. Just eliminate it. Just give the smart brain a hint. Can this be like this? Lin Shen didn't expect that the intelligent brain could do such things, and it seemed that he had missed something before. Idiot.
Tianqin directly issued an order to Jiwan, eliminate the mosaic in the video. Start parsing and clearing. Jibu accepted the command and automatically used the software tools to start optimizing the image. But after a while, the mosaic in the image was not eliminated.
Instead, the intelligent brain said, "It is impossible to resolve the mosaic, the video error."
This is such a broken brain. Even a mosaic will make mistakes.
Take the video to me and I will use my brain to help you remove the mosaic.
I have experience in this. Tianqin had the urge to smash the brain.
Lin Shen closed the video and called the staff back, asking him to copy all the videos. However, the staff had been working for a long time but could not copy the video and kept reporting errors.
How can you use your R&D department so badly? It's time to change the channel, Tianqin said from the side.
Because the laboratory was destroyed before, the smart brain I just changed is already the latest model. It has nothing to do with the smart brain if it cannot be copied. It should be because there is something wrong with the video itself or the storage, so it cannot be copied.
The staff thought about it and said, there are two solutions now. I can help you transcribe one.
However, you need to turn on the video to play and then directly transcribe the content. The video will take as long as it takes.
There is another method. I will print the uplink interface for this storage. You can take it back and play it on other smart brains. Then print it up and turn it up. Tianqin directly helped Lin Shen make a choice. It doesn't matter if Lin Shen is so good.
Lin Shen is a little disappointed when he knows that the people in the video have mosaics, not with fire. If he didn't think this video was a bit weird and wanted to figure out what was going on, he no longer wanted to watch it. The staff used the equipment to print the chip and put the reconnection interface, and Lin Shen and Tianqin went to Tianqin's residence together. Tianqin opened the door of the study, awakening the latest smart brain he bought, and connecting the chip. Tianqin's intelligent brain performance is actually better than that in the laboratory, and I don't know how much he spent on it.
Xiaolu, open the first video. Tianqin directly ordered Jibu. Okay master, the video has been opened. I found that there is a mosaic. Will the ultra-high definition image quality be corrected immediately?
Xiaolu Intelligent is worthy of being a high-end product, and it will actually provide services on its own initiative.
You really have experience in this matter,
Lin Shen said to Tianqin with a smile.
It's normal to study technology, Tianqin said and issued an order to Xiaolu, clear the mosaic. Okay, clear the mosaic immediately.
When the deer was about to clear the mosaic, the person in the image disappeared. I just pushed open the door and walked out, Lin Shen said to Tianqin, who was not paying attention. The two of them waited for a while, but when they didn't see the man coming back, Tianqin became impatient and directly gave orders to Xiaolu to let Xiaolu play the video at twice the speed. As a result, Xiaolu also replied that the video had an error and could not be replayed at twice the speed. Tianqin tried fast forward and backward again, but there was still no way to operate, so he could only watch such a picture.
It must be that there is a problem with the storage, or the staff member's transfer interface was problematic.
Tianqin tweaked for a long time, and the video was still playing there like a still picture, and he could not fast forward or backward.
Look at other videos first. Tianqin turned off the video and then opened another video. There are nothing else to watch in other videos.
They are all such room images, and there is no one inside.
As Lin Shen spoke, Tianqin had already opened the video.
Lin Shen was stunned when he saw the content of the video. In the video of this luxurious room, the mosaic actually appeared. But when Lin Shen watched it before, there was obviously not a single figure in this video.
Can you say that this video has been playing all the time after it is opened, and now it is finally played with someone?
Lin Shen was puzzled.
Chapter 861 Mosaic Man. Isn't this someone? Tian Xin glared at Lin Shen and continued to order the intelligent brain to operate.
Unfortunately, this video is the same as the previous video, and there is no way to operate it, so I can only watch the video and play it by myself.
Tianqin still didn't give up and opened other videos.
Those videos were also unable to operate, and the pictures were as if they were still, and there were no figures. Lin Shen frowned when he watched it. These videos seemed a bit strange, but he couldn't say what was strange about it. Seeing that it was impossible to operate, Tianqin had to give up and let Xiaolu start to eliminate the mosaic. Error, cannot be parsed and cleared. Soon, Xiaolu gave another answer that made Tianqin depressed. Tianqin felt that he had lost face in front of Lin Shen, but Lin Shen was not in the mood to mock him. The mosaic in the video took a bath in a luxurious room. There was an indoor swimming pool in this room. The mosaic was soaking in the small swimming pool. There were also wine in glasses he took out from the wine cabinet next to it. It was soaking comfortably, so he drank a glass on his own. Xiao Tianqin, do you think the people in these two videos are the same? Lin Shen looked at it for a while and suddenly asked Tianqin. I'm wearing mosaics all over my body. I can't even tell whether he is a man or a woman. How do you know if he is the same person? Tianxin paused and said, but judging from his height and movement habits, it's possible that he is the same person. Where did you get these videos? What is the use of them? Tianqin didn't understand what these videos were. Lin Shen did not answer him and wanted to order Xiaolu to open the first video, but Xiaolu ignored him. Haha, my smart brain cannot be driven by anyone. Tianqin smiled and ordered Xiaolu to open the first video. The first video was still the same, with no changes at all, like there was no still picture, and the people inside were still not appearing. Tianqin simply asked Xiaolu to turn on all the videos and project them together, like the screen of the monitor, you can see the pictures of all rooms. Isn't this just surveillance? Tianqin looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. You don't have any hobby of peeping at other people's privacy, right? What are you thinking? I bought this chip in the trading area. Lin Shen had no choice but to tell Tianqin the origin of the chip. Wan Yisin misunderstood that he had such a habit and ran to tell Tianqin that it was too troublesome to explain. After hearing this, Tianqin curled his lips and said, maybe it's just someone's prank. What do you care about such an unknown thing? Lin Shen did not answer Tianqin. He kept staring at the videos and suddenly widened. Tianqin turned his head in confusion and looked at the video and found that the second video, that is, the video in the luxurious room, was no longer a mosaic. In the first room, the mosaic appeared again. What's the situation? Tianqin looked at Lin Shen in confusion, wondering why Lin Shen had such an expression. Isn't this a normal video? Just now, the mosaic pushed the door out of the luxurious room, and then pushed the door in from the game room, as if the doors of the two rooms were connected. Lin Shen pointed to the video and said, what's so strange about it? Maybe these two rooms are next to each other. Tianqin felt something was wrong as he said himself. These are two different videos. Even if the rooms in the video are next to each other, the time they open the video is different, and the time they play the video is also different. How can the video be so synchronized, and the people inside are so synchronized? Isn't this just the surveillance of the live broadcast? Tianxin realized something and blurted out. But he knew it was impossible after he said it, and the surveillance must be close to the camera. The videos here are all recorded videos, and it is impossible for them to be surveillance. If it is live broadcast monitoring, it can be explained. Why can't you fast forward? Lin Shen said. That's not right. Even if you don't consider how this chip is connected to the camera, if it's surveillance, you should be able to back up, right? You can't back up now. Tianqin said. Is there a possibility that this is just surveillance and does not have a recording function? Lin Shen said in contemplation. No, although the technology of this chip is relatively backward, it can already be holographically projected. How could it not have a recording function? Tianqin still disagreed with Lin Shen's opinion. Maybe there is this function, but it's not turned on, or it's not turned on purpose. Lin Shenxue said. It still doesn't make sense. Tianqin shook his head as he looked at the video. The two of them watched the video like this. I don't know how long I watched it. The mosaic inside was a little impatient when they played games, so they pushed the door and walked out. What's strange is that this time he went out of the same door, but did not appear in the luxurious room, but appeared in another room with a lot of fitness equipment.
Lin Shen and Tian Xin looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. These videos are actually synchronized, but if the videos are timely monitoring, how did that person walk from the same door to different rooms? There was no gap between them at all. He pushed the door from the room here, and half of his body was still in the room here, and half of his body had appeared in the other room, and there was no gap in the whole process. This must be a video. It should be a certain editing technique or technology that makes these videos play synchronously. Didn't you say that after the video is opened, it will keep playing, and you can't stop at all? That's the problem. These videos seem to be separate, but in fact they are just a video. When you open any video, all the videos will be played together, so this effect is produced and the case is finally solved. Tianqin said and praised himself in his heart, I'm so smart. No. No. Lin Shen shook his head and denied Tianqin's statement. What's wrong? It's absolutely nothing wrong. Tianqin insisted on his idea. Lin Shen pointed to the first room and said, have you noticed any difference in this video? Is there any difference? Tianqin didn't see any problem. Maybe you can't see it because you didn't watch the content before, but I remember when I first watched the video, the game console in this room was placed in this cabinet. Later, he took it out, and never put it in again. But the game console is not outside, and the door of the cabinet is closed. There is also this bowl of instant noodles here, which has been eaten before, and the bowl is placed on the stool over there. Now it's back here intact, and there's this book. Lin Shen pointed out the problems in the picture one by one. What do you mean is that this video is playing repeatedly? This does not conflict with my speculation. Tianqin said. Chapter 862 The woman imprisoned in the video. It's true that there is no conflict, but you keep watching. Lin Shen pointed to the luxurious room and said, look, the red wine I just drank has returned to its original location, and the red wine inside is also full. The intelligent brain over there calculated that the length of this video was 3 hours. I just watched the time. Since I watched the video should be repeated almost 3 hours, and all rooms are repeated at this time. Will that prove that my inference is correct? These videos are all connected and they are playing synchronously. Tianqin said happily. Lin Shen reasoned there for a long time, but it turned out that he was right. Yes, all videos are synchronized, but if they are really synchronized, why is the mosaic in the gym? He should be in this room with a TV and a gaming console now. Lin Shen said, pointing to the first room. Tianqin was stunned when he heard this. What you mean is that all the video content has been replayed, but this person has not returned to the past? Could you read it wrong? Maybe it was not the first content when you watched it. I didn't say just now that I've watched the time, and the video was repeated in about 3 hours. Even if I didn't watch it from scratch, more than 4 hours have passed, and I still haven't seen the same repetition scene as before. Lin Shen looked at his watch again and said. This. Tianqin suddenly felt a little hairy, and looked at the mosaic man who was using equipment to exercise in the gym with complicated eyes. He said with a trembling voice, you want to say that the mosaic man in these videos is actually a ghost? A ghost who can shuttle through the images? I don't know if he is a ghost, but until now, I have never seen repeated scenes. Lin Shen said. Tianqin forced an ugly smile, maybe it was because of the wrong judgment of the intelligent brain. The video was not only for 3 hours, but was maliciously edited. Yes, it must be like this. Someone deliberately made such a trick, just to scare people. Then let's watch it for a while. Lin Shen sat on the sofa, staring at the video without blinking. Although Tian Xin was a little scared, he still felt that his judgment was correct, so he sat there with Lin Shen, staring at the images. What is certain now is that the videos are synchronized and the mosaics can freely shuttle through the various rooms. As for how it is done, if it is not the editing technique, it can only mean that there is a ghost. The two of them watched it for a long time and found that the video was indeed repeated every 3 hours. After 3 hours, everything in the room would be replied as before. The only thing that would not be affected was the mosaic. What's the hell is this? Tianqin had the idea of pulling out the storage and breaking it directly. No matter what the hell is inside, as long as the storage is destroyed, he should be dead. Do you think he seems to be in jail?
Lin Shen said suddenly.
Xin was slightly stunned when he heard this. In jail?
Tianxin looked at the mosaic in the video, thought carefully for a while, and then suddenly slapped his thigh. It seems that way.
This person has been spinning around these rooms.
The doors in these rooms are connected, but there is no door to go out.
The more Tianxin said, his eyes brighter and brighter. That is, someone used these video rooms to trap this mosaic man in it?
Lin Shen nodded, that's what he wanted to say. While the two were discussing, they saw the mosaic suddenly seemingly crazy. They grabbed the dynamic bicycle next to them, and picked it up with one hand and smashed it towards the wall. Although there was no sound, the explosion of a big hole in the wall was directly smashed, which still makes people feel the irritability of the mosaic.
Lin Shen and Tianxin saw an amazing scene.
Outside the smashed wall, it was not another room, nor a corridor or something, nor outside the room. At that break, there are a variety of colorful squares, and the entire whole is mosaic. The mosaic man was like a madman, grabbing everything he could catch and destroying it, and smashing the entire room into pieces in a while.
Mosaics are everywhere on the broken wall. After smashing a room, the mosaic was not satisfied.
He walked through the door and went to other rooms, and smashed the other rooms almost. But after the walls of these rooms were broken, there were mosaics outside, and there was nothing but mosaics. One wall of the luxurious large house is filled with floor-to-ceiling windows, which allows you to see the night view of the city outside, and it looks like it is the high-rise of a certain building. But after the glass was smashed by the mosaic, the night view of the city disappeared, and the broken glass was filled with mosaics. Lin Shen and Tianxin were stunned when they saw it, and the more they looked, the more they felt their hearts felt. The mosaic smashed everything, and it was absolutely impossible for him to pretend to be hysterical.
After smashing all the rooms, the mosaic sat dejectedly on the ground and took a deep breath.
Suddenly, there was a sound in the image that was originally like watching a pantomime, but there was no sound at all, but the voice of a woman.
If others are angry, I will not be angry. Who will be happy when I am angry? If others are angry, I will not be angry. Only when others are angry will they be relieved.
The woman's voice went from angry and violent to peaceful, and the process was a bit slow.
After she was completely calm, the woman's murmuring voice sounded again. How can I think this should be a kind of world law?
The king of world law is the ancient world king. He should have died. It is not the world law at the level of world king.
How can I trap me? It shouldn't.
Lin Shen and Tianxin were shocked when they heard each other.
What other laws were there?
There are still many different opinions on what is the king of the ancient realm. Some say it is space, some say it is time, and everything. This woman actually said that the laws of the ancient kings are the laws of the world. This is the first time I heard of this statement, and I don't know whether what she said is true or false. The laws of the world may be a law that is more rare than the laws of time and space. Lin Shen has seen the immortality of the world law of the fourth brother Lin Shangdong until now. Looking at the situation of this woman now, it looks very similar to what she speculated. It seems that it is really possible that she was sealed in a world law.
No. 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 No.
No, the king of the ancient realm had already died long ago.
Even if he was not dead.
His world laws could only trap me for a while. It was impossible for me to be trapped here all the time. The woman wrote and drew her fingers on the ground.
Chapter 863 God or Immortal?
The law of gravity should be able to break the laws of the world. What was wrong? The woman muttered to herself while writing and drawing on the ground. Seeing this, Tianxin couldn't help but curl his lips and said, I finally showed my strength.
What does it mean? Lin Shen looked at Tianxin and asked in confusion.
I was almost frightened before, but her last sentence revealed a flaw. Tianxin explained, if this is really a world law at the level of the realm king, how could it be broken by a mere gravity law? The law of gravity is just a basic law of the past. From ancient times to the present, it has long been understood and has developed countless ways and branches of gravity laws to apply. Now, to comprehend the law of gravity, no matter how strong the law of gravity is, it is at most the law of reality. If you practice to the realm of heaven, the law of reality cannot be stronger than the immortal law, and it is even more impossible to be stronger than the law of the King of Realms. Tianxin glanced at the woman in the video and said coldly, "If I was not mistaken, this video is a complete prank. The person who made this video should be a technical boss. He should have compressed a very long video into this chip. The repetitions we see are actually only part of the video editing, and in fact the video is far from being played. Unfortunately, his skills are very strong, and his cultivation in realm should not be good. He cannot understand how big the gap between the law of gravity and the laws of the Realm King is, so that such logical errors occur. There is no need to look at it again. Even if dice comes, it is impossible to practice the law of gravity to the point where he can break the immortal law." Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, "Is it possible that this woman came from a very early period? In that era, the law of gravity was not popular yet. Her law of gravity was the law of future, and it could even be the law of immortality? This is why I say that the people who make this video have low cultivation. Real immortals, or those who have a deep understanding of immortals, should know that the law of gravity has been developed long before the king of the ancient realm, and there has been no future law of gravity for hundreds of millions of years. As for the immortal law of gravity, it is even more impossible, because the immortal king of gravity has been alive since our unknowing era and is still alive. It is just that ordinary people don't know its existence, so there is no Dharma king at all. The immortal king of gravity system has been alive until now. Doesn't that mean that the law of gravity is very powerful?" Lin Shen still didn't understand. No, living for a long time does not mean it is very strong. Tianxin said with a smile, "I know what you mean. If it is not strong, why did no one kill it for such a long time to seize the position of the gravity Dharma king, right? I tell you that the reason why no one killed it is not because it is strong, but because the place where the immortal king lives is too strange. Even the immortal Dharma king is difficult to survive in that place, so no one can make up his mind. Where is it difficult for even the immortal Dharma king to survive, but it can live well in it?" Lin Shen asked. "Because that place is a place with particularly strong gravity, which is suitable for it. Only it can survive there freely, and it has a strong gain for its gravity law." Tianxin paused and said, "That place is called the Devouring Galaxy. There is an extremely terrifying black hole. There are a large number of neutron stars near the black hole. However, the gravity of those neutron stars can easily shake the planet. The ordinary nirvana is there, even if it is not crushed, it will be trapped there. Even the immortals must be careful to avoid being trapped by neutron stars. Black holes are even more terrifying. They are places where even light cannot escape, let alone humans." Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the immortal king of gravity would actually live in that kind of place. No one could kill it. The swallowing galaxy cannot be considered a real galaxy. It's just that black holes and some neutron stars that have not been swallowed by black holes and cannot completely get rid of the gravity of the black hole. The black hole is still swallowing everything nearby. In the future, it is likely that the Tianying galaxy close to it will be swallowed up, and no one will be able to get close to it. Tianxin said, "If the woman in the video talks about other laws, I think there is still a little possibility. After all, it is possible that she is the Dharma king of that system, but in the gravity system, she is definitely not the Dharma king. Even if she is the future law of the gravity system, she is far from able to compete with the Realm King." Tianxin judged that this video must be a prank video and was in a bad mood to watch it. Lin Shen wanted to take a look again. The woman was studying her law of gravity. Anyway, Lin Shen has also been understanding the law recently, so it is not harmful to see it. After looking at it for a while, Lin Luo found that the contents written by this woman on the ground were all related to the law of gravity. It seemed quite reasonable, but there were many formulas in it that Lin Shen couldn't understand. But some of the content is too crazy. For example, she wrote a sentence: "The laws of the world, gravity is the cornerstone. If gravity is born, all things will be born. If gravity is not born, the world will be without." What she meant was that her law of gravity should be able to restrain the laws of the world, but after all, she could not figure out why she could not break the world that trapped her.
It's getting more and more outrageous.
According to her, I'd better just give the law of gravity the king of all laws. Tianqing couldn't stand it anymore, so he got up and left the audio studio, letting Lin Shen watch it here himself. Lin Shen was a little interested. Although the woman said something crazy and wrote something crazy, it seemed that there was a little reason. As I watched, what women wrote became more and more crazy and more difficult to understand. If the content she wrote before was reasonable, then the content later was almost all kinds of delusions. Moreover, there is a lot of content behind it, and Lin Shen can no longer understand it. He can only use his own communicator to record the content written by the woman first, and wait for someone to find someone in the future.
Is it really useful? God or immortal?
The woman wrote 4 big words on the wall at the end, and looked at the 4 words and thought, and her expression seemed to be making a choice.
Is it better to become a god or an immortal?
It seems that as long as she chooses, she will definitely succeed. 3 hours were coming again at this time, and the words and formulas she wrote were all over the room, all disappeared with the repetition of the video. The woman ignored it and stared blankly at the wall that had become blank, muttering to herself, become a god, or become an immortal. This seemed to be a difficult question for her, so she stood there thinking motionlessly. But her voice became no longer audible as the video repeated. Lin Shen opened the content recorded by his communicator and wanted to see the thing she wrote again, but after opening it, he was stunned. The content recorded by the communicator was actually just this audio and video room, and there was no projected image content.
Chapter 864, Understanding the Law of Gravity. Strange, why didn't I record it?
Lin Shen tried to record the projected video again, and then recorded a short paragraph before watching it, but still nothing was recorded. There is indeed a problem with this video, and it can't be recorded. Lin Shen was shocked and suspicious. After recalling the things the woman wrote just now, Lin Shen only remembered some of them, which were some simple content related to the law of gravity. Lin Shen recalled it several times, and there were very limited things to remember. As he thought about it, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the world in his eyes seemed to have changed a little different. The world has not changed, and he can only change, but the world in his eyes seems to have more things.
The law of gravity.
Lin Shen was extremely surprised. He grabbed this mysterious feeling and realized what it was.
It was obvious that everything was still the same, but in his opinion, everything seemed to have an inexplicable feeling.
It's hard to say what it feels like, but when he sees anything, he will subconsciously judge how heavy that thing is.
Lin Shen's heart moved and took something to weigh it.
Then he was surprised to find that the weight displayed on the scale was almost the same as the weight he had imagined. He also called several things, and the results were the same, and the weight was very close to the weight he expected. Lin Shen changed several scales and found that although the results were all slightly deviated, the values were extremely close, which made Lin Shen realize that his imagination and perception were probably correct, and these scales had different degrees of error.
I can actually sense the law of gravity. But I can only sense the weight, which seems useless.
Lin Shen was overjoyed. Although he only realized a small branch law in the law of gravity, this was the first time he could sense the existence of the power of the law.
There is 1 and 2.
Since he can sense the law of gravity, he should be able to sense other laws in the future. Lin Shen wanted to read more about what women wrote, but unfortunately there were no words in the room, and he couldn't remember so many things, so he could only hope that the woman would write them again. These high-tech things are really not reliable, so you still have to take notes. Lin Shen regretted it a little and did not use a pen to write down the content written by the woman. Since his memory has improved, he has rarely used notes to take things, and now he has found that it is still easy to take notes.
Good habits should be preserved.
Lin Shen took out the paper and pen, and made up his mind this time that he must write down whatever the woman wrote. Unfortunately, after watching for a few more hours, the woman was still just staring at the wall blankly, without any intention of writing anything else. After finally waiting for the woman to come back to her senses, she did not write those things anymore, but ran back to the room with a TV and a game console, took out the game console and started playing. Lin Shen was speechless, thought for a moment, contacted Lao Wei, asked him to teleport from his mother star, sit on the sofa and watch the video. If the woman writes anything, she will help Lin Shen write it down. Lin Shen is now a little suspicious that what women say and what they write may be true. If her law of gravity can compete with the king of the ancient realm as she talks to herself, then what kind of identity is she in who is trapped in the video? What a terrifying existence is the person who traps her. Lin Shen had 10,000 questions in his heart, but unfortunately he couldn't get the answer. You can only wait for the woman to go crazy again, and maybe you can get some answers. With doubts in his heart, Lin Shen left the audio studio and went to find Lao Tai. He told Lao Tai about his understanding of the law of gravity. After silently finishing Lin Shen's understanding of the law of gravity, he said calmly, "The law of gravity you have realized should be the most common past law gravity scale in the gravity system. Grain scales are very common, but they are very practical and will be helpful for you to estimate the strength of both enemies and us. You can continue to dig deep into the law of gravity scale. If you can sense the law of changing gravity, then you are also a beginner in the gravity system. Isn't it considered an entry now?" Lin Shen said with some disappointment. "I saw the door. Old railway." Lin Shen thought for a while and asked again, "Old Tai, have you ever heard of becoming a god or an immortal?" Lao Tai shook his head, "I don't know, I haven't heard of it." Even Lao Tai didn't know, and Lin Shen didn't know whether the woman was really crazy or fake. Are there any other level above immortality? Lin Shen changed his question. Lao Tai pondered and said, "The immortal level is already the top level in the universe. If you want to go further, it seems that you can only become the king of the world by pointing to the sky and land." Lin Shen was even more disappointed when he heard this. When he was about to leave, he heard Lao Tai say again, "But there seems to be another way in my perception, which can break through the immortal level, but that is not my memory, but some of its memory fragments, which are not complete, and I don't know whether it is true or false. I only know vaguely that it is called breaking the void." Breaking the void? What should I do? Lin Shen suddenly felt energetic again. I don't know, but some vague memories occasionally flash in my mind. It's too vague. I can't think about it clearly. I don't know what the consequences of breaking the void will be. Lao Tai shook his head. Lin Shen was also helpless, but he didn't take it seriously. He is not even immortal now, and he still thought that it would be a bit too early in the future. After leaving Lao Tai's place, Lin Shen read the recent news that the rebellion of the Heavenly Man tribe continued, and the situation was relatively stable than before. The rebels have recently captured some planets, but compared with the previous speed, it is significantly slower. The Zen Star still cannot be contacted. Lin Shen wants to go to the Zen Star, but the teleportation station of the Zen Star is in the hands of the rebels. He needs to go through several teleportation times to reach the Zen Star, which is too dangerous in the middle. Since Tian Ruodu was beaten away, no one has come to attack Giant Ring Star again. It is estimated that the Creation Clan is quite afraid of them. Lin Shen was also afraid. He could only be regarded as a paper tiger. When he met Tian Ruodu's bad brain, he could still scare people. When he met an old fried dough stick like Tian Joyo, he would have no room for performance. Although Lao Tai is really strong, it is easy to get into trouble because of his own reasons. If it were not forbidden, Lin Shen would not want Lao Tai to take action. Now he can only endure the Giant Ring Star first and see the situation clearly before talking about it. When Lin Miao sent the message, Lin Shen remembered that he still needed to buy materials to rebuild his home, so he had to go to Shanxing again. I searched the materials on the list again and found that it was not long after that, and the price of the materials has dropped a little recently, but it is still much higher than the price given by my elder sister. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly saw someone sending an application for pet price war. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Someone dared to challenge the Dragon Hunter. His bet was a huge sum of 3,000 yuan. After looking at the challenger's information, I found that it turned out to be a Nirvana-level pet who was going to challenge his Dragon Hunter. What a joke, Nirvana fights an Ascension, you will agree unless I am crazy. Lin Shen directly chose to refuse. Chapter 865 Mutant Red Soul Dragon. Charles had a try-and-see attitude to see if the other party was careless and accepted the challenge without paying attention to challenging the pet level. As a result, he was overthinking, and the other party directly rejected his challenge. He was also anxious to lose, and then he thought of such a bad move. He can no longer find a flying upgrade pet that can win the Dragon Hunter, and it is impossible for him to win back the lost money. Now he is carrying nearly 2,000 Xiangxing coins debts and kills Goria's Sacred Heart Knight. If he just goes back empty-handedly, he is afraid that he will be beaten to death by the alien Goria. Others may not dare to really kill him, but Goria is a person who dares to attack. He can do everything. He can still find a way to repay the 2,000 Xiangxing coins slowly. The Sacred Heart Knight really has no choice. If he can get 3,000 Xiangxing coins back, maybe he can ask Goria to let him go. What should I do? Charles seemed to see his head being taken off from his neck by Goria. That bastard, if it weren't for that bastard, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Charles looked at his pet capsule, gritted his teeth, and picked out a red Nirvana-level pet capsule from it, his eyes full of reluctance. That's all, I can only pay for this Nirvana-level mutated red soul dragon to Goria, which should be able to calm his anger. When Charles wanted to give the mutated red soul dragon to Goria, he felt that his heart was bleeding. This is a mutated red soul dragon. There may not be a top-quality Nirvana mount in the 100,000 red soul dragon eggs. As a prince of the Lion Royal clan, he has also spent a lot of effort to get such a mutated red soul dragon as his pet. The ordinary red soul dragon is already the best Nirvana-level mount. It has high circumferences, and it also has very strong talent skills and life bases, as well as the very powerful red soul Nirvana attribute. The most valuable thing about the red soul dragon is the Nirvana attribute of red soul. The power of red soul not only has a strong destructive power, but also has a strengthening effect on riders. It can resonate with the knight's Nirvana power and achieve the effect of enhancing the knight's Nirvana power. His mutated red soul dragon is even stronger. He has the power of mutated red soul, which increases the power of Nirvana to the knight. The life base is also different from the ordinary red soul dragon. The life base of the ordinary red soul dragon is the red soul dragon spear, and the life base of this mutated red soul dragon is the mutated red blood dragon soul gun. Whether it is lethal or life base skills, it is more than one level higher than the ordinary red soul dragon spear. It also has the ability to suck blood, and can become stronger and stronger as you fight. Charles really can't bear to let go, but if he doesn't give such a top-quality pet, Goria will never let him go. Charles looked at all his pet capsules. Apart from this mutated red soul dragon, there was really no pet that could impress Goria. Charles sighed, ready to give the mutated red soul dragon to Goria, but suddenly thought of something and looked at the other red pet eggs. Those pet eggs are red like the mutated red soul dragon, but the red is slightly brighter than the mutated red soul dragon. That is the pet red ghost dragon that has been upgraded. The red ghost dragon and the red soul dragon look very similar. In fact, the red ghost dragon and the red soul dragon are also considered to be of the same sect. However, among the red ghost dragon group, a red soul dragon will occasionally be born, and usually becomes the king of that group of red ghost dragons. The two also look similar, but the red soul dragon is slightly larger and the color is darker, not as bright as the red ghost dragon. The color of the mutated red soul dragon is brighter than that of the ordinary red soul dragon, and is closer to the color of the red ghost dragon, but its size is larger than that of the ordinary red ghost dragon. But when they suddenly look, they are still very similar. Charles looked at the red soul dragon and red ghost dragon posing together and had an idea in his mind. A bet may work. Charles gritted his teeth and went to find his mother. He used his unique skills to act spoiled, and came back with 3,000 Xiangxing coins. He returned to Xiangxing without stopping, clicked on the pet price war area, found the dragon hunter, and then challenged the dragon hunter with the flying upgraded red ghost dragon. After pressing the challenge, he gritted his teeth and waited for less than a few seconds, and quickly chose to cancel. After the cancellation of the challenge was successful, he chose to challenge the dragon hunter with the red ghost dragon, and then cancelled it directly in less than 2 seconds. When choosing the challenge for the third time, Charles first challenged the dragon hunter with the mutated red soul dragon, rather than the previous red ghost dragon. Charles looked at the light screen nervously, his heart almost jumped out. For him, a second was as long as a century.
When he saw the prompting the other party to agree to the battle, he felt happy that his soul was about to leave his body. Boy, you're fooled. You're dead this time. Charles's whole body seemed to have taken stimulant, and his hair was about to stand up excitedly. It is not easy to kill the mutated red soul dragon at Nirvana level, killing the flying upgrade pets on the opposite side. He could finally make back the 3,000 yuan he lost, and he had made up his mind to kill the dragon hunter so that the other party could also taste the loss of the best pet. Lin Shen was reading the materials, but found that someone challenged him. After reading the information of the other party's pet, he was a red ghost dragon that was flying and upgraded. When he was about to accept the challenge bar suddenly disappeared again. Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Just when he was a little confused, the challenge bar jumped out again. Before he could see clearly, the challenge bar disappeared again. What are you doing? Lin Shen was a little confused. Then he saw the challenge bar jump out again. Lin Shen didn't rush to click. He glanced at it and saw that the first time he looked was still the red ghost dragon. However, Lin Shen felt that something abnormal would happen. After a closer look, he found that this was not a red ghost dragon. It was clearly the red soul dragon. The level was not a flying upgrade, but a Nirvana level. Looking at the image of the red soul dragon, it looks very similar to the red ghost dragon, but it is obviously bigger and it is not the same thing at all. Okay, I actually want to be humiliated, so just as you wish. Lin Shen chose to agree to accept the challenge with a smile. Although the other party is a Nirvana pet, you can tell from the image that it is a red dragon. Although Kiwi's level is only a flying upgrade, he has a strong restraining effect on the dragon system. When facing the Nirvana pet, he not only has a chance of winning, but also has a great chance of winning. Of course, Lin Shen also had the mental preparation for the dragon hunter to lose. Anyway, the 3,000 yuan was won back. If he lost, he would pretend that he had never won. However, Lin Shen felt that the possibility of the dragon hunter being defeated is not high. The Superbase pet itself has some ability to challenge beyond the level, and it is Tianku again, so there is no reason to lose. Chapter 866 Fake, all fake. When Lin Shen was thinking this way, the dragon hunter and the mutated red soul dragon had already appeared in the arena at the same time. The red soul dragon is red all over, and the red light is emitting on its body, looking extremely majestic and domineering. It is huge in size, and the dragon hunter is as small as a baby in front of it, and it looks like it is not of the same order of magnitude at all. Ha, I didn't expect that your opponent is not the upgraded red ghost dragon, but the Nirvana level mutated red soul dragon. Charles shouted excitedly. Although he knew that the other party could not hear his voice, he still felt very relieved. He even had figured out the other party's face that showed various responsible emotions such as shock, fear, regret, resentment, and resentment. It's too late to regret now. The bet is mine, and your pet must die. Charles shouted and gave an order to the mutated red soul dragon. The mutated red soul dragon, kill him, crush him to ashes. Although Charles knew that he didn't have to shout, and just had to think about it, the mutated red soul dragon could receive his order, he still felt that it would be pleasant to scream like this. It's a pity that I can't see the face that might have fallen into extreme regret by the dragon hunter's owner. Charles was waiting for the mutated red soul dragon to strangle the dragon hunter. He asked the mutated red soul dragon to use all its strength directly, and it was best to kill the dragon hunter with one blow, and he must not give the other party a chance to admit defeat. Charles gritted his teeth and roared, as if cheering for the mutated red soul dragon. But his roar had been ringing for a long time and was almost unable to catch the air. However, the mutated red soul dragon did not launch an inhumane attack on the dragon hunter as he thought. The mutated red soul dragon stood there motionless, as if he had not heard his order. Am I too excited that the mutated red soul dragon did not sense my order? He could not have imagined that the mutated red soul dragon at the Nirvana level would be afraid of a pet that would be upgraded. He thought he was yelling too loudly, but his thoughts did not reach the position, so he silently urged the mutated red soul dragon to attack in his heart. This time, the mutated red soul dragon finally moved and its body suddenly rushed up. Kill him, tore him to pieces. Charles yelled, his face twisting. Seeing the mutated red soul dragon rushing to the dragon hunter,
Charles thought he was finally going to take revenge. But the next second, Charles seemed to have been stabbed in the back suddenly, his pupils contracted, and a constipation-like expression appeared on his distorted face. The mutated red soul dragon that flew towards the dragon hunter did not rush to the dragon hunter, and crawled on the ground in front of the dragon hunter. The dragon head was directly pressed on the ground, lying there motionless, and its body was still trembling. Charles couldn't understand what was going on, how the mutated red soul dragon suddenly fell to the ground. What's going on? Why did the mutated red soul dragon suddenly fall down? Is this the skill of the dragon hunter? Or is there something wrong with the mutated red soul dragon? Many question marks flashed through his mind, and the dragon-slaying sword in the dragon hunter's hand had already slashed at the neck of the mutated red soul dragon. The mutated red soul dragon lay there, without any resistance, and did not even use the power of nirvana, and was cut off from his head with a knife. As the dragon's head rolled down and the dragon's blood splattered, Charles's eyes widened, and it had exceeded the limit that the eye sockets could accommodate, and his eyes were about to pop out. There were various emotions on his face such as surprise, confusion, and doubt, and more, so it was unbelievable. Charles felt as if he was experiencing a bizarre dream and could not believe that this was something that happened in reality. Dream, yes, it must be dreaming, it's thinking about something on the day, it must be because I'm thinking too much, so such an unscientific dream came about. Charles shook his head hard, trying to get rid of this terrible nightmare, and he firmly believed that this could never be something that really happened. A Ascension pet cannot kill the Nirvana-level mutated red soul dragon. The bizarre performance of the mutated red soul dragon is absolutely impossible to appear in reality. Dream, everything is a dream. Charles shook his head hard, then widened his eyes and looked at it. What he saw was the mutated red soul dragon with its corpse separated. At this time, red lights floated out from the corpse of the mutated red soul dragon, condensed in the air, turning into a red blood-colored crystal, which was grabbed between the fingers by the dragon hunter. Charles, who was still dreaming, had the light and shadow of the arena in front of him disappeared, and a message appeared on the light screen. The challenge failed, the red soul dragon died, and the bet has been transferred to the other party's account. Fake, all fake, all dreams, all dreams. Charles suddenly cried and laughed, stretched out his hand and tried hard to operate the light screen, trying to get the mutated red soul dragon back. Unfortunately, reality taught him a cruel lesson. Lin Shen watched the dragon hunter appear on the stone platform, holding the red crystal in his hand, and couldn't help but be surprised, the ember of reincarnation. This is okay. Lin Shen suddenly realized that this battle was really profitable. Not only did he get 3,000 Shanshin coins, but he even got an ember of reincarnation. Nowadays, it is no problem to sell a few hundred yuan on the platform. Even if the attributes are relatively poor, it is worth 1 or 200 yuan. Some special attributes, or the best quality ember of reincarnation, can be sold for 500 yuan or even higher. The red soul dragon doesn't look like an ordinary Nirvana pet, and its ember of reincarnation should be worth a lot of money. Kevis, you are so awesome. Lin Shen took out the mutated Nirvana liquid to reward Kevis, but Kevis didn't drink it. Just now, he had absorbed a lot of mutated Nirvana liquid when he was bathing in the dragon blood, but he had not been able to completely digest it yet. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth when she watched from the side. He also wanted to go up and fight price wars to make money, but no one dared to challenge him, and no one was willing to accept his challenge. Isn't it just that I'm lucky? I meet a fool who gives money, so I can do it. Xiaoyu said sourly next to her. Lin Shen was in a good mood and did not bother with Xiaoyu. Instead, he handed Xiaoyu the mutant Nirvana liquid that Kevis did not drink. Xiaoyu wanted to turn her head hard and say, I don't want what others don't want either. But looking at the delicious and tempting mutant Nirvana liquid, she didn't say it after all. She took the bottle of mutant Nirvana liquid, put it to her mouth, and poured it down. It's great. Xiaoyu drank a bottle of Nirvana liquid, wiped her mouth, and touched her round belly very happily. Xiaoyu suddenly felt that it would be good to let Kevis win a few more games. Chapter 867 The Problem of the Holy Shield Dragon. Lin Shen hung up Kevis again, and this time he directly hanged 10,000 Shanshin coins. He thought that anyone dared to charge for the 3,000 Shangxing coins. Maybe even the waterfish would be trapped if they could earn 10,000, so why would they only earn 3,000? Unfortunately, after he hung up Kivis again, he had no pet to challenge him again. The only waterfish, Charles, is almost mentally ill now, so how can there be waterfish to challenge Kivis? No one challenged him, so Lin Shen focused on buying materials. Now he has money in his hands, and his total assets have reached more than 7,000.
Thank you for your generous gift, it's so pleasant to make money.
Lin Shen counted the money in his account. In addition to the 10,000 deposit that could not be moved, there were more than 7,000 yuan of funds that could be used.
The deposit of 10,000 yuan was bought by Tianchuan for him.
The more than 7,000 yuan was his own.
This was a huge sum of money. Even Lin Shen couldn't calculate how much it was.
Seeing that the current price of materials has dropped a little, and it was about to reach the price set by my elder sister in Tianchuan, Lin Shen sent a message to ask my elder sister if she wanted to increase the price and buy the materials. But the eldest sister replied to him directly, "Don't worry, you have to surrender." No, it's so fierce now that the price of materials has to rise, right? Why will it still fall? Lin Shen was not really a business prospect and said a little puzzled. The eldest sister replied, "This rebellion of the heavenly man race, the creator of the gods has created so many immortal creatures. I don't know how many deaths have happened. The price reduction of immortal materials has just begun, and it will definitely be reduced later. I have sold the immortal materials we have obtained before at a high price. I will wait for the price to drop a little and then buy it back. Don't worry, watch it first. When the price is about the same, I will ask you to buy it and then buy it." Okay. Lin Shen didn't expect that there would be such an operation. Even his own materials had been sold, so it would be useless for him to buy those materials, so he could only wait. Lin Shen was idle and had no choice but to continue shopping in the trading area to see if there was any place to spend money. He has some money on his hands, and it is really uncomfortable not to spend a little. Oh, I don't know how Ouyang is. The Zenstar was just blocked for communication and there was no fight. It should be fine. Lin Shen was a little worried about Ouyang Yudu, but it was too difficult to go to the Zenstar now, and he couldn't contact him. Lin Shen just likes to spend money, and is not a real sucker. Some things he can like are getting higher and higher prices, so he didn't do much. He saw a pet with a price of 1 million in the trading area. The introduction only contains the word white tiger. The level is actually just crystal base. The valuation is 11 like Kivis. I don't know whose pet it is. If this is the initial valuation, then this white tiger is probably the same as Kivis, and is a super basic pet. If he has money, he really wants to buy it. Unfortunately, he didn't even have 10,000 yuan, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Nowadays, people who can have millions of Shangxing coins are probably those who come to Shangxing to do business, and the money is not their own. The white tiger has been hanging there, but no one has bought it.
It seems that I don't make enough money.
Lin Shen looked at it for a while and didn't buy anything, nor did he come to challenge Kivis again, which made him a little depressed. Lin Shen's eyes rolled and he had an idea again. He also put the Holy Shield Dragon on the platform to estimate the price, hoping to use the Holy Shield Dragon to copy Kivis's glory and make another profit. The estimated price of the Spirit of Shangxing to the Holy Shield Dragon is 10 yuan, which is 1 yuan lower than the crystal-based Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen probably also understood why the valuation of the Holy Shield Dragon of the Three Realms is so low, mainly because the valuation of the Holy Shield Dragon does not have the ability to evolve. I don't know why, the Holy Shield Dragon actually has no ability to evolve, which means that the Holy Shield Dragon cannot be reborn, and can only be a pet that can be upgraded. No matter how strong it is just a flying upgrade, and its value is naturally much lower.
After all, it is a mutant pet, why can't it evolve? Is it related to its 3-life base?
Lin Shen has only seen a 3-life base pet like the Holy Shield Dragon. There are so many pets hanging on Shangxing's trading area, and I have never seen a single one with 3 life bases. I have seen several of them with 2 life bases. I don't know if there is any way to increase the level of the Holy Shield Dragon. If the Holy Shield Dragon can be reborn, it will definitely not be worse than the super basic pet. Lin Shen thought to himself. Lin Shen had also fed a lot of resources for the Holy Shield Dragon before, but the Holy Shield Dragon has been ascending 10 times, with no signs of nirvana at all, and I don't know what went wrong. Lin Shen took a look at the ascension area of the price war. Except for the dragon hunter who had a bet of 10,000, none of the other pet bets were more than 100 yuan, and the maximum was only a few dozen yuan. Lin Shen, who has made too much money, feels that it is not tiring enough to earn dozens of dollars in one fight. Forget it, making so much money, you have to expose the strength of the Holy Shield Dragon. It's not cost-effective. Lin Shen thought for a while, and also hung up the Holy Shield Dragon and marked a bet of 1,000 yuan. Originally, I thought that the Holy Shield Dragon was only 10 yuan and only 1,000 yuan was rated. Someone should have come to challenge it soon, but after waiting for a long time, no one came to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon. Why are there so many cowards? Lin Shen sighed helplessly. Dimangsing's Weishan mansion. Catherine was sitting in the living room waiting for Longyue. She heard that Longyue was about to leave Dimangsing, so she wanted to come and see her before she left. After a while, Longyue walked out and some sweat stains could be seen on her cheeks. Catherine was a little surprised. Longyue usually pays attention to appearance the most, so how could she come out like this? Catherine thought with some bad taste in her heart, there is no man in Longyue, right? Look at the sweat stains. Look at the red cheeks. TSK. Catherine, I'm sorry, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I was training my pet just now and I didn't have time to welcome you. Longyue said embarrassedly. Training pets? Which pet is worth your careful training? Some content that is not suitable for children appeared in Catherine's mind. I am a pet who has upgraded its qualifications and has the potential to train. I originally wanted to go to Shangxing's pet price war to train, but I didn't expect that I would be beaten up very badly. I want to train to take revenge. Longyue is a very sincere person. She seems to have nothing to say to others and will not lie at all, or she disdained a lie. Who dares to bully your pet? I'll help you get revenge. Catherine was a little curious. The pet that Longyue can like is definitely not an ordinary pet. She can beat her pet very badly. What kind of pet is it? Chapter 868 Catherine's Curiosity. How can you pretend to be someone else's hand? Even if you take revenge, it's meaningless. Longyue smiled and said, Catherine, you came to me just to help me avenge you, right? I heard that you are leaving the Emperor Mangsing, I'll see you. Catherine said, asking the Shirtsong to come over with a large bag of small bags and many boxes. These are all specialties of the Emperor Man. I have finally come here and I have to take some back. I can also help me promote the goodness of the Emperor Man. Longyue didn't refuse and smiled and took it away. I was just about to buy it, but I don't know where it is more authentic, or you are considerate. It's not like I'm too impatient. I will definitely remember to bring some specialties from other places for you to taste next time I come. Go to Ao Xing next time. Catherine took the opportunity to send an invitation. If you have the chance, you will definitely go. Longyue said sincerely. Next stop, where are you going? Is there a destination? Catherine asked with concern. I want to go to the Heavenly Man race to take a look. Longyue did not hide it and directly told the place she was going to next. Catherine was slightly stunned when she heard this. The Heavenly Man races in war. Why do you want to go where? If you want to solve the problem, you need to understand the root of the problem. Experience it yourself is the best way. I hope to find the answer I want to know in the Heavenly Man race. Longyue said seriously. Then you must be careful. This war was caused by the creator of gods. They are not well-educated and polite people. Catherine thought for a while and said, otherwise, I will let my guards escort you to the Heavenly Man clan. Although I can't help much, at least I will have some advice. Longyue smiled and refused. I went to the Heavenly Man race just to experience the war personally. If you have your guards to send you off, it would be different from traveling around the mountains and rivers. That's right,
then you have to pay attention to it yourself. Safety is the priority. Catherine gave a few words and stopped saying anything. After all, she and Longyue are not the same person. They cannot understand Longyue's thoughts, and they have no resonance, and there seems to be nothing to say. He talked about some topics with Longyue. When he was about to leave, Longyue asked, "If I meet Lin Shen in the Heavenly Man race, do you need to bring him a message? I have nothing to do with him. If you seriously consider it, it's an enemy, not a friend, so there is no need to bring him anything." After saying that, Catherine left directly. But after leaving Weishan Mansion, Catherine did not return to her residence, but went to Suanio Temple and went to Shangxing through Suanio Temple. Since Catherine was curious, it was not something that Longyue could pass by with just one word. Although she never mentioned who defeated Longyue's pet, she was always thinking about it in her heart. When we arrived at Shangxing, on the hanging island here, many people were trading or searching for products on different stone platforms. On planets like Dimangsing, there are many people who follow Shangxing. Some are sent by large families, some are official personnel, and many ordinary practitioners who want to make money from Shangxing. On the huge hanging island, people and stone platforms are everywhere. Although Catherine was masked with a black veil, others could not tell who she was, but looking at her dress and temperament, many people subconsciously gave up the position for her. Catherine clicked on the trading area, found the pet price war, and found the area where the flying upgrade was. Longyue's pet must be extraordinary. The pet that can defeat her must be not an ordinary pet. Catherine thinks it should not be difficult to determine which pet it is. Before, she was all at Nirvana level and hadn't paid much attention to the pets that were flying upgraded. After seeing this, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is the price war of Feishuan so big? The bets are tens of thousands? Catherine saw the Dragon Hunter ranked first at a glance. The bets of 10,000 were really eye-catching. Catherine's first reaction was that the Dragon Hunter should be the one who defeated Longyue's pet. I looked carefully at the information of the Dragon Hunter and found that I really looked very special. I was a very handsome humanoid pet. Catherine didn't rush to do anything, and looked down again and found that the second place also had a bet of 1,000, which was a three-headed dragon, which looked cool. There are a few good pets down there, but they don't look as special as the Dragon Hunter and the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon, and the bet is too low to reach Catherine's eyes. I didn't expect that there were such an excellent pet in the Fey upgrade. I used to be a little underestimated with the Fey upgrade area. Catherine thought about it and felt that the possibility of a Dragon Hunter was relatively high. She thought about it, took out a pet capsule that was upgraded, placed it on the stone platform, and asked the platform to estimate the price. The estimation of 11 yuan was already quite high. However, her pet has been mutated and ascended 10 times, and she has been fed many treasures with improved attributes to this estimate. Let's start with it. Catherine did not rashly challenge the Dragon Hunter, and planned to win the bet of the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon first, and then challenge the Dragon Hunter. Lin Shen was delighted when he received a challenge invitation from Catherine. He had been waiting for a long time, and finally someone challenged the Holy Shield Dragon, which was much slower than he expected. After looking at the other party's information, he was a flying upgraded ghost shooter. Although there is no detailed information, it doesn't matter. In the flying upgrade, except that the Dragon Hunter has too strong restraint on the Holy Shield Dragon, even a super basic pet may not be able to defeat the Holy Shield Dragon. After directly choosing to agree, the Super Source Saint Shield Dragon and the Ghost Sagittarius appeared in the arena at the same time. Catherine didn't want to waste time and directly let the Ghost Shooter attack. The Ghost Archer, wearing a black and gray shield and glittering light in his body, raised the Ghost Bow from afar. After pulling the bowstring, a green light arrow condensed and shot directly at the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon summoned the green wafer shield and blocked the green light arrow. The light arrow hit the round shield and exploded into fireworks. As Catherine expected, the other party's pet name had the word shield in it. She must be good at defense and shield techniques, so she was prepared for it. The Ghost Archer pulled the arrow again, but this time the light arrow condensed was not only green light, but also burning blue flames. Ghost Armor Piercing Arrow, one of the destiny skills of ghost shooters, can ignore defense to a certain extent.
The arrow shot out, and the Holy Shield Dragon blocked it with the round shield again. The ghost armor-piercing arrow shot on the round shield and disappeared for a moment. When it appeared again, it actually reached the back of the round shield and stabbed the Holy Shield Dragon's heart like lightning. When Catherine thought she was going to succeed, she suddenly saw a silver water droplet-shaped shield spurting out from a dragon's mouth, blocking the ghost's armor-piercing arrow. With just a sound, the ghost armor-piercing arrow hit the surface. This time, it did not form an armor-piercing effect, and it directly smashed and smashed. Double life base? Something interesting. Catherine was slightly surprised. Chapter 869, Winning in a Row. Catherine was not in a hurry at all. When she saw the name and appearance of the Holy Shield Dragon, she guessed that this was a defensive top-quality pet. Although I didn't expect it to be a double life base, it doesn't matter whether it is a double life base or not. The ghost Sagittarius she took out is a special person to restrain such high-defense pets. With Catherine's order, the green light in the gap in the ghost Sagittarius armor was released, and the ghost bow in his hand also burst into green light patterns. The ghost archer raised the ghost bow high with both hands, and the light from the ghost bow soared into the sky, and the ghost arrows like heavy rain poured towards the Holy Shield Dragon. Ghost phantom arrows, so many ghost arrows, some are true and some are false, most of them are false, and some are true. Even if the Holy Shield Dragon has 2 shield life bases, it cannot stop so many ghost phantom arrows. This move is too fatal without the power of Nirvana to protect the body. Unless the Holy Shield Dragon can tell which one is the real ghost arrow, it will be possible to block it. As long as it blocks the wrong way, the real ghost arrow will shoot directly on it. Catherine felt that the ghost shooter was sure to win, and the Holy Shield Dragon and his master might not be able to distinguish the reality and illusion of the ghost phantom arrow. As she thought, the Holy Shield Dragon really couldn't tell it, and Lin Shen was lazy to tell it. When Catherine saw that the 2 shields of the Holy Shield Dragon were just protecting the front and had no intention of moving at all, she knew that the other party was finished. Seeing that the real ghost arrow was about to shoot on the Holy Shield Dragon, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of green light shield, and the real ghost arrow suddenly burst out. Catherine was slightly stunned. That shield has a shield skill? She continued to control the ghost shooter to attack the Holy Shield Dragon, but soon knew that this game would probably not be won. The armor of the Holy Shield Dragon has always existed. No matter whether the ghost phantom arrow shot by the ghost archer is true or false, no matter how he shoots it, it cannot penetrate the shield. A ghost phantom arrow finally triggered the armor-piercing effect and passed through the blue shield directly, but was blocked by the silver shield that appeared inside. Under the protection of the double shield, the ghost shooter's attack became an optional tickling, unable to break through the defense of the Holy Shield Dragon. Catherine also wanted to consume the Holy Shield Dragon with a protracted war, but the Holy Shield Dragon had not consumed much, so the ghost archer who kept shooting archery could not do it. Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. It was meaningless to continue fighting, and the ghost shooter could not win. Seeing his $1,000 falling into someone else's account, Catherine became more interested. It's quite interesting to have a flying upgrade. 1,000 yuan was nothing to her. Seeing that the Holy Shield Dragon had another bet of 1,000 yuan, Catherine took out another pet that had been upgraded and chose to challenge the Holy Shield Dragon again. This time, Catherine has absolute confidence to take down the Holy Shield Dragon. She had seen through the reality of the Holy Shield Dragon and chose a blue lightning thunder dragon that could restrain the Holy Shield Dragon. This is also a mutated 10-turn ascension pet with powerful thunder and lightning talents. The blue lightning thunder demon dragon is said to be a dragon, but in fact it is more like a giant python with a single horn, with lightning faintly lit up on its body. This thunder and lightning is not an attribute transformed by the power of Nirvana, but the blue lightning thunder dragon itself, which has extremely strong destructive power. The blue lightning combined with the horn above its head, the horn is also an extremely hard weapon, and it is also a weapon with talented skills. With the method of electric single dragon drilling, it can hardly break the double-layer defense of the Holy Shield Dragon. Lin Shen had just won 1,000 yuan and felt relieved. Unexpectedly, another pet challenged the Holy Shield Dragon. He took a look at it and chose to agree directly. The Holy Shield Dragon and the Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon appeared in the arena at the same time. The Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon's body soared into the air, and the spiral horn above the head was facing the Holy Shield Dragon. The body was straight, and as the blue lightning electric current on its body moved, the body quickly rotated. In a moment, the blue lightning thunder dragon turned into a giant electric drill with blue lightning and collided towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The three heads of the Holy Shield Dragon roared and spit out the blue-silver shields, forming a double shield to protect his body. The blue lightning thunder demon dragon directly hit the ground, and suddenly there was a loud bang, and the sound was overflowing, and the shockwave's air ring exploded. The blue lightning thunder dragon was spinning wildly, and an electric spark of a canopy rubbed between the horns and the armor. As Catherine expected, the destructive power of the blue lightning thunder demon lightning was too strong, and she forcibly broke through the first layer of blue shield and hit the second layer of silver shield. The horns of the blue lightning thunder dragon were all grinded and smoked, and the second layer of silver shield was also broken through. A winner smile appeared on the corner of Catherine's mouth, but the next second, her smile froze on her face. Behind the silver shield, another layer of golden shield appeared, and a golden shield on all sides flew out of the mouth of a dragon. The blue lightning thunder dragon, whose power was almost exhausted, hit the top of it, and the blue lightning light on its body became weaker and weaker. With a bang, the horn that was pierced on the golden shield actually broke apart. 3 life-based pet? Catherine looked at the Holy Shield Dragon with an incredible look on her face. With her identity and status, I have never heard of the fact that there are creatures with 3 life foundations in the universe, which is simply unbelievable. Seeing the Holy Shield Dragon launch a counterattack, the 3-sided Holy Shields hit the broken Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon. Catherine quickly chose to admit defeat and rescued the Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon. Compared to 1,000 yuan, the Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon is more important, and that 1,000 yuan is definitely lost. There is actually a 3-life pet. Who is so lucky? Catherine now wants to contact the owner of the Holy Shield Dragon and pay for the Holy Shield Dragon. Unfortunately, Shangxing does not have this function now, and Catherine doesn't think that the other party will sell him such a precious 3-life base pet. The world is so big, it's really amazing. How did the pets from the 3 realms be cultivated? Catherine wanted to get the other party's pets over, but she didn't even know who the owner of the Holy Shield Dragon was, and she had no idea about it for a while. Is it the Holy Shield Dragon who defeated Longyue Pet? Catherine was also a little doubtful in her heart whether her previous judgment was wrong. Perhaps it was not the Dragon Hunter who defeated Longyue Pet, but this 3-life-based pet that was rare and ancient in modern times. But when I thought about it, I felt that something was wrong. If the Holy Shield Dragon was so powerful, how could the Dragon Hunter dare to pay a bet of 10,000, while the Holy Shield Dragon only paid a bet of 1,000? Can't it be that the Dragon Hunter is even more powerful than the Holy Shield Dragon? Catherine's beautiful eyes flashed with a brilliant color, as if she was thinking about it. Chapter 870, The Liquid of Heaven. Catherine looked at the Dragon Hunter again, with gorgeous clothes and boots with red bottoms and black edges, white hair, and a bat-like mask, but this image looks very different from that of an ordinary pet. What a special pet, it's good to have one around you. Catherine was thinking about getting the Dragon Hunter, but she had no choice. Originally, she wanted to figure out who Longyue's pet lost to, but although she still didn't figure it out, it was no longer important. Catherine is not in the mood to care about Longyue anymore, and she is more interested in these 2 pets. However, the flying upgrade pet in her hand did not have the ability to defeat the Holy Shield Dragon and the Dragon Hunter, so Catherine could only leave Shangxing in disappointment. Of course, Catherine was not such an easy person to give up. After she went back, she immediately summoned her own group of disciples and staff. I want these 2 pets, please think of a solution for me. Catherine showed her images of the Holy Shield Dragon and the Dragon Hunter to her staff. Sir, but the pet owner refuses to sell it? Just leave it to me. I am good at stealing the sky and changing the sun, which can help the adults take back the pet. A Gaul disciple immediately came out and said. Catherine said lightly, but I don't know where these 2 pets are now. That's not difficult. As long as you tell me who their master is, I can calculate where he is. Another staff member said. I don't know who their owner is either. Catherine said lightly. If you don't know who the owner is, it's a bit troublesome. The pet itself is not easy to calculate. The staff member pondered. The gulls stopped talking, and they didn't even know where the pet was.
He didn't want to steal it.
There were a lot of people talking about it, but no one could come up with a feasible solution.
Catherine frowned slightly.
She raised so many people, and she hoped that someone could give her advice when she needed it.
Now she didn't even have a serious person to come up with.
She raised a bunch of wine bags.
Catherine didn't want to raise a bunch of trash.
Just as she was about to get angry, someone suddenly said, "Sir, I have a way, maybe it can do it."
"Jones, what are you going to tell me?"
Catherine looked at the person who was talking, a disciple of the eunuch clan. Jones stood up and said, "Sir, I have been studying Shangxing's rules recently and found some interesting hidden rules.
For example, pet price wars usually use Shangxing coins as bets.
In fact, there is also a hidden rule, which can use items as bets, or even directly use the pet itself as bets.
If the person who loses the showdown will be gained by the other party."
"There is such a rule?" Catherine was slightly surprised. She made a lot of money in the pet price war, but she didn't know that there were such rules. Jones said, "It is normal for adults to have a lot of things to do every day, and it is normal for no time to understand the rules. Since Shangxing appeared, I have been talking to Shangxing spirit at Shangxing, and asked about the rules in various ways. Some rules are indeed difficult to discover if they are not specifically researched." After a pause, Jones continued, "If you want these two pets, you only need to use this pet as a rule of bet and defeat them with your own pets, and you will naturally get them. This rule is good, but unfortunately it still doesn't work."
Catherine shook her head and said, "Are you worried that the other party will not agree?
You don't need to worry about this. With my understanding of the rules, you can make the other party not knowing that he is using his pet as a bet without his knowledge."
Jones said again.
Catherine sighed, "It's not that the reason, but that I don't have the pets that fly up to beat them, so this method doesn't work." As soon as this was said, many of the disciples and staff suddenly realized. No wonder Catherine wanted to get these two pets so much. With her family background, she couldn't even come up with a pet that could defeat these two pets. It can be seen how precious and rare these two pets are.
For a moment, everyone had no idea.
Even if they had the means and methods, it would be useless if they could not defeat them. After a while, Jones spoke, "Sir, there is actually another way."
"What method?"
Catherine was a little surprised. She had never noticed Jones before, but she didn't expect that she was a talent. Almost everyone in the universe knows that Shangxing is an opportunity to make money, and everyone wants to make money from Shangxing, but few people can calm down and understand the rules like Jones. Jones said, "Pet price wars can be fought beyond the level. You can use Nirvana level pets to fight his flying upgrade pets, so you will definitely win. I know this, but I use a Nirvana level pet to challenge his Ascension pet."
"No one can agree, right? The other party is not a fool," Catherine said. "Then you need to use this thing."
Jones took out a medicine liquid and presented it to Catherine.
This medicine liquid can temporarily reduce the level of the pet.
As long as the dosage is controlled, the pet that fell to the flying upgrade after the other party agrees to the duel, and then you can return to Nirvana level in the arena, so that it will be foolproof.
Interesting. What is the name of this medicine liquid? What are the side effects? Catherine asked while playing with the bottle of the medicine liquid.
"Sir, this is called Tian Tian liquid. It is a little thing I have developed myself. There are indeed side effects. After using Tian Tian liquid, there may be some problems in the brain, and it is difficult to understand the owner's orders, which means that the brain may become stupid."
Jones replied. "This is not a small thing. If it is used to hunt higher creatures, wouldn't it be a magical tool?" Catherine said.
Jones shook his head and said, "There is a strict process for using the void liquid, otherwise it will be difficult to play a role. This requires the pet to cooperate on its own to complete the process. It is almost impossible to complete in battle. Moreover, void liquid is of no use for creatures with too high levels, and it can only act on Nirvana creatures at most." Catherine was a little disappointed when she heard this and put the Tianji liquid back on the table. "Although the method is good, the side effects are too great, so let's forget it." Jones was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he didn't expect that Catherine would refuse to use the Tion liquid. Sir. Jones was unwilling to accept that he wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Catherine's wave, indicating that he didn't need to continue saying anything. In the end, these disciples and staff were unable to give Catherine any useful ideas. After the meeting, Jones left alone and teleported through the teleportation station to a planet with nearly exhausted resources.
Chapter 871 Hide Rules.
In a slum cottage, Jones opened the door and walked in, then closed the door.
He naturally walked to the window next to him and looked outside.
He found nothing and then pulled the curtains down. It was not until this time that Jones turned on the lights inside the cabin, making the cabin bright. The light bulb was dim, but you could see a man sitting behind the table in the cottage, a man with dragon horns and weird armor.
Mr. Coke.
Jones pulled the chair and sat down opposite Mr. Coke.
You are 7 minutes and 8 seconds late, what happened? Mr. Coke asked, staring at Jones. Catherine held an emergency meeting, and all the guests and staff had to go. I couldn't refuse and could only come after the meeting, explained Jones. What emergency meeting is related to the Emperor Barbarians? Mr. Jiao asked directly.
No, Catherine wants 2 pets on Xinxing, but she doesn't know who the pet is.
Let's help her find a way to get those 2 pets. Jones said the matter in detail.
Mr. Jiao was slightly disappointed when he heard this, so he stopped asking questions. He changed the subject and said, "You have been with Catherine for 4 years.
How are you planning to go?" Jones said helplessly, Catherine is a very suspicious person.
She will not trust anyone easily. I have been in her house for 4 years and have not yet gained her trust.
It is difficult to go further. The God response group will be activated soon.
Catherine's side is very important. You need to spend more time to gain her trust as soon as possible.
Mr. Jiao said.
I think too, but she was too careful and had no chance at all.
Jones said suddenly, maybe this is an opportunity.
She suspected that there was something wrong with my Tianlu and refused to use it. If I could take this opportunity and use Tianlu to help her get those 2 pets, I should be able to gain some trust.
You can try it. Mr. Jiao nodded. But there is a problem now.
I need to use Nirvana pets to use Tian liquid, but you know the Tian liquid.
I can't use it on my own pets. If the problem is seen, all my previous plans will be wasted.
Jones said in contemplation. Mr. Jiao pondered for a moment and said, the liquid of the sky must be used by Catherine's pet. Before this, no mistake can be made.
I have no choice. Jones said with his hands spread out.
Mr. Coke thought for a moment, fumbled through his body for a while, took out a pet capsule and a pet key and handed it to Jones. Use this pet to use the Tian liquid to win the pet Catherine wants.
Is this? Jones didn't go to get it, looking up at Mr. Coke.
If he used a pet of unknown origin, it might make Catherine more suspicious of him, and it would be even harder to gain her trust.
Don't worry, no one can see the flaw. This is an ordinary Nirvana-level Blue Devil. Don't you have one on you?
Mr. Jiao said with a smile.
Blue Devil?
Jones was slightly stunned. The Blue Devil itself has a relatively low attribute. Although it is at the Nirvana level, even more than 300 attributes are rare. The innate ability, life base, and Nirvana attributes are all tended to be auxiliary, and they may not be able to defeat those top Ascension pets.
Jones is still very familiar with pets like Blue Devil.
This pet is originally produced in his hometown, ranging from basic transformation to Nirvana. It is the most common creature in the family planet of Eunuch. Mr. Jiao said lightly, ordinary Blue Devils are naturally not good, but this one is different. It survived from tens of thousands of Blue Devil test items. It only has a relatively successful test item. Its attributes are not inferior to those of the top Nirvana pets. Its attributes are almost full, and its hardness attributes are only a little worse. Jones picked up the pet capsule and key in surprise, looked at the pet information above, and found that as Mr. Coke said, the attributes of this Blue Devil were only slightly worse than the hardness, not the full value. Such Nirvana pets, even if their skills and Nirvana attributes are biased towards auxiliary types, are not something that ascendant pets can compete with. When you go to the price war, use this blue devil.
If Catherine wants to see it, you can let her see your blue devil. This method should not be difficult for you. Mr. Ko said.
This is the best way to gain Catherine's trust, and make her interested in bullying Liquid, and her suspicion will be much smaller. Jones's face showed a ferocious look. When we conquer the Emperor Barbarians, I will make Catherine's mother live and die, so that she can repay the humiliation I have suffered under her over the years.
Jones, you have been wronged over the years. Be patient.
The overall situation is the most important thing.
Soon, our gods will become the masters of the universe. Whatever you want to deal with Catherine is up to you.
Mr. Coke stood up and patted Jones on the shoulder, then put on a cloak, and left the hut. Jones packed up his things, sat in the cabin for a while before turning off the light and leaving. After Jones returned to Ao Xing, he did not act immediately, but waited quietly for a few days. Catherine has been trying to find a way to get Dragon Hunter and Super Source Holy Shield Dragon these days. She also learned about the pet price war with the pet itself as the bet. It is indeed the same as Jones said. If the party who accepts the challenge does not look at it carefully, it will be difficult to find the tricks in it. To be precise, using pets as a bet is not a bet, but a model choice for price wars. The normal mode is to use Shangxing coins as the bet, while the other mode is still using Shangxing coins as the bet, but it has been changed to the pet life and death battle mode. The loser will lose the pet itself and cannot admit defeat. Nowadays, not many people know that there are such a model, and even fewer people can change the model. If you challenge this model, you can hardly tell the difference between the two models. The only difference between the two modes is that the invitation column of the ordinary price war is a pet price war, and the other mode is a pet life and death battle, which is easy to be ignored. The main reason is that Shangxing has appeared for too short, and most people have not been able to understand many of Shangxing's functions. Some people who have developed hidden rules will only make money by using hidden rules themselves and will not easily leak them out. The pet's life and death battle mode can bring the other party's pets over, but Catherine cannot find a flying upgraded pet that can win the 3-life base Holy Shield Dragon for a while, and she cannot use it for a while. It would be great if the Dragon Hunter and the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon were Nirvana level. My great powerful heavenly dragon should be almost invincible among the Nirvana level pets, and there should be no problem in taking them down. Catherine thought to herself.
Chapter 872 Different Ayun.
Lin Shen has not gained much in the past few days, so he simply focused on comprehension of the law of gravity. He always felt that there was something wrong with this law of gravity. The law of gravity he understood had no other effect except to see the weight of matter. Of course, he is not immortal yet, so it is normal for him to be unable to control the law of gravity. However, since the law of gravity has been sensed, you should be able to see the strength of gravity of different planets, which is also a normal ability. But Lin Shen could not see the strength of gravity. What he saw was the weight of the matter itself, and there was no other effect. Lin Shen has also understood the law of gravity these days, but has made no progress at all.
After thinking about it again and again, Lin Shen went to find Ayun. Ayun's current temperament is obviously different from before.
She was too thin before, her face was yellow, and she looked unhealthy. Now Ayun is round and tender and white, and she obviously has flesh on her body, but she can't be considered fat, let alone fat. Coupled with the practice of various techniques, Ayun also gained some confidence that he had not before. He looked like a very cute moon rabbit beauty. However, in front of Lin Shen, Ayun still seemed a little cramped and spoke weakly. His voice was as thin as a mosquito, and he felt like he couldn't hear clearly without listening carefully.
Ayun, how are you practicing the technique recently?
Lin Shen tried his best to control his tone, for fear of scaring Ayun. It was Ayun's careful appearance, which made people feel like a louder sound could scare her soul out of her body. Xiao Wu, I have mastered 27 techniques.
I will teach you which technique you want first.
It only takes 3 days now to use the protection of Valkyrie God, and I can teach you all the techniques soon. Ayun said hurriedly.
Don't worry about this, how many times have you ascended now?
Lin Shen was too busy before and hadn't paid much attention to Ayun. Sister Tianxuan has given me a lot of resources, and I am also working hard to practice.
Now I have ascended to the 9 turns. Ah Yin said with his head down, looking like a little white rabbit trembling and afraid of being eaten by someone. I won't eat you again. Why are you so afraid of doing? Lin Shen was a little amused. Although he was not as handsome as Ouyang Yu, he was not so scary, right? No. No. Ah Yin shook even harder, his voice seemed to be trembling. Lin Shen had no choice but to say softly, Ayun, can you teach the laws of the Valkyrie of your Yuetu tribe, protect the Valkyrie? There are few immortals in the Moon Rabbit clan, and I have never heard of it. I don't know if I have this ability. Ayun looked up at Lin Shen with some anxiety, as if he was afraid that he would be angry. Lin Shen had no choice but to say, let's do this, we can give it a try. I will help you with Nirvana first. What kind of Nirvana attribute do you need? Ayun lowered his head and said softly, if possible, just give me a power-type Nirvana egg. If it's too troublesome, Nirvana eggs with other attributes are also okay. The power-type Nirvana attribute? Lin Shen looked at Ayun in amazement. With her body shape and personality, how could she want the power-type Nirvana attribute? It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient, I can do it. Ayun said hurriedly. Don't be nervous, the power-type Nirvana egg is very simple. I just want to know why you chose the power attribute? Lin Shen asked while comforting. I have practiced strength-type techniques since I was a child, and my swordsmanship has always been strength-type. Although I have learned a lot of techniques now, I am still accustomed to strength-type techniques. Ayun explained in a low voice. So that's it. Then let me see your sword technique. Lin Shen was a little curious about what kind of sword technique Ayun could use. Ayun hurriedly went to get her weapon, and soon she saw her coming with a knife. The reason why I said it was dragged is because the knife was longer than her height, and the shape was very exaggerated, which formed a strong contrast with her petite appearance. This knife? Lin Shen was a little surprised when he saw the knife Ayun was holding. The appearance of this knife is very similar to the knife from the Moon Rabbit clan statue he bought. It looks roughly the same in appearance, but the details are slightly different. This is what I asked Sister Tianquan to customize for me. It is the Moonblade sword of the Yuetu clan. Ayun explained. Moonblade knife? Do the Moon Rabbit clan use this kind of knife? Lin Shen asked curiously. Not that, because the queen of the Moon Rabbit clan uses the Moonblade knife, and many people imitate it later. People in my family admire the queen very much, and so I myself, so I have been learning to use the Moonblade knife. Ayun said. The real Moonblade sword is the weapon used by the Queen of Moon Rabbit. The statue of the Moon Rabbit clan is not the carved queen of the Moon Rabbit clan, right? Lin Shen regretted it a little. He didn't take the statue and showed it to Ayun, and he should be able to recognize it. Unfortunately, the statue has been destroyed now, and there are no photos, and Lin Shen has no ability to draw the statue, so he has to give up. Little Fifth Master, can you start now? Ayun asked. Let's start. Lin Shen sat there and looked at Ayun. Ayun raised the Moonblade sword with both hands and started her drill. With the sword forced together, Lin Shen was surprised to find that Ayun's momentum had completely changed. The previous Ayun, who looked so soft that it could blow down with a strong wind, disappeared. There was only a tough Moon Rabbit girl, waving an amazing big sword. The momentum of each sword seemed like a fierce general who was rushing among the troops, and the sword had aura that could cut the sky and the earth. I'll go. This sword technique is so powerful. Lin Shen looked at Ayun blankly. Although the sword technique is not very strong, the momentum of the sword technique is really strong. Just looking at Ayun at this time, I never thought that she would be so soft and soft. Only then did Lin Shen realize that Ayun and the Yuetu clan statue were very similar. Lin Shen didn't think they looked like him before, because Ayun looked too weak, but now when she used the sword technique, she really looked like him, especially like him. Lin Shen already had the urge to compare the statue with her and see if the statue was carved based on her. Little Fifth Master. This is my sword technique. There are some bad things. Please give me some advice. Ayun put away the knife and turned into the little white rabbit again.